Lu Xinran awoke to the startling realization that she had been transported into the pages of a book, unwittingly assuming the role of a malicious supporting character, the true daughter, constantly overshadowed by a false heiress. The false heiress, nurtured in luxury, exuded grace and elegance, while she, in stark contrast, was deemed vulgar and Rudia disgraced the minister's residence preferred to forget. The onlookers were eager to witness the minister's family's disgrace, yet Lu Xinran, having crossed into this narrative, found herself engrossed in the gossip and the absurdities of her surroundings. Her biological mother scorned her for her lack of refinement, to which she retorted inwardly, "Is it my fault if I was born to a mother who bore me, but did not raise me?" The servants, with their disdainful glances, only fueled her frustration, prompting her to activate her gossip system, querying, "How is it that I can pilfer from the storeroom daily without facing any consequences?" When mocked for her lack of etiquette during an outing, she responded with biting sarcasm, "Oh, you understand so well, your entire family does. How could one not recognize their father, when your mother and grandfather produced you, while your father wears the green hat, yet you still call him father instead of brother?" Truly, the epitome of propriety. One fateful day, the capital's populace discovered that whenever they were in the presence of the minister's second daughter, there was always fresh gossip to indulge in. Thus, Lu Xinran found her social standing inexplicably enhanced, as people clamored to be near her whenever she ventured outside. At home, her mother began to painstakingly craft new garments and accessories for her, while the female lead transformed into her closest confidant, even offering her the male lead. "That won't do," she thought. "I prefer a playful pup over a fierce wolf dog." Unbeknownst to her, someone who overheard her thoughts quietly altered their appearance the next day, leaving the court in awe. Chapter 1. Entering the story. The morning mist lingered as the first light of dawn crept in. The maids and servants were already up, commencing the day's chores. Inside, the copper incense burner at the foot of the bed continued to emit delicate wisps of fragrant smoke. The azure drapery was gently stirred from within, revealing a figure who sat up, still groggy and bewildered by her surroundings. She remained in a daze, only roused by someone calling her for medicine or meals, as they assisted her in consuming bowl after bowl of herbal concoctions and porridge. A sleeping maid lay beside her, and as she surveyed the room, her mind still felt foggy. "You're awake," a childlike voice echoed in her mind, and her confusion dissipated, replaced by a heightened sense of alertness. "Stop looking around, I'm in your head, your most beloved companion," it chirped. Lu Xinran sighed. "Speak plainly, well, you were gravely ill, weren't you?" The voice elaborated on the arduous journey of transferring her soul into this new body. It was then that Lu Xinran comprehended her predicament. She had entered a narrative as the true daughter, twisted by jealousy, while the female lead had been mistakenly raised as the esteemed heiress in the minister's residence. Her family held her in contempt due to her rustic upbringing and coarse manners. The original character lived in constant trepidation, facing ridicule at every turn, while the false heiress basked in adoration. Upon learning that the false heiress was to marry a prince, her resentment peaked. She became a mere pawn, orchestrating chaos to assist the protagonists, ultimately leading to her own demise. Lu Xinran winced at the melodrama of her situation. "So, I owe you my second chance at life, and you expect gratitude in return for energy?" she queried. "Indeed. As the gossip system, I require fresh tidbits daily to generate energy for you, and for that, you must survive." Lu Xinran muttered. "What peculiar system? Merely for gossip?" "Precisely as you suspect. Allow me to demonstrate." The voice chirped with excitement, and she felt a shift in her mind, revealing a panel with a search box and various booklets below. "You can find gossip about anyone by searching their name here." Astounded, Lu Xinran glanced at the sleeping maid beside her and typed the name she had heard in her stupor. Suizhu. This maid, a second-tier attendant to the matriarch, had shown her kindness by tending to her during her illness. As if sensing her gaze, Suizhu stirred, her eyes widening in delight upon seeing Lu Xinran awake. "Miss, you're awake. Are you feeling any better?" Suizhu hurriedly drew back the curtains, hesitating to touch Lu Xinran's forehead due to the breach of decorum, then stepped back. Lu Xinran replied, "Much better. Please help me sit up." After 3 days of bed rest, her body felt weak. Suizhu exited to summon assistance for her to rise and dress, also sending word to the main courtyard. A servant entered with a modest breakfast, a bowl of plain porridge, a steamer of buns, and 2 small dishes. Lu Xinran surveyed the meal before her, and then looked at Suizhu. Suizhu fidgeted with her hair, and Lu Xinran understood she was just a lowly country girl grateful for any food. However, with her impoverished state, she had nowhere else to go, and in the capital, gossip abounded. Indeed, the capital has the most gossip. Every family harbors secrets, and I shall soon gather ample vitality. The childlike voice chimed again, filled with enthusiasm. Lu Xinran nodded in agreement. Having endured 3 days of bland food, she disregarded any dietary advice and devoured the meal with gusto. The expressions of the several attending maids revealed a variety of emotions. Recalling her past habit of munching while watching videos, she activated the gossip system, viewing the maids' secrets as if they were digital snacks. Intriguingly, despite being an unappreciated true daughter, numerous individuals were sent to attend to her. Even the false heiress, Lu Xinran, had sent a capable maid, and Lu Xinran glanced at the respectful Bitao standing nearby, smiling at her. No sooner had she finished breakfast than a matron arrived from the main courtyard, requesting her presence at the ladies' chambers. Lu Xinran frowned. The original character had fallen into the water, resulting in a high fever, which had only just begun to subside after 3 days of care. Did the lady truly harbor such disdain for her own daughter, who had been maliciously swapped? Should the eldest daughter also accompany her mother? The matron, tasked with delivering the message, chuckled awkwardly. The eldest daughter is precious, and just recovering. It would be inappropriate to disturb her. The lady wished to see her. She could simply come to the courtyard. Silently, Lu Xinran gleaned the truth from the matron's demeanor, and a soft laugh escaped her lips. As she exited the courtyard, Lu Xinran turned to Bitao. To Wudong Courtyard. Miss? Bitao's heart raced, meeting Lu Xinran's ambiguous gaze, and she hurriedly led her toward Wudong Courtyard. At that moment, Lu Xinran had just awoken. Unlike Lu Xinran, she had retained the original character's memories and was acutely aware of the trials this body had endured. After a morning spent processing the original character's memories, she hesitated on her next course of action when she noticed Lu Xinran entering the courtyard. "Why has my sister come? Mother summoned us, and I thought I might check on you first," Lu Xinran replied with a bright smile. "Shall we go?" "Mother is waiting." Lu Xinran regarded her with suspicion, but ultimately accompanied her toward the ladies' chambers. Chapter 2. The Mind Reader. In the courtyard of the Zhao residence, Madame Pei cast her eyes down, ignoring the reprimanded Zhao. "Where are they?" As the maid's voice fell silent, Zhao quickly interjected, "Mother, Xinlan is still ill and cannot be exposed to the wind. You are aware that they are unwell? If that is the case, why allow Xinran to go to your chambers? Is she capable of withstanding the wind?" Zhao wanted to argue that the situations were not comparable. Though Xinran was her own flesh and blood, having been raised away from her for so many years, her coarse demeanor filled Zhao with disdain. Madame Pei let out a silent sigh, instructing the servants to prepare hot tea and snacks, awaiting the arrival of the 2 girls. Several of Zhao's sisters-in-law sat near her, all wearing smiles as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Upon entering, Xinran found the room filled with people daughters from both legitimate and collateral branches, as well as young boys who had yet to begin their studies. Everyone clustered around the elderly Madame Pei, leaving a conspicuous space beside her unoccupied. Raising an eyebrow, Xinran recognized that the spot was not reserved for her. After greeting them, she casually chose a seat. Meanwhile, Xinlan stood awkwardly in the room, meeting Madame Pei's concerned gaze with a respectful bow. "What are you thinking? Who dares to let you leave?" Before Xinlan could finish her sentence, Zhao glared fiercely at Xinran, her eyes ablaze with fury. Having just settled, Xinran found herself taken aback by Zhao's outburst, meeting her ire with a confused look. Does she truly believe I coerced her into saying that? In the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, an unexpected voice resonated in their ears once more. Zhao, shocked and bewildered, felt a flush rise to her cheeks, clearly infuriated by the remark. If it weren't for her boorishness, which repulsed Zhao, would she have dared to cast such a glare? As if sensing her thoughts, the voice returned. "How amusing, to disdain my lack of refinement without considering the life I endure in the countryside, rising at dawn, toiling endlessly in the fields, barely scraping by. In such circumstances, do they expect me to cultivate an air of gentility and grace? They must be dreaming." Madame Fong, the 3rd wife, could hardly suppress a laugh. hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief, fearful of betraying her amusement. Zhao's cheeks burned with indignation as she glared at Xinran, who met her gaze with an innocent expression. What is with this overblown anger? Does she genuinely think I am trying to usurp her position? How flattering. In this minister's residence, I am but a mere pawn, and even the servants are placed here by the various families. Oh, Xinlan has even brought one along. Who would believe her threats to leave? Could it be a ruse? As her thoughts lingered, several people in the room cleared their throats in awkward unison. Madame Pei, maintaining a composed visage, interrupted her internal musings. Xinlan, why would you think such things? You know we would never allow you to leave. Your words only serve to distress your mother. Xinlan clenched her hands within her sleeves, avoiding Zhao's gaze as she bowed again to Madame Pei. Nonsense. No one can take away what is rightfully yours. Zhao could no longer contain herself, rising swiftly to Xinlan's side and grasping her wrist. Do not say such things that I end my heart. You will always be my daughter, unmatched by anyone. As she spoke, she cast a glance toward Xinran, who rolled her eyes in response. Is she truly deluded? Who would cherish such a foolish display of maternal affection? Had I not remained in the capital to enjoy the spectacle, I would not endure this humiliation. Another scolding. It had been said that she was raised in the countryside, coarse and unrefined, and now she dared to openly insult her biological mother in her thoughts. How could she possibly admire such a character? Feeling Zhao's fiery glare upon her, Xinran found it odd. Is she intent on driving me away? Could Xinlan's earlier words have harbored such intent? Truly, the protagonist possesses a cunning depth, effortlessly manipulating the simple-minded Zhao to achieve her ends. Madame Pei, unable to endure the chaos any longer, found the entire situation absurd. What protagonist? What cunning? What simple-minded Zhao? Who speaks of their own mother in such a manner? Madame Pei glanced at the obediently shrinking Xinran in the corner, recognizing the suppressed anger within her. She had forgotten how the servants in this household reveled in elevating some while belittling others. This girl had likely endured countless slights and grievances. As a mother, Zhao should have been her shield, yet she loathed her own flesh and blood more than anyone. With this thought, Madame Pei could not suppress another sigh. At this moment, the sisters-in-law, including Kong and Feng, lowered their eyes, feigning indifference to the unfolding drama. Zhao, incensed by the term foolish, nearly lost her composure. This daughter was indeed a bane to her. Xinlan felt a surge of helplessness for the first time. Her intentions had been misinterpreted, and her sister regarded her with such disdain. What filial piety? Is she pretending to be unaware that her biological parents are deceased? Truly, a master of deception and performance. I was almost fooled. Xinlan. She closed her eyes weakly, realizing that she could not clarify her position. Zhao, fiercely protective, pulled her closer. You need only remain here. I shall reiterate what is yours will never be taken. Xinran continued to roll her eyes, pondering how her biological mother could give birth to a son who excelled at such a young age. When had she ever expressed a desire to usurp the protagonist's favor and prestige? Imagination is a malady that needs treatment. Madame Pei pressed her fingers to her forehead, her composure, cultivated over decades, crumbling under the weight of powerlessness. Xinlan, I have summoned you today to discuss the matter of your exchange years ago, which has finally borne some clarity. Chapter 3. Your assertion is incorrect. Upon hearing that the matter of their exchange from years past had been uncovered, Xinran instantly perked up. For days, she had felt languid and had nearly forgotten the incident. A thought crossed her mind, and she considered accessing the gossip system to compare Madame Pei's findings with the information provided by the system. Noticing Xinran finally lift her gaze, Madame Pei dismissed her earlier distractions and continued speaking. As she reached this point, Zhao's glare became a sharp blade directed at Xinran. Had it not been for her difficult childbirth, she would not have only one son. Xinran's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Is she really about to blame me again? Her pregnancy complications and difficult delivery have nothing to do with me. I have yet to criticize her for being emotionally unstable and easily agitated during her pregnancy. A premature child, frail as she is, could she dare to blame me? Who should I blame then? Internally, Xinran ranted as Madame Pei struggled to continue her explanation. She let her hands droop, longing for someone to cover Zhao's eyes. At that time, The number of people available was limited, and they were all exhausted after a long day and night, which allowed that couple an opportunity to stay. Xinran, it was your biological mother who orchestrated the exchange. This was revealed by your aunt, who discovered it by chance. I mention this matter only to inform you, and oh, it wasn't like that. Xinran's voice suddenly cut through the air, halting Madame Pei's deliberation. Oblivious to the gazes directed her way, Xinran continued to peruse the gossip system for information. It was not a malicious exchange at all, it was Zhao's maid, Granny Qin, who had already been bribed by that so-called good friend, Fang Suxin. That so-called friend had always envied her, unable to bear her success. For years, she had incited discord between her and Lu Xinran, causing strife in their marriage. When she gave birth to her elder brother, Fang Suxin had intended to meddle and cause her complications during labor. However, due to an unforeseen incident in her family, she was unable to execute her plan, allowing her to safely deliver her elder brother. It was indeed Fang Suxin who had written her a letter that year, and with a few words of provocation from Granny Qin, she experienced a tumultuous journey that induced labor complications, leading to a grueling day and night of childbirth. Their initial intent had been to take her life, yet unexpectedly, her vitality proved resilient. After enduring a day and night of labor, she was merely left fatigued, and Granny Qin, unable to proceed further, hastily orchestrated a switch between me and Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran, with her head bowed, reveled in the delights of the melon-eating system. She remained oblivious to the collective gaze of the room, now fixated on Granny Qin, who stood behind Zhao Shi. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many, Granny Qin felt a surge of panic. Zhao Shi, clutching her handkerchief, was on the brink of tearing it apart, wishing to silence Lu Xinran's reckless words. Granny Qin had been by Zhao Shi's side for decades, having been with her since she was 10. As a trusted servant of the Zhao family, with her husband and children's bonds still held tightly by Zhao Shi's mother, how could she possibly betray her master? The more Zhao Shi pondered, the more convinced she became that Lu Xinran's words were nonsensical. Who could know if they were hearing her innermost thoughts due to some trickery? Unaware of the shift in the atmosphere, Lu Xinran continued to bask in her joy of discovering secrets. This melon-eating system was truly remarkable. It allowed her to uncover answers instantaneously. Oh, she found it. Now she understood why this old hag was so easily manipulated by Fang Suxin. A sudden thought resonated in the ears of the onlookers, and those who had previously harbored doubts were instantly roused. Even Lu Xinran had moved closer to Zhao Shi, waiting with bated breath for the continuation of Lu Xinran's revelations. This Granny Qin's husband was a notorious gambler who had once accrued debts at a gambling den and nearly lost his right hand. It was Fang Suxin who had rescued him and even paid off his debts. Subsequently, the two frequently encountered each other. The highborn lady, willing to associate with a mere servant, had captivated her husband's heart, leading him to incessantly speak of Fang Suxin's virtues. Eventually, he succumbed to gambling again, and once more, it was Fang Suxin who extricated him. The couple then owed her a substantial sum of money and a significant debt of gratitude. Alas, Fang Suxin's cunning was profound. What offense had Zhao Shi committed to provoke such treachery, resorting even to the seduction of her own kin? The more Lu Xinran contemplated, the more curious she became, and she began to delve into the past between Zhao Shi and Fang Suxin. Meanwhile, the others in the room, upon hearing this, were equally intrigued and remained silent, eagerly anticipating her next words. Unbeknownst to her, it had been Granny Qin whispering in her ear for years about how admirable Fang Suxin was and how she was always on her mind. Each time Fang Suxin visited the manor, she would stir up trouble with Lu Xinran that very night. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and just as she was about to rise and confront someone, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Turning her head, she met Lu Xinran's clear gaze. "Mother, please wait a moment." The unvoiced words were finally understood by Zhao Shi. She suppressed her anger, wishing to hear more, yet after a prolonged silence, Lu Xinran had not resumed speaking. She lifted her gaze to find that Lu Xinran had risen, gracefully bowing to Pei Shi. "Grandmother, I understand my parents' character. They are not the sort to engage in such underhanded exchanges. My aunt has always been cunning and spiteful, relishing in making others' lives difficult. I believe her singular testimony cannot substantiate this matter. My aunt has been bribed by Granny Qin and Fang Suxin. Isn't it they who dictate her every word?" Lu Xingran's thoughts resonated in the ears of those present after her statement concluded. Pei Shi, taken aback by the depth of the underlying issues, sighed. I was impulsive. I shall instruct someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. Grandmother, my aunt is notoriously venomous and harsh. If she speaks thus, it is likely someone has offered her a bribe. Perhaps you should have someone look into who has visited the village in the past couple of years. Her implication was unmistakably clear. Granny Qin, positioned behind Zhao Shi, felt a sudden urgency. The village was where her husband had personally gone. If this were to be discovered, how would she explain it to her mistress? In her rising anxiety, she became reckless. How dare you speak of your aunt in such a manner? Spreading gossip behind others' backs truly reflects poor upbringing. Chapter 4. Within 10 steps, one can hear Qin Mama rushed out, instantly brightening Lu Xingran's eyes. Done, echoed in everyone's ears. Pei Shi suppressed a smile, tilting her head to glance at Qin Mama. The authoritative gaze bore down, causing Qin Mama to break into a cold sweat. She had not anticipated that her impatience would lead her to reprimand Lu Xingran in front of the matriarch. Is the daughter of the minister's residence someone you can scold at will? Qin Mama shrank her neck, hurriedly putting on a smiling face. Please forgive this old servant. It was a moment of anxiety that caused me to speak out of turn. Yet, she remained oblivious to her disrespect towards the young lady of the household. Observing her demeanor, Pei Shi had already begun to believe Lu Xingran's words. A mere servant daring to publicly accuse her indicated that she had endured countless scorn and grievances in this household. Xiao Zhen, administer punishment. Yes. The old matron beside Pei Shi immediately stepped forward, commanding others to seize Qin Mama and deliver 10 slaps. Is this the maid you keep by your side? How do you discipline such disrespect towards your master? Pei Shi's face hardened as her sharp gaze swept toward Zhao Shi. At that moment, Zhao Shi's mind was entangled with thoughts of Feng Suxin and her collusion with Qin Mama. In her disarray, feeling Pei Shi's piercing gaze, she hastily rose and bowed. It is the fault of this daughter-in-law for not maintaining order. Please punish me, mother. Having received 10 slaps, Qin Mama cast a venomous glare at Lu Xingran. In her heart, she scoffed, recalling that she had just entered Zhao Shi's storeroom that morning, stealthily pocketing a pair of gold and jade bangles, intending to sell them upon exiting the residence. How can I ensure that this foolish biological mother discovers that her private treasury has become Qin's treasure trove? The crowd murmured. While the term foolish was vivid, its repeated mention left them pondering how they would face Zhao Shi in the future. Pei Shi cleared her throat. Xiao Zhen? Su Mama turned. Their eyes met, and she instantly understood her mistress's intent. Summoning people to restrain Qin Mama, she stepped forward to search her. As her bony hands touched Qin Mama's body, the once furious maid's expression shifted dramatically. Secure her. The more she resists, the more it signifies her guilt. Su Mama shouted, and her subordinates hastened their efforts, soon retrieving the pair of gold and jade bangles. Matriarch. She held the bangles aloft, striding towards Pei Shi, who gestured towards Zhao Shi. Do you recognize these as your belongings? Upon seeing the bangles, Zhao Shi realized that what they had just overheard was indeed true. These bangles were part of her dowry, worn briefly in her youth before being stored away as she acquired other jewelry. We have served together for many years. I have treated you well. Yet, you resort to theft and betrayal? Zhao Shi's words trailed off as darkness clouded her vision, attributing it to her anger. Take her away. Regaining her composure, she glared at Qin Mama. Mother, I believe there must be ulterior motives behind the exchange of Xingran and Xinglan years ago, likely tied to this treacherous old hag. Indeed, it is related to her. Finally, a moment of clarity, no longer foolish. The crowd observed with a mix of intrigue and confusion, particularly Lu Xingran, who seemed engrossed in the unfolding drama. Pei Shi felt a headache coming on. Zhao Shi, devoid of cunning, likely hadn't he yet grasped the complexities at play. Lu Xinglan responded but turned to look at Lu Xingran, only to find her head lowered, lost in thought. The events that had just transpired in the room were sudden and bizarre. Aside from Pei Shi and Zhao Shi, who had perceived the underlying sentiments, the others were left bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Pei Shi took a sip from her teacup before kindly inquiring, Xingran, are your servants in the courtyard satisfactory? Perhaps we should send more from the agency tomorrow, and you can select a few to keep. Once she finished her life-saving watermelon, she planned to depart the capital for a serene place in the south. At that time, I shall acquire a boy to keep by my side. Presenting myself as a widow, life would be so much freer. Pei Shi struggled to voice her concerns, perplexed by how Lu Xinran's thoughts had so abruptly shifted from discussing the servants to contemplating widowhood. Pei Shi felt overwhelmed. This morning's upheaval had surpassed the surprises of the past few years. She waved her hand dismissively. Let it be for now. Should you find any dissatisfaction in the future, do not hesitate to seek your grandmother. Lu Xinran, not fully comprehending, nodded with a smile. With Pei Shi offering her support, she saw no reason to decline. Although she had no desire to compete for the main lady's favor, why should she subject herself to hardship when she could enjoy a better life in the household? Pei Shi, fatigued, gestured for everyone to leave. Zhao Shi, preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Mama and her storeroom, was the first to rise and stride out. Lu Xinran quickly followed, hastily throwing a remark over her shoulder as she passed Lu Xinran. Sister, I shall come to find you later. Lu Xinran acknowledged with a simple, oh, following the others out of Pei Shi's courtyard. Qin Mama's room still contains the letters Fang Suxin has written to her over the years, which she intended to use for her own survival. I wonder if the foolish Zhao Shi will send someone to search. The items are hidden in a secret compartment under the bed. Zhao Shi is so dense. She likely won't even think of it. Lu Xinran observed her footsteps, 1 step, 2 steps, until she had walked 10 paces away. And then she could no longer hear Lu Xinran's thoughts. Chapter 5. What does she mean? Lu Xinran felt exhausted as she clutched Lu Xinran. Mother, Qin Mama cannot move yet. Have you considered how you will conduct yourself with Madame Zhou in the future? Conduct myself? After how she treated me? What is there to discuss? Zhao Shi's anger grew, reflecting on the years she had regarded Lu Xinran as her closest confidant, wishing she could storm the Zhou residence and tear Fang Suxin apart. The more she thought, the angrier she became, forgetting that Lu Xinran had just called her foolish. Mother, for years, Madame Zhou has been instigating discord between you and father, even orchestrating the swap between me and my sister, causing a rift in our family. Do you not intend to hold her accountable? However, Zhao Shi turned to her. If it weren't for her actions, I would not have such a clever, filial daughter that everyone praises. The abrupt turn left Lu Xinran speechless. The words she had intended to voice now trapped in her throat. Compassion for Lu Xinran welled up within her as she accompanied Zhao Shi with a heavy heart toward her courtyard. Just as they settled down, Zhao Shi abruptly sat up. Have the kitchen send some snacks over. I want to keep them stocked in my room from now on. Understood? Cui Zhu promptly responded and left to make arrangements. Before long, a servant entered with a food box. She stepped forward to receive the box, extracting pastries and fruits while saying, Miss, the kitchen has just started steaming the pastries. Please enjoy these for now, and I will send more later. Lu Xinran nodded in satisfaction, cleansing her hands before grabbing a piece to eat. In her previous life, she had been frail and, at 10, diagnosed with a congenital heart condition. Spending her final years in the hospital, she had to monitor her diet and control her emotions, obediently complying for the sake of her family. Yet, such a life was unbearably mundane. Now, being able to eat freely and enjoying the little narratives provided by the gossip system was truly living. She picked up a mung bean roll and tossed it into her mouth, while Cui Zhu, perceptively, poured her a cup of tea. Bai Tao, seeing their demeanor, couldn't help but turn away, rolling her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder how they would react upon learning that Qin Mama had stolen thousands of taels in wealth. Surprised, she found the room of Grandma Qin in disarray. All the letters she had hidden beneath the bed had been uncovered. Furthermore, Lu Xinran surprisingly demonstrated interrogation skills, managing to extract everything from Grandma Qin with just a few words, even pressing her fingerprint on the written record. This faux daughter seemed rather different from the character depicted in the books. With curiosity in her heart, she quickly opened Lu Xinran's booklet and meticulously reviewed its contents, yet found no discrepancies. How peculiar, she murmured while pinching a piece of cloud cake. Seeing this, Cui Zhu hurriedly approached, inquiring cautiously, Miss, are these not to your taste? I can send someone to the kitchen for another box. There's no need, this is sufficient, she replied, placing the delicacy down and rising to stroll leisurely in the courtyard. This was a healthy body she had once dared not to hope for, Heavens no. The system had treated her well. Knowing my goodness is enough. You must take care of yourself, for we need to venture out. The outside world is filled with excitement. How much life essence do I possess now? You consumed the melons from your birth mother and the old lady today, which were not substantial, adding merely 3 days to your lifespan. The youthful voice carried a hint of regret, and Lu Xinran shared that sentiment. They had already uncovered the reason for her exchange with the false daughter. Yet her lifespan had only increased by 3 days. Zhao was indeed foolish. Even her melons were worthless. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Xinran overheard her mentally disparaging Zhao. Reflecting on her recent experiences in Zhao's courtyard, she inexplicably found herself in agreement with that sentiment. Their mother truly embodied the essence of foolishness. While Lu Xinran was still enjoying her melon, a greeting suddenly echoed from the courtyard, and she turned to see Lu Xinran gracefully entering through the open door. Indeed, she is the true mistress of this marquis's residence, while my servants fail to announce her presence. As Lu Xinran approached the door, she paused. Having only just arrived 2 days prior and still adapting to the customs of this affluent household, Zhao was led to believe that Lu Xinran had secretly threatened her. Observing the crumbs of delicacies at the corner of Lu Xinran's lips, she mentally prepared her words. "Sister, please come in and take a seat." Seeing Lu Xinran halt at the entrance, Lu Xinran assumed she was waiting to be invited in personally and reluctantly rose to greet her. Why is she looking at me like that? Is she plotting against me again? Bidyo hurriedly came forward to pour tea for her. The servility of her demeanor causing Lu Xinran to curl her lip in disdain. To be so obsequious to her own mistress, she truly wears many faces. Lu Xinran gazed at the tea before her, caught in indecision about whether to drink or not. Suppressing her embarrassment, she cleared her throat. "Xinran, I came to speak with you because everything I said in grandmother's room was my genuine sentiment. I truly wish to return the position of the eldest daughter of the Marquis's residence to you. For these years, having occupied your identity and received the love and privileges that rightfully belong to you, I have wronged you." The sudden apology left Lu Xinran momentarily stunned. What does her reiteration of this mean? Is she trying to dig a deep pit for me to fall into? I had prepared to live quietly as a rice bug, merely consuming melons and watching the commotion. Why can't she let me be? A series of rhetorical questions echoed in Lu Xinran's ears, causing her to close her eyes in despair. How many wrongs had her original self committed against the other to instill such fear? She struggled to muster a smile, trying to convey her sincerity. "Trust me, I will no longer harm you, we are." She wanted to express that they had both traversed from the same world, that they had received the same education and shared similar values. They should be the closest allies in this world, yet no matter how she opened her mouth, it felt as though a powerful hand was tightly gripping her throat, rendering her speechless. Chapter 6. A grave misunderstanding. While Lu Xinran awaited her to continue, she noticed Lu Xinran's complexion suddenly flush, as if she might faint at any moment. Alarmed, she rose and personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Xinran, placing it before her. Hesitating, she gently patted her on the back. "She won tea faint here, will she? What kind of scheme is this? Why does she possess so many cunning thoughts that I can't even fathom? If she were to collapse here, Zhao would certainly come running in a frenzy. Surely, the old lady would think I was too greedy to tolerate her. This is disastrous. My life as a rice bug would be over." A cacophony of thoughts invaded Lu Xinran's mind, prompting her to take a breath and abandon her intention of revealing their shared origin. She realized that as long as she refrained from mentioning the matter of crossing over, she exhibited no abnormality whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the tea that Lu Xinran had poured, resolutely sipping a few mouthfuls. "Never mind, I cannot mention the crossing, but I can reveal that we can hear each other's thoughts." She had pondered this carefully, having discreetly questioned several sisters and attendants. Previously, in Pei's room, only Pei, Zhao, and a few aunts had known, while others remained oblivious. The ability to hear each other's thoughts seemed to have distance limitations. The farther she was, the fainter the voices became, and beyond 10 paces, they would be inaudible. She contemplated confining her thoughts or finding a way to prevent others from eavesdropping on her inner voice. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she sipped her tea before continuing. "Xinran, there is one more thing I wish to tell you. Could you kindly ask the servants to leave?
Ah?
Sueju glanced between her and Bidio before exiting. Once they left, the remaining maids hastily followed suit, leaving the space solely for the two of them. Why is she sending the servants away? Is she planning another trap for me? No, I must quickly devise a countermeasure. If she feels unwell, should I also pretend to faint? The absurdity of her thoughts grew louder, prompting Lu Xinran to intervene, not wanting to hear any further. Earlier, in grandmother's room, how did her sister discover that Grandma Qin was problematic? Of course, it was because I have the melon system. The system knows everything. The voice echoed in her ears. But Lu Xinran continued to gaze at the person before her, awaiting her excuse. Not adept at fabricating lies, Lu Xinran blinked nervously, her mind racing. Lu Xinran sighed in resignation. Did you discover something unusual at your aunt's in the countryside early on and privately tested a few times to find some clues? Yes, precisely. Lu Xinran exhaled in relief, managing a sweet smile. Though she is cunning, her mind works swiftly. If only she weren't always targeting me. Lu Xinran disregarded that thought, recounting her previous findings in Zhao's courtyard and the current handling of the situation. Perfect, sister. Your actions are most appropriate. Her mind is indeed sharp. No wonder she has been raised in the Marquis's residence since childhood. If I had come here 10 years earlier, perhaps I could have been just as thorough. Listening to her thoughts, Lu Xinran assumed they were compliments. After laying the groundwork, she smiled and carefully began, I have something important to discuss with you. Yet again, the familiar sensation of suffocation gripped her throat. The words I can hear your thoughts remained unspoken. After several attempts, she found herself on the brink of unconsciousness. Lu Xinran observed her cheeks flush once more, her breath becoming labored, as if she might faint in her room at any moment, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Again, what does she wish to convey? Is she planning to do away with me? The position of the eldest daughter of the Shangshu mansion is something I genuinely do not contend for. I am not vying for anything. I shall diligently save enough silver and depart from the capital, heading to Jiangnan to live as a widow. Is that so unreasonable?
Indeed.
I am not cut out for this life. I would barely survive 3 episodes in a palace drama. No, not even one. She lifted her hand to rub her cheeks and called out to the outside, Cui Zhu, quickly summon a physician. She could not allow Lu Xinran to faint in her presence. Otherwise, no matter how many mouths she had, she would find it impossible to explain herself. Having recovered from her bout of suffocation, Lu Xinran felt a wave of despair wash over her. She wished to express that they hailed from the same temporal realm, but the words remained unspoken. She could not voice the fact that she could hear the thoughts within Lu Xinran's heart. Observing the wariness reflected in Lu Xinran's eyes, she rubbed her temples in frustration. I apologize. I was feeling unwell just now. Perhaps it is due to not recovering properly after nearly drowning. I too have felt unwell. A few more days of rest should suffice. Lu Xinran breathed a sigh of relief, yet the implication in her words about sending her away was unmistakable. Lu Xinran rose, realizing that she had said nothing of significance today and likely caused no small amount of trouble for the other party. She sighed inwardly. Sister should take care of her health as well. In a few days, I shall take you for a stroll around the city. Knowing that she would inevitably wander the streets if left in the mansion, she decided it best to accompany her outside. After all, if her innermost thoughts were not limited to family, perhaps her presence could help her navigate through some matters. Lu Xinran hastily agreed, eager to see her leave. As for what was said, it mattered little. Given her intellect, if Lu Xinran truly intended to sell her off, she would merely assist in counting the silver notes, employing the skills learned from her 9 years of compulsory education to quickly compute the total in her mind. Lu Xinran had already crossed the threshold when the cacophony of thoughts made her turn back with difficulty. Imagination is a malady. It ought to be cured. Oh, very well.
Just now, what did that statement mean?
What have I imagined? Chapter 7. Did Father's hemorrhoids act up? After sending her away, Lu Xinran stood under the eaves, perplexed and unable to comprehend why Lu Xinran had come to her quarters. She claimed to have something to discuss. Yet when the moment arrived to speak, it was as if she were choking, on the verge of fainting. In the end, she had said nothing and simply departed. What was her purpose in seeking her out? Was it merely to toy with her, to have her nearly faint and allow news of it to spread, making the Zhao family despise her even more? System, if the female lead intends to frame me, will you be able to detect it immediately? Of course. Do not underestimate me. I am quite capable. Well, with that assurance, she felt somewhat at ease. She recounted the day as events in meticulous detail, without embellishment or ambiguous statements that could lead to misunderstanding, even speaking a few commendatory words on her behalf. However, as she reviewed the system's information, she sensed something amiss. The female lead was treating her with such consideration. Was she truly plotting something grand? Did she not say before leaving that imagination is a malady that must be treated? The youthful voice echoed in her mind, causing Lu Xinran to pause mid-bite of her snack. She scoffed softly and stuffed the tidbit into her mouth. Miss, the master requests your presence, a maid announced in the courtyard. Having already received this news through the information system, Lu Xinran rose gracefully, brushing off the crumbs from her attire, and proceeded to change before stepping outside. In the study of the front courtyard, Lu Xinran was presenting a letter discovered in Granny Qin's quarters to Lu Kongda. Father, my sister and I have been maliciously exchanged. Qin has already confessed to this. And here are the testimonies from Madame Zhou urging her on. Shall we report this to the authorities? Report it? How could he possibly report it? Fang Suxin's husband is his direct superior. How can the prospects of his wife and children be less important? A mocking voice echoed in both their ears, causing Lu Kongda's expression to darken as he turned to see Lu Xinran just entering the courtyard, approaching them. Isn't the reason for summoning me simply to assert that this matter must not be publicly disclosed? That we must not offend those in power or allow the Lu family to become a laughingstock in the capital? That Lu Xinran's true identity must remain hidden, lest it jeopardize her engagement with the fourth prince?
Ha!
A plethora of grandiose reasons, all intended to protect them. Why do they not consider my plight? He regarded Lu Xinran with surprise, only to be shocked to discover that he was hearing her innermost thoughts. His pupils widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that the newcomer, with her head bowed and an innocent demeanor, held such disdain for him in her heart. Flames of indignation flickered in his eyes, prompting Lu Xinran to quickly glance up before lowering her gaze once more. What has caused this sudden anger? Is she not like the Zhao family, reluctant to meet my gaze? If they intend to expel me from the Lu mansion, could I request some silver? The chaotic thoughts pierced his ears, leaving Lu Kongda at a loss for words as he closed his eyes in resignation. Come in and sit. Yes, father. Lu Xinran obediently entered, choosing to sit beside Lu Xinran rather than Lu Kongda. The female lead had just refrained from embellishing her words. She decided to trust her for the time being. Sensing Lu Xinran's thoughts, Lu Xinran felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed that this imaginative compatriot was not beyond redemption. With Lu Xinran's earlier remarks lingering in the air, Lu Kongda found himself unable to voice the thoughts he had prepared. He was uncertain if Lu Xinran had heard the thoughts he had just experienced. In this moment, he felt awkward and uneasy, shifting restlessly in his seat. Why does he keep moving? Shouldn't a gentleman remain undisturbed amidst the winds? Or is it his hemorrhoids acting up? Let me check the information system. What information system? Suddenly hearing the loud thoughts, Lu Kongda paused momentarily before realizing he was facing social embarrassment before his daughter. So the hemorrhoids are not acting up. Yet he remains restless? How shy he is. Every time he feels discomfort, he secretly resolves it alone, using the ointment obtained from the physician, hiding away in his room to tend to his private matters. Neither his concubines nor the Zhao family are aware of his hidden afflictions. Lu Kongda found it increasingly difficult to sit still, mirroring the discomfort he experienced during such private crises. Father, the commotion in Mother's courtyard today has been rather loud. News is likely to reach Madame Zhou swiftly. If we are to pursue this, a decision must be made promptly. If this matter is to be overlooked, Lu Xinran pressed her lips together, sensing that it would be unfair to those around her. Lu Kongda detected the unspoken sentiment in her eyes and regarded her meaningfully. Laner, have you truly considered this? Yes, father, I have thought it through. I only wish to restore justice for my sister. I am not the original self. I cannot claim what rightfully belongs to Lu Xinran. As Lu Xinran walked out of the study, bewildered by their cryptic exchange, she glanced at Lu Xinran, who smiled gently at her. She wanted to ask something but feared triggering her potential to not survive beyond 3 episodes. After much internal conflict, she ultimately averted her gaze and hastily departed. Lu Xinran acknowledged her with a sound, noting that Lu Xinran had gone to the Pei residence, and thus, news of today's events would likely reach him, eliminating the need for her to mention it. As she stepped onto the path Lu Xinran had just vacated, walking briskly, she could still catch snippets of her thoughts. Lu Xinran was contemplating what to eat that evening. Although the large kitchen provided each courtyard with designated meals, if requests were reasonable, one could submit a list to the kitchen for preparation. Having consumed an abundance of snacks throughout the day, she found her palate and stomach feeling overwhelmed. She desired something lighter for dinner. Perhaps I shall request a sour soup fish fillet from the kitchen to cleanse my palate and whet my appetite. Chapter 8. This birth mother truly brings misfortune. Lu Xinran truly admired her mindset. Regardless of the circumstances, her thoughts were forever consumed with food and a carefree attitude. Had she been the original self, intent on completely replacing her and eliminating her, she might have genuinely survived no more than 3 episodes. Such individuals, who contribute nothing while occupying her space, are indeed quite bothersome. Within the Zhaoyun courtyard, the events of the day had been meticulously recounted to Lu Xinran. Fang's marriage into the Zhou family had coincided with her husband being the previous official of Kongda. What course of action did the master believe should be taken regarding this matter? Pei directly posed the question to Lu Xinran, who had not anticipated such hidden complexities. Is it confirmed? Does this incident truly pertain to Fang? Yes, the servants have all confessed and placed their fingerprints on the record. Whenever Pei spoke of this matter, she felt an oddity surrounding her 2 granddaughters after their recent misadventure. One has lost her previous shyness and shrewdness, while the other has encountered such bizarre occurrences. She harbored a vague premonition that neither granddaughter would grant her much peace in the future. As she spoke, he departed, and Pei, already accustomed to such behavior, calmly seated herself at the table to sip her calming tea. In the study of the front courtyard, Lu Kongda stood before Lu Xinran, his mind still occupied with the image of Lu Xinran alone in her room, tending to her small meatballs. Those few words were so enchanting that he had forgotten to consider his own career. Have you discussed this matter with Zhao? Father, what should be done about this? Do you not already possess the answer within your heart? Lu Xinran looked at his son in astonishment. This son was usually so eager to seize every opportunity.
Why?
This time, was he hesitating? Had they not considered her at all? In noble families, one's fortune is shared, and one's misfortune is also shared. If their careers falter, how could she expect to live a smooth life beneath their wings? With this thought, his wavering heart finally found some steadiness. Father, the letters are here. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene directly. Perhaps you should consult Lord Zhou about this matter? Lu Xinchuan's gaze swept over the box full of letters, and a scheme took root in his mind. Indeed, there is no rush. Xinran must be provided with an explanation. Lu Xinran lay in bed, observing the dialogue presented by the information system, and clicked her tongue in curiosity. She was eager to see what explanation they would offer. She turned over, closed her eyes, and drifted into a contented slumber. The next day, upon awakening, she heard Suizhu say that Pei had instructed them to focus on their health and that they need not visit her for greetings in the coming days. Thus, she flipped over and continued to sleep. Bitao, nearby, rolled her eyes in disdain, which Suizhu noticed as she straightened up. Lu Xinran indulged in a life of eating and sleeping. Within a few days, she had plumped up considerably, no longer resembling the frail Lin Mei. Your life expectancy is less than a month. If you do not consume melons soon, I shall change hosts. The system huffed in her mind. Lu Xinran lazily sat up, stretched, changed her clothes, and stepped out of the courtyard. To leave the estate, she needed to seek permission from either Pei or her biological mother, Zhao. The thought of conversing with Zhao felt like a disrespect to her own existence, so she halted her steps and headed straight for Pei's courtyard. Inside Pei's room, Zhao was sulking and wiping away tears. Mother, how could my husband take those letters directly? Shouldn't matters concerning the inner quarters be handled by me? What does it mean for him to take the letters away? After searching the room for quite some time, she eventually discovered that the letters had been taken by her daughter to Lu Kongda. Pei responded softly, if those letters were in your possession, what would you have done? If someone maliciously swapped the child, how would you seek an explanation for Xinran? Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Why should she owe that foolish girl any explanation? She berated the girl in her mind, and she had yet to settle accounts with her. Or do you believe that such a grave matter can be resolved through a mere display of temper? Pei's voice was heavy with gravity, and Zhao felt a pang of embarrassment. She only wanted to slap Feng Suxin a few times and tear her mouth apart. Beyond that, she had not considered anything else. Zhao is truly both cowardly and foolish, her thoughts consumed only by herself. From any perspective, this matter undermines the reputation of the Shangshu residents. Yet she only wishes to disfigure Feng Suxin's face. How could grandmother have chosen such a simpleton to be the eldest daughter-in-law? As the sound of doubt drew closer, Pei felt a familiar throb at her temples. Lu Xinran was guided into the room by a servant and found Zhao glaring at her with barely concealed fury. I truly do not wish to acknowledge her as the biological mother of this body. How foolish. I fear it might be hereditary. Pei coughed lightly. What chaos is this? Granddaughter, come pay your respects to your grandmother. Regaining her composure, Lu Xinran suppressed her chaotic thoughts and bowed respectfully. With her eyes lowered, she presented a meek and gentle demeanor, which made Pei feel an odd sense of discomfort, as if she could hear her inner voice. It is not good for you to remain cooped up in the house. You need not come to pay your respects for the next few days. Your brother's health is already improving, and it has been nearly a month since you arrived in the capital. You have yet to see the streets. Today's weather is splendid, and you should take a look. Go out? No way. You know nothing. What if you attract trouble? Zhao exclaimed. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. Who asked you? If you give birth but do not nurture, then do not act as if you are a mother. If you look down on me, I certainly look down on you as well. Having such a biological mother is truly unfortunate.
What did you say? Repeat that.
Zhao shouted, her voice rising in indignation. Pei felt an increasing headache. How did this mother-daughter pair always end up bickering like schoolchildren? Old lady, the eldest young lady, has arrived. A servant entered to announce. Amid her headache, Lu Xinran subtly turned her head. Why is she everywhere? Is she here to dig another pit for me? Chapter 9. The thrill of witnessing gossip in person upon seeing Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran felt an impending headache, and Lu Xinran, upon hearing her inner thoughts, could not help but feel the same. That day, she had endeavored to defend her in front of Lu Kongda, believing that the other would remember her kindness. Yet, she turned out to be a complete ingrate. With the memories of her original self, she entered and respectfully greeted everyone. Upon seeing her, Zhao immediately felt as if she had found a savior. It was still her daughter, raised beside her since childhood, who possessed the demeanor of a refined young lady.
Come. Sit here with me.
Lu Xinran continued to roll her eyes. What a lunatic! The sound of her disdain echoed in the air, prompting Lu Xinran to smile as she glanced at Pei, who similarly appeared to be troubled behind her smile. Fearing that Zhao would continue to pester her, Lu Xinran eagerly looked to Pei. Lu Xinran approached her and also bowed. Grandmother, since my sister has just arrived in the capital, I wish to take her to see the streets. The weather is fine today. There is no better time than now.
Pei nodded. Go ahead.
In the future, when you wish to leave, you need not specifically come to inform this old woman. Just have someone send a word. Her words conveyed a sense of generosity, causing Lu Xinran to beam with delight, while Lu Xinran furrowed her brow slightly. She had a nagging feeling that once this girl was out of the Shangshu residence, she would behave like a runaway horse. Lu Xinran shook her head. It wasn't as if she was going to meet a love interest, so there was no need to bother with appearances. Eating melons is the priority. Why is she so verbose?
No.
I must devise a way to shake her off to avoid hindering my enjoyment of gossip. Lu Xinran thought, in this life and the next, it was the first time she felt so unwelcome. Once on the carriage out of the estate, Lu Xinran was instantly as joyful as a bird in the sky. She was determined to find a bustling place to indulge in gossip, while Lu Xinran quietly listened to her inner thoughts and instructed the driver to take them to the liveliest tea house in the capital. Shenghe Building, located on the most vibrant Zhuke street in the capital, boasted a wide street capable of accommodating 10 carriages at once. The street bustled with people coming and going, And as Lu Xinran stepped out of the carriage, her mouth slightly agape in surprise at the lively atmosphere. She was eager to share her excitement with those beside her. But upon glancing at Lu Xinran's calm and unyielding profile, all her words suddenly caught in her throat. How did I become foolish again? This is the protagonist. A woman of deep cunning, intent on my demise, striving to be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, I must not forget. Lu Xinran followed closely behind, her expression impassive as they ascended to the elegant chamber on the second floor. Wait, I came out to indulge in gossip, yet upon entering the chamber, I find no one to witness. How then shall I enjoy my gossip? With this thought racing through her mind, Lu Xinran deftly grasped Lu Xinran's arm. I just spotted Madame Zhou with several other ladies in the adjacent room. I shall take you to pay your respects shortly. Madame Zhou? Not that Fong Suxin, I hope. Lu Xinran nodded. She is indeed my mother's close friend. Our families have been acquainted for many years. It is customary to greet her when we meet here. Lu Xinran eagerly perused the pamphlet provided by the system, her anticipation palpable. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go at once, she exclaimed, pulling Lu Xinran along, while Bai Tao attempted to approach several times, only to be subtly obstructed by Cui Zhu. What are you doing? Cui Zhu. Whether you choose to treat her as a true mistress is your affair, and I care not. However, I implore you to refrain from meddling in mine. Seeing the two of them vanish from the room, Bai Tao felt a sense of urgency. Cui Zhu leisurely adjusted her attire. A true mistress? Do you think that once you enter the young lady's courtyard, you will have several mistresses? Do not blame me for not warning you. Few servants who betray their masters end well. You? What do you mean by you? Hurry and serve the mistress. Cease your foolishness. Cui Zhu uttered this and departed, leaving Bai Tao in the room, stamping her feet in frustration. Lu Xinran stood before the private room of Fong Suxin, feeling a flutter of excitement intertwined with complexity. She was not the original owner of this body, thus her resentment towards the one who maliciously swapped their fates was not profound. However, the woman capable of manipulating the Zhao family undeniably possessed deep scheming. I wonder who is more formidable, the protagonist or her. The protagonist, devoid of expression, instructed her maid to knock on the door, and then said, "Stand beside me. Do not say much. Merely recognize them." Very well. How splendid. It would be inconvenient to gossip without knowing them. Lu Xinran's excitement grew as she glanced at her companion, sensing an increasing rapport between them. Lu Xinran simply smiled and cast a sidelong glance at her, concealing her own prowess. Fong Suxin had come today at the invitation of a friend to meet the wife of the Minister of Justice. Before her marriage, she had constantly compared herself to the Zhao family, who had married into the Lu family, boasting a father-in-law who was a former assistant minister and now a minister. In contrast, she had strived to marry into the Zhou family, securing a father-in-law of equal rank, a second-rank left minister. Subsequently, Lu Kongda entered the Ministry of Revenue, and her father Zhou Bingshan followed suit. Yet, Zhou Bingshan was more adept at intrigue. 2 years ago, when promoted, he ascended to the 5th rank as a minister before Lu Kongda had even made his mark. Lu Xinran browsed through the intelligence system, clicking her tongue in disbelief. This is not Zhou Bingshan's skill in intrigue. It is evident that Fong Suxin is far more audacious. As a voice resonated outside the door, the moment it opened, Lu Xinran noticed the sudden tightening of expressions. Lu Xinran remained engrossed in her gossip, pondering, is Fong Suxin's husband truly so inept as to be unaware of her escapades? Lu Xinran swiftly tugged at her wrist, interrupting her thoughts. Sister, come forth to greet Madame Zhou, as well as Madame Meng, Madame Wang, and Madame Tang. Lu Xinran turned her gaze toward the ladies at the mention of their names. Madame Tang, the wife of Minister Tang Xian? What brings her here? A voice of confusion echoed in Lu's ears, prompting her to discreetly scan the surroundings, only to hear the familiar voice of Fong Suxin, smiling as she greeted her. Lu Xinran acknowledged the several ladies. They exchanged glances, instantly recognizing a shared understanding. They could all hear that peculiar voice. Fong Suxin dug her nails into her flesh, her gaze toward Lu Xinran laden with wariness. Though her expression remained amiable, her eyes were anything but. Xinlan, who is this sister of yours? I have not seen her in your household before. What pretense is this? Do you not know who I am? when you stooped to seduce the man of Aunt Qin. Did you not recognize me?" The three ladies exchanged looks of shock. What scandalous secret is this? Fong Suxin even dared to flirt with the servants? Chapter 10. Observe Fong Suxin's scandal. Lu Xinran was unaware of Lu Jinchuan and Lu Kongda's plans regarding the letters, fearing her unintentional remarks might ruin their schemes. Thus, amid the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the ladies, she gently uttered a remark. Madame Tang nodded slightly, as if approving of this narrative. Still pondering the matter of Fong Suxin's seduction of the servant brought up by Lu Xinran, she exchanged glances with the other two ladies and invited them to the table. They sat together, ostensibly engaging in casual conversation, yet their eyes subtly drifted toward Lu Xinran. Only Fong Suxin appeared somewhat grim, seemingly eager to discern what Lu Xinran might reveal. Since entering, Lu Xinran had been absorbed in her gossip, unable to extricate herself. She continuously scrolled through the intelligence system, discovering that the details of the investigation were most thorough when she was near the subjects. I had previously seen her seducing Aunt Qin's man. Ah, so this is how she did it. The more Lu Xinran observed, the more she marveled, while the others eavesdropping were in a frenzy. How did she seduce him? Do tell. As if sensing their collective urgency, she clicked her tongue once more and continued, feigning an invitation for Zhao to accompany her to the mountains for Buddhist prayers. She orchestrated for her to bring along the Qin couple. Upon reaching the temple, she cunningly devised a plan to separate the master and servant, dashing to the creek to wash her feet, luring the Qin man over. When he arrived, she feigned fright, either scolding him or acting as a startled rabbit, anxious yet refusing to put her shoes back on. A dignified young lady, unaccompanied by a single servant, allowing a man to approach her, and even permitting him to fetch her shoes and help her wear them. The more she absorbed, the more astonished she became. The others listening were equally astonished, gripping their teacups as their gazes fell upon Fong Suxin. Fong Suxin's face flushed red in an instant. How had this lowly creature uncovered such a well-guarded secret? None of the maids or servants around her were aware of this matter. The murderous intent in her gaze toward Lu Xinran was palpable, while Lu Xinran, bewildered, merely glanced up before returning to her gossip. Let me see how Zhou Bingshan became a minister. Xinlan, is it not time to discuss your engagement with the fourth prince? Now that the year has turned? She was unaware of the gossip system, yet fearing Lu Xinran might continue, she hastily redirected her attention. Indeed, at once, Lu Xinran's focus shifted to the engagement with the fourth prince. This one truly is scheming, attempting to ensnare Lu Xinran in a trap, thinking I would intervene? Why would I seek discomfort for myself? The familiar tone echoed in her ears, and Lu Xinlan's heart finally settled. Yet, both she and Lu Xinran were disinterested in this engagement. Fong Suxin, seeing the two speak of the matter with such composure, felt an overwhelming sense of losing control wash over her. Our Xinlan is truly fortunate, blessed with such a fine match from a young age. She emphasized the words fine match, only to witness Lu Xinran yawn in utter boredom. This is tiresome. Does she not have thoughts beyond marriage? Wait, she invited Madame Tang out today. Is she scheming to undermine Lu Yuanheng? A series of thoughts ignited Lu Xinlan's vigilance, causing her to eye Fong Suxin and Madame Tang with suspicion. The engagement between Lu Yuanheng and the daughter of the Tang family had long been tacitly agreed upon by both families, merely awaiting the conclusion of the mourning period for the Tang family before the Lu family would send a matchmaker to formally propose. With just 2 months remaining until the end of this period, both Madame Zhao and Madame Pei had begun to prepare for the occasion. At this juncture, Fong Suxin sought to interject herself into the matter. Lu Xinlan smiled as she turned to Madame Tang. Lu, how has my dear sister Wanner been of late? There have been numerous matters within the household, and it has been quite some time since I last visited her. Lu glanced at Fong Suxin, responding with a mere smile. Lu Xinran caught sight of Lu Xinlan's hand clenching tightly and recalled how she had been looking after her since the moment they departed. Thus, any previous apprehension dissipated. She resumed perusing the intelligence reports, quietly lamenting, the esteemed Tang is well established in the Ministry of Justice and favored by the old emperor. Why would he wish to entangle himself with the Zhou family, whose official's reputation is rather dubious? Surely trouble awaits. Lu interjected, pray tell. What precisely renders Zhou Bingshan's position dubious? Fang Suxin attempted to interrupt once more, but was met with the revelation. After the previous Minister of Revenue was reassigned to the Honglu Temple, a vacancy arose that everyone was keenly eyeing. Zhou Bingshan and Zhou Hanwen devised numerous schemes to no avail. It was Fang Suxin who learned of the peculiar proclivities of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yuchang, and boldly approached him. Days were spent in a residence in the western part of the city, nearly exhausting the fire escape plans. At home, it was claimed she sought seclusion in the mountains. TSK, does Zhou Bingshan truly believe his official position was secured through mere happenstance? A look of shock and disdain swiftly fell upon Fang Suxin, nearly causing her to shatter the teacup in her grasp. This was blatant slander. As long as she did not concede, none could uncover the truth. Zhang Yuchang apparently has a particular fondness for the birthmark on her inner thigh, having even sketched an audacious portrait of her in a state of undress, which now decorates his study.
Bang!
Darkness enveloped Fang Suxin as she collapsed to the floor. Chapter 11. Two types of people cannot share one bed. Lu Xinran's revelations were too explosive, and while Lu and the others had been somewhat skeptical, the sight of Fang Suxin fainting on the ground transformed their doubts from 5 parts to 9. Having just finished her review of the reports, Lu Xinran looked up, bewildered, at the fallen Fang Suxin. What had just transpired? Although engrossed in her reports, she had remained aware of the happenings within the room. Hadn't they all been sipping tea moments ago? How had Fang Suxin suddenly collapsed? Perhaps this is the consequence of her dubious morals finally catching up with her. The others nodded in agreement, feeling the same. It was indeed the first time they had heard of a husbandess promotion requiring such personal sacrifices, particularly for the sake of someone else's amusement. Lu Xinran had already risen, gently instructing, Dong Xue, quickly fetch the doctor. Yes, my lady. The physician hurried upstairs, anxiously feeling for a pulse, retrieving silver needles from his medical box. After administering a needle, the unconscious Fang Suxin gradually regained consciousness. Lu Xinran appeared astonished. My word, is it truly this miraculous? I must remember the acupuncture points from just now. In the future, should anyone feign faintness before me,
I shall use the same technique on them.
The others shared a knowing glance, their expressions suggesting that it was indeed a sound strategy. Lu and the others instinctively noted the location of the needle's application. Lu Xinran settled the medical fees and approached Fang Suxin with grace. Is there any lingering discomfort, dear aunt? She inquired gently, seemingly oblivious to Lu Xinran's earlier revelations. Fang Suxin's heart raced. If Lu and the others had heard Lu Xinran's words, they would certainly have caught wind of the scandal regarding Zhang Yuchang and her birthmark. What would she do if her husband and family learned of this? Would she still have the face to remain in the capital? Panic coursed through her, leaving her pale. Lu expressed concern, insisting her maid assist Fang Suxin into the carriage. Lu Xinran observed Fang Suxin's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease. How could she go from being so confrontational to fleeing in such haste? Perplexed murmurs filled the air as the others exchanged glances, understanding without words. Fang Suxin had escaped, and Lu Xinran felt a sense of incompleteness. This girl seems to relish in the chaos, she mused. Very well, if everyone wishes to witness the unfolding drama, let us indulge in it together. I, too, am curious about the developments. As the group descended and boarded their carriages, Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled with excitement, betraying no indication of a visit to inquire after health. Lu Xinran cleared her throat, subtly reminding, Aunt Shou is unwell. Please refrain from speaking indiscreetly. We shall visit and then take our leave. Lu Xinran nodded, fully aware of the decorum. However, she felt the carriage was moving far too slowly. Fang Suxin's carriage progressed at a leisurely pace as she contemplated her next steps. Should the truth about her liaison with Zhang Yuchang emerge, the Zhou family would surely cast her aside, jeopardizing even her children's prospects. And those words from earlier? Lu and the others had undoubtedly heard them. She cursed herself for not silencing that wretched gossip. As her carriage jolted to a stop before the Zhou residence, her maid stepped forward to assist her alight. Rubbing her temples, she looked back to see a procession of carriages trailing behind. Lu and the others emerged, concern etched on their faces as they approached her. Realizing their purpose for visiting the Zhou residence, Fang Suxin felt her vision blur, and she fainted once more. A flurry of activity ensued at the entrance as the others seized the opportunity to enter Fang Suxin's courtyard. Her 2 daughters, several sisters-in-law, and the matriarch of the Zhou family quickly arrived upon hearing the news. Lu Xinran and Lu Xinran were left outside until the physician arrived, at which point they squeezed in behind him. "Do you know what has transpired? Why has she fainted not once but twice?" Lu Xinran nudged Lu Xinran with her shoulder, momentarily forgetting to maintain her distance. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. What else could it be? She has had her secrets laid bare. Any normal person would faint from such exposure. I wonder if she has any more secrets to unveil. This surely cannot be her first encounter with scandal. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lu and the others instinctively pressed closer. The Zhou family members, however, appeared bewildered by the sudden outburst, looking around in confusion to identify the source of the impudent remarks. Scanning the crowd, they failed to locate the speaker. Just as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, the voice rang out once more. "Ah, I found it. It seems one cannot share a bed with 2 types of people." Fang Suxin and Zhou Bingshan were entangled even before their marriage. Fang Suxin aspired for a higher marriage, yet her family's status scarcely warranted an alliance with a 3rd-rank official. Thus, she devised a scheme during a spring outing to ensnare Zhou Bingshan. Does she truly prefer to wash her feet with her socks off? Is this how she ensnared Zhou Bingshan? The crowd gasped in disbelief. What was being insinuated? Zhou's matriarch's expression shifted from concern to sharp scrutiny as she surveyed the room, eager to uncover the identity of the one defaming her son and daughter-in-law. Lu Xinran, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama, was about to delve deeper when she felt a sudden tug on her arm. Lu Xinran, seizing the moment, dragged her away, offering hasty apologies to the Zhou matriarch as they exited. As they departed, Lu and the others followed suit, bidding their farewells. Meanwhile, the Zhou matriarch's mind raced, preoccupied with the scandalous words she had just heard. At that moment, she was unaware of which family Fang Suxin hailed from. It was only later, at a banquet, that she recognized her as a gracious and poised young woman, worthy of being a daughter-in-law and a beloved of her son, prompting her approval of the match. Years had elapsed since that decision, and she had grown quite content with her daughter-in-law. Now that my grandson has grown to the age of marriage, such an incident has emerged. Chapter 12. Lu Xinran's misery. Unaware that her outing had sparked a series of chaotic events, Lu Xinran sat in the carriage, still somewhat reluctant to leave. As an avid observer of gossip, she believed that to truly savor the intrigue, one must be close to the parties involved. The nearer she was, the more delectable the gossip would be. She had only tasted a morsel of the scandal surrounding Fang Suxin, given her audacity, enticing even the servants. There must be a wealth of juicy tidbits to uncover. The more she pondered, the more regretful she felt. Beside her, Lu Xinran, hearing her incessant thoughts, raised her hand to rub her temples once more. Had heaven granted her a second chance merely to clean up the messes of those around her? No, no. Let this burden fall to my elder sister. I certainly won't take on this task. I am unfamiliar with the families in the capital. The thought of remembering them all is already a headache. I cannot continue to bear the title of the Lu family as eldest daughter for so many years just to take on such a thankless job. I shall simply enjoy the spectacle instead. Dragooned by her sister, Lu Xinran felt 1,000 unwilling sentiments flood her mind. How does she seem to know my thoughts? What does she mean by saying the position of the eldest daughter of the Lu family should revert to me? Is she attempting to lull me into a false sense of security before striking me down? Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, while Lu Xinran's hands, hidden in her sleeves, were already clenched tight. Upon entering, Lu Xinran recounted the events at the tea house and the Zhou residence that day. Only Lu Xinran was present, so she refrained from voicing her innermost thoughts, instead casting a glance at Madame Pei, signaling that she would elaborate later. Madame Pei, upon hearing that Fang Suxin had fainted not once, but twice, could no longer suppress her eagerness for gossip. She glanced at Lu Xinran and sighed, speaking gravely. The Fang family has always been close to your mother. Despite the incident with the Qin family, we ought to send someone to visit her and provide some nourishing supplements to help her recover swiftly. It is puzzling how she could have fainted repeatedly. Her health shouldn't be so fragile. After expressing her concern with a sigh, her earnest demeanor elicited a scoff from Lu Xinran. Who knows why she fainted? Perhaps she has been entangled with that gentleman from the capital again. I previously thought she was deceiving Zhou Bingshan, but it seems these two are likely no good. Perhaps her rendezvous with Zhang Yuchang is something Zhou Bingshan pretends not to notice. If only I could meet Zhou Bingshan, he might have a seemingly righteous facade. A barrage of thoughts bombarded Madame Pei's mind, fueling her curiosity. She turned to Lu Xinran but found her with her head bowed, appearing oblivious to everything. Suppressing her urgency, Madame Pei cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. Xinran, you two have just reached the age of maturity. There is no rush for marriage. Rest assured, your grandmother will find you both suitable matches, and I will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Marriage. I am only 15. How can I marry at such a tender age? No, I must see how the heroine's marriage unfolds. When does she wed? The flustered voices reached the ears of both sisters, causing Madame Pei to furrow her brows slightly. In the Great Chu, women are typically courted and wed shortly after reaching maturity. In the capital, noble families prefer to delay their daughters' marriages for a few more years. Even so, by 17 or 18, marriage is expected. To delay further risks being mocked as an old maid who cannot find a husband. However, the daughters of the minister's residence have never been concerned about marriage. This time, Lu Xinran unusually spoke up. Grandmother, there is no urgency regarding my marriage. Since discovering she was not Zhao's biological daughter and not the eldest daughter of the minister's residence, her position had become somewhat awkward. Her prior engagement to the fourth prince was no longer viable. Yet, she feared Madame Pei and Zhao would feel guilty and hasten to arrange her marriage. You foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? Your and Xinran's marriages are well noted by your grandmother. Flipping through the pages, indeed, the heroine, she truly marries the fourth prince. Is this story still following the tortured love trope? Stabbing, broken limbs, disfigurement, miscarriage, imprisonment, jumping from a city wall, faking death, a substitute. Goodness, this is too tragic. What a ridiculous plot. Thankfully, the author has some sense and refrains from removing her uterus or extracting her heart. Yet, she doesn't seem foolish. How could she morph into a refined, love-struck fool? Has she been cursed? And that fourth prince, harboring a white moonlight in his heart, why does he still provoke her, using various words to insult her? Such a scoundrel deserves to be ground into mincemeat for the dogs. Wait. Saying that would insult the dogs. A normal dog would not eat such refuse. The cacophony of thoughts echoed in the ears of Madame Pei and Lu Xinran. Madame Pei's eyes widened in shock, nearly losing her composure. What? A tortured love story? Stabbing, broken limbs, imprisonment. Could these all be things the fourth prince intends for her dear Xinran? She looked at Lu Xinran in terror, feeling that this engagement could be a matter of life and death. It was only at that moment Lu Xinran realized she was not merely a time traveler, but a character within a narrative, the heroine of a melodramatic saga filled with heart-wrenching turmoil. She released the wrinkled handkerchief, resolute not to be a love-stricken fool, allowing the story's plot to manifest in reality. She was not alone. She had a plan. Madame Pei was greatly unsettled by this revelation. Until their departure, she remained oblivious to the fact that the grand gossip surrounding Fang Suxin remained untold. System. Was today's gossip substantial enough? How many days of life can it grant me? The gossip from today remains unfinished, but it is commendable nonetheless, adding 12 days. We shall endeavor to gather more in the future, striving for a full year. A childlike voice chimed in her mind. Lu Xinran, content, turned over, excellent. I shall seek another opportunity to visit the Zhou residence soon, aiming to devour all of Fang Suxin's gossip. To reap benefits, one must seize every opportunity. With 12 extra days granted to her life, she felt elated, sitting upright. Miss, the winter snow from the young lady's courtyard has arrived, claiming to deliver something for you. Chapter 13. This daughter has some use. Lu Xinran had previously read novels, albeit her work kept her occupied with endless cases. Many newcomers in her department and staff enjoyed reading, and under their enthusiastic recommendations, she had perused a few titles. She was familiar with the tropes of tortured love that Lu Xinran mentioned. When she had read such stories, she often criticized their absurdities, never anticipating she would become the protagonist of a similar tale. Upon hearing Lu Xinran's thoughts, she nearly choked on her disbelief. However, now that she comprehended the potential tribulations awaiting her, her objective was clear: to sever all ties with that twisted fourth prince. Having sent a gift to express gratitude to Lu Xinran, she returned to Madame Pei's courtyard. She meticulously recounted the thoughts she had overheard at the tea house and the Zhou residence. "Grandmother, my sister's abilities seem rather extraordinary, as she can discern many secrets of others. If only she were the sole one aware of it, it would pose no issue. Yet, my observations suggest she is not one to cause trouble with her words. However, she remains oblivious that others can hear her thoughts, and we cannot disclose this to her. I fear that if more individuals become aware of this, it may lead to suspicion and ultimately threaten her safety." In recent days, Lu Xinran had contemplated how to assist this fellow traveler who had arrived with her. She understood all too well the dire consequences she would face if those in power discovered her abilities. Madame Pei had initially felt a sense of schadenfreude, believing Fang Suxin was playing with fire. Yet, after hearing Lu Xinran's words, her heart plummeted into despair. This matter requires careful consideration and a strategic approach. The spirited Su Nuan is rather impulsive and lacks composure. Without a foolproof plan, even your grandfather would struggle to protect her. The thought of Su Nuan's incessant thoughts, akin to raindrops, began to cause a headache for Pei Shi. Su Xinlan's visit was not solely regarding the affair between Su Nuan and Fang Suxin. She waited until Pei Shi had settled her hands and regained her usual demeanor before speaking softly. "Grandmother, regarding my marriage to the fourth prince, it would be better if—" Pei Shi interrupted. "This matter will be discussed with your grandfather. It is not that we are unwilling to proceed with the marriage. However, it is a binding engagement with the prince. Though it was merely a verbal agreement made years ago between the emperor and Lu Xinran, the words of the sovereign carry weight, and all in the capital are aware that the eldest daughter of the Lu family is destined to marry the fourth prince. Even the fourth prince's mother has frequently invited Su Xinlan's original self to the palace. This betrothal is taken seriously by all parties involved, and retracting it is no simple task." Su Xinlan pursed her lips, her expression one of difficulty. "Grandmother, even without my sister's heartfelt thoughts, my marriage to the fourth prince cannot materialize. After all, I am not the true eldest daughter of the Lu family. My biological parents are merely ordinary farmers, and I am but a peasant girl. The emperor had intended to bestow the marriage upon the Lu family's legitimate eldest daughter, a status I no longer possess." Pei Shi responded softly, having discerned the intent behind her words. Furthermore, with the emperor in his prime, the Lu family does not wish to be bound to the fourth prince due to this marriage at present. In Su Nuan's courtyard, she gazed at the servants behind Dong Shui, momentarily bewildered. Why, all of a sudden, were so many splendid gifts being delivered? A complete set of jewelry, the latest silk, exquisitely crafted ornaments, and even a whole box of novels. If the intent was to showcase the wealth of the minister's residence and demonstrate the status of the Lu family's eldest daughter, they could have simply invited her to their courtyard to show her their storerooms. Sending so many extravagant items was a loss. Bidyo looked at the tray, which held a set of paperweights that had once been the master's favorite, her eyes wide with confusion and disbelief. Has the master lost her mind? After her initial surprise, Su Nuan beamed and instructed her attendants to catalog and store the items. No matter the sender's intentions, once the items were in her possession, they were hers. This would serve as capital for her future endeavors outside the capital, the more the merrier. After Su Xinlan departed, Pei Shi pondered for a considerable time, yet ultimately chose not to summon Zhao Shi. This daughter-in-law had grown increasingly obstinate with age. Were she to learn of Fang Suxin's matters, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Whether it be the Zhou family or Su Xinlan's marriage, it was more prudent for her to handle these matters directly. In recent days, Lu Xinran had cleverly ensnared Zhou Bingshan with several letters. Regardless of his status as Lu Conde's superior, should he wish to avoid familial disgrace, he would need to relinquish his position as the Minister of Revenue. The rag he held fell directly into the basin of water. Is what you said true? It must be true. After all, Su Xinlan had heard it from Su Nuan. This matter could not remain concealed, as several ladies were present at the time, and later they had all gone to the Zhou residence, where countless others had undoubtedly overheard. Pei Shi shook her head slightly, recalling Su Wan's chaotic actions involving Fang Suxin. It seemed she could not evade this situation. Lu Xinran, disregarding the rag, hastily donned his boots and summoned Lu Kongda to his study. He was in such a rush that Pei Shi had no chance to inform him about Su Xinlan's marriage. His face was alight with joy, unable to contain his excitement. Should the scandal erupt, not only would Zhou Bingshan lose his position in the Ministry of Revenue, but Zhang Youchang's position as vice minister would also be jeopardized. At that point, all he desired was a fifth-rank position, which would surely be within reach. Seeing the unrestrained joy on his face, Lu Xinran sighed softly. Your father is still a minister. The career paths of you brothers will undoubtedly be affected. You will either be sent away or remain in the capital, only capable of holding minor positions below the fourth rank. Your third brother has already left the capital for Yuzhou as the governor, while your second brother delights in scholarship and will likely enter the National Academy to succeed his father-in-law as the headmaster. Among you brothers, only you aspire to ascend. This opportunity may not be grand, yet it is the best chance you have encountered in years. Before your father retires, he will strive to promote you to the position of Vice Minister of Revenue. As for whether you can eventually ascend to the rank of minister or enter the cabinet as the chief assistant, that will depend on your own capabilities. Lu Kongda was overwhelmed with joy, nodding incessantly. Rest assured, father, I will ensure that the glory of the Lu family continues through my efforts. Chapter 14. Is this the great pervert? Before sleeping, Su Wan opened the gossip system once more. Flipping through the booklet belonging to Fang Suxin, she discovered it held no updates, leaving her curious about her current state. System, how could she faint all of a sudden and twice at that? Is she perhaps pregnant? Many novels depict the female lead fainting at the slightest sign of pregnancy, prompting the male lead to feel distress to the point of wishing to give her his life. Fang Suxin appeared rather coy and pretentious. Perhaps she had such a constitution. She is not pregnant. Her fainting is likely due to emotional fluctuations, possibly a result of being startled. Startled? Su Wan was puzzled. Wasn't she the one who had been assertive at the tea house? Never mind. Tomorrow she would find a way to visit the Zhou residence to uncover the truth and strive to extract a month's worth of vitality from Fang Suxin. She turned over, drifting into a blissful slumber, unaware that news of Fang Suxin's affair with Vice Minister Zhang Youchang had quietly spread. The next day, some well-meaning individuals hurried to deliver invitations to meet Zhang Youchang. After receiving 2 shocks, Fang Suxin awoke feeling somewhat weak. After a night of rest, her complexion improved slightly. However, upon hearing that someone had delivered an invitation to the Zhang residence, wishing to visit Zhang Youchang's study, she fainted once more. For 2 days, Su Wan found no opportunity to witness the happenings at the Zhou residence. When Pei Shi finally permitted their outing, she heard that Fang Suxin had contracted a serious illness and was sent to a rural estate outside the city for recuperation. What happened to my sheep? Sitting beside her, Su Xinlan smiled and reminded her of her incessant grievances. 2 days ago, the study of Minister Zhang was broken into, and several scrolls were stolen, one of which featured a portrait of Madame Zhou. Su Wan exclaimed, that explicit portrait was stolen. This is outrageous. There were more than one such explicit images. Her eyes sparkled as she grasped Su Xinlan's arm. What else was in the scrolls? I wish to be in close proximity to Zhang Youchang, even just 10 steps away. That would suffice for me to savor the gossip. Hearing Su Wan's thoughts, Su Xinlan understood immediately. Others could hear her thoughts within a 10-step radius, and to gather gossip, she needed to maintain that distance. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly. Life is inherently challenging for women. Even if Madame Zhou has her faults, we cannot judge without knowing the full story. We must not become complicit in wrongdoing. Thank you, sister, I understand. Su Wan's internal dialogue continued. Ah, the female lead is so gentle. She is nothing like the portrayal in the books. Her principles are admirable, and I find myself inexplicably fond of her. She won't scheme against me like in the story, will she? Surely not, right? Never mind, I have the system to guide me. It will alert me. A flurry of thoughts cascaded into Su Xinlan's ears, causing her lips to curve upward in a smile. She raised her hand, intending to ruffle the hair atop the other's head, when suddenly the carriage came to a jarring halt, causing the 2 sisters to tumble forward. Miss, it seems there has been an incident ahead. The coachman's voice arrived just in time.
Once they steadied themselves,
The sisters exchanged a knowing glance and promptly drew back the curtains, peering out from either side. A throng of people was rushing forward, their exuberant demeanor indicating that there was gossip to savor. Lu Xinran turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Xinran. Sister, shall we go take a look? Perhaps this juicy tidbit could prolong my lifespan. Regrettably, I have not finished Fang Xixin's morsel. Otherwise, I would have accumulated enough vitality for an entire month. The thought resonated in Lu Xinran's ears, causing her heart to tighten as she instantly comprehended her sister's fervor for gossip.
lifespan?
Could it be as she imagined? Feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy, she declared, "Since the carriage is unable to move, let us also venture forward." Lu Xinran cheered inwardly, leaping from the carriage, only to remember that such behavior was unbecoming of a lady, and quickly extended her hand to assist Lu Xinran. With the help of their attendants, they forged a path through the crowd, and after a quarter hour of walking, they arrived at the bustling marketplace, where several individuals were embroiled in a struggle. A woman in her 20s clutched a frail girl in her arms, both of them huddled together, desperately trying to evade the grasp of those around them. A few individuals were tugging at the woman, shouting incessantly. This woman is truly unfortunate. Her husband died a year ago. Her family urged her to remarry, but she couldn't bear to leave her daughter, so she stayed to care for her mother-in-law.
Yet,
That mother-in-law is deceitful and brought them to the city with the intent of selling them into a brothel. If it weren't for her brother hearing the news and rushing to rescue them, their lives would have been ruined. Isn't it true? She stayed dutifully to work from dawn till dusk, yet her mother-in-law berates them, calling them lazy. Amidst the noisy crowd, the sisters gleaned the gist of the situation as they made their way through. However, from a distance, Lu Xinran's gossip system had yet to activate. She pulled Lu Xinran along until they were within 10 steps of the commotion, at which point the gossip system automatically sprang to life. I knew there had to be more to this story. As Lu Xinran scrolled through the gossip system, her anger grew. That woman's husband is not dead. He is secretly with his cousin. In rural areas, divorce isn't common, so he devised this plan with his mother. He faked his death to elope with his cousin, while his wife is tormented into leaving him for another man. Once she remarries, he will reveal that he is alive and claim her cousin as his bride. What a despicable man. How dare he try to have both? What does he think he is, using the money from selling his wife and daughter to build a house and marry his cousin? It's revolting to encounter such a person. Lu Xinran's fury intensified, and she felt an urge to confront the woman's mother-in-law.
Lu Xinran,
listening intently to her sister's thoughts, shared her disdain for the elderly woman still grappling with the woman and her daughter. In their shared indignation, they failed to notice the growing silence around them. The crowd parted, revealing a stern man clad in a watercolored brocade robe. Miss Lu. Lu Xinran tightened her grip and quickly pulled Lu Xinran, who was still muttering in anger, into a respectful bow. We greet His Royal Highness, the Fourth Prince. The Fourth Prince. A voice echoed in Song Junyan's mind. Heavens, is this the notorious man? Song the Notorious. Me, notorious? Chapter 15. What my sister said. Song Junyan had been no more than 10 steps away from them, and he heard her thoughts in fragments. As he approached, Lu Xinran's remark about notorious came through distinctly. His gaze subtly shifted to the two sisters, and as their eyes met, Lu Xinran instinctively wanted to hide behind Lu Xinran, recalling the book's narrative involving broken limbs, miscarriages, and imprisonment. Who is this? Song Junyan frowned, pondering the implications of broken limbs and imprisonment. Was he being referred to? How had he not realized he possessed such a disturbing mindset? Lu Xinran, aware that anxiety would draw attention, subtly shifted to the side, her voice soft as she introduced herself. We greet your highness. It was her voice. Song Junyan's gaze sharpened. How could he hear her thoughts? The fragmented whispers he had caught earlier were also hers. How did she know the details? Just as he pondered this, another thought reached his ears. That scoundrel dares to bring his cousin to witness the spectacle. He is utterly inhuman. Why must women alone endure such humiliation and suffering? And that royal standing beside him, abusing his power, is equally repugnant. Being near such people sullies the very air. Scoundrel Song Junyan. He was uncertain whether to express his thoughts aloud. Lu Xinran had given up on tugging at her sleeve, while the girl beside her assumed no one could hear her thoughts and began to vent wildly. Meeting her hesitant gaze, she offered a foolish smile, appearing utterly harmless. Yet, she could say nothing, merely listening as her inner thoughts spiraled. Who can drag that scoundrel out of the crowd? He is right at the Xingyuan Xiang gate. Clad in a brown short coat with a flashy watercolored scarf on his head. Clad in a watercolored long robe. Song Junyan. Lu Xinran dared not gaze at his expression, and as she turned to beckon the servants to seize the man, she saw him already instructing his subordinates to do so. Their eyes met, and she politely bowed again. Having finished her passionate outburst, Lu Xinran turned and was taken aback by the scene. Sister, your current status does not warrant royal connections. Your engagement to the fourth prince is surely void. If you are considerate and wish to spare our family from embarrassment, you should speak to grandmother and have her and grandfather annul the engagement. She deliberately spoke with sharpness, casting a challenging glare at Lu Xinran. Unbeknownst to her, she resembled a ruffled kitten, extending her tiny, delicate paws, utterly endearing. The more Lu Xinran looked, the more she adored her, feeling an irresistible urge to pinch her chubby cheeks. Such a dramatic tale of love and suffering should be experienced by someone fortunate. Meanwhile, Song Junyan absorbed every word of the sisters' conversation. He understood each sentence individually, yet together they puzzled him. Was he truly such an object of disdain for this pair? Not far off, a commotion erupted. Soon after, a couple was pushed from the crowd. The elderly woman still grappling with the woman and girl suddenly changed her expression upon seeing them. The woman gazed at the man with disbelief. Husband? You are alive? Father? The little girl attempted to break free from her mother's embrace, but the woman held her tightly. Though no words were spoken, the woman immediately grasped the truth. She rose from the ground, her gaze falling on the officer beside the man, biting back tears as she asked, Sir, might I beseech you to grant me justice, allowing my daughter to divorce Zhang Dashan, so that from this day forth, our fates may be entirely separate? Mother! The little girl panicked at her mother's words. If you divorce, what will happen to me? Mother, Granny says I am an ill-fated child, a disgrace, always wishing for my death. Mother, do you not want me anymore? The woman looked down at her daughter, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. I wish to take you away, but I cannot. Just as her words fell, the elderly woman spat disdainfully. What a disgraceful situation. After so many years of marriage, you have failed to bear a son. And now you wish to part ways? It seems we, the people of the mountains, have no need for you. I shall cast you aside. Dreaming of separation, indeed. The woman continued to sway, clutching her daughter tightly. For all these years without a son, I had no choice but to act as I did. Do not blame me, for you are equally culpable. The man grew increasingly brazen in his accusations. I once urged you to remarry, yet you refused. Now you seek a divorce. Who knows what your true intentions are? He leapt forward, further exacerbating the woman's distress. She pointed at Zhang Dashan, struggling to catch her breath. Zhang Dashan, if you have any conscience, then tell me, is it truly my fault that I could not bear a son? Who, in truth, is incapable of procreation? Zhang Dashan turned away, clearly unwilling to engage in a public debate about their fertility. However, the more he avoided the topic, the more the crowd's gaze fixated on him. Ah, a case of male infertility. It is indeed he who cannot produce heirs, yet he blames others. How shameless. To have even a daughter is a blessing from heaven. How can such a morally bankrupt family dare to desire a son?
Pa.
The crowd's disdainful murmurs echoed in unison.
Yet.
Song Junyan's attention was captured by the term male infertility. What manner of affliction is this? A surge of new questions flooded his mind. If one's own seed is unfit, how can one blame the wife for not bearing children? She has not strayed, allowing you to take pride in your role as a father. How dare you express dissatisfaction? Lu Xinran's anger grew, wishing she could rush over and kick the couple. The guards beside the man looked at Song Junyan, and upon seeing their master nod slightly. One boldly exclaimed, You have grievances? Seek the magistrate. Let the authorities adjudicate your case. Thank you, sir. The woman proclaimed, I shall go beat the drum of justice. Chapter 16. His Highness resolves the dilemma. Although the laws of De Chu predominantly favor men, there is no justification for a family to sell a legally wedded wife into a brothel. Upon hearing her intent to report them, the pair of mother and child grew anxious. The elderly woman rushed forward to snatch the child, only to be restrained by well-meaning onlookers. What a brazen act! To threaten with a young girl! How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? Lu Xinran cried out, "Enough with your antics. You shameless wretch. Do not think I have not seen your flirtations with Zhou the butcher. You disgraceful creature who pretends to be a virtuous woman while seeking to sleep with him." As the crowd swelled, the woman, realizing she was losing ground, resorted to insults. Her words grew increasingly foul, prompting the onlookers to turn against her. Especially those who had heard Lu Xinran's thoughts, they all spat in contempt. "It is not your niece who cavorts with others. You think yourself noble while your family engages in deceit, leaving your wife to tend to the home. You cannot bear children, yet have the audacity to blame your wife for not producing a son. Who does not see the irony? You who lack honor assume all others are equally shameless and vile." The crowd chimed in, mercilessly berating the pair. The woman clutched her daughter, her eyes filled with resolve. Lu Xinran was all too familiar with such a gaze and quickly turned to Winter Snow, sharing a few urgent words. Curious, Lu Xinran listened. And once Winter Snow departed to make arrangements, she whispered, "How do you know she intends to take her own life?" "Because I have witnessed this too often in the past." The woman, during the year of her husband's feigned death, chose not to remarry, remaining with her in-laws for the sake of her daughter. Now, faced with the prospect of being sold into a brothel and discovering Zhang Dashan's true nature, she realizes her family can no longer support them. The law here is harsh. Even if her daughter were to suffer abuse, she would not be permitted to take her away. But her daughter is her lifeblood. If her daughter cannot survive, what reason does she have to continue living? I have seen this too often. Some were saved by me and my colleagues, while others— She took a deep breath. Perhaps I am worrying too much. Yet a small act of kindness may save 2 lives. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled. "You are right. Do we need more hands? By Tao, you may command as you wish." "Oh my, she is remarkable. What do I do? I am falling for her more and more." Lu Xinran chuckled, feeling a gentle tug on her fingers. She playfully reciprocated the gesture. "Not just yet. When the time comes, I will call upon you for assistance." As the guard seized Zhang Dashan by the collar, he protested, "What are you doing? Release my son." The elderly woman, disregarding her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, rushed to strike the guard's arms. "Right now, I demand to take my daughter. I cannot leave her with you." The standoff between the women resumed, the younger unwilling to part with her child, while the elder clung to her pride. Lu Xinran shook her companion's hand. "Sister, what should we do?" Lu Xinran sighed. "If I were still the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, purchasing 2 servants from the street would be trivial. However, my current status is no longer suitable for such actions. I wish I could buy them. But what if that is inappropriate? They are perfectly fine. Why should they serve us?" A voice tinged with worry echoed in Song Junyan's ears, and he realized that being able to hear such thoughts was not necessarily a blessing. He gestured to his guards. Since they were already involved, it would be best to resolve the matter entirely. One of the guards approached the woman and whispered a few words, and upon seeing her nod in agreement, he moved to the elderly woman and Zhang Dashan. Upon hearing that her granddaughter could fetch 10 taels of silver if sold to a wealthy family, the elderly woman immediately consented without a second thought. Fearing the other party might retract the offer, she urged the woman to prepare the divorce papers. Unbeknownst to them, a clerk from the Yingtian prefecture had arrived, setting up a low table on the street with ink and brushes. He stepped forward to begin drafting the divorce decree. After preparing 3 copies and having both parties affix their fingerprints, he proceeded to draft 2 contracts for servitude. The elderly woman, taking the silver, promptly stamped her fingerprint, never glancing at her granddaughter. The woman, holding her daughter, also pressed her mark on the contract. Her brother, witnessing her self-sacrifice for her daughter, could only pat her shoulder in silence. "In the future, should you require assistance, send word home. If I can help, I shall certainly do so." The woman nodded, tears brimming in her eyes, and pressed 5 taels of silver into her brother's hand. This is my offering to our parents. You and the younger brother will look after them. Lu Xinran observed the poignant scene from a distance, her heart aching. They endure so much hardship.
Indeed.
But as long as they can survive, there is always hope. Lu Xinran watched as the mother and daughter were led away by the guards, her thoughts settling as she turned to Lu Xinran to express her gratitude to Song Junyan. We thank His Highness for resolving our plight. Had he not overheard their conversation and Lu Xinran's thoughts, this matter would not have been resolved so smoothly. Song Junyan's gaze swept over Lu Xinran, who was stealing glances at him, her expression still tinged with the remnants of disdain. He coldly acknowledged her with a grunt. Since fate has intertwined our paths, it is but a minor act of goodwill, nothing more. He still sought an opportunity to inquire why she deemed him odd. Lu Xinran stole another glance. It seems normal for such an oddity to be regarded as such. But why write it that way? Could it be he possesses the ability to transform? Lu Xinran dug her nails into her palm, stifling a laugh. She reflected on the tragedies of her life, which steadied her demeanor. Bowing slightly, she hastily pulled Lu Xinran away. Chapter 17. The second supporting female character. There stood Song Junyan, hands clasped behind his back, amidst the bustling street, seemingly untouched by the surrounding clamor. His gaze was cast downwards, long eyelashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, lost in thought. What an exquisite facade. No wonder the protagonist is so enamored with him. Oh no, she seems utterly engrossed. Could it be that she has developed genuine feelings? Lu Xinran thought to herself. She is not the original character. Even if she were, she would not be consumed by romantic notions. The original character sought to reclaim her former identity and wealth, unwilling to depart from the capital and forever be estranged from this circle. Lu Xinran sighed. Her spirits lifted as she eagerly anticipated the increase in life value from today's gossip. 5 days, came a cheerful voice. The host now possessed life value, granting it energy, and it was destined to become the most formidable gossip system. This gossip has increased life value by 5 days, more valuable than the Zhao family. Clearly, it's wise to wander the streets. Guided by the memories of the original character, Lu Xinran led Lu Xinran through various shops along the street. In half a month, the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration would take place at Ronghui Garden, and her grandmother and mother would take her to attend. Attending the celebration necessitated new garments and jewelry. Although her status remained somewhat awkward, she could still represent the Zhao and Pei families in providing Lu Xinran with fine dresses and adornments. Lu Xinran gazed at the array of hairpins and jewelry laid before her, dazzled by the choices. Would there be a multitude of guests at the Empress Dowager's banquet? More guests meant more opportunities for gossip. Her eyes sparkled. She sensed a splendid chance to enhance her life value had arrived. Lu Xinran cautioned. You must stay close to me and grandmother. Do not wander off. All right. After all, there will surely be outsiders around them. I can focus on just one person this time. I must not repeat Fang Suxin's mistake. I must indulge in gossip without reservation. Lu Xinran felt a sense of fatigue, suddenly filled with apprehension about the Empress Dowager's banquet. The original character had once planned to present Lu Xinran as a girl seeking refuge from their clan, or perhaps as the illegitimate child of Lu Kongda. She was unwilling to relinquish her position as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, so she devised numerous schemes to keep Lu Xinran under her control. Sending the peach blossoms to the other party's courtyard was merely one of her ploys. However, she was not the original character. She would not seize Lu Xinran's rightful identity as the Lu family's legitimate daughter for her own selfish interests. Especially with that betrothal looming over her like a sword, she had no desire to become the heroine of a tragic romance. Thus, the Empress Dowager's banquet was the perfect opportunity for the Lu family to introduce Lu Xinran to the capital's elite. Yet, she had forgotten that her companion's system and her thoughts were audible to many. Realizing this, Lu Xinran became acutely aware of the importance of understanding just who could hear her thoughts. She was certain that the fourth prince had just overheard her musings while they were on the street, and many others had as well. Lu Xinran, still delightedly toying with the hairpin in her hand, exclaimed, "Sister, I adore this set." Lu Xinran nodded, signaling the shopkeeper to wrap the jewelry for delivery to the Lu residence. "Is there anything else you wish to acquire?" "No need. You and grandmother have already gifted me so many pieces. I haven't even had the chance to wear them yet. She was well aware of the significant value of these ornaments and understood that her awkward status did not permit her to be greedy. As the two sisters exited the elegant private room, they encountered several young ladies. The one at the forefront approached Lu Xinran with a smile. "Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Lu family? I heard you fell into the water and have been recovering for quite some time. Is your health restored?" Lu Xinran blinked, awaiting Lu Xinran to enlighten her about the identity of the speaker, all while eagerly anticipating the unfolding gossip. "You are to be betrothed to the fourth prince after the new year. Naturally, I am concerned for him and wish to keep him in my thoughts." Chapter 2. The fourth prince. Lu Xinran instinctively thought of the second malicious, supporting character from the original plot. Indeed, I am the foremost. Song Junyan was not born of the empress. Nonetheless, she called him fourth brother out of her own selfish desires. She was determined to marry him, but the emperor's drunken words had bestowed Lu Xinran the title of Song Junyan's fiancée. Desiring what one cannot have often leads to trouble for the protagonist. Her miscarriage was linked to her, and her actions in jumping over the city wall bore her signature. Such a twisted person must not be allowed to fixate on her. Lu Xinran, having perused the plot, instinctively retreated behind Lu Xinran. Shangshu's gaze darted among the group, seeking to identify who was slandering her. What was wrong with her liking fourth brother? What did it mean to be twisted and terrible? Should she discover who had spoken, she would ensure her servants tore them to shreds. "I have matters to attend to with my sister. We shall converse another time."
Wait!
Shangshu raised her hand to block their path. "How is it that I am unaware of you having gained a sister?" Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. "What is it to you? Do you live by the sea, that you meddle so? What is your name?" Lu Xinran continued to roll her eyes, inching further behind Lu Xinran. Her spoiled nature seems quite compatible with that of the fourth prince. Perhaps they will torment each other, which would spare others the burden. "Are you speaking to me?" Lu Xinran shielded her sister, her voice remaining gentle. "What do you mean by excuse me? I merely asked her name. Is that so shameful?" Lu Xinran, confused as to why she was being confronted, timidly stepped forward and whispered, "I am Lu Xinran." Chapter 18. Her palm might tear indeed. It was that voice. Shangshu pointed at her, ready to unleash a tirade, but before she could utter a word, a wave of suffocation washed over her. It felt as though a powerful hand were tightly gripping her throat, rendering her speechless and causing darkness to close in around her. The girls surrounding her, along with the maids and matrons, grew anxious, encircling her. She looked questioningly at Lu Xinran, recalling a similar incident in her courtyard. The shopkeeper rushed over, panicking as she witnessed the second daughter of the Duke nearly fainting in her establishment, wishing she too could simply collapse in despair. Lu Xinran tugged at Lu Xinran's sleeve, silently questioning whether they could seize this opportunity to leave. However, she felt that remaining in the presence of such an overbearing person who had consistently looked down upon her was hardly beneficial. The two sisters waited outside, observing the flurry of activity as matrons and maids rushed about. Shangshu lay back on the soft couch, gasping for air, bewildered by her condition. The physician, trembling, carefully packed away his silver needles and hastily departed. Shangshu turned her head and spotted the two sisters at the door, suddenly recalling what she intended to say before succumbing to suffocation. "You." She had begun to voice her indignation, questioning Lu Xinran's audacity to criticize her in her thoughts, when the familiar sensation of suffocation overtook her once more. Lu Xinran observed her transformation closely, relieved to confirm that she could not articulate her awareness of Lu Xinran's thoughts. She had determined that those who could hear thoughts were capable of discussing their contents in private, but the ability to speak about it would be stifled by an invisible hand around their throat. What a peculiar phenomenon. What is with that look? Why does she consistently regard others with such disdain? "I will take all that you have purchased." The shopkeeper hesitated, aware that they were her esteemed patrons and fearful of offending any of them. The individual must be quite foolish to engage in such trivial disputes over something that is hardly a rare treasure. If she truly desires it, why does she not simply offer 10 times the price? Lu Xinran lowered her head, her fingertips digging into her palm once more, to the point where her hand felt as though it might be ruined. Shangshu appeared ready to erupt, her eyes glaring daggers at Lu Xinran. 10 times the price? That amount of silver is hardly beyond her means. Shopkeeper, I shall pay 10 times for what they have purchased. Lu Xinran blinked in astonishment, genuinely surprised by the audacity of such an offer. But that set of jewelry has already been delivered to the Lu residence. Should I send someone to retrieve it? I will split the tenfold silver with you, shopkeeper, she suggested, looking at Lu Xinran with a mix of confusion and innocence. What is wrong with these young ladies of noble birth? Why do they all seem so fragile, fainting at the slightest provocation? Or is it that she is distressed over the tenfold silver, thinking fainting would absolve her of the payment? Oh, dear. I was so close just now and forgot to check for any gossip to indulge in. Despite being surrounded by several young ladies of reputable lineage, she had missed such a splendid opportunity. Upon sensing Lu Xinlan's thoughts, she quickened her pace. Sister, it is imperative that we conduct ourselves with integrity, avoiding unwarranted judgments about others. Therefore, certain thoughts ought not to be spoken, and ideally, should not even be entertained.
Lu Xinran responded, How can that be?
I have gleaned such juicy tidbits from the gossip system, it would be disheartening to keep them to myself. What is the point of living if I cannot even share a few remarks in my mind? Lu Xinran pressed her fingers to her temples, resigned to the situation. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, causing the two sisters to collide against the carriage wall, their hairpins dislodged. Miss, there's been a death in the alley ahead, and the officials have blocked the road. A death. Lu Xinran exclaimed in shock, while Lu Xinlan hastily lifted the carriage curtain and leaped down. Following suit, Lu Xinran descended and, upon reaching the alley, spotted a familiar silhouette clad in aquamarine.
What is he doing here?
Nothing to worry about, I will take a look. Lu Xinlan replied, her instincts honed from her previous life compelling her to investigate the scene of the death. Your Highness, I humbly request permission to observe the situation in the alley. Song Junyan's gaze swept over the two of them, pausing momentarily before he nodded slightly. Very well, Ding Si. Allow them through. A guard stepped aside, and Lu Xinlan bowed before swiftly entering the alley. Lu Xinran lingered at the entrance, torn between curiosity and fear, peering tentatively inside. Should we go in? A calm voice inquired beside her. Turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with a pair of cold, indifferent ones. She shivered at the thought of the unfolding plot and instinctively recoiled, wrestling with her conflicting emotions until she felt the air beside her grow increasingly frigid. With a resigned sigh, she slipped inside. Chapter 19. Finally, not a perverse character the alley, once fresh and pristine, now thronged with onlookers. There were officials from the Shantian prefecture, as well as nearby residents brave enough to witness the commotion. Lu Xinlan hurried to the spot where the body lay, surveying the surroundings while conversing with the officials and the coroner who had arrived. What time do the patrols usually pass by here? Since there are items belonging to residents placed nearby, wouldn't they be collected regularly? Why has it been delayed today? Lu Xinran approached just in time to overhear her question, her fear of the corpse preventing her from getting too close. However, standing apart offered little comfort, as their attendants were kept outside. After much internal conflict, she ultimately moved to Lu Xinlan's side. They were of the same age. There was no reason for her to be the only one afraid. Noticing her approach, Lu Xinlan, understanding her trepidation, took her hand in reassurance. Observing this gesture from behind, Song Junyan furrowed his brow slightly before averting his gaze to listen to his subordinate's report. Lu Xinlan's inquiries had flowed too naturally, leaving the officials and coroner momentarily speechless. The patrol usually occurs between the first and third quarters of the morning. Today, due to some incidents on the main street, the time was adjusted to the first quarter of the noon hour. After discovering the body, we reported it to the Shantian prefecture, and now, as we approach noon, everything aligns. And how often are the residents' belongings collected? Every 3 days. The next collection is scheduled for tomorrow. The official glanced anxiously at the coldly composed Song Junyan, feeling an inexplicable urge to kneel. Lu Xinran stole a glance at the body beside the discarded belongings, observing the deceased face down and clad in a soiled indigo robe. One shoe was missing, and the sock on the remaining foot appeared soiled as well. Oh no, why did I look so closely? I'm bound to have nightmares tonight. Why does this person seem so stiff? Is it true that the rumored rigor mortis hasn't yet passed?
No.
I shouldn't think too deeply about this. Why is the heroine not afraid? What exactly is on that sock? I'm so curious. Should I take another look? A flurry of anxious thoughts nearly interrupted Lu Xinran's focus. Taking a deep breath, she followed Lu Xinran's gaze to the shoeless foot of the deceased. Though Song Junyan maintained a composed expression, his attention, too, had turned to the corpse's feet. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran had steeled herself and cautiously opened her eyes to examine the deceased's sock once more. Is that wax? It appears as though it was stepped on before it solidified. But doesn't that hurt? Unaware of her inner thoughts, the coroner had begun inspecting the deceased's clothing. After carefully examining both feet, he signaled to his companions to take notes. The deceased's shoes and socks are stained with wax, which is a pale pink color. Rigor mortis is present, indicating time of death at least 2 hours prior. The deceased was approximately 7 feet 1 inch tall and, judging by the calluses on his hands, was left-handed. As the coroner continued, Lu Xinran tugged at Lu Xinran's sleeve. What if I am accused of leading you astray? And I end up more wrong than Do-e? Yet, thinking of Zhao's temperament, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over her. It is unfortunate that we do not know the identity of this individual. Otherwise, we might uncover how he met his demise. Her expression brightened as her gaze collided with Song Junyan's in midair. Has the identity of the deceased been determined? The subordinates have been unable to ascertain the deceased's identity as of yet. What a pity. However, given the short time frame, it is understandable that no information has surfaced. I wonder how long it will take for the officials at the Shuntian prefecture to identify the individual. Would using the gossip system to uncover the cause of death count as indulging in gossip to gain life points? Various chaotic thoughts flitted through her mind as Lu Xinran's gaze once again met Song Junyan's. I must not allow her to falter. I cannot stand by and watch as she leaps into the fire. This man is not a suitable match, regardless of his looks. His status as a prince signifies endless troubles, especially with a capricious and unruly childhood friend by his side. How can I ensure he and his childhood friend become entangled, leaving him with no energy to trouble the heroine? Lu Xinran lowered her eyelids, striving to avoid noticing Song Junyan's increasingly dark expression. Her compatriot was truly audacious, daring to entertain such thoughts. Song Junyan's piercing gaze swept over Lu Xinran once more. He was astute, possessing a remarkable memory for both literature and human character. He was certain he had never encountered this person before. If he had never seen her, how could she possibly ascertain that he was unstable and unpredictable, a true pervert? He scoffed coldly in his heart, realizing that he had even considered the thoughts of a stranger he had just met. With a subtle flick of his robe, he turned to his subordinates. Ding San, you lead the team to search for clues in the alley. Ding Er, you will go door to door to inquire if anyone heard anything from the time night fell until the deceased was discovered. His voice was calm and methodical as he arranged for everyone to investigate in detail. Ding Wu, you are to check the candle shops in the city, have the coroner scrape some wax, and inquire about its origin. His instructions were exceptionally organized, and Lu Xinran, who listened on the side, instinctively nodded in agreement. Lu Xinran shifted her stance, positioning herself between the two of them. It is often said that men at work are the most charming. She could not allow Lu Xinran to be captivated by this moment. Finally, from her inner thoughts, Song Junyan heard a compliment, and his eyes softened slightly. Fortunately, the assessment was no longer that of a perverse individual. Chapter 20. The living are more terrifying than the dead. Although aware of Lu Xinran's concerns, Lu Xinran still stepped forward from behind her, taking a few strides towards Song Junyan. Your Highness, I have just heard that the patrolling officers encountered an incident on the street today, which is why I arrived here an hour late. Though it may be coincidental. I wonder why such an incident occurred. Perhaps it would be prudent to send some men to investigate. Song Junyan slightly turned his body, catching sight of Lu Xinran's vigilant gaze, and nodded slightly. Very well, Ding San. Understood, Ding San replied swiftly, cupping his fists before hurrying away. For the first time, Lu Xinran observed the scene with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Knowing that lingering there would serve no purpose, Lu Xinran pulled her along, bowing as they prepared to leave. Song Junyan responded with a faint acknowledgement, and just as the sisters had taken a few steps away, he suddenly remarked, "If Miss Lu wishes to know the developments of this case, she may send someone to Shuntian Prefecture after it is resolved." Lu Xinran's previously heavy heart brightened at this statement. She hurriedly bowed again. "Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness." A sour voice echoed in their ears. And Lu Xinran found amusement in observing the irritated expression of her companion, laughing as she guided her to turn away. Song Junyan watched their retreating figures, silently counting their steps. 8, 9, 10. The world around them fell into tranquility. The incessant chatter of thoughts faded into oblivion. "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Lu Xinran chuckled, glancing at her. "If I can call the most favored fourth prince a perverse individual, why should I fear the dead?" Lu Xinran frowned, clearly conflicted. "But it's a corpse. Don't you find that terrifying?" "Terrifying?" Lu Xinran laughed softly and shook her head. "Sister, the living are far more fearsome than the dead. The deceased merely use their bodies to convey the sufferings they endured before passing. It is the living who are the real executioners, the heartless demons. Isn't it better to remain vigilant and cautious of the living?" Lu Xinran blinked repeatedly, her head lowered as she pondered her words. Are the living indeed more terrifying than the dead? Recalling the content from the book she had read, she suddenly felt a jolt of understanding. "I see now, thank you." Lu Xinran merely smiled and shook her head slightly. "No need to be overly polite. We are family and should look out for one another." However, wasn't she supposed to scheme against her? Just like the plots in tales of true and false daughters, fighting for the status of the Lu family's legitimate daughter, vying for a good husband, and competing for dowries? Hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Xinran couldn't help but chuckle again. "Do you remember what I told you before? Life is challenging for us women. The life we desire can be attained through our own efforts. There is no need for infighting." As they were both women who traversed into this time together, why should they make things difficult for one another? Lu Xingran's defenses had already begun to wane, but she still clung to a final thread of struggle. "But you have been the illustrious Miss Lu for many years, with such a sudden change in status. Can you truly accept it?" "Why would I not accept it?" Lu Xingran replied, her demeanor relaxed. "Even without the title of Miss Lu, my grandmother and mother cherish me dearly. They would not cast me out or marry me off to just anyone. In the future, I will have a dowry and support from the minister's household, ensuring my husband treats me well. If the only path for women in this world is marriage, what difference does it make whether I marry a prince or someone else? It is merely a roof over my head and freedom from worry about food. Since I will not fall into destitution and have to toil in the fields for survival, what is there to resent? Moreover, is marrying a prince truly so wonderful?" Lu Xingran shook her head vigorously. "No, not at all." Lu Xingran nodded, realizing she was being taught a valuable lesson and expressing her gratitude. Lady Pei, having realized that the people outside the residence could hear Lu Xingran's thoughts, knew she could easily cause trouble. However, she never expected her to provoke such a significant issue, causing the most favored second daughter of the Duke's residence to faint from anger. She rubbed her temples, already dreading the number of messes she would have to clean up in the future. "Grandmother, we encountered the fourth prince on the street today," she said, frowning with concern. Had she not been able to hear her thoughts, she would have assumed she was merely fanning the flames. Mama Su, having served Lady Pei for many years, quickly discerned her intentions. She stepped forward to affirm, then positioned herself beside Cui Zhu and Bai Tao. Bai Tao immediately felt a sense of panic, glancing at Lu Xingran, only to hear her good mistress say. Lady Pei nodded with a smile. "Very well, let Cui Zhi go. She can accompany Cui Zhu. It is a blessing to be able to stay by grandmother's side." Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside, and a young servant stood at the door, exclaiming loudly, "Old madam." A servant from the fourth prince just came to deliver a message. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. Chapter 21. Is this considered suicide? This abrupt statement left the young servant utterly perplexed. Lady Pei merely nodded faintly, signaling Mama Su to bring in the servant who had seen Song Junyan earlier. Had they not briefly recounted their morning experiences upon entering, Lady Pei would have found the remark quite ominous. Lu Xingran observed Lu Xingran quietly, and indeed, she sensed excitement in her thoughts. Lady Pei privately wished for her granddaughters to have minimal entanglements with Song Junyan. One granddaughter grew up in the capital, possessing excellent virtues, demeanor, and talent, but lacked the Lu family's bloodline. The other, hearing the incessant thoughts of the latter, was already a headache. She could not bear to imagine what sort of family would be suitable for her in the future, ensuring no enmity arose. Neither granddaughter was suitable for marriage into the royal family, and it was unwise for them to be overly involved with Song Junyan for any reason. However, since the news had already been delivered, she could not prevent the messenger from entering the residence. "You have always acted with discretion. After lunch, if you wish to go, you may do so." Lu Xinran discreetly clenched the handkerchief in her sleeve, understanding Lady Pei's intent. After this, they would need to minimize their contact with Song Junyan. However, if they avoided him, would she never have the chance to engage with these cases again? After a simple lunch, the two emerged from Lady Pei's courtyard, only to find a young maid from the Zhao family waiting nearby. "Miss, the lady requests your presence." Lu Xinran huffed internally, aware that Zhao was doing this deliberately. "Should we go there first, or head to Shantian Prefecture?" Lu Xinran smirked, delighted at the thought of Zhao facing a setback. The two climbed back into the carriage. But instead of heading to Shantian Prefecture, they made their way to the city's charity house. Knowing the identity of the deceased was not enough, Lu Xinran needed to use her system and maintain a distance of no more than 10 steps from the involved parties. She had initially been torn, unsure of how to broach the subject of the mortuary. However, once they entered the carriage, Lu Xinran instructed the driver to head towards the mortuary. Why were they going to the mortuary? His Highness was there, and the deceased's identity along with crucial information could be found there. By going directly to the mortuary, they could glean more insider knowledge. Lu Xinran spoke with an air of certainty, causing Lu Xinran to chuckle foolishly to herself. The mortuary, the place of the dead. Song Junyan was perusing the coroner's autopsy results. By the time the sisters arrived, he had just finished compiling all the information. There still seems to be a slight discrepancy. A familiar voice reached his ears, and he turned to see the two individuals he had encountered throughout the day. Lu Xinran disembarked and swiftly made her way towards the mortuary, showing no fear at the gruesome sight of the body within. In contrast, Lu Xinran hesitated at the entrance, the foul odor of decay causing her to stop in her tracks, unwilling to take another step forward. "Your Highness," came Lu Xinran's voice from inside. Lu Xinran struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately lacked the courage to enter. Never mind, she thought to herself. After all, her manners were lacking. She took tiny steps towards the mortuary, and only when she was within 10 paces of the entrance did she finally muster the courage to enter. Inside, Lu Xinran gazed at the body on the table, inquiring, "Your Highness, may I learn the identity of the deceased?" Song Junyan nodded, gesturing for his subordinates to present the coroner's findings to her. His subordinates hesitated. After all, this was an official document from the Shantian Prefecture, and Lu Xinran, being an irrelevant outsider, had no right to view it. The graphic records contained within might truly frighten someone of her stature. Noticing the hesitation of his subordinates, Song Junyan cast a cold glance, prompting them to hurriedly pass the results to her. Lu Xinran stood at the door, anxious to learn the identity of the deceased. "Sister?" she called softly. The moment she spoke, the unpleasant smell seemed to invade her senses, making her feel quite uncomfortable. The autopsy report was detailed, and Lu Xinran read it with rapt attention, oblivious to her sister's quiet call. As Lu Xinran's anxiety grew, especially being alone in the courtyard, she felt an unsettling chill creeping up her spine. Gritting her teeth, she dashed into the room while Song Junyan narrowed his eyes at her. Lu Xiaotian, male, 21 years old, resident of Changelfang. Her gaze fell upon the top of the autopsy report, and upon seeing the deceased's identity, she began searching for useful information within her system. Could this be a suicide? She scrutinized the details in the booklet, her brow instinctively furrowing. Just as she was deducing the motive behind the crime, she heard a familiar voice. Her eyes inadvertently met Song Junyan's for a fleeting moment before they quickly averted. Lu Xinran remained engrossed in her findings, contemplating the nature of the case. The events on the street earlier were quite coincidental. The perpetrator likely never anticipated encountering such occurrences. Lu Xinran remarked, Does that person qualify as the perpetrator? Let us assume he does. Did the perpetrator flee? He abandoned Lu Xiaotian in the alley and hurriedly left the city with a bundle. I wonder how long it will take for the major pervert to apprehend the perpetrator. If too much time passes and the perpetrator disguises himself, it will likely be impossible to catch him. Wait a moment. Why has the major pervert become the magistrate of Shantian Prefecture? Shouldn't he be at the Ministry of Revenue? Song Junyan, having yet to hear any useful information, was once again struck by the mention of the major pervert. Sensing that Lu Xinran's thoughts were drifting further away, she quickly cleared her throat. Your Highness, the perpetrator is likely someone close to the deceased. Someone he did not suspect at all. They may have been studying or conversing together late into the night. No, sister, you are mistaken. It is true that the perpetrator was quite familiar with him, but their conversation was not of a scholarly nature. Rather, it was of a more lascivious kind. They both had their eyes on a girl from the brothel and were discussing whether they could pool their resources to share her. One enjoying the first half of the night and the other the latter half. Their fervent discussion caused the deceased to accidentally knock over a candlestick while rising, and the wax dripped down onto his bare foot. He burned his foot and in pain stumbled, causing him to slip and fall. Unfortunately, his head struck the candlestick, resulting in a severe gash and blood spilled everywhere. In truth, he did not die immediately. Had his companion not been frightened and rushed to call for a physician, he might have survived. What a pity. Chapter 22. How to explain to the major pervert the two of them had encountered a myriad of cases, yet this absurdity was a first for them. Lu Xinran rubbed her temples. She had already deduced many key points from the autopsy report that could aid in solving the case. Were it not for Lu Xinran's interruptions, she believed that with her years of experience, she could crack the case within 3 to 5 days at most. These two truly calculated well. Why not divide the night into 12 hours, with each taking 6? Desiring to indulge without the means, it was quite an eye-opener. She composed herself, once again embodying the grace and decorum befitting a lady. Such nocturnal escapades were beyond the understanding of the two sisters. Lu Xinran, having followed the entire sequence of events, felt a sense of satisfaction, yet her mind began to spiral into worry. The brothel in question is located in Qingpingfang. The girl they are interested in is named Xilian. They have already visited her for drinks once. If they inquire, they are sure to uncover the perpetrator's name. But does that person truly qualify as the perpetrator? That fellow seems quite unfortunate. Having intended to indulge, he now bears the weight of a life taken. She was still lost in her thoughts when Lu Xinran, fearing her sister's fanciful musings would lead them astray, quickly grasped her hand and gestured for her to leave. As she turned, she noticed Song Junyan looking their way and hurriedly remarked, "This individual, perhaps he frequents the brothel. Your Highness should understand these matters well. Remember to investigate the brothel." Lu Xinran thought what to do. She felt as though her compatriot might end up in serious trouble due to her loose tongue. Ding San and Ding Si cautiously glanced at their master's expression. When had he developed such an interest in brothels? Song Junyan closed his eyes, surrendering to the situation. Investigate all the brothels in Qingpingfang and Kanglefang. Yes. The two dashed out of the mortuary, astonished and incredulous that their master truly had an affinity for brothels. They had been by his side daily, yet had never suspected such a penchant. Moreover, what kind of woman would he lack, given his status? Why would he seek such places? Or perhaps the allure of wildflowers was more enticing than that of cultivated blooms. Perhaps their master had reached an age where he sought excitement? Lu Xinran sighed, glancing at her sister. After a prolonged silence, she finally whispered, "Grandmother does not wish for us to be too entangled with the fourth prince. He is now the magistrate of Shantian Prefecture, responsible for all matters in the capital. If I wish to engage in these affairs, I will inevitably have to interact with him. I do not wish to squander the affection the Lu family has for the original body, nor do I possess the capital to act recklessly. Thus, relinquishing my past interests is the only course I can take." A hint of melancholy clouded her features, as she pondered how long she could maintain her sense of self in a world where she might ultimately be assimilated by those around her. Lu Xinran blinked at her sister, though she did not comprehend her sudden interest in solving cases. She noted that the capital was not solely the domain of the Shantian Prefecture. "Sister, have you considered that there are more cases at the Dali Temple? The place that holds authority over criminal matters is rife with significant cases. If you sought to observe one, it would certainly be thrilling enough. Lu Xinran was taken aback. How did this adorable little head come to be? How can it be so charming? She excitedly embraced the person, planting a kiss on Lu Xinran's cheek. Yes, I admit I was being obstinate, forgetting about the Dali Temple. Not only is there the Dali Temple, but also the Ministry of Justice. Their grandfather, Lu Xinran, is the Minister of Justice. As long as she desires, there will always be opportunities to showcase her talents and ambitions. Suddenly kissed, Lu Xinran was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a silly grin. Then, when you go to the Dali Temple, remember to take me along. I want to join the fun and see if I can still uncover the culprit from the gossip system, helping them solve cases. Wait, no. How could she kiss me after just coming from that place? I must smell awful. She wouldn't find me repulsive, would she? As she pondered, she stole a glance at Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran, having heard her inner thoughts completely, thought, "This is amusing. I didn't find it off-putting before." But what she said has indeed made it seem a bit unpleasant. No, I mustn't think that way. Clearing her throat, she said, "Do you remember Madame Tang, the Dali Temple official we encountered previously? I am quite close with her eldest daughter, Tang Wanru. After we attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, I shall send her an invitation to visit our residence. She probably won't come, right?" Lu Xinran recalled how Lu had previously avoided meeting Fang Suxin at the tea house and felt that the other party might be inclined to steer clear of him. Seeing her sister rarely willing to engage in such social intricacies, Lu Xinran smiled and explained, "Our elder brother's marriage was arranged long ago. Madame Tang meeting Fang does not necessarily mean she wishes to arrange a match for her again. It could purely be out of friendship or obligation. Regardless of his background, education, appearance, or character, their brother has always been exemplary. For years, he has been solely focused on preparing for the imperial examinations, with only a servant attending to him, lacking even a maid. If Lu truly cared for her daughter, she would understand how to choose a son-in-law." Lu Xinran nodded repeatedly, but despite the reasoning, she had yet to meet this seemingly perfect brother. Just this fact made her feel that Lu Yuanheng was not as exceptional as Lu Xinran portrayed him to be. By the time they returned home, dusk had settled, the sky painted with the colors of the evening glow. Having visited the charity burial ground, they did not go to the Pei residence, merely sending a message. Lu Xinran disdainfully pouted. Did Zhao think that by constantly considering Lu Xinran, she would become jealous? She wished for her oblivious birth mother to keep her distance. After a long day of activity, she needed to contemplate what to have for dinner. Chapter 23. Her leader is not a proper leader. After bathing and changing, she relished a delightful meal of 4 dishes and a soup, rubbing her belly in satisfaction as she strolled through the courtyard. Since she could remember in her past life, every meal had a predetermined quantity, and her days had never been indulgent or carefree. To eat and drink without restraint, as she did now, or to run about freely during the day, was something she had never dared to hope for. Giggling foolishly, she caught the eye of Granny Sue, who looked on with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. She wanted to teach her some decorum befitting a young lady, yet felt that her current carefree demeanor was indeed how a woman should be. "Leader, did what I saw at the charity burial ground this afternoon increase my life points?" "Yes," came the excited response from the youthful voice. "It increased by 10 days. We should go to the charity burial ground every day. It won't be long before your life points accumulate to several years." Lu Xinran thought, going to the charity burial ground every day is out of the question. Not to mention, I fear I might have nightmares. This thought is misguided. Am I wishing for daily murder cases? The system sensed her thoughts and awkwardly responded, I am a righteous and kind leader. Just ignore what I just said." Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. What kind of upright and virtuous leader relies on gossip to gain energy? Her leader is no proper leader. In Zhao's chamber, she incessantly questioned Lu Xinran about their day's activities, whether Lu Xinran had bullied her due to her status. "Mother, my sister is wonderful, innocent and charming. Please do not think ill of her." "Wonderful? Innocent and charming? Are you out of your mind?" Zhao's voice escalated sharply. How could she speak of her own birth mother in such a manner? That girl is merely a crude and ignorant country bumpkin. The thought of her emerging from my womb makes me want to strangle her. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, grabbing Lu Xinran's wrist. Listen to your mother. Keep your distance from her. Your grandmother will compensate her, and while I cannot stop it, rest assured. Half of my dowry will go to your brother, and half to you, not a single coin for her. Lu Xinran winced as her wrist was squeezed painfully, looking helplessly at Zhao. Mother, if you spend more time with her, you will see her charm and sincerity. You must believe in yourself. The child you bore will not be lacking. Zhao opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss. If she were to declare Lu Xinran a vulgar and unworthy child, wouldn't she be insulting herself as well? Realizing this, she shot Lu Xinran an irritated glare. I wonder what kind of enchantment that wretched girl has cast upon you all to sway you in her favor. Lu Xinran gently took hold of her arm, smiling sweetly. Because she is just like you, mother. I can't help but feel drawn to her. Zhao scoffed. If she is like you, then that is rather foolish. Hasn't it? The mere thought of it made her teeth grind in frustration. That wretched girl better not fall into her hands. As the Empress Dowager's birthday approached, Pei was concerned they might make mistakes at the banquet, so for the next few days, they were confined to the residence to learn proper etiquette, especially for Lu Xinran. As she would be presented to the various households in the capital, Granny Su almost watched over her daily, either instructing her in decorum or making her memorize the interpersonal dynamics of the noble families. Lu Xinran had an excellent memory, and with the assistance of the gossip system, she was able to remember everything from their last session and respond fluently, much to Granny Su's delight. Miss, you are truly the most intelligent young lady I have ever encountered. Lu Xinran beamed with pleasure. What about compared to my brother? Well, the eldest young master studied with the master, so I cannot say how he compares. It would be unwise to make such a comparison. Lu Xinran was well aware of her subtle intentions. She simply asked out of curiosity about her highly praised brother. For the past few days, Lu Xinran had been studying etiquette in the courtyard while Lu Xinran pondered her earlier thoughts, wondering why Lu Yuanheng had never met his younger sister. When Zhao heard her inquire, she proudly lifted her chin. Of course, it was my directive. I refuse to acknowledge that wretched girl, and naturally, your elder brother will not either. If I do not recognize her, why should he see her? Lu Xinran thought. So the brother, whom the original self believed to be perfect in every way, was merely a figment of her imagination. She looked at Zhao, meeting her smug gaze, and felt a desire to say something but didn't he know how to begin. Mother, if you continue treating my sister this way, I truly cannot bear to stay in this house any longer. Don't speak nonsense. Zhao pulled her, grabbing a piece of fabric to measure against her. All right, I know what you want to say. Rest assured, I am aware of my responsibilities. Let us first examine the fabric. The fourth prince will certainly attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and you are to be betrothed next year, so we must not let anyone look down upon you. On the morning of the 14th of August, as dawn broke, Lu Xinran was dragged from her bed by Granny Su to bathe and dress. She yawned, her eyes watering with fatigue. Granny, why are we up so early? It's sufficient to arrive at Ronghui Courtyard by the hour of the dragon? That is when the Empress Dowager arrives at Ronghui Courtyard. We must be there by the hour of the rabbit. We have to arrive by the hour of the rabbit? It takes half an hour to get there. If we don't get up now, how will we make it on time? Lu Xinran longed to express her dissatisfaction. Surely the Empress Dowager would not rise this early. Dressed in a delicate pale yellow skirt adorned with a translucent lake blue overlay and draped in a vibrant orange shawl, she yawned as she rose, her cascading hair ornaments quivering gently. Su Mama regarded her radiant and exquisite appearance with satisfaction, confident that such a presentation would not bring disgrace to the Shang's residence at the Ronghui Courtyard. In the Pei household, the various ladies and young misses awaited her arrival. Lu Xinran, filled with a tinge of worry, frequently glanced towards the courtyard entrance. These past few days, she had been entangled with the Zhao family, leaving her little time to check on Lu Xinran. On the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, any lapse would be unacceptable. Having grown up in the countryside, she was acutely aware that such a background made her vulnerable to scorn from those who would look down upon her. Should any errors occur, it would prove even more challenging for her to establish herself in the capital. Chapter 24. The toad aspires to eat swan meat. Lu Xinran placed great importance on this birthday banquet. She understood her position clearly. Today, The Ronghui courtyard was akin to a melon patch, and she was merely a melon thief. As long as she could accumulate enough vitality, nothing else mattered. The disdainful sneers of others paled in comparison to the value of her life. Before she even entered, Pei Shi and the others had already caught wind of her thoughts. Pei Shi frowned slightly, failing to comprehend how attending the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration was tied to her life. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran's eyes flickered with contemplation as she began to grasp the underlying logic of Lu Xinran's peculiar system for accumulating vitality. She pondered whether the vitality had any real significance. Would a decline below a certain threshold truly render Lu Xinran weak, even jeopardizing her life? Despite her many uncertainties, her primary focus remained on helping her sister gather vitality. Lu Xinran entered to find everyone already attired and waiting. Counting heads, she realized she was the last to arrive. Zhao Shi, upon spotting her, immediately adopted a haughty demeanor, revealing her disdain for someone raised in the countryside. The onlookers skillfully lowered their heads, concealing their laughter, while Zhao Shi glared at Lu Xinran. Reluctant to acknowledge it, yet unable to deny it, she recognized that her daughter had outshone her in beauty today. Lu Xinran adeptly greeted Pei Shi, who struggled to suppress her irritation. "Let us depart," she urged. As Lu Xinran exited through the side door, Zhao Shi seized her arm, leading her to a carriage designated solely for her. Once inside, Zhao Shi scrutinized her daughter closely, finally relenting. "My Xinran is indeed more beautiful. That girl will never possess the grace and poise expected of a true lady." Lu Xinran had grown weary of her mother's obstinacy. No matter how she reasoned, Zhao Shi remained obstinate, unwilling to accept Lu Xinran as her biological daughter. Hearing her mother's words now, Lu Xinran sighed dejectedly. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran sat quietly beside Pei Shi in the carriage, her downcast gaze portraying an obedient demeanor. However, her incessant inner monologue nearly shattered Pei Shi's composure as a dignified matron. The journey to the Ronghui courtyard was one she had made countless times, yet today, it felt interminably long. At long last, they arrived at the courtyard, where a servant came to assist Pei Shi from the carriage. Lu Xinran followed closely behind, sensing a hint of unease and evasion in Pei Shi's steps. After Zhao Shi disembarked, she could no longer keep Lu Xinran close, leaving her to watch as her daughter approached Lu Xinran with resentment. "How dare she allow you to come here?" Lu Xinran smiled awkwardly, caught between the two, neither willing to concede. "Let us go," Lu Xinran said nonchalantly. "I have no interest in such superficial pleasantries. This suits me just fine." "Yes, let us proceed," Lu Xinran replied, hastily taking her sister's arm, guiding her as they flanked Pei Shi into the Ronghui courtyard. Though they arrived early, many guests had already gathered. Upon seeing Pei Shi, the attendees warmly welcomed her. Only a few, including Lu Shi, recognized Lu Xinran, while others cast her curious glances. Noting her equal standing beside Lu Xinran, Pei Shi and Lu Xinran felt their hearts race with anxiety, fearing Lu Xinran might inadvertently expose her thoughts. "Dear lady, this girl is truly remarkable. Is she the esteemed cousin of our household?" One person approached with cordiality, but the words fell ungraciously upon Pei Shi's ears. "This is our second daughter, named Xinran," she replied coolly. "Second daughter?" The gathering exchanged glances, puzzled. Wasn't Lu Xingtong, born of the Kong family, the second daughter? Pei Shi cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Shi, who, despite her disdain for Lu Xinran, feigned sorrow before the crowd, pressing her handkerchief to her eyes. "Xinran," she stammered. "She was mistakenly swapped at birth. Xinran is indeed my biological daughter." A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, as if a stone had plunged into a still pond, sending ripples of astonishment. A mistaken exchange? How could a biological daughter be swapped at birth? All had been raised in affluent households, surrounded by caretakers, and even in times of rest, there were attendants to watch over them. Unless understanding dawned on the spectators, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. If Lu Xinran had been swapped, then what of Lu Xinran? Zhang Shuer, clutching her mother Qiushi's arm, was unable to contain her excitement. "Aunt Lu, are you implying that Lu Xinran is not of the Lu lineage and thus cannot bear the title of the eldest daughter of the Lu household?" "Blood ties cannot outweigh the years of nurturing," Zhao Shi declared. "In my heart, Xinlan will always be my daughter, the legitimate heiress of the Lu family. Her words sounded like an effort to validate something, stirring excitement among the listeners. Zhang Shui's eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Lu Xinran was not truly a Lu. The implications of her background began to shift the gazes of many in the crowd, now laced with scrutiny. Zhang Shui's realization was echoed by others. Lu Xinlan's lowly origins would certainly hinder her prospects of marrying into nobility. Lu Xinran had anticipated this very scene, maintaining her composed and graceful demeanor beside Pei Shi. Lu Xinran, sensing the scrutiny around her, scoffed inwardly. What sort of gaze is this? Do they genuinely believe that without the title of the eldest daughter, they could ever aspire to claim me as their own? Each should take a good look in the mirror. What right do they have to dream? Two distinct voices reverberated through the crowd, and those lacking depth of thought visibly paled. Who dares to speak? Someone exclaimed, shocked at the audacity of being insulted. Zhao Shi, previously consumed by concern for her precious daughter, felt a sense of vindication upon hearing the familiar inner voice. Qiu Shi, near Pei Shi, heard Lu Xinran's voice crystal clear. Zhang Shui, wide-eyed, pointed towards Lu Xinran, eager to reveal the source of that voice. But before she could fully extend her hand, the familiar sensation of suffocation washed over her once more, causing her to faint. Chapter 25. The palace's great gossip is certainly valuable as Zhang Shui collapsed. News arrived at the entrance. The Empress Dowager's palanquin would arrive in a mere quarter of an hour. To faint before the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration would surely be considered inauspicious. Lu Xinran observed the commotion with a smile, surprisingly devoid of any sarcastic remarks. Her thoughts were fixated on the several ladies who had only recently been preoccupied with Lu Xinran. Eagerly awaiting the moment, they could pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and find a comfortable spot to enjoy the unfolding drama. Is 10 steps too close? Based on an adult stride, 10 steps measured only 7 to 8 meters. In such close proximity, how easily one could be discovered while indulging in gossip, without any obstruction. A youthful voice hummed softly, taking a while to utter. Once your vitality accumulates over an entire year, my energy will enable me to reach further distances. The greater your vitality, the farther I can go. Lu Xinran. So, we should blame her then. Blame her for not striving hard enough. Engaged in a playful banter with Tongzi, her arm was suddenly tugged by Lu Xinran beside her. Just moments after their arrival outside, the Empress Dowager's procession reached the entrance. First, the concubines alighted to assist the Empress, who then led them to invite the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, the attendees gathered for the birthday banquet knelt neatly in front of the door to pay their respects. Lu Xinlan was apprehensive that Lu Xinran might make an untimely remark about the class system, but fortunately, the person beside her had already immersed herself in the gossip and was completely oblivious to any critique. Accepting the situation as it was, she understood this principle well. Even the domineering Zhang Shui and Qiu Shi had to kneel and pay their respects. With company, she felt a sense of balance in her heart. The Empress Dowager descended from her palanquin, looking at the multitude of women with a kind smile, gesturing for everyone to rise. Please, rise and accompany me in conversation. What troubles you, Shui? Why haven't you come to visit your aunt and me? What has happened? Has someone bullied you? At that moment, Zhang Shui felt a searing pain in her abdomen, remembering why she had fainted earlier, and her anger brought her to the brink of tears. Her fingertips twitched, but she dared not recklessly lodge a complaint. I am fine, Your Majesty, and I appreciate your concern, as well as that of my aunt. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager ceased her inquiries, smiling gently before stepping inside, supported by palace attendants, toward the already prepared pavilion. Zhang Shui, feeling wronged, followed closely beside Qiu Shi, casting a fierce glare at Lu Xinran as they passed. What is wrong with her? Why is she always glaring at me for no reason? A shared thought echoed, and Qiu Shi regarded Lu Xinran thoughtfully, only to find her head bowed, standing obediently behind Zhao Shi. Her momentary confusion flickered away as the Empress Dowager and Empress moved further in, prompting her to hastily follow. As soon as the Empress Dowager took her seat, someone leaned in to whisper the events that had transpired in Ronghui Garden. She raised her eyebrows in astonishment, never expecting such a tale of deception to emerge from the Lu family. Scanning the crowd, It took but a moment for her to spot the demure girl standing beside Pei Shi. A striking beauty, delicate yet resilient, charming yet not seductive. As if sensing her gaze, the young girl lifted her head, revealing a pair of round, innocent apricot eyes. She beckoned, signaling Lu Xinran to come closer. Lu Xinran felt a slight panic and quickly sidestepped those in her path to approach the Empress Dowager. "I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty, wishing you health and happiness, longevity, and eternal youth." As she recited the customary birthday wishes with a lively tone she was accustomed to, the Empress Dowager's features softened, her smile deepening. Ah, what a delightful child. Receiving such praise from the Empress Dowager filled Lu Xinran with a sense of pride. "I have received the Empress Dowager's commendation. How delightful." Suddenly, hearing a flurry of thoughts, the Empress Dowager paused momentarily before scrutinizing the young girl before her. The voice was unmistakably hers, yet her lips had not moved. Was she becoming accustomed to such occurrences? Lu Xinran quickly nodded. "My grandmother and elder sister treat me exceptionally well." She referred only to her grandmother and sister, omitting mention of her parents. The Empress Dowager smiled at the girl, finding her amusing. She glanced at Pei Shi and Lu Xinran standing outside the pavilion, noting the unmistakable tension on their faces. "Is the elder sister referring to Xinlan?" "Yes. She is 2 days my senior." "Why does the Empress Dowager inquire about Lu Xinlan? Does she not think we ought to be at odds? However, with my intellect, if she were to scheme against me, I would only have to lie down and accept it. What is there to dispute? Moreover, she treats me so well, closer than a biological sister. Why would there be any discord?" "Qiu Hua, I find this girl quite endearing." An elderly palace maid, standing behind the Empress Dowager, stepped forward with a string of prayer beads from her tray, presenting it to Lu Xinran. Instantly, Lu Xinran felt as if she had been struck by a grand prize. Hurriedly accepting it with both hands and kneeling in gratitude. "Exceeding expectations, my grandmother and sister can rest assured." The Empress Dowager followed her thoughts to Pei Shi and Lu Xinran, noticing that both seemed on the verge of tears. Lu Xinlan's back was drenched in sweat. Within 10 steps, countless ears had caught her thoughts. Surely, the Empress Dowager and Empress above had also heard. She turned away, hastily dabbing her forehead with a handkerchief to suppress the thin layer of perspiration. A palace maid rushed over, kneeling beside the Empress Dowager to apologize profusely. "Your Majesty, Consort Chun is unwell and will arrive later with His Majesty." That wretched woman. The Empress gripped her handkerchief tightly, barely restraining herself from hurling the teacup at hand. The Empress Dowager sighed, lamenting her son's folly. Waving off the palace maid, she then looked at the Empress with maternal kindness. "I understand your grievances, but alas, Consort Chen has just completed her confinement. The Emperor is bound to dote on her a bit more. This too shall pass. Do not dwell on it." The Empress felt aggrieved. Lu Xinran's heart stirred, instantly flipping through the gossip system. Surely, the palace's juicy tidbits would be of great value. They must be worth more than Zhao Shi. After all, she was inferior to even a dead person. Chapter 26. What a pity for the Empress. Zhao Shi's face flushed crimson. How could she be deemed worthless, even less valuable than a corpse? This wretched girl dared to compare her to the dead. Furious, Zhao Shi felt the urge to strike someone, but with the Empress Dowager and Empress still seated above, she could only endure. Hearing Lu Xinran's thoughts, the Empress and Empress Dowager turned their attention toward her. Zhao Shi felt increasingly restless, while Lu Xinran remained engrossed in the gossip system. Lu Xinran, anxious, wanted to tug at her arm. With so many people present, discussing the Empress and the favored Consort Chen was a subject they should not broach lightly. But why couldn't she offer a warning? Lu Xinlan's nose was sweating profusely, and Lu Xinran continued to frown while flipping through the gossip system. Ah! If only Consort Chen were here to reveal what truly transpired. What a shame. Pei Shi and the other sighed in relief. Not at all a shame. We were nearly doomed. Well, it's not impossible to investigate. We could see what grievances the Empress has endured. Consort Chen unexpectedly suffered a miscarriage. All evidence points to the Empress. Has she been wrongfully accused? All matters in the palace are managed by the Empress, and all provisions must pass through her hands. How could this be considered evidence? What family hasn't bribed a few servants in the palace? If someone plots against her, the Empress would have 100 excuses and still be unable to justify herself. How tragic, truly tragic. The Empress has had it so rough. The Empress's expression sharpened as she listened to the mention of Consort Chen's miscarriage. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent remarks defending her, the flood of grievances she had bottled up inside surged forth. How could the Emperor cast the blame upon her without a care? She had married into the Eastern Palace at a young age, diligently managing the inner court for years, and even her own family feared to burden her. Over the years, she had merely lived as a wealthy idle woman, relinquishing military power with no one from her family entering service. After enduring so much, how could the Emperor still lack trust in her and her family? Ah, so pitiable. The Empress has not even given birth to a son. Over the years, she has long since abandoned the thought of bearing one. To her, the Empress is merely a title. How could it be so? A sigh accompanied this statement. The Empress, above, nearly shed tears. After all these years, someone finally understood her. They remained unaware of the Queen's struggles within the palace. The Empress Dowager sighed. For who in the palace had not endured such hardships? Even though the Emperor was her own flesh and blood, she too had faced the same tribulations before ascending to her position. She gently patted the back of the Queen's hand, assuring her, "As long as I am here, none shall surpass you." The Queen, her voice barely above a whisper, refrained from letting others perceive her emotional turmoil, merely responding with a soft Lu Xinran continued to reflect on the Queen's past, her heart aching more with each revelation. The Queen had once fought on the battlefield, a valiant young general in the vast desert. Oh, how glorious that sounds! How could the Queen be so formidable? A female general, galloping across the war-torn lands, who chose to enter the Eastern Palace for the man she loved, only to suppress her fierce spirit and trade it for domesticity. It is utterly unworthy. So dreadfully unworthy. To have lived in such expansive freedom under the setting sun of the desert, yet now confined within these palace walls. Lu Xinran sighed, contemplating how the Emperor was utterly unworthy of her sacrifices, when suddenly she felt a tightening around her wrist, and everyone hastily knelt. The Emperor had appeared, observing the Queen, who could no longer hold back her tears, and a torrent of thoughts surged within him. The once carefree girl in crimson, with eyes brimming with sincerity, was now a stranger to him, shrouded in suspicion. Had she truly given up the chance to bear their imperial heirs for him? Lu Xinran gripped Lu Xinran's arm tightly, her worry reaching its zenith. How dare he comment on everything? If only her inner voice were not so transparent, she would have cursed the Emperor with abandon. But was she truly courting death? Lu Xinran knelt obediently, catching a glimpse of the sudden appearance of bright yellow on the ground. Is the Emperor here? Wasn't he supposed to arrive later in the evening? Why is he here so soon? She accessed the gossip system, her eyes widening at the information displayed, akin to an elderly person on the subway checking their phone. What audacious remarks from the Emperor. It's so cringeworthy I could claw my way through a 3-bedroom apartment. Wait, didn't he Consort Chen just have a miscarriage? Doesn't she need to recuperate? The Emperor. Very well. Now it seems he is the one feeling the urge to pick at his toes. Who dares to brazenly concoct tales about him and Consort Chen in public? His gaze swept across the assembled crowd, finally landing expressionless upon the pale-faced Queen. A flicker of guilt washed over him as he felt the Empress Dowager's reproachful stare, prompting an awkward cough as he glanced at Eunuch Fu beside him. Uncertain of the situation, Eunuch Fu sensed the Emperor's sudden shift in demeanor and quickly called out, "Be at ease." Lu Xinran rose with the others. Yet the Emperor and Consort Chen remained standing, leaving them hesitant to resume their seats. Consort Chen trailed closely behind the Emperor, casting a subtly provocative glance at the Queen. Lu Xinran recalled the juicy tidbit she had been consuming moments before and promptly opened Consort Chen's dossier. So that's how it is. She can charm the Emperor into feeling guilty and compensating her, while simultaneously scheming against the Queen, all the while appearing as innocent as a naive little rabbit. Yet her heart is darker than anyone else's. Don't all men prefer delicate and demure women? At the Emperor's level, he probably doesn't care what his consort truly is beneath the surface. He simply seeks his own pleasure. Cough, cough, cough. Pei was coughing violently. Today, Their Lu family might meet their end in Ronghui Garden. This girl dares to think of everything. Pei only wished to faint, trembling as she pointed at Lu Xinran, hoping she would silence herself. Yet when she opened her mouth, she found herself voiceless, the suffocating sensation from others seemingly ineffective against her. The emperor's ears burned as he directed his gaze toward Pei before shifting to the seemingly obedient Lu Xinran. She was indeed a source of ease. You? He raised a hand to indicate her. What is your name? Lu Xinran, bewildered, looked up to find the emperor's gaze upon her, promptly kneeling. Your servant, Lu Xinran, pays respects to your majesty. The emperor. Chapter 27. The emperor truly is a filial son. The empress dowager recognized the emperor's embarrassment and anger and waved her hand with a smile. Rather than seeking trouble with Lu Xinran, she beckoned him to sit beside her. Why have you come so early? Come, sit down. With your sudden arrival, the kitchen may not be prepared yet. Her words were casual, but the emperor felt uneasy, recalling the thoughts he had just overheard. Had he truly been bewitched? When had he become so dull-witted, disregarding even his mother's respect? The empress dowager smiled and nodded, as if she hadn't heard the earlier sentiments, speaking tenderly. Mother is well. You are a good emperor, and it is your duty to attend to matters of the court. The floods in Jiangnan have left countless citizens suffering. This must be addressed with care. With the empress dowager providing him an escape, the emperor finally cast aside his earlier discomfort. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Consort Chen, uncertainty crept in. Previously, all evidence had pointed to the queen regarding Consort Chen's miscarriage. His lingering suspicion toward the queen had led him to hastily conclude it was her doing, chastising her without thorough investigation. If it indeed had no connection to the queen, had he unjustly wronged her over the years? What does that look from the emperor? With so many witnesses present, does he intend to leave the queen utterly humiliated? The queen, a figure of grace and elegance, has endured his unjust accusations and reprimands over the years without harboring resentment. What more does he want? Alas, the queen is truly pitiful. Why did she not choose to marry General Qi back then? She could be galloping across the desert now, living freely. Why remain a resentful figure in this secluded palace? Oh, the emperor is unworthy of her bravery and affection. Men are all foolish. Those who take things seriously are the true fools. The emperor, he squinted at Lu Xinran, who was still hiding behind her family, appearing as innocent as ever. The empress dowager, having heard her son being criticized, felt no displeasure. Rather, she found it quite refreshing. Since becoming emperor, her son had turned into a heartless man, becoming increasingly absurd in his dealings within the harem. If this girl could indeed awaken him, it would be perfect. The queen, upon hearing Lu Xinran mention his youthful past, found herself momentarily lost in thought. The memories of her youth, once buried deep, were now resurfacing, memories she had long dared not revisit. She had nearly forgotten that she too had once worn fine garments and ridden with vigor. Had she married Qi back then? Her eyes misted over as she suppressed her emotions, biting her tongue. Consort Chen sensed an odd atmosphere in the pavilion, pouting as she blinked her large eyes nervously. Rising to pay her respects to the empress dowager. Your servant greets mother, wishing you longevity. Mother? The empress dowager disdainfully shot her a glance, feeling that witnessing her overly affected demeanor on her birthday was truly inauspicious. Your status is not sufficient to call me mother. It is better you address me as empress dowager. When the emperor grants you the title of queen, then you may call me mother. Consort Chen felt humiliated by such bluntness, swaying slightly as she looked at the emperor with a pitiful gaze. The empress dowager furrowed her brow deeper. Enough. Do you feel that I am bullying you? The emperor dotes on you. It wouldn't be long before you might take the queen's place. And then I will join the queen in serving at the imperial tombs. Stand down. The emperor's harsh reprimand caused Consort Chen to rise nervously and kneel before the empress dowager. Mother, how could you say such a thing? You humble your son. The empress dowager gazed at him with complex emotions, wishing to let the matter pass and provide her with a reprieve, yet her eyes caught the queen's dazed expression. And she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and softly voiced her support for the queen. Emperor, over the years, who has devoted herself to my side, you know in your heart that I cannot live without her. The royal family cannot separate. Since the day the Empress married into the Song family, she has been nothing but a Song family woman. She is aware that you have been captivated by Consort Chen, yet she can do nothing but strive to maintain the last semblance of dignity for the Empress. At the very least, she wishes for all the officials and ladies present today to know that even if the Emperor does not favor the Empress, she still has her. The disappointment in the Empress Dowager's eyes, along with the Empress's struggle to refrain from tears, fills the Emperor with discomfort. He appears to them as a heartless man. Is he truly being wronged? He promised the Empress that he would love her for a lifetime, yet within mere years of marriage. He sought to strip her father and brothers of their military power and stealthily used medicine every time he visited the Empress's palace, fearing she might become pregnant. Is not Consort Chen's audacity in plotting against the Empress derived from his own encouragement? Even the Empress Dowager perceives his desire to depose the Empress. Enough. The Emperor's roar directed towards the direction of the Lu family reverberated through the hall. Come forth. The Emperor commanded. The Empress Dowager, equally enraged, rose to her feet. Do you not remember this is my birthday celebration? Do you not remember that I am your mother? What do you intend to do now? Do you wish for me to go to the imperial tombs before the Empress? With such arrogance, you might as well cancel this birthday banquet. In her fury, the Empress Dowager swept the teacups off the table, the porcelain shattering with a sharp, crisp sound. The Emperor closed his eyes. Mother, are you forcing me? For a bewitching creature who can read hearts, you threaten your own son? Force? The Empress Dowager, in her rage, laughed bitterly. Look at what you have become. Ensnared by a woman, utterly bewitched. Why do you show such concern? Today's celebration has been thoroughly spoiled by this wretched creature. Her disdainful gaze fell upon Consort Chen, who trembled in fear, uncertain of what transpired, attempting to hide behind the Emperor. Instinctively, the Emperor turned slightly to shield her. Ah! At your age playing the innocent love game, oblivious to the fact that I might faint from anger. What a dutiful son you are. Yet how unfortunate. For the little rabbit's intentions are clear, to ascend as Empress and support her family, all while whispering sweet nothings to her childhood companion, enabling him to rise to prominence, thus ensuring opportunities for clandestine meetings in the harem. Observing Consort Chen alongside the Empress, one cannot help but feel that even the breaths of those uncherished are considered wrong. The Emperor gazed at the timid and delicate Consort Chen behind him, and for the first time, doubt crept into his heart. In that instant, the Empress Dowager appeared 20 years older, gripping tightly onto the arm of the old palace maid. Emperor, why don't we investigate Consort Chen's matter today? I shall preside over the inquiry. Chapter 28. The wretched and the faithful Consort Chen's doe-like eyes flashed with fear. She seemed taken aback that on the day of the Empress Dowager's grand birthday, her previous miscarriage would be scrutinized once more. With a mix of grievance and indignation, she looked to the Emperor. Your Majesty, the loss of our child is already the greatest punishment for me. Why must you reopen this wound? A tear lingered on her eyelash, poised to fall. A collective murmur of amusement echoed in the ears of the onlookers. One mere tear is insufficient. One must gaze at the heavens at a 45-degree angle to accentuate fragility, and then declare it is all her fault, that she is so wronged by losing the child, and let the tears flow. Perfect. The thoughts were too overpowering for anyone to ignore. Some daring souls looked up, witnessing Consort Chen grasping the Emperor's sleeve, tilting her head slightly, revealing her delicate jawline. Your Majesty, please do not punish me so. I have already lost our child. The tears finally cascaded down her porcelain cheeks, creating a beautiful yet shattered image. The onlookers whispered among themselves, did I truly guess correctly? Are these delicate flowers all trained, or do men simply fall for such tactics? The Emperor closed his eyes amidst the whispers. The Empress remained expressionless, not allowing Lu Xinran's thoughts to shatter her final facade as Empress. She felt as though her past 20 years had been a mere joke. Life is but a fleeting dream. There must come a moment of awakening. Observing the Emperor and Consort Chen entangled before the officials and ladies, she found the absurdity limitless. Rising, she knelt before the Empress Dowager. Mother, today is your birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you. Would you care to see? She no longer needed the Empress Dowager to absolve her of blame. It was futile. Were it not for her father and brothers, she would have willingly gone to the imperial tombs. The Empress Dowager bent down, clutching her shoulders tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Yunxia, why do you do this to yourself? The Empress looked up, smiling with a sense of release. Once concerned about the Emperor's thoughts, she now felt no need to endure his accusations. Every breath she took felt like a misstep. Why should she continue to suffer? Please, Mother, grant me your approval. Very well. The Empress Dowager's sigh had not yet concluded when the Emperor interjected. Today, I demand the truth. He sought to determine whether he was indeed as blind as the little girl's thoughts suggested. Meeting Consort Chen's incredulous gaze, his expression grew cold. Consort Chen turned pale under his piercing gaze, trembling as if she were a leaf in the wind. Should you conspire against the Empress, I shall strip you of your position and cast you into the cold palace. Consort Chen collapsed to the ground, tears streaming like pearls from a broken string. Her eyes filled with grievance and a desire to end it all. Bring Consort Chen back up. Go to the Imperial Medical Bureau and retrieve the pulse records from the past 6 months. What can pulse records reveal? Consort Chen is so cunning. How could she possibly tamper with them? The physician who regularly checked her pulse has long been under her influence. It was the same physician who diagnosed her pregnancy and declared her miscarriage. To investigate, we must summon the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau along with several upright elder physicians. There are remnants of medicinal herbs under the mulberry tree in Consort Chen's courtyard, used to disguise her pregnancy and miscarriage. The medicine was procured from Renha Hall, and the prescription remains hidden in the physician's study. The Emperor remarked, You are quite capable. You shall conduct the inquiry. Lu Xinran was still engrossed in the gossip system, her heart firmly with the Empress, eager to discern whether Consort Chen had schemed against the Empress throughout the years. Indeed, there are instances. In the 11th year of Jinghe, when Consort Chen was still a Jiyu, she plotted for Lady Wang to miscarry, framing it as the doing of the Shufei. In the spring of the 12th year of Jinghe, she orchestrated Lu Zhaoi's miscarriage. In the autumn of that same year, she schemed against the Empress, leading to her miscarriage. At the time, so many clues pointed to her, yet the Emperor, pleased with the outcome, merely had someone send the Empress supplements, allowing the matter to fade into the background. The more Lu Xinran uncovered, the more her frustration grew. This infuriates me. Men truly are oblivious fools. What a splendid Empress she could have been, raising extraordinary sons. How could the Emperor be so heartless? She yearned to exclaim, Wretched creatures deserve wretched fates, when she was abruptly tugged by Lu Xinran. The flow of her thoughts was interrupted, leaving Lu Xinran bewildered, uncertain as to why her elder sister so often pulled at her arm. The Empress swayed, grappling with her unresolved confusion over her miscarriages. She had always been cautious. Why had she still lost her child? It dawned on her that her children had been mere mistakes in the eyes of fate. The Emperor had not anticipated that the secrets of these years would be repeatedly unveiled by Lu Xinran. He had never concerned himself with the miscarriages of the palace women, as he lacked for princes and princesses. Thus, when the Empress miscarried, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, witnessing her swaying form, her determination to remain upright, he experienced regret for the first time. Though the heartfelt words left him feeling embarrassed and irritated, they were undeniably accurate. Such a grand and open-minded Empress must surely raise an exceptional heir. The concubine Qin, trapped in her chair by eunuchs on either side, wept in indignation. Her head bowed slightly, causing the hairpin on her head to sway gently. Her slender, pale neck evoked a desire to cradle and crush it in one's palm. Go. Summon the chief physician and several elder doctors, as well as He Yi, commanded the chief eunuch, swiftly departing. The Emperor pondered for a moment before calling his trusted aide, whispering a few words into his ear. The concubine Qin, bewildered by the situation's escalation, found herself unable to cry any longer. She bit down on her lip, a chill creeping down her spine. It felt as if everything had spiraled out of her control since their arrival at Ronghui courtyard. She had meticulously arranged everything and erased all traces, confident that even if the Emperor sought the truth, he would find nothing. With this thought, her heart regained some semblance of calm, yet tears glistened once more in her eyes. Lu Xinran leaned forward, her mood decidedly dismal. Despite indulging in gossip, the nature of it left her feeling aggrieved, particularly concerning certain glands upon her chest. System. If indulging in such gossip leads to a dire affliction, will you take responsibility for my treatment? The system was left speechless. Why are you so emotionally invested? Why should it concern you? Of course it matters. In these trying times, we girls ought to support one another. Alas, I cannot assist the Empress. How I wish she could feign death and escape the palace. That wretched emperor is utterly unworthy of her. Chapter 29. The Lu family's girl may well perish. In the vast pavilion, silence reigned, no one daring to utter a sound. Lu Xinran's inner thoughts were not for all to hear. Many cast furtive glances, perplexed as to why the emperor and empress dowager had exchanged merely a few words before the situation had escalated to this point. Was there more to the concubine Chen's miscarriage than met the eye? Moreover, why did the emperor radiate such a chilling aura? He seemed like a cannon, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Growing bored, Lu Xinran yawned after an exchange of banter with the system. Was this truly the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration? Shouldn't it be a harmonious gathering, where everyone exchanged pleasantries with 4 smiles? Why was it so terrifying? Those who heard her thoughts remarked, had you not been fanning the flames, this birthday banquet would indeed have been as you described, with everyone sincerely exchanging compliments. The emperor's gaze occasionally darted toward their direction. He needed to clear the empress's name, and should the concubine Chen prove to be as malicious as rumored, he would have to act. Yet, the Lu family girl, who seemed to know everything, could not be allowed to roam freely. Such individuals must either be executed or kept under close watch, ensuring they could stir no further trouble. An hour passed, and all present had lost feeling in their legs. My legs ache. Had I known, I would have brought a comfortable cushion. But kneeling for so long, what good would that have done? Truly, the emperor cannot manage his household affairs, and instead unleashes his frustrations upon us lowly subjects. Whispers of complaint arose, and the emperor cast a cold glance, nearly amused. This girl even recognized that this was his domestic issue. How had she not considered the saying about speaking freely? Still, he waved his hand. Enough, rise, be seated. Thank you, your majesty. In that moment, many felt that being privy to her innermost thoughts was indeed a blessing. Of course, it would be preferable if it did not implicate them, allowing them to focus on their gossip instead. The guests endeavored to conceal their grimaces, tightly gripping the arms of their attendants as they awkwardly rose and resumed their seats. On the small path, several hurried figures trailed behind the chief eunuch, swiftly entering the pavilion. I have seen His Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress. The Emperor waved his hand, and the newcomers obediently stood.
Concubine Chen, come fort.
The Emperor's expression was frigid as he instructed, you shall be examined closely. Speak only the truth. The bewildered chief physician Chao and the elder doctors bowed hurriedly. The concubine Chen's heart raced as she surveyed the scene. With deliberate slowness, she approached the physicians. Your Majesty, I am here for a diagnosis. The Emperor merely uttered a single cold word, and the concubine dared not say another, obediently taking a seat beside the table. One by one, the physician stepped forward to examine her pulse, exchanging puzzled glances, before Chief Physician Chao spoke. Your Majesty, the concubine Chen remains somewhat weak after her miscarriage. A regimen of nourishing supplements for a little over a month should restore her vitality. Upon hearing this, the concubine Chen felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Lu Xinran, listening to the commotion ahead, felt a flicker of confusion. How could they fail to distinguish the pulse induced by medication? Yet, one cannot blame them. This is He Yui's exclusive formula. After taking the medicine, the pulse can easily be mistaken for genuine. But the concubine has been under medication for over 2 hours. Within half an hour, her pulse will return to normal. What a pity! She will evade scrutiny once more. The sudden emergence of thoughts left the elder physicians bewildered. What did this inner voice imply? Was it a challenge to their medical expertise, implying they were quacks? The emperor's gaze flickered with contemplation. Where was he? The concubine Chen, seeing her own attendants, felt her heart race anew. Your Majesty, what is wrong with them? The emperor did not glance at her, but coldly questioned his aide. Have they confessed? He tossed a medicine pouch at her feet. Do you have anything to say? The concubine Chen trembled like a fragile flower in a tempest, her frail form swaying. I have nothing to say. It is my fault for being infatuated with your majesty, for being greedy to bear a child for you. Just moments ago, she referred to herself as I. Now she has switched to I shall. Had they not spoken of being an ordinary couple if born in humble circumstances? How naive to think the emperor would truly believe such cliché excuses. Or perhaps, upon reaching a certain status, one loses the ability to discern sincerity. A flurry of inner musings surged forth, and the emperor clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. As the emperor, his authority would not tolerate repeated insolence. The concubine Chen, prostrating at his feet, gazed up at him with a forlorn expression. In the past, he would have softened at such a sight. But as her inner voice mocked him, he instinctively felt revulsion at her delicate demeanor. Without a shred of pity, he kicked the concubine Chen away. Why attempt to harm the empress? Pain shot through her as she stumbled several steps back, and only then did she begin to panic. I did not scheme against the empress. I merely thought my days were delayed. I believed I was carrying your majesty's child and could not wait to inform you. Alas, it was all in vain. She was unwilling to merely convey to the emperor that he might think she was scheming, thus nurturing a desire for double gains. In the autumn of the 12th year of Jinghe, the empress suffered a miscarriage. Do you know who is responsible? The concubine Chen's complexion paled further. The panic in her eyes no longer concealed. She slumped to the ground. I do not know, your majesty. I only wished for a child of our own. A child? With such a wicked heart, what horrors might she bear? When they grew and began to vie for the throne, would not all the imperial princes perish in accidents? The emperor, who most abhorred fratricide, felt as if struck by lightning, his heart shaken. The Lu family's girl need not perish after all. Chapter 30. It is over. It is over. I shall go blind. The emperor gazed upon the swaying figure of concubine Chen, seeing in her face a blend of grievance, defiance, and endurance, yet lacking any hint of remorse or guilt. You desire a child? Then why can you not accept the empress's child? The momentary stiffness of her grievance revealed her surprise at the emperor's sudden inquiry. Tell me why? The emperor's frigid voice struck deeply into the heart of consort Chen, rendering her momentarily speechless as she gazed at him in stunned silence. It must be love that drives me. I cannot bear to see another bask in your favor. Nor can I endure the thought of them bearing your child, she lamented. I merely yearn for the simplicity of a common marriage, yet I realize I am too greedy. Her tone was a perfect mimicry of consort Chen's, almost inciting laughter from the onlookers hidden nearby. The Empress Dowager pressed her handkerchief to her lips, acknowledging that the words from the Lu family child were indeed accurate. Such a person was unworthy of bearing offspring, let alone deserving of favoritism. Otherwise, both the adult princes and the young ones would face dire consequences. Consort Chen, delicate and sorrowful, collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixed on the emperor, lost in confusion over the shift from the gentle affections he had shown her that morning to this chilling demeanor. Your Majesty, you may deem me overly greedy, but... Enough! The emperor's fury erupted, whether from the repeated insight of Lu Xinran into consort Chen's reactions or from the absurdity of the situation itself. Consort Chen lay prostrate, forgetting her tears as the panic and bewilderment in her eyes deepened. In the stifling atmosphere, Eunuch Fu, with keen eyes, spotted someone approaching from afar, He, and hurriedly ran out to bring him into the pavilion. Your Majesty, Doctor, he has arrived. The emperor snorted in acknowledgement, waiting for He to kneel before him, then tossing the medicine bag and remnants at his feet. Will you confess on your own, or shall I resort to punishment? He, upon seeing the medicine bag on the ground and the mangled bodies of several palace attendants nearby, trembled, nearly collapsing. I will confess. Yes. It was Consort Chen who requested a formula that would simulate the signs of pregnancy, and another to create the appearance of weakness after a miscarriage. I provided her with both formulas. Ah, how innocent you make yourself sound. Would you go to your death if commanded? Lu Xinran exclaimed. The emperor cast a cold glance at the Lu family, his expression darkening further. If I recall correctly, you are my subject, not his. He trembled, his lips quivering as he dared not defend himself any longer. Suddenly, Consort Chen seemed to summon strength, wrapping her delicate arms around the emperor's legs. Your Majesty, I deceived you, but it was only because I love you so dearly. I merely sought a fraction of your affection. I promise I shall not dare again. Please forgive me." The emperor gazed down at her, tears marring her exquisite makeup, and though she appeared disheveled, it was still the visage he favored most. His fingers twitched, instinctively moving to brush the hair from her cheek, yet the inopportune thoughts echoed once more in his mind. Let me recall that foolish phrase. Oh yes, you have lost a leg, but she has lost her love. I loved you so much that none of the children carried by the other concubines could be born. Not even the empress. I never wished for blood on my hands, but my love for you compelled me. Surely you can understand. Truly it is revolting. I wish to gouge out my eyes to avoid witnessing such a distressing scene. Alas, it is over. I shall go blind. Very well. I shall ensure you are truly blind. The emperor's fury surged as he abruptly withdrew his legs, delivering a harsh kick to Consort Chen's shoulder. Chao Wenxing. Return and take her pulse. 3 hours had elapsed since she sought him out. As the impending reality dawned upon Consort Chen, she clutched her wrists tightly, aware that, despite the evidence laid bare, she could not allow the doctor to reveal her true intentions. Your Majesty, she feigns pregnancy and pretends to have miscarried. I am indifferent to her plight, but I must know why she seeks to harm the Empress. In the midst of the chaos, the Empress Dowager's suppressed wrath permeated the air. Is it ignorance of your son, or a desire to leverage this for the Empress's benefit? The Empress has lost her child and faced repeated slanders, all while enduring reprimands. After all these years, if the Emperor held any regard for her, she would not be reduced to a laughingstock. Such trivial confessions demand her gratitude. Enough. You have lost only a child, but she has lost her love. The Emperor's anger peaked as he pointed toward the Lu family, then gestured to all the guests in the pavilion. Leave. If this Lu child continues to stoke the flames, today's events will spiral into chaos. Stay. I require their presence for testimony. The Empress Dowager, having reached her limit, was resolute. She could not control the Emperor's whims. But she would fight for the Empress's right to a peaceful existence. The Emperor's temples throbbed as he met the unwavering gaze of the Empress Dowager. He inhaled deeply, signaling eunuch Fu to restrain Consort Chen. Why do you wish to harm the Empress? I demand the truth, or I shall condemn you and your entire clan. Consort Chen shuddered, then laughed nervously. Your Majesty, are you truly unaware or merely pretending? Every woman in the harem desires to be Empress, to see her child crowned as heir, to rise to the status of Empress and no longer suffer at the hands of others. I have merely acted upon the ambitions that others harbor, yet dare not pursue. Alas, I was so close to success. Had my father not insisted I enter the palace, I could have married my childhood sweetheart, bearing him children and managing our household, instead of being trapped here, scheming for power and living a half-life. Your Majesty, I did not wish to harm the Empress, but these delusions were born from your neglect and harsh treatment of her. After 10 years in this palace, transitioning from a mere beauty to the lady of the court, I was just one step away, one child away from the pinnacle of power. How unfortunate. Chapter 31. How did she fall from grace? Yui realized he was doomed. He had conspired against the Empress and harmed countless heirs over the years, aiding Consort Chen's schemes. If she had not revealed her thoughts so recklessly, Consort Chen would have surely triumphed over the Empress. Yet, despite a decade of careful planning, she had revealed her hand too soon. The Empress Dowager, observing Consort Chen's facade finally falter, felt a rare complexity stir within her. With a sigh, she addressed the Emperor. Since Consort Chen believes she will be scorned and bullied in the harem, perhaps she should be sent to guard the imperial tombs. Consort Chen slumped on the ground, her head bowed, shedding her pretense of frailty, revealing a tenacity akin to a wildflower breaking through the cracks. The Emperor regarded her again, hesitant to accept the Empress Dowager's suggestion. As Emperor, he could not show favoritism to the one he cherished. How could he endure such confinement? If only the Emperor and Empress could part ways amicably. The Emperor grants the Empress freedom, and she does not pursue the grievances of the past. If the Emperor wishes to keep Consort Chen in the palace as if nothing has transpired, he must conceal her within the capital, allowing her to indulge in affairs outside the palace. Meanwhile, the Empress could enjoy a few peaceful days, free from the trials of the harem, extending her life. These irresponsible thoughts echoed within him, and amid the emperor's cold snort, the remnants of his reluctance began to dissipate. Very well, I shall heed my mother's counsel. Consort Chen straightened, bowing deeply to the Empress Dowager. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for sparing my life. The queen, at the very center of the storm, remained utterly unresponsive, as if the miscarriage she endured years ago had not been hers, and the injustices and scorn she faced were not hers either. She rose with an air of indifference and performed a curtsy before the Empress Dowager. Everything was at the behest of her mother. The farce concluded hastily. The consort Shen, once so proud upon her arrival, was now led out of the Ronghue courtyard in a state of utter disgrace. If the emperor favored such delicate and affected flowers, he could simply train another in the harem. After all, whether he was sincere or not was of no concern, as long as he was satisfied in bed. That was sufficient. Cough, cough, cough. Lady Pei began to cough violently. She tumbled from her chair and knelt on the ground, trembling as if she were about to faint. Lu Xinran, having just savored the unfolding drama, was about to close her gossip app when she was abruptly yanked by Lu Xinran. Instinctively, she followed her sister and knelt on the ground with a thud. The emperor observed the quaking Lady Pei and several others. Within moments, he surmised the reason for their pallor, as if they would not see the dawn. Narrowing his eyes, he directed a menacing gaze at Lu Xinran, intending to admonish her with a thunderous, "Do you not know your crimes?" But then, darkness enveloped him, and a wave of suffocation surged forth. His body swayed, leaning against Eunuch Fu for support until he finally regained his composure, drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a colossal hammer of thunder had flashed before him, ready to strike should he entertain thoughts of punishing the Lu family and Lu Xinran. Terrified, he hesitated, uncertain of the source of Lu Xinran's uncanny power, and reconsidered his intentions toward her and her family. He needed to devise a suitable course of action for the Lu family. His peripheral vision caught the queen's face, which was no longer expressionless, as she softly uttered, "You may all leave." "Yes, your majesty, this subject thanks you." Lady Pei's voice trembled, and with shaking legs, she gritted her teeth and rose, forcibly dragging Lu Xinran's wrist as she hurriedly departed. She could not allow Lu Xinran to speak recklessly in the emperor's presence. Being pulled along, Lu Xinran stumbled. "Sister, why are we in such a hurry?" What had just transpired was witnessed by many. The courtyard was filled with ladies who had all seen and heard. The law does not punish the many, and the emperor's anger could not fall solely upon their family. Hearing her thoughts, Lu Xinran was relieved they had managed to leave quickly, distancing themselves from the emperor and Empress Dowager by more than 10 paces from those ladies. "Did I not warn you this morning not to act recklessly? Even thinking such thoughts is forbidden. Why do you never listen?" Lu Xinran felt aggrieved. "I clearly said nothing. I was merely following you and grandmother, behaving quite obediently." She had endeavored to be a good child. "You foolish girl. They nearly faced death because of you. This gossip, can it be trifled with? It could lead to dire consequences." Lu Xinran felt even more wronged, wondering why everyone looked at her with reproach. She had been very well behaved. Yet, Lu Xinran, unwilling to let her sister suffer, guessed that the emperor's command for them to leave implied their safety. She quickly pulled Lu Xinran behind her. "Grandmother, let us remain in the Ronghue courtyard until nightfall. Perhaps we should find a secluded courtyard to rest in this afternoon. As long as we keep her confined there, she should not instigate any further trouble." Lady Pei sighed. At present, they had no other choice. As the Lu family departed, the group of ladies in the pavilion remained tense. They had heard everything they should not have, and the Lu family fled as if pursued by wild dogs. What would they do now? Remaining could imply they were eager for the emperor's entertainment. "Let us go," a few of the ladies murmured, but they dared not move. Shangshu continuously shifted her position, casting furtive glances towards the direction Lu Xinran had left. "Enough of this. Do not linger here.
The garden is vast.
The flowers are beautiful. Go and enjoy." The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling everyone to disperse. They felt uneasy, as the emperor and empress were being surreptitiously observed by them, leading to their own discomfort. Once the crowd had dispersed, the Empress Dowager finally accepted a tea bowl from an elderly maid and sipped quietly. How would the emperor deal with the young one from the Lu family? Chapter 32. She read his thoughts at a glance. The Empress Dowager harbored a favorable impression of Lu Xinran and naturally wished for her to avoid punishment. Without restraint, there would surely be unforeseen consequences. The Empress sat silently to the side, her thoughts drifting to an unknown place. For years, the Emperor had harbored suspicion and disdain towards the Empress, but now, realizing her attention was elsewhere, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He glanced at her again. Seeing her still not looking his way, he could only clear his throat. "What do you think, Empress?" From the heart's voice. It seemed she was merely a simple and innocent girl. As for how to dispose of the matter, the Emperor likely already had a plan. And he had never cared to hear her opinion, so why bother asking her? The Empress rose. "I am feeling somewhat dizzy. I shall take my leave." Supporting herself with the maid, she departed under the Emperor's complex gaze. The Empress Dowager sighed. "Do not stare. The Empress has completely lost her dignity. You even contemplated sending her to guard the imperial tomb. She has nothing left to lose now." The Emperor recalled the thoughts he had just entertained, feeling a flush of heat wash over his face. "Mother, have I erred?" The Empress Dowager turned to gaze at the shimmering surface of the water. "The Emperor knows the answer in his heart. There is no need to ask an old woman like me." Just moments ago, the Emperor had watched the consort Xin being dragged away, still reluctant to let go. Recalling that scene, she had lost all desire to continue speaking. "I shall say only this. The girl from the Lu family is not to be taken into the harem. The rest is up to you." The Emperor frowned as he watched the Empress Dowager also take her leave with the maid. Truly, a mother knows her child well. She had discerned his thoughts with a mere glance. He had initially thought that such an uncanny talent would be perfectly suited for the harem. All the intrigues and machinations would be laid bare before him through her. It would serve his convenience without the worry of her causing unforeseen troubles outside. However, with the Empress Dowager's insistence on protecting her and having made this matter quite clear, he could not continue to defy her. But what alternative was there if she could not be taken into the harem? In a remote and secluded courtyard in the northwest of the Ronghui Garden, Lu Xinran sat in a side room, speechless as she gazed at Lu Xinran beside her. "What is going on with you all? Why does everyone look at me as if I am incomprehensible?" Even Zhao Shi regarded her as if she were a shadow of her former self. The cacophony of thoughts surged again, and Lu Xinran rubbed her temples in exasperation. "Do you not tire yourself out with all your incessant worrying?" Lu Xinran was taken aback. "How do you know I overthink?" Lu Xinran stared at her, believing she had finally realized her folly. Instead, she was met with a torrent of thoughts, including "Sister, do not worry. Regardless of what I think, I will not bring trouble to the Lu residents. I have been very well behaved today, and Aunt Su praised me for my good conduct." Lu Xinlan confirmed that the servants, having signed their contracts, could not hear her thoughts. As for whether others could hear, it seemed there was still a barrier in place. Yet, she had yet to discern where that threshold lay. Aunt Su, not hearing Lu Xinran's rebellious words, naturally found nothing amiss in her behavior worthy of praise. Meeting Lu Xinran's innocent and naive gaze, she sighed and began to weave a tale. "Have you forgotten that the eyes are the windows to the soul? We lack guile. What we think will be revealed through our eyes. Therefore, in the future, try not to overthink anything, understood?" Lu Xinran nodded, bewildered, feeling that her dear sister was targeting her, yet she had no evidence to prove it. "Why is Shangshu here?" Lu Xinran, recalling the frail constitution of the other party, instinctively waved her hand. "Grandmother and the others are still resting. Let her in." She could roughly guess the purpose of the visitor's arrival. "Aren't you afraid of fainting here? It's so troublesome when someone faints at the slightest provocation. If it weren't for how insufferable this person is, would she keep fainting?" Nevertheless, with a huff, she entered and bowed respectfully to the two sisters. In that moment, Lu Xinran felt overwhelmed by the other person's assertiveness, momentarily forgetting her internal complaints. "I only just realized how challenging it is for my aunt in the palace. I was truly too willful before." She straightened and sat beside Lu Xinran with a heavy sigh. "It's not about whether your aunt is having a hard time. Why are you telling us this? You're not trying to pull some trick, are you? Isn't she still thinking about her fourth brother? I can't believe she truly wishes to become good friends with Lu Xinran." Previously, she had been oblivious to the struggles faced by the Empress and her grandfather, often running to the palace and chasing after several princes. Lu Xinran, I will no longer cling to fourth brother. No, fourth prince. You can rest assured. I will avoid him from now on. You must trust me. She clutched Lu Xinran's hand tightly, her eyes wide with anticipation, as if a large tail behind her were wagging with excitement. Lu Xinran continued to be speechless. What use is it for you to believe me? She is no longer recognized as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. Her engagement with Song Junyan is certainly void. Shangshu, recalling the unexpected events at the water pavilion, hurried over and forgot that Lu Xinran's current status was no longer suitable for being a prince's consort. Isn't she just pretending to be friendly to mock Lu Xinran? Shangshu exclaimed in horror, desperately shaking her head. No, that's not it, she didn't. Lu Xinran, amused by the antics of her two lively companions, could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. I believe you. From now on, we shall be good sisters.
Shangshu excitedly embraced her.
Thank you. Thank you. I now feel that fourth brother, no, fourth prince, does not deserve you. Would you like to meet my elder brother? He hasn't proposed yet. What domestic violence? What flying fists? Chapter 33. If we cannot indulge in the Emperor's affairs, then let us focus on the Zhou family. Pei Shi listened to the commotion from next door, her furrowed brows finally easing a little. However, the calamity facing the Lu family was far from over. It remained uncertain how the Emperor and Empress Dowager would deal with Lu Xinran and her family. Had she known she would come so close to the Emperor, she would not have entertained the idea of formally introducing the family to the capital's various estates. Even if such actions were deemed unfair, it would have been preferable to the current predicament they found themselves in. Mother, I believe that Xinran is quite fortunate. Perhaps this incident will turn out to be a blessing in disguise, the second lady, Kong Shi, gently reassured. She could empathize with Lu Xinran's previous sentiments more than anyone else. Having harmonized with Lu Kongping for many years, their marriage had remained blissful. With no concubines or side households, she knew well how rare such devotion was. Lu Xinran sympathized with the Empress, consistently advocating for her. While this may have offended the Emperor, it showcased her pure heartedness, making her intentions all the more precious. If the Empress Dowager and Empress were willing to protect her, the Lu family would face no harm. Pei Shi shook her head with a wry smile. Given the current situation, anything we do is likely to be met with suspicion. We can only remain steadfast and adapt as best we can. Once the time has passed, Lu Jinchuan and the other officials will gradually arrive at Ronghui Garden. I have already sent word to him. Let us see what solutions he can devise. The sounds from the adjoining room continued intermittently, and Pei Shi felt a worsening headache at the sound of Lu Xinran's carefree laughter. The evening banquet was the highlight of the birthday festivities, and with so many people present, she hoped there would be no further trouble. Zhao Shi, somewhat reluctant, noted that several princes would be attending that evening. She wished to take the opportunity to mention Lu Xinran's engagement with the fourth prince. However, Kong Shi, fearing that Pei Shi might become upset, quickly intervened. Mother, this is not the time for rash actions. Let us wait a bit. Allow Xinran to have a good conversation with Xinran. She should not listen to or think about anything until the evening banquet concludes. Lu Xinran nodded with a smile, watching her leave. Lu Xinran let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, she has gone. She talks too much. Her words flowed as if she could read Xinran's thoughts, speaking only what she wanted to hear, leaving her feeling parched and overwhelmed. By then, Lu Jinchuan had arrived with Lu Kongda. Lu Kongping was already present. Lu Jinchuan cast a reassuring glance at Pei Shi before narrowing his eyes to scrutinize his seemingly docile, yet rather nonsensical granddaughter. He had just knelt before the Emperor to apologize, who had only asked pointedly whether the scandal involving Zhang Yuchang and the Zhou family as eldest daughter had come from Lu Xinran. He had recounted the details he had heard from Lu Xinran about why the two sisters were swapped, what Fang Suxin had done over the years, and the inadvertent assistance they provided to the fourth prince in solving a murder case. He had also meticulously explained the circumstances under which Lu Xinran's thoughts could be heard. After listening, the Emperor remained silent for quite some time before gesturing for him to leave, unaware that she had walked a tightrope in the Emperor's favor. Lu Xinran settled down and began to glance around curiously, remembering several ladies who had been watching Lu Xinran with disdain. She needed to quickly identify their positions and stealthily approach to partake in their gossip. Don't wander around. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager will be arriving shortly. Feeling a warm surge of affection for the girl, Lu Xinran understood that this mischievous child possessed a conscience, making her worries and sleepless nights worth it. As for Xinlan's marriage, I have the final say. The daughter I have painstakingly raised is not someone anyone can covet. She had taken note of those shameless individuals. They better not fall into her hands in the future. Lu Xinran noticed Lu Xinlan once again lost in thought, feeling a chill at the thought of how she had become so in tune with Shangshu and her son. How frightening! Shangshu shuddered, also finding Lu Xinran's thoughts somewhat alarming. Lu Xinran, bewildered by their reactions, turned to see her grandfather gazing at her with indifference. She was quite content with her current life, enjoying good food and drink, while also being able to venture out to indulge in gossip. Despite the odd expressions of those around her, which seemed to suggest discomfort, everything else was perfect. As the clock struck the hour, the tables in the water pavilion were filled. Those who had not heard of the day's events before now learned the details from their families. Many were shocked to discover that the beloved consort Chen had been forced to bear the blame and guard the imperial tomb, prompting whispers about the impending upheaval in the harem. At the stroke of the hour, the emperor, supporting the Empress Dowager, entered the water pavilion, followed by the empress and a throng of concubines. As soon as the emperor stepped in, he instinctively glanced at Lu Xinran. Upon learning that she could only discern others' secrets within a 10-pace radius, he wisely opted to keep the Lu family at a distance to avoid further embarrassment in front of his ministers. He was also eager to avoid the incessant noise of their thoughts. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager, observing the positioning of the Lu family, shook her head in disapproval. Look, the Emperor and Empress Dowager have ascended to the high platform. It's so far away. If we cannot indulge in the Emperor's affairs, let us focus on the Zhou family. If we cannot uncover anything else, it will suffice to glimpse the scandalous affairs of Zhou Hanwen and Zhou Bingshan's household. These two, Are they both keeping a mistress together? The Emperor and the Empress Dowager exchanged a glance while walking midway, silently summoning the eunuch Fu to move the tables and chairs down from the high platform. Indeed, sitting too high created a distance from the ministers, which was not favorable at all. Chapter 34. Their actions make me seem so unworldly. Engrossed in her gossip, Lu Xinran remained oblivious to the sudden quiet that enveloped the pavilion, with only the sounds of palace servants arranging dishes and drinks at each table. Noticing the abrupt silence, the officials and their families nearby grew anxious. While munching on her snacks, Lu Xinran marveled at the extravagant antics unfolding before her. Such extravagance! They make me seem so inexperienced. The concubines rotate beds. That Feng Suxin, they even consumed aphrodisiacs, specifically sending someone to hunt tigers for their whiskers. And what did they catch? A female tiger. Ha ha. It's hilarious. The crowd urged, stop laughing. What about Feng Suxin? Zhou Hanwen and his father Zhou Bingshan were drenched in sweat, wanting to stand up and denounce the absurdity, but upon scanning the room, they noticed the emperor observing them with keen interest. Lu Xinran, blissfully absorbed in her small booklet, flipped through its contents, which were organized chronologically. The longer she stayed by the emperor's side, the more she uncovered. With ample time, she could even see moments from his childhood when he wore diapers. ISN T Chunfeng Tower, the most renowned brothel in Qingpingfang? The crowd, hearing her thoughts, eagerly nodded, urging her to continue about Chunfeng Tower. 5 years ago, the courtesan Hiyu mysteriously vanished overnight, only to be revealed that Zhou Bingshan had redeemed her. And it was Feng Suxin who helped him find a house in the city, wasn't he it? 6 years ago, a newlywed woman came to court, but Zhou Hanwen ordered his secret guards to abduct her, forcing her for over half a year, even compelling her to bear his child. How shameless! He's as ridiculous as a golden needle mushroom, yet dares to disgrace himself publicly. As the left minister of the court, he has committed countless vile acts in secret. Does he think that holding the position of a censor means he is immune to scrutiny? No wonder Feng Suxin ended up with Zhang Yuchang. Zhou Bingshan had no reaction at all. The Zhou family is truly corrupt. Zhou Hanwen trembled as if pulled from water, his legs shaking uncontrollably. The emperor watched him with amusement. He realized that as long as the gossip did not involve him, he felt quite refreshed. Zhou Hanwen wished to kneel, but a cold glance from the emperor kept him obediently seated, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Not just him, but Zhou Bingshan as well. Lu Kongda observed the flustered Zhou family with immense satisfaction. Ever since he learned that his position as a Minister of Revenue was bought by Fang Suxin's body, he had been eager to oust him from that role. However, the Zhou family had been staunchly resistant, only willing to send Fang Suxin to the countryside, without any negotiation regarding his position. Now, Zhou Bingshan had no choice but to relent. Having savored the scandal involving the Zhou father and son, Lu Xinran raised her head, only to find the pavilion unusually silent. The Zhou family members near her wore grim expressions. What's going on? Was I too focused on my gossip to notice something happening? She quickly glanced at her gossip system, finding no updates, and confusion washed over her. As her thoughts surfaced, everyone simultaneously raised their glasses, busy toasting to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Before the banquet officially commenced, having indulged in a delightful piece of gossip, the Emperor dismissed his earlier embarrassment with a smile, raising his cup to toast the Empress Dowager. Amidst the lively chatter, an ill-timed voice interrupted. What's the use of sweet words? It's better to keep her angry than anything else. The Emperor paused, his hand holding the cup momentarily halted. As the Empress Dowager chuckled in agreement, she turned her head, looking past the Emperor at the Empress. This child certainly speaks to the heart of the matter. Indeed. I find this young girl from the Lu family quite charming. The Empress smiled brightly, having long since given up on the Emperor. Lu Xinran's words only strengthened her resolve. Fearing the Emperor might truly become brazen, she casually remarked. The Empress Dowager was taken aback, then quickly understood. She glanced at the Emperor and added, "Your thoughts are commendable. If I weren't so old, I would wish to support her myself." The Emperor, under the scrutinizing gaze of the Empress Dowager and the Empress, rubbed his nose, inwardly scoffing. As the Emperor, he could have any beauty he desired. He preferred the charm and allure of Consort Chen, while this slender girl from the Lu family hardly caught his attention. His earlier intention to include her in the harem was merely a matter of convenience. Emperor, what are your thoughts? The Empress smiled distantly, leaving the Emperor feeling inexplicably unsettled. If the Empress was fond of her, wouldn't he make things difficult for a young girl? As long as he maintained a distance of 10 steps from her, the embarrassment would not fall upon him. With his words, the Empress felt reassured. She looked towards the Empress Dowager, silently inquiring who would broach the subject of adopting the young girl. Lu Xinran yawned, surveying the bustling crowd in the pavilion, pinching a piece of pastry while contemplating where her next piece of gossip would come from. System, was that big piece of gossip from this morning valuable? It was decent. Worth 15 days. What? Only 15 days? Is the Emperor not worth more? His scandal with Consort Chen isn't worth much? Only 5 days for the Zhou family? With that chaos, it's only 5 days? Lu Xinran felt disheartened, her shoulders drooping as she shrank behind Zhao and the others, exuding an aura of complaint. 2 pieces of gossip total 20 days. If you work a little harder to observe more people, we could accumulate 2 months' worth today. That makes sense. Lu Xinran, encouraged by the system, immediately adopted a diligent attitude akin to cramming for exams. It was just gossip, after all. How hard could it be? Whose gossip is it? The harmonious atmosphere of clinking cups came to an abrupt halt. The crowd nervously adjusted their hair, apprehensive about locking eyes with the Lu family and becoming the center of attention. Lu Xinran tugged at Lu Xilan's arm. Who is that person? Lu Xilan followed her pointed finger. That is the wife of the Minister of Rights. Perfect, that's the one. She looks so sharp-tongued, daring to eye Lu Xilan. I must observe her closely and find a way to inform grandmother. Chapter 35. Double Standards and Time Management Masters. All eyes turned towards the Minister of Rights and his wife, Mrs. Kong. Mrs. Kong, with her triangular eyes, glared intensely at Lu Xinran, eager to see what this little girl could concoct. She was neither Fang Suxin nor the utterly disgraceful Zhou father and son. Standing tall and proud, she welcomed the attention of the onlookers. Is Mrs. Kong an advocate of moral conduct? The eldest daughter-in-law must wait outside her courtyard before dawn, serving the Minister of Rites, and then assist her with grooming and meal preparations. Then she must read scriptures, write essays, and at noon continue preparing meals, even keeping vigil at her room during breaks, fanning her in summer and adding charcoal in winter. In the afternoon, she must sew her undergarments and embroider handkerchiefs. And in the evening, continue meal preparations. Does she also need to wash her feet? Is their family so impoverished they cannot afford servants? Or is she so inept that her daughter-in-law must attend to her every need? Mrs. Kong lifted her chin defiantly, facing the crowd's scrutiny, declaring that a daughter-in-law's respect for her mother-in-law was a natural obligation. Lu Xinran felt increasingly horrified, gasping in disbelief. After enduring 2 miscarriages, she finally managed to preserve 1 pregnancy, only to face the bitter chill of winter, fearing that it would lead to a premature birth. Even now, her body has yet to recuperate. She criticizes others for not bearing sons, devising schemes to intrude into the sons' quarters. Behind her, the eldest daughter-in-law, Mu, with red-rimmed eyes, stands beside a petite 6-year-old girl who appears smaller than most children of 4 or 5. It is horrifying and malicious. How can there exist a woman with such a wicked heart? Being her daughter-in-law is akin to descending into hell, she thinks. She shamelessly claims that it is a duty for a daughter-in-law to honor her mother-in-law. How disgraceful. She resolves to uncover how this woman treated her own in-laws in the past. Her thoughts abruptly halt as she desperately flips through a booklet, and the smug expression on Kang's face abruptly falters. Found it, she exclaims. I knew she was an old hypocrite, devoid of shame. It turns out that Kong had caused her mother-in-law's demise. Yet she deceived Wang Jianmin into believing it was due to her mother's repressed emotions from enduring hardship in the countryside, unable to learn the comforts of city life. Why didn't she rise early to attend to her mother-in-law's needs? Why didn't she wash her feet? She reflects, realizing that out of fear of facing a similar fate, she relentlessly tormented her daughter-in-law. What a blatant hypocrite. The underworld is empty, and the wicked roam the earth. No, it is not that she is foolish. Rather, her own mother is of greater significance than her career, and she clings tightly to her father-in-law's influence. Indeed, they are a pair of loathsome characters. How dare they covet Lu Xinran? They even expect Lu Xinran to wash her feet. What nonsense! By the end of her thoughts, everyone around can sense her seething fury. She firmly grasps Lu Xinran's hand, declaring, in the future, when you consider suitors, you must inform me. I will assist you in evaluating them. Such a wicked mother-in-law as Kong should not be allowed to wreak havoc upon us. Lu Xinran smiles softly, replying, all right, I will heed your advice. Zhao, turning away, thinks about why she should listen to this impudent girl, but the chilling sensation from the thoughts regarding Kong causes her to shudder involuntarily. Allowing this girl to take the lead may not be such a bad idea after all. The Empress Dowager observes Kong, who stubbornly refuses to admit her faults, and cannot help but shake her head in lamentation. Mu, having such a mother-in-law, is indeed pitiable. When she faced hardships in the palace, it was never this distressing. Mu's parents are now red-eyed with fury, having never imagined their daughter would endure such a life in the Wang household. That wretched Kong. A divorce is imperative. No daughter of the Mu family should endure such humiliation. All the families with daughters gaze fearfully at Kong, especially those who have been subtly tested for potential matches. They look upon her as if she were a sworn enemy. Lu Xinran, having learned from the steward that the recent scandal afforded them 5 days of life energy, immediately throws herself into the next big revelation. Kong is no virtuous person. Wang Jianmin can watch his own mother die without a care, which surely speaks to his character. He greedily pocketed over 1,000 taels at today's birthday banquet. He embezzled 5,000 taels during the spring examination. He took 3,000 taels during the winter solstice sacrifices. He exploits every opportunity for gain. In his study, there exists a secret room where Zhou Hanwen grinds golden mushrooms, while his is filled with gold bars. He pretends to be virtuous, wearing the same court robes for years, as if he is waiting for promotion from the emperor. It appears he is a master of time management, though perhaps too swift. A single trip does not require much time. Lu Xinran, startled, pulls her wrist, preventing her from continuing her tirade. Lu Xinran, confused, wonders why she is pinching herself. Is your enthusiasm so intense that you must bruise your wrist? Meanwhile, the emperor has calmed from his earlier rage, his attention curiously shifting from how Wang Jianmin spends his hidden gold to pondering the meaning of golden mushrooms. His gaze flits over Zhou Hanwen, pondering whether golden needles refers to something else entirely. A series of questions flash through the emperor's mind. He realizes that this girl can uncover the secrets of others. If utilized effectively, she could replenish the national treasury. The funds needed for disaster relief in Jiangnan could very well originate from such sources. Wang Jianmin's face turns ashen as he realizes his fate is sealed. Kang's spine slumps as she contemplates the consequences of having her hoard of gold bars confiscated, her eyes rolling back as she faints. Is it the case that people in the capital are so frail? Why do they so easily faint? The chaos in the pavilion subsides as servants come to assist Kang, allowing Wang Jianmin to seize the opportunity to depart with his sons. Lu Xinran glances around, her thoughts sinking back into the scandal system.
Who shall I observe next?
Having entered the realm of scandals, I must make the most of this opportunity today. Chapter 36. This person deserves a Lifetime Achievement Award. The Empress Dowager finds this year's birthday banquet to be lively and entertaining. It does not involve her directly, yet she can indulge in so many scandals. This banquet is indeed delightful. The emperor, filled with interest, has calculated that the disaster relief for Jiangnan will require at least 100,000 taels. Relying solely on Wang Jianmin may not suffice. If Lu's daughter can unearth a few more of these greedy officials, especially in such a setting, it would leave those old fogies who love to muddle through without anything to say. Lu Xinran, who carries the hopes of many, flips through the scandal system, feeling that today has been particularly taxing. How many days of life energy do I have left? She wonders, stifling a yawn. She finds the act of gathering gossip exhausting. Moreover, the scandals of these court officials seem rather worthless. Wang Jianmin, in her eyes, is a significant embezzler, yet his scandal yields less value than Kang's. Kang has granted her 5 days of life energy, while Wang Jianmin only provides 3. If the upcoming scandals only yield 2 or 3 days, won't she need to uncover 4 or 5 more individuals? Gathering gossip is indeed a laborious task. Who wishes to dwell on such sordid matters? They are quite unsightly.
All right.
I will settle for one last scandal. Her gaze discreetly sweeps across the pavilion until she spots the Minister of Justice, Tang Xuyen, and his wife, Lu. She recalls how, during their carriage ride, Xinglan spoke of the case with sparkling eyes, only to feel dejected for not being able to visit the Ministry of Justice due to the need for caution. This is a rare opportunity. I must discover what interests Minister Tang to help create an opportunity for Lu Xinran. Nearby, Tang Xuyen and Lu exchange bewildered glances. What does creating opportunities mean? Lu thinks, her brows furrowing at the audacity of someone who complains endlessly about unfinished cases, wishing to reside in the Ministry of Justice. How could she possibly understand?
Dan Quyên,
drenched in sweat, realizes he has never encountered these young ladies from the Lu family before. They have had no prior contact. How could they suddenly take an interest in him? This is an unmerited disaster. Just as Tang Xuyen feels utterly wronged, the ethereal voice he has been waiting for finally emerges. I wonder if I can assist Minister Tang in solving cases. If so, would it not be proper for Lu Xinran to seek a position at the Ministry of Justice? Minister Tang is a workaholic, dedicating all his thoughts to solving cases. If Lu Xinran wishes to enter the ministry, she likely cannot rely on him. I must look further. Perhaps this person has other interests beyond investigating cases and examining corpses? The voice momentarily halts, and Tang Xuyen gazes at his wife, as if he has been spared from calamity. Did you hear that? She simply wants to approach him to enter the Ministry of Justice. Lu snorts, begrudgingly acknowledging that this fellow has barely passed her test. However, the 2 young ladies of the Lu family, one poised and gentle, the other spirited, are indeed of marriageable age. How could they be preoccupied with venturing outside every day, while still wishing to enter the Dali Temple? Lu was perplexed, and the Empress Dowager and the Empress seated above shared her confusion. Your Majesty, regarding the eldest daughter of the Lu family, if my memory serves me right, you had previously mentioned to Lu Jinchuan your desire for her to wed the 4th prince? The Emperor nodded, recalling that he had not known she was not truly a daughter of the Lu family. Had unforeseen events not transpired, by the end of the year, The marriage between the two children should have been arranged. However, he now shook his head regretfully. At this moment, it appeared that neither of these girls was suitable for the fourth prince. The empress, clutching her handkerchief, smiled questioningly. The marriage proposal has yet to be discussed. But I have heard my sister-in-law mention a few times that she intends to introduce her to her maternal nephew. Upon hearing this, the emperor merely chuckled softly.
Ah,
There is no rush for the fourth prince's marriage. Let him focus on his duties in Shuntian Prefecture for now. The Empress Dowager observed the couple, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, but ultimately, she sighed. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran, half closing his eyes, was lost in contemplation of the changes that would unfold in the court after today. It seemed unlikely that Zhou Hanwen would retain his position as the left deputy minister. However, considering his serious misdeeds, the emperor would likely not dismiss him outright. Yet, it appeared that the Zhou family might no longer be able to remain in the capital, as the emperor might very well transfer him to a provincial post as a regional governor. Zhou Bingshan, too, would struggle to maintain his position as a minister in the Ministry of Revenue. With Zhou Hanwen leaving the capital, he would likely follow suit. But what the capital would look like years from now is uncertain, and they would have to navigate it step by step. The more Lu Xinran pondered, the more his spirits lifted. The Zhou family would soon vacate a second-rank official position as well as a fifth-rank one. Additionally, the position of Minister of Rights was available. Wang Jianmin was not as fortunate as the Zhou family, as the emperor's mercy had spared him from confiscation and exile. The position of Vice Minister of Rights, a fourth-rank office, was also open. With two lucrative positions available, tomorrow's court would undoubtedly see a tempest of intrigue. These thoughts were not lost on others, as the atmosphere in the pavilion, once filled with the sounds of laughter and clinking cups, turned silent as everyone quietly calculated how to fill these two vacant posts. Lu Xinran, meanwhile, was engrossed in the tumultuous history of Tang Xuyan. Was this man truly mad? He passed the imperial examinations at the age of 19 and became the minister of the Dali Temple at 32. He made the Dali Temple his home. And if Lady Tang did not permit anyone to seek him out, he could go 10 days or even half a month without being seen. What a workaholic. Surely the emperor would award him a lifetime achievement prize upon his retirement? He divides an hour into two, neglecting even his own wife. How can I and Lu Xinran find an opportunity to approach her? Shall we become corpses instead? Yet now, he disregards the matter of autopsies, fixating solely on outcomes. She found herself overwhelmed. The Dali Temple was a formidable challenge. At worst, she could select a portion of that tragic love story to engage in. At least the fourth prince appeared to be a reasonable man. Seated at the emperor's right, Song Junyan, meeting the gazes of those above, calmly raised his cup to toast them. Lu Xinran, amidst the clamor of thoughts, felt both amused and touched. This fellow townsman of hers was truly kind and endearing. Having shown her a few gestures of goodwill, he took her affairs to heart and sought to assist her at every turn. She beckoned a palace maid, indicating for her to reheat the dishes that had grown cold on the table, adding a plate of braised duck feet, a bowl of sweet glutinous rice balls, and a pan-fried yellow croaker, along with a bottle of sweet glutinous rice wine, and remembering to bring 2 wine cups. The maid, somewhat dazed, took her leave, and she rubbed her stomach, realizing that in her earlier excitement, she had forgotten to eat and was now quite hungry. Chapter 37. The emperor is to be brainwashed. Listening to the heartfelt thoughts, Lu's heart swelled with compassion for the hardships her husband had endured over the years. Meanwhile, Tang Xuyan felt a surge of guilt upon hearing complaints about how he had neglected to care for his children when they were born. In his quest to decipher the autopsy results presented by the coroner and to uncover any clues from the bodies, he had spent nearly every day at the mortuary. The atmosphere there was unbearable, heavy with an ominous presence. Although he bore no personal concerns, he could not disregard the well-being of his wife and children. During Lu's labor, it was not that he was too busy to attend to them. Rather, he feared bringing home any contamination, daring not to approach them. With his wide sleeves concealing his gestures, he shielded his actions with the table, taking Lu's hand in a gesture filled with remorse. You have borne much hardship these years. It is all my fault for being so preoccupied with my duties and neglecting you and the children. In the blink of an eye, their son and daughter had reached the age of marriage, and he realized he had contributed so little to their upbringing. Lu gazed at him with emotion. Without you, how could the children and I have the life we enjoy now? Tang Wanru, seated behind them, overheard their thoughts, transforming her past misunderstandings of her father into admiration and guilt. Their parents had endured so much for them over the years. Were it not for Lu Xinran, she might have remained oblivious to these matters for a lifetime. She looked towards Lu Xinran, who was cheerfully pouring wine for Lu Xinran, and made a decision. She would invite her sisters to their residence for a visit. Unbeknownst to Lu Xinran, who had inadvertently gained a backdoor opportunity, she was now focused on satisfying her hunger. Her actions provided relief to many who quietly set aside their concerns. Every family has its secrets, and they did not want this girl to expose them. Sister, try this. The duck feet should be marinated with Lake Province's chili. Although it's quite spicy, the combination of the duck feet with sweetened water is quite addictive. She inhaled deeply, fanning her mouth with her hand, unable to resist placing another piece of duck feet into her mouth. Lu Xinran, meeting her eager gaze, calmly took the duck feet, chewed slowly, and swallowed without breaking a sweat. Lu Xinran remarked, clearly, she has a greater appetite for spicy food than anyone else. Many discreetly observed their situation. Seeing them add more dishes, they also slipped coins to the palace maids to have the kitchen prepare a similar portion. Soon, the pavilion was filled with the sounds of those unable to handle the spice. Lu Xinran's thoughts remained focused on the three prominent figures above. Lu Xinran's abilities could not remain hidden. If not today, then certainly another time, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager would learn of it. Thus, prior to attending the birthday banquet, she had deliberated with Pei about whether to bring her along. Initially, they had considered the possibility of offending certain ladies or having her unearth trivial matters. But who could have anticipated that this girl would dare to indulge in the Emperor's gossip, even mocking it in her heart? Even though Lu Jinchuan deemed it inconsequential, she still worried for Lu Xinran. If the Emperor were not of a generous disposition and preferred to maintain control over everything, today's events could lead to dire consequences. What was she thinking? Finally giving up on the challenge of eating duck feet, her face flushed with sweat, she turned to Lu Xinran, following her gaze towards the esteemed figures above. What is there to see from the Emperor and the Empress? At the high table, upon hearing her mention the Empress of Qiyu, the woman's wrist trembled slightly, nearly spilling her drink. It had been over 20 years since she last saw Qiyu. At their parting at the border, she had still been a bright-eyed maiden filled with hope. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. This was the second time the Emperor had heard her mention Qiyu today. He caught a glimpse of the daze on the Empress's face and instinctively pressed his lips together, displeasure flickering across his features. Knowing the Empress could not leave the palace, why did she keep bringing up that bothersome individual? The Emperor, consumed by jealousy, nearly drowned in his own thoughts. The Queen may harbor disdain and suspicion, relegating him to the harem as mere decoration, yet cannot abide when others keep him in their thoughts. Lu Xinran still laments the inability to witness Qiyu's life. The valiant General Qi, a figure of admiration, surely commanded respect in the vast desert. How wonderful it would be to catch a glimpse of him. In his youth, he once rode a horse against a slanted bridge, his red sleeves beckoning from the upper floors. Such a dashing and carefree individual, stationed in the desert for over 20 years, what resolute conviction must one possess to endure the hardships and solitude of that place? Alas, while blood and sweat flowed unnoticed, the Emperor's gaze was solely fixated on the 200,000 troops under his command. She endeavored to glean fragments of Qiyu's existence from the Queen's records dating back to her teenage years. Regrettably, the Queen's life was one of splendor and clarity. Her disposition was serene, and though in her eyes Qiyu was admirable, it was merely that, admirable. What a pity for such a splendid queen, the Emperor mused for the umpteenth time. Were it not for the knowledge that Lu Xinran was oblivious to the fact that others could hear her innermost thoughts, he might have suspected her of trying to curry favor with the Queen. Yet, knowing she was unaware, her subconscious exclamations were particularly captivating, drawing the Emperor's gaze repeatedly toward the Queen. At that moment, the Queen's brows softened as if lost in thought, her smile becoming increasingly gentle. Despite the passage of time, she still possessed an allure that made it difficult for him to look away. Sister, do you think we could find an opportunity to leave the capital? Lu Xinran replied. We cannot. Do not entertain such thoughts. With her heart laid bare, it would invite resentment. If we were to leave the capital, she could very well meet with misfortune before even reaching the desert. As Lu Xinran indulged in food and drink, she could not help but pout. If we cannot leave, then when will this birthday banquet conclude? Sitting here all night makes my back ache. Moreover, why is this banquet so quiet? Shouldn't there be music and dance? Why is it so still? Everyone seems so somber that I can't even figure out where to join in the gossip. Chapter 38. Her thoughts are a bit overwhelming. Her incessant mutterings startled many, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. It was only at this moment that the Empress Dowager realized the banquet truly lacked the lively music and dance that ought to accompany such an occasion. If they waited any longer, the celebration would soon conclude. The Emperor turned to look, and the Empress Dowager cleared her throat, gesturing dismissively to the palace attendant who had approached for further instructions. Outside the pavilion, dancers, having awaited their cue, entered in procession, instruments in hand. Lu Xinran, clutching a cup of sweet rice wine, beamed with a silly grin. The wine is delightful, the dance is captivating, and the fruit is delicious. How wonderful it would be if the Empress Dowager celebrated her birthday every day. The crowd responded. Would they still have a way to live? Wouldn't everyone be stripped bare? Shangshu, glancing over, met Lu Xinran's eyes and cheerfully gestured a toast. Surely, her mind must have cleared a bit? What could possibly be appealing about that perverse man? What a pity that General Qi has no heirs. Otherwise, his son would surely be as striking as he was. Zhang Shuer froze mid-toast, her face flushing at the sudden attention from those around her. Lu Xinran, expressionless, took the wine cup from her hand and gently patted her back. If you're tired, take a little nap. I'll have Su Momo wake you when the banquet ends. Don't drink too much and start acting foolishly. If General Qi found out that a young girl in the capital had been pining for him, he would surely be terrified. Lu Xinran giggled. Sister, you have no idea. The Queen and General Qi truly have a beautiful bond. She was a bit overwhelmed by her own thoughts. Lu Xinran, maintaining her stoic demeanor, shoved a piece of osmanthus cake into her mouth. Enough of that. Haven't you noticed the Emperor's face has darkened considerably? Even though the Queen and Qi had not seen each other for over 20 years and had exchanged not a single letter, Lu Xinran's inner musings had already led the Emperor to feel as if a green shadow loomed over him. The surrounding guests perked up, eager to hear juicy gossip, only to witness Lu Xinran obediently finishing her pastries before resting her head on her lap and falling asleep. Her charmingly innocent appearance was a stark contrast to her earlier chatter. With her thoughts silenced, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The music and dance commenced, finally bringing the lively ambience that a banquet should possess. Lu Kongda's joy was unmistakable, and he welcomed every toast with open arms. Lu Jinchuan had ascended to the second rank. In the court of Dechu, the highest positions held significant power. While first rank was typically a mere title, without real authority, he was among the most influential in the court, needing to curry favor with no one but the Emperor. Thus, he sat at the head of the table, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of several second-rank officials upon him. Zhou Hanwen was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration as he observed the two of them. How can you allow the Fong family to run rampant? If it weren't for that incident years ago, how could the Lu family have perpetually targeted us?
Today,
All those who faced the Lu family's ire were connected to past grievances. They had unwittingly suffered the collateral damage of the Fong family's actions. Zhou Bingshan glared with resentment towards the Lu family's direction. Father, you are well aware of how much benefit the Fong family has brought us over the years. He dared not contemplate whether she had entangled herself with his father. His father had always been greedy when it came to matters of intimacy. Had it not been for the need to maintain his official image, his misdeeds would not have remained hidden until now. Are you blaming me? Zhou Hanwen retorted coldly. The Emperor will not punish me, but it is untenable for us to remain in the capital. A lucrative position as governor has recently opened in Fuzhou. You should accompany me there. Zhou Bingshan's gaze remained fixed on the Lu family, yet the marriage between Jia Mao and Jingya had yet to be finalized. Their marriage? Zhou Hanwen turned to him, seemingly surprised by his son's naivety. Do you think they can find suitable matches in the capital? If we take them to Fuzhou, where no one knows what their mother has done, perhaps we can find them good matches there. in the capital who would dare marry their daughter into the Zhou family. Zhou Hanwen remained oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part, nursing a grudge over how the Lu family had publicly revealed his preferences. Soon, it would be the time for various households in the capital to once again bow and scrape to them. His gaze wandered over to several princes seated nearby. The queen had no sons, and the adult princes were each assigned their duties in the court. The eldest prince was in the Ministry of War, the second in the Ministry of Personnel, the third in the Ministry of Revenue, the fourth in the Shantian Prefecture, the fifth in the Ministry of Justice, and the sixth in the Ministry of Rights. He raised his cup, meeting Lu Xinran's gaze, and offered a hollow smile while gesturing for a toast. The journey of life stretches long ahead, and on this endless road, until the final moment, anyone could emerge as a victor. Has she really fallen asleep? Yes, mother. Please have my elder brother carry her out. That will not do. Your elder brother's status is what it is. Today, we are surrounded by the ladies of various households, and I wish to take this opportunity to present him to them. Zhao's voice was immediate and resolute, while Lu Yuanheng turned to observe the girl nestled in his younger sister's embrace. Mother, Xinran is also my sister. Besides, since the two sisters get along so well, why should he be the villain who favors only one? Mother, seeing Zhao about to speak again, Lu Xinran quickly interjected. If elder brother does not care for his own sister, word will spread, and others will talk. This remark struck at the heart of the matter, instantly silencing Zhao. Lu Yuanheng smiled at Lu Xinran, giving her a thumbs up. It seems this little girl has quite the opinion of me.
Xinran,
do you want to help your elder brother think of a good way to win her over? Lu Xinran gazed down at the sleeping girl's flushed face, pondering for a while before softly speaking. She is quite easy to console, as long as you treat her sincerely. She will set aside her grievances and grow closer to you. Lu Yuanheng paused momentarily, gazing at the soft crown of the young girl's head, and sighed in response. Have you uncovered the reason behind your simultaneous plunge into the water? Lu Xinran hesitated, knowing that the cause did not require investigation, as both she and Lu Xinran were well aware of it. However, neither wished to elaborate, given the disgraceful nature of the incident. Chapter 39. She was scolded even by her family. Lu Xinran stirred, groggily sitting up. Water incident? How could she have forgotten about her original self's fall into the water? Dazed, she opened the gossip system and clicked into her own book. Since her arrival, this book pertaining to her original self had not been updated, nor had a new version been generated. After all, she had no need to delve into the one that belonged solely to her. Even her seemingly fair-minded elder brother had not spared her a glance. The original self felt both sorrow and resentment. She was the one who had suffered in the countryside due to mistaken identity, yet everyone believed she should not exist, branding her as the villain who usurped the place of the imposter. The estrangement, mockery, and ridicule only intensified the original self's resentment. When she saw Lu Xinran sitting alone by the lake, she unwittingly approached her, unaware that it was a trap set by the other party. She was unwilling to let the other take everything away, but the latter also did not wish to lose what she currently possessed. However, Lu Xinran misjudged the strength of the original self, who had grown up in the countryside and was accustomed to physical labor, possessing a strength beyond that which a refined young lady could imagine. She did not manage to evade in time and was knocked out by the original self, both tumbling into the lake together. Both had their own schemes, neither of them being easy to deal with. Meanwhile, she blinked her bewildered eyes, gazing at the concerned yet gentle figure before her. How is she different from before? In the book, the female protagonist went to great lengths to remain in the Lu residence and the capital, entangled with the fourth prince, unwilling to relinquish the identity of a nearly grasped princess. Later, those deeply torturous romantic plots were partly intentional, partly coincidental, absurd, to say the least. Why was she not earnestly following the plot anymore? Lu Xinran tilted her head, observing Lu Xinran. Do you not wish to marry the fourth prince? Did you not say he is not a good man? Is that so? Lu Xinran feigned confusion. Had she ever uttered such words? It mattered little. The issue was not significant. Having just reviewed the past, she had remarkably kept her thoughts to herself, which made Lu Yuanheng beside them feel that something was amiss. Weren't they discussing the water incident? How did it drift to the subject of his younger sister and the fourth prince? He adjusted his robe sleeves. wishing to make his first conversation with his biological sister seem more solemn. Lu Xinran blinked her dazed eyes, staring at him for a while before realizing who he was. Is this the mama's boy elder brother? Zhao does not allow him to see me, and he obediently acts as if I do not exist. Now he takes the initiative to speak to me, perhaps feeling the need to maintain his image in public? Why not just be genuine? If he does not like me, then he should persist in disliking me. It would be better to treat me with disdain from the start, which I would gladly reciprocate with indifference. This elder brother, lacking discernment and empathy, who would want such a person? I certainly hold disdain. A series of thoughts, akin to the lingering taste of alcohol, flowed intermittently, revealing only the gist of her sentiments. Lu Yuanheng's hand, resting on his knee, tightened into a fist, his fingers digging into his flesh without him noticing the pain. The disdain shown by Zhao toward her own daughter had yet to dissipate, and Lu Jinchen, Pei, and Lu Kongda, faced with the scrutinizing gazes from all around, could only grit their teeth to avoid the urge to disappear into the ground. Lu Jinchen's tone was cold, his heart filled with indignation over the loss of face. Pei, with downcast eyes, listened to his scolding, uninterested in arguing with him in public. Lu Jinchen only uttered this one sentence before restraining his emotions. He understood that, even now, she held little significance in their hearts. Zhou Bingshan observed the disgraced Lu family members with an unusual sense of satisfaction. It was quite gratifying to see them all embarrassed. The Lu family was not as impressive as they appeared, unable to even accommodate a young lady. At the head of the table, the emperor regarded the tipsy Lu Xinran, his previous grievances lessening. She was merely a young girl, and in her frenzy, she even scolded her family. Even he, the emperor, likely held little distinction in her eyes. The Empress Dowager and the Empress watched the drunken girl with some pity. However, given her current state of inebriation, if she were to be asked to acknowledge the Empress as a foster mother, would she act inappropriately? It would be best to wait a few days for an opportunity to summon her to the palace. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a young eunuch suddenly rushed in, kneeling before the emperor and tremblingly reporting, "Your Majesty, there has been a death."
What?
The emperor sprang to his feet, quickly glancing at the Empress Dowager. Such an incident on a day of celebration was indeed ominous. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted slightly. "Do you know the identity of the deceased?" The young eunuch nodded, shrinking back in fear. "Yes, it is the second daughter of Lord Zhou."
Who did you say?
Zhou Bingshan stood up in a panic. Their second daughter was none other than his and Fang Suxin's child. The young eunuch was terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. If it were not for the death of a noble young lady from a second-rank minister's household, they would not be in such dire straits. Chapter 40. She is lying. The pavilion was now in disarray, with seats arranged according to rank. Lu Jinchen, a second-rank official, sat closest to the emperor and other high-ranking officials. The third and fourth-rank officials were not far behind, but the lower-ranking officials were distanced from the Lu family, unable to hear Lu Xinran's thoughts. Many were unaware that the Zhou father and son had fallen from grace. Upon hearing of Zhou Jingya's incident, they were as anxious as if they had lost their own daughters. Tang Xiuyan and Song Zhenyan, the Minister of Justice and the Governor of Shuntian respectively, immediately stood to leave. The emperor's expression darkened, but seeing that the Empress Dowager maintained her composure and did not show displeasure on this auspicious day, his demeanor softened somewhat. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Having been stirred by Lu Xinran's curiosity throughout the evening, she now wished to see what had transpired. How could the Zhou family's daughter have encountered such misfortune? "Empress, help me," she said. "We should go see." The Empress hurriedly stepped forward to support the Empress Dowager, and together they walked toward the scene of the incident. The discarded emperor touched his nose, seemingly feeling the weight of disdain. He glanced toward the Lu family direction and noticed Lu Xinran still somewhat dazed, unaware of the unfolding events. "Your Majesty," the anxious eunuch Fu called out, prompting the emperor to collect himself and assume a solemn expression as he strode forward. Lu Xinran, still in a haze, had not anticipated that this body possessed such poor tolerance for alcohol. Her muddled mind struggled to comprehend the situation. As chaos erupted in the water pavilion and both the emperor and Empress Dowager departed, she slowly began to realize the gravity of what had transpired. "Shall we go take a look?" she suggested, already rising with the support of Lu Xinran's arm, though her head still spun, making her wobble dangerously close to falling. Lu Xinran, with robes swirling, marched away behind the emperor, casting not even a glance at the female members of the family. Lu Xinran, assisted by servants, staggered toward a previously secluded path. The body of Zhou Jingya had already been extracted from the lake, her damp gown clinging to her, face pale, hair disheveled, lifelessly laid on the ground, devoid of the grace expected of a noblewoman. The coroner was en route, but Tang Xiuyan, who arrived first, had already rolled up his sleeves to examine the scene. Initial conclusions suggested she had been struck at the back of the head with a blunt object before being pushed into the lake to drown. As he spoke, Song Junyan approached, crouching down to scrutinize the body closely. "Where is Miss Zhou's maid?" "Your Highness, I am here." Two figures emerged from the crowd, both trembling with fear. "How did your mistress end up here? At what time did she arrive? For what purpose?" Hong Mei stammered, nearly pressing herself to the ground. A glance exchanged between Song Junyan and Tang Xiuyan was interrupted by a familiar inner voice. "Something is amiss. This maid is lying." The scene fell silent. With Lu Xinran still scrolling through her gossip system, the Emperor and Empress Dowager, who had lingered at the back of the crowd, stepped forward, closing the distance to within 10 paces of Lu Xinran. That note was clearly delivered to Zhou Jingya by her. She knows who passed her the note. Why would she lie? Yet, the inner voice faded into silence. Song Junyan peered through the crowd and noticed its owner battling drowsiness. "This sweet, fragrant glutinous rice wine makes me so sleepy after finishing it." Beside her, Lu Xinran couldn't help but be speechless, having consumed 3 pots alone. Lu Xinran's inclination to sleep only confirmed the wine's mildness. "No, I must see what follows. I cannot allow Zhou Jingya to offend the Empress Dowager. She is so kind, and she even rewarded me today." A silly giggle escaped her, prompting Lu Xinran to want to cover her head, unsure of how to intervene. The Empress Dowager gazed upon Lu Xinran, who stood unsteadily amidst the crowd. Her heart warmed. What a good child. The Empress Dowager had indeed not misjudged her. A mere string of prayer beads was hardly remarkable, yet she remembered it well. The Empress's gaze was exceedingly gentle. How could she forget the kindness of her mother? She had always been a pure-hearted child, with few having treated her well in the past. The Empress Dowager glanced at Pei and Zhao, shaking her head slightly. Their actions were still lacking. Lu Xinran's eyelids drooped, fatigue overwhelming her. Even the booklet within her system was hard to turn. "What is this maid's name?" "You two state your names." "I am called Hong Mei." "I am called Qingya." "Hong Mei? Oh yes, she was the one who lied. Let me see why she lied." The note was handed to her by a young eunuch. What was that eunuch's name? Song Junyan listened intently for a moment, already discerning the logic of Lu Xinran's inquiry. Without knowing the identity and name of the other party, she would uncover little. However, this alone would assist them greatly. Seize these two and conduct a thorough interrogation. Should anyone be found lying, execute them immediately. "Yes, my lord." "Please spare us, my lord. Please." Hong Mei panicked, kneeling and bowing vigorously. "My maid, I spoke incorrectly. That note was indeed given to me by Eunuch Chen." "Eunuch Chen?" Lu Xinran received the cue and immediately flipped through her system, but there were numerous Eunuch Chens. Which one had delivered the note? Tang Xiuyan's expression stiffened. "Which Eunuch Chen?"
Point him out.
Hong Mei, in a fluster, raised her gaze, scanning the crowd for a familiar figure but found none. "It is Eunuch Chen from Anhua Palace serving concubine Tong." Chapter 41. Let the body speak. A fleeting confusion flashed in the emperor's eyes. Concubine Tong? He had another concubine in his palace? The designated concubine Tong, pointed out by Hong Mei, stepped gracefully from the crowd, her presence enchanting and light-footed. After bowing elegantly toward the emperor, she spoke. "Lord Tang, I do not have a eunuch named Chen at my side."
Impossible.
He claimed to be a servant of concubine Tong. Hong Mei blurted out, collapsing to the ground. "My lord, I did not lie. That person indeed stated he was a eunuch at concubine Tong's service." Hong Mei did not lie this time. He certainly said so. Yet she had encountered him several times before, without doubting his identity. But concubine Tong is also not lying. She indeed has no eunuchs named Chen in her palace. That person must have used a false name to deceive Hongmei. Concubine Tong is so beautiful, like the most exquisite begonia blossom. The emperor is truly blind, favoring fish eyes over pearls. Yet the fish eyes harbor a childhood sweetheart, earnestly hoping for a reunion in the harem, to bestow upon him a green hat. The emperor interjected, "Let us focus on the case. What purpose is there in stepping on him unnecessarily?" Considering the time, Consort Chen had already reached the royal tomb. However, his gaze drifted toward concubine Tong in the evening breeze, the setting sun casting a golden hue, the gentle wind tousling her hair, making her truly beautiful. A stark contrast to Consort Chen. Lu Xinran wished to compose a small essay praising the beauty of concubine Tong, but intoxication left her mind blank. After much contemplation, only 2 words of national essence flashed through her thoughts. Tang Xiuyan felt a twinge of frustration. This girl from the Lu family was leaping to conclusions too rapidly. Following her line of thought, the clues were disjointed, and today, he feared they would not achieve a resolution. Beside them, Song Junyan summoned a confidant and whispered a few words. Soon, a bowl of sobering soup was delivered to Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran stared blankly at the bowl before her, her nose twitching, then frowning and inching back. Lu Xinran lifted the bowl and, like coaxing a child, encouraged her to drink it all. Is it effective? Tang Xiuyan continued to examine the body and the surrounding evidence, casting a glance at the frowning girl, sensing that Song Junyan's efforts might be in vain. It's merely a trial. Even if it bears no fruit, it costs nothing. Should it help Lu Xinran regain her clarity and provide useful clues, it would be a boon. As the effects of the wine gradually dissipated in the evening breeze, her once heavy body started to regain lucidity. She looked around, finally comprehending her surroundings, including the lifeless body on the ground. Sister, should we go take a look? Lu Xinran, aware of her sister's hurried, swallowed words, merely smiled and shook her head. Although she wished to showcase her past knowledge and experience with so many people around, including Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan, there was no need for her to steal the spotlight. Without her advance, Lu Xinran, of course, would not approach eagerly. She flipped through the booklet of Zhou Jingya in her system. She knows who sought her, which is why she did not allow her maid to follow. Upon arriving at the Dingbua Pavilion, she was brutally struck unconscious with a candlestick and subsequently dragged to the lakeside, where she was unceremoniously discarded. She did not catch a glimpse of her assailant's face, only discerning from the hem of their garment that they were a eunuch, either the perpetrator or that little eunuch, Chen. Yet the question loomed, why would anyone wish to take her life? This inquiry echoed in the minds of all present. Zhou Bingshan gritted his teeth, observing his daughter, who had been nurtured lovingly by both him and Fang Suxin, now lying cold on the ground, no longer able to smile sweetly and call him father. Tears involuntarily cascaded down his cheeks. Though he and Fang Suxin may not have been the ideal husband and wife, they were undoubtedly devoted parents. He could not bear to discover who had harmed his precious daughter. As Lu Xinran instinctively looked up, she happened to witness this heart-wrenching scene. Zhou Bingshan and Fang Suxin, despite their personal discord, had been remarkably caring towards their children, a fact she envied. Unfortunately, Zhao's family was plagued by folly, and Lu Kongda was solely consumed by self-interest, disregarding all else. A sigh resonated among the onlookers, drawing the gaze of those gathered around the sisters towards Zhou Bingshan. Unfazed by his disheveled appearance, Zhou Bingshan defiantly met Lu Kongda's furious glare. What did it matter that he had usurped the position of Minister of Revenue? He had cast aside his own daughter. Did he still harbor ambitions of ascending further? Tang Xiuyan was busy instructing his subordinates to investigate and collect samples. Noting that she had been dragged to the lakeside, and since she had not been lifted, there must be traces left behind. Zhou Jingya had a wound on her head, indicating that the assault had occurred within the Dingbua Pavilion, which should bear bloodstains as well. Lu Xinran, observing Tang Xiuyan's men collecting blood samples from the pavilion, felt a professional itch that she could not suppress. After waiting a moment without further action, she could no longer resist and approached Tang Xiuyan, bowing respectfully. Minister Tang. The victim was struck with a blunt object, resulting in a significant wound to the back of her head. There should be ample bloodstains both in the pavilion and along the path. The perpetrator must have blood on them as well, after discarding Zhou's daughter into the water. They would have needed to clean the blood from their hands and dispose of the candlestick used as the weapon. Her tone was gentle and measured, grounded in reason. Tang Xiuyan, naturally aware of these details, had simply not yet had the opportunity to investigate. At that moment, he felt a flicker of appreciation for her deductions, acknowledging the astuteness of the Lu family's younger generation. This official has already dispatched men to search for the weapon nearby and to investigate the servants who entered the garden today. Since the name used by the assailant was likely false, their identity as a eunuch may also be a ruse. However, today being the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, all officials and their families are present, making it a considerable challenge to conduct thorough inquiries. Though Lu Xinran felt trepidation, her gaze was drawn involuntarily to Zhou Jingya. "My lady, you fainted suddenly yesterday, did you not?" Hongmei was too frightened to speak, merely nodding vigorously. "A corpse has no pulse. How can we ascertain if she was pregnant?" "I believe I may have identified the culprit," she declared, and the crowd collectively held their breath, awaiting her continuation. "How can we determine if she is with child? If the pregnancy is early, it could easily go unnoticed. Moreover, she is yet to be betrothed. Hastily subjecting her to examination could be seen as a disgrace to Zhou Jingya's reputation. But how should I communicate to the coroner the best way to investigate her purity? No, the coroner cannot be trusted. They are all male. Even if the Zhou family faces decline, they would not allow a male coroner to examine her so closely. Yet, I must be correct. Zhou Jingya does not wish to leave the capital. She must be pressuring someone to marry her." Chapter 42. He must be a pervert. Her stream of thoughts resembled a riddle, fueling the growing curiosity among the onlookers. Lu Xinran continued to input names into the system, but found no information. Was the individual too distant or entirely absent? She looked around in confusion. "Sister, do you think everyone attending the birthday banquet is here?" Lu Xinran remained composed, exchanging a subtle glance with Tang Xiuyan before discreetly inquiring, "Who are you seeking?" "I will check if they are present." "The third son of the Dinkong Marquis, Pei Xiuzhua." "Who?" Lu Xinlan thought she had misheard. The Dinkong Marquis was Pei's maternal family, and Pei Xiuzhua was their cousin. "Are you referring to our cousin from the Pei family?"
Yes.
Lu Xinran began to realize the significance of the identity mentioned, yet wondered what relevance it held for her. The Pei family's anxiety deepened as she scanned the crowd for her brother, sister-in-law, and nephews, finding all the younger members of the Pei family present, except for Pei Xiuzhua. That note was written by Pei Xiuzhua to Zhou Jingya, but prior to that, Zhou Jingya had sent a message to him. At this juncture, her gaze swiftly shifted to another maid kneeling on the ground. "Sister, why did Minister Tang only interrogate one of the maids? Perhaps the other maid knows everything." The maid, Qingye, immediately trembled and cried out, "Esteemed sirs, I truly know nothing. I am merely a second-tier maid beside the young lady. I cannot serve her closely. I swear I know nothing." Such lies, and so obstinate. The one who delivered the message to Pei Xiuzhua was her. Zhou Jingya had only taken her along when meeting Pei Xiuzhua privately. "This maid is named Qingye, is she not? I must see why she is so adamant." In the system, upon searching for Qingye's name, she indeed found a small booklet. Excitedly, she clicked in, instantly exclaiming, "So that is how it is." This Qingye was sent to Zhou Jingya by Pei Xiuzhua and has been with her for several years. She was merely 11 or 12 when she was sent in, her back molars not even properly grown. Is he not some kind of perverted pedophile? The eavesdropping crowd widened their eyes in unison, turning their gazes towards the Pei family. The old marquise forcefully struck her cane, wishing to order someone to drag Lu Xinran away to silence her nonsense. Yet, before she could act, the emperor cast a cold glance in their direction. She felt a chill run down her spine and hastily lowered her head, suppressing any outward display of emotion. Meanwhile, Song Junyan had dispatched his subordinates to locate Pei Xiuzhua, insisting that if he was still in Ronghui Garden, he must be brought forth. Lu Xinran was still immersed in the thrill of unraveling the truth, flipping through several booklets. Shangshu has been creating opportunities for Pei Xiuzhua to meet, delivering letters and gifts, and has informed him of all her preferences. He catered to her desires, leading Zhou Jingya to believe he was her ideal match, seizing every opportunity to meet her outside the estate. Pei Xiuzhua has a residence in Qingpingfang. She would rendezvous with him there whenever she left the house. Why is there such a preference for acquiring properties in Qingpingfang? The Zhou family also has a residence there, do they not? Is this why she emerged from the building feeling unwell, seeking a nearby place to rest? Lu Xinran, skillfully and expressionlessly, pinched her wrist, cutting off her stream of thoughts. Lu Xinran looked on in confusion and grievance. Why do you keep pinching me? My wrist must be bruised. Sister, I truly believe this Qingye is suspicious. Should you not inform Minister Tang and have him interrogate her thoroughly? If she remains obstinate, employing torture will surely yield some revelations. Just a short distance away, Tang Xiuyan remarked, is my presence so inconspicuous? He beckoned his subordinates, instructing, take her away and use torture to conduct a thorough investigation. We must uncover her relationship with Pei Xiuzhua. Qingye, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, felt her heart race with anxiety upon hearing him mention her true master. My lord, I genuinely know nothing. Prior to entering the banquet today, someone saw you leaving the waterside. Where did you go? Lu Xinran pressed down on Lu Xinran's hand, signaling her not to panic. Qingye was flustered, her body stiffening momentarily. The maid did not leave the waterside pavilion, she thought, scrambling for words to defend herself. Meanwhile, Hongmei, already in tears, exclaimed, My lord, she is not a second-class maid. The young lady promoted her to first-class maid at the beginning of the year. She could not finish her sentence, yet her unspoken thoughts provided answers to all present. The first-class maid, who was replaced, was killed. The two master and servant conspired to have her commit adultery with the servants of the household. Upon learning this, Fang Suxin, in front of all the servants of the Zhou residence, brutally beat her to death while pinning her to a stool. A sound of gasping filled the air, and Lu Xinran cast a puzzled glance before continuing to peruse the small booklet. After the maid was killed, Qingye became a first-class maid, though this was never officially announced. She received the treatment of a first-class maid nonetheless. Moreover, after she ascended to the position, Hongmei was treated as if she were a second-class maid, entirely sidelined in household matters, remaining utterly oblivious. As the crowd listened to this chain of revelations, glancing at the prostrate Qingye and then at their own servants, an unsettling chill crept down their spines, and they began to suspect everyone around them. Take her away, apply torture, conduct a thorough investigation, but do not let her die. Song Junyan's expression was cold as he issued the command, and the guards stepped forward to seize Qingye, who was so frightened that she wet her trousers. I confess. I will tell everything. Just don't torture me. In her panic, she disregarded all else and revealed how she had acted on Zhou Jingyao's instructions to send a message to Pei Xiuzhu before the banquet, and how she had received a note from a servant during the feast, leading Zhou Jingyao away from the waterside pavilion. My lord, the young lady left alone. She did not allow her maid to follow her. I truly do not know what happened after she left. She had been afraid to speak the truth earlier, fearing that Zhou Jingyao's death would implicate her. Who sent the note? Was it the little eunuch mentioned by Hongmei? Qingye hesitated, seeing the guards approach her again, and hurriedly confessed it was a young servant beside young Master Pei, dressed in palace garments. Chapter 43. Do you plead guilty? A thunderous noise reverberated in Pei's mind. Her complexion turned pale as, not far away, the elderly matriarch of the Dingkong Marquis' residence leaned against a servant, appearing faint. Lu Xinran pondered. What is wrong with these people? Or is it that the feng shui in the capital is poor, causing one to easily succumb to faintness after prolonged residence?
Now.
She awaited Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan's subordinates to find Pei Xiuzhu and bring him forth. If they could not locate him, finding his young servant would suffice. She thought contentedly as the onlookers anticipated the arrival of Pei Xiuzhu and his attendant. Yet, a quarter of an hour passed, and still, there was no sign of them. Half an hour later, the emperor had already seated himself beside the empress dowager at the table and chairs brought by the palace attendants. As dusk fell and lanterns began to illuminate the waterside pavilion, could it be that Pei Xiuzhu has fled in fear of punishment? Or does he believe Qingye is too tight-lipped to betray him, no matter how he is interrogated? Never mind. I shall review Qingye's past to see if I can uncover any clues. The evening breeze at the lakeside whisked away the last remnants of intoxication, as she dared not look at Zhou Jingya lying on the ground, pulling Lu Xinran aside a few steps. As she moved, everyone around her adjusted their positions. including the emperor and the empress dowager, who also shifted their chairs forward. No wonder she is so eager. It turns out Pei Xiuzhu promised her that once he married Zhou Xingya, he would take her as a concubine. For Qingya, rising from a servant to half a mistress must be the best escape, Lu Xinran mused, shaking her head. She would rather be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. How could she not understand such a simple truth? He has no formal engagement with Zhou Xingya, yet he lured her into a relationship. What kind of person is worth trusting for a lifetime?
Lu Xinran,
skilled at seizing her wrist again, was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Pei Xiuzhu was being escorted by several armed guards, appearing somewhat disheveled as he walked towards them. His attendant, still in his palace attire, bore visible bloodstains on his chest. At this point, everything was becoming clear. The guards brought Pei Xiuzhu and the attendant before Tang Xuyen and Song Junyan, prompting Lu Xinran to step forward, realizing they were too far apart. The emperor, the empress dowager, and the others, as they moved, they had to shift their chairs again, appearing foolish in Lu Xinran's eyes. Within 10 paces, Lu Xinran quickly opened Pei Xiuzhu's small booklet, glancing through it. Indeed, it is he. He had originally planned to ask his family to propose to Zhou's family after the Mid-Autumn Festival. But just as he had deceived Zhou Xingya into giving herself to him, Fang Suxin's scandal erupted. With such a reckless mother, her reputation was tarnished, making her unsuitable as a wife in his eyes. He had already changed his target, yet Zhou Xingya discovered she might be pregnant and confronted him in the courtyard, demanding when he would propose. He had hesitated, and then before the banquet, Zhou Xingya sent Qingye to press him further, leading him to a point of no return. But why did he act this way? Even if she has a mother like Fang Suxin, she still has the Zhou family behind her. Wasn't it her family background that initially attracted him to Zhou Xingya? Her thoughts, rife with confusion, and her frowning visage even compelled the Empress Dowager to wish to disclose the reasons. Her inner turmoil was palpable, and everyone in the waterside pavilion was left to indulge in the gossip. The Zhou family was already finished. She did not know, but Pei Xiuzhu did, as did Zhou Xingya. Tang Xuyen had already pieced together the events in his mind, yet one detail remained unclear. Pei Xiuzhu, being of noble birth, would undoubtedly have a wife of respectable lineage in the future. Why then would he resort to such scheming? Pei Xiuzhu, do you plead guilty? Pei Xiuzhu swayed, instinctively nodding his head in despair, his face etched with despondency. I do.
Swear.
The elderly matriarch of Dingkong Marquis' residence approached swiftly, her eyes filled with sorrow, and struck Pei Xiuzhu on the shoulder. What nonsense are you saying? Why do you plead guilty? What relation does the Zhou girl have with you? If they could just hold on through tonight, they would surely find a way to clear his name. Pei Xiuzhu's lifeless eyes began to glisten with hope as he grasped his grandmother's shoulders. Grandmother, is there truly a chance for me to be exonerated? Then he heard the voice he despised most. Do you still think you can escape punishment and shift the blame to the servants? Are you taking Master Tang for a fool, or the emperor? Do you believe the Dingkong Marquis' residents can manipulate everyone to act according to their whims? Zhou Xingya is truly pitiful, having such parents and encountering such a beastly person. It is said that Pei Xiuzhu's current situation is entirely the fault of Lady Chao. Without her indulgence and favoritism, he would not have harbored ambitions to inherit the title of Marquis. He constantly compared himself to his elder brother, who married the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rights, knowing that he, as the younger son, would not be able to marry a highborn daughter. He intended to cultivate one himself. Fortunately, if it were not for Lu Xinran's verbal engagement with the fourth prince, the person he would have groomed would have been her, as cousins are easier to handle. Lu Xinran. What kind of dreadful constitution does this body possess? Song Junyan cast a blank glance at the sisters, feeling a flicker of satisfaction within, for he was the fourth prince, not a mere pervert. Old Lady Ho, Madame Chao, paused her hand midair, her heart filled with confusion. What had the girl just said? Blame her? He knew that aspiring to marry Zhou Xingya was a lofty ambition, one that both families would oppose. Thus he sought to entice her, leading her to surrender herself to him. He thought this would guarantee success, but then Fang Suxin encountered misfortune, and Zhou Xingya inadvertently found herself with child. He swiftly changed his target, intending to silence her. How utterly malicious. Truly a scoundrel. With such a disposition, How could he aspire to become Duke Dingkong? What would become of the Ho residence under his stewardship? Yet, that was not entirely accurate. His grandfather still lived, and his father remained the heir apparent. His aspiration to become a duke was at least decades away. By then, he might be hunchbacked and lined with wrinkles, perhaps even incapable of fulfilling the role of an elder statesman. The crowd murmured, "Could you not focus on the case at hand without injecting personal grievances and such vivid imagery? How are they to face the lords and dukes in the future? If by chance their gaze wandered to the lower echelons, would they not forge an irreparable enmity?" Chapter 44. Wasn't she just a mere chin? Old Duke Pei Jinming's countenance darkened at her repeated disdain. The heir, Pei Qingyu, who faced her contempt for aging and impotence, yet still aspired to inherit, looked equally as if he had lost a son. Pei Jinming stepped forward, seizing Madame Chao's wrist. This grandson was beyond saving. If it were not for the emperor's presence and the unspoken thoughts they had all heard, perhaps they could have devised a plan. Yet his ambitions were so grand, seeking to usurp titles while his grandfather still drew breath. This grandson was no longer worth keeping.
Duke.
Madame Chao pleaded, her voice laden with sorrow, despite her analysis being astutely clear, dissecting Pei Xiujua's intentions with precision. Yet, this was her cherished grandson, raised since childhood. She could not bear to part with him, clinging desperately to Pei Xiujua's arm. "Duke, it's not our Xiujua, not him.
Please, think of something."
Unable to accept reality, Madame Chao wept until she nearly fainted. Pei Jinming sighed, bowing slightly to Song Junyan and Tang Xian, forcibly taking Pei Xiujua away. Madame Chao was powerless to intervene, while Pei Xiujua's biological mother, Madame Jean, wept as if her strings had been cut, collapsing against a servant.
Shuruad, my Shuruad.
"Duke, please think of something. He is our joie. Madame Jean swayed, her frail body falling into Pei Qingyu's embrace, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Pei Qingyu, filled with sympathy, disregarded the onlookers, delicately dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. With the emperor present and their son having confessed, what recourse did they have left? Pei Xiujua, lost in despair, stared blankly at Zhou Jingya, who lay lifeless upon the ground, and suddenly erupted into laughter.
Why?
Why must I be denied the title simply because I am not the eldest son? Why must only the firstborn be allowed to marry the legitimate daughter and manage the household? From a young age, I was precocious, enlightened at 3, painting at 5, reciting the 4 books and 5 classics by 7. Yet, because I was born into a duke's family with 2 elder brothers above me, I am relegated to merely being a wealthy idler, forbidden from participating in the imperial examinations. Why can all of you pursue your ambitions while I am condemned to idleness? I refuse to accept this. Why must my elder brother, merely a few years my senior, possess everything while I am left to idle away, appearing to be a wastrel? And you all feel at ease? Is this your notion of affection? If you truly understood my desires, if you genuinely loved and cherished me, you would know what I yearn for. He could not find a goal or a laughable excuse. He was at a loss as to how he would navigate the remainder of his life. So, you resort to scheming against Zhou Jingya? From the age of 11 or 12, you position people around her, coaxing her to neglect everything for you? With such twisted thoughts, you blame the heavens and the earth. If you had any real ability, would old Duke prevent you from entering the examinations? While you toiled and lost sleep, what were you doing? Lying in the boudoir of a woman, complaining about the injustices of the world? The Lu family members interjected. Do not even mention it. Their esteem had been thoroughly tarnished today. Pei Xiujua felt as though he had been viciously berated, turning his fierce gaze upon Lu Xinran. It was her fault. Had she not spouted such nonsense during the banquet, revealing Zhou's family's downfall, suggesting that the capital could no longer accommodate them, he would not have hastily ordered Lu Xun to resort to lethal measures. Why is he glaring at me? With his malevolent thoughts and cold-blooded cruelty. Yet when the situation turns dire, he wishes to shift the blame onto others, attempting to absolve himself of guilt. Indeed, devoid of accountability, selfish and self-serving, such a person, once granted power, could wreak untold havoc. To raise such a child, one cannot say that the education of the Dingkong Duke's residence is lacking. At least Pei Xiuji is a gentleman of integrity. Let me take a look at his elder brother. The members of the Dingkong Duke's residence instinctively cast threatening glances at Pei Xiuji. He lowered his head, concealing his interest, genuinely curious about how he was perceived by this young cousin. I see now why he is so pitiful. It turns out his father is unkind, and his mother has passed away. Were it not for the support of his maternal family, who knows how he would fare in the Duke's residence. TSK. That stepmother is just a minor Qin, no, she is a blend of Empress Chun and minor Qin. Before others, she presents herself as a person of merit. Behind closed doors, she is merely a specter in disguise, yet the entire household deems her virtuous. Even Madame Chow has been completely subdued by her influence. To treat the beloved grandson of his former wife as mere grass while cherishing the two worthless ones as treasures, blindness this profound deserves its reckoning. Madame Jean. More fearsome than Madame Kong. One cannot help but feel sympathy for the girl who is soon to become her daughter-in-law. The eldest daughter of the Taichung Temple, pitted by her, turned pale. Her thoughts drifted, and the eavesdroppers followed suit, glancing between Pei Xiuji and Madame Jean, murmuring in astonishment. Then casting sympathetic looks toward the Taichung Temple family. That night, everyone felt like mere spectators in an absurd drama. Not only were they sated, but they nearly overindulged. As night deepened, the emperor rose and approached the Empress Dowager to assist her. He cast a glance at Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan, signaling them to remain and manage the aftermath. Meanwhile, the Dingkong Duke's residence received not a single glance from the emperor throughout the proceedings. As the emperor departed with the palace entourage, the ministers and their families hastily exited, unwilling to linger in the now ominous garden, which felt increasingly chilly as the night wore on. Before leaving, everyone cast complex glances at the Lu family and the sisters Lu Xinran. The depths of the Lu family's waters, TSK, likely surpassed even that of the Dingkong Duke's residence. To serve spoiled food to one's own daughter. It seemed Madame Zhao had become as merciless as Madame Jean. Madame Pei held her breath, feeling as though she had walked a tightrope all day. She had anticipated that their family might face embarrassment at the birthday banquet, but she could not have foreseen that her own family would also encounter calamity. How could Pei Xiuzhua dare to commit murder under the emperor's watchful eye? What kind of woman was her sister-in-law to raise such unruly offspring? Little Qin, do you know my darlings must have seen it all? Chapter 45. So, this is what the fourth prince is like. She grasped Lu Xinran's hand, shaking it with excitement. Little waiter, you are so capable, truly remarkable. At the mention of little waiter, Lu Xinran fluffed up like an agitated cat, instantly bristling. You are merely a minor character. Your entire family consists of minor characters. It has been said that you should address me by name. And if you continue in this manner, I shall become quite displeased. Lu Xinran, she is filled with an urge to strangle her. A shadow flickered, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Song Junyan's silhouette, prompting her to chuckle mischievously. Your fourth brother is over there. Seize the opportunity quickly. Zhang Shuier, who had just been flaunting her arrogance, turned crimson upon hearing the words fourth brother escape Lu Xinran's lips. What opportunity? Do not speak carelessly. I have no familial relationship with the fourth prince, so I cannot simply call him that. Had she not known the hardships the empress endured in the palace, she might still have entertained dreams of becoming a prince's consort. However, witnessing the struggles of her aunt, who, despite being empress, still relied on the favor of others, extinguished any lingering aspirations within her. It is a pity she has a brother. Otherwise, her family line would not continue, and she could have married into another family. Marriage is a terrifying prospect. Today, the intimidation from the Kong and Jean families left her shaken, as she felt that all the matriarchs in the capital appeared far from benevolent. As she observed the scene, Lu Xinran pondered whether her brother was aware of her deep sibling affection. My mother has called for me. In a few days, I shall send you invitations, and you must come to visit our home. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Lu Xinran's hand, winking and grinning. My elder brother has yet to propose. So you should first meet my mother. She is very kind and will not make things difficult for her daughter-in-law. If she bullies you, I shall confront her. Lu Xinran couldn't help but smile at her antics. Marriages are traditionally arranged by parents, and I have only recently reached maturity. There is no rush. Shangshu wanted to express that Zhao was rather foolish, unable to care for her own daughter. Such a person could hardly choose a good match. She approached and embraced her two sisters tightly before swiftly turning away, avoiding a glance at Song Junyan. By the lakeside, many had already departed. Lu Xinran caught sight of the aged Pei Shi, who appeared 10 years older, and glanced at the discontented Pei Shuzhu, rolling her eyes in disdain. Lu Xinran noted the apprehended Pei Shuzhu and his servant. The case was becoming clearer, and she felt no need to linger, nodding gently. "Let us depart." "I shall kill you, you heartless wretch."
How dare you?
The Pei family truly upholds a fine reputation, raising such a monstrous character. Just as the sisters were about to leave, a figure lunged forward, seizing Pei Shuzhu's collar and delivering several slaps. Caught off guard, Pei Shuzhu lost a few molars, blood streaming down his face, rendering him a ghastly sight.
Stop.
"Do not strike, my dear grandson." Chao Shi rushed over, attempting to intervene, but Zhou Bingshan twisted his body, forcefully pushing her away. Chao Shi stumbled, falling to the ground and taking a while to rise. Jin Shi followed closely behind Chao Shi, hesitating as she saw her being shoved aside, fearing her precious son would receive another slap. The onlookers who had yet to leave gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Lu Xinran and her sister carefully maneuvered to find the best vantage point. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Song Junyan's raised eyebrow, causing her heart to race.
Ah.
The peculiar smile of the great pervert was quite terrifying. Tang Chu-yen stared at him in shock, realizing that this was the true nature of the fourth prince. Song Junyan, no, he is not. He was merely grateful that those eager to witness the spectacle had not yet approached, as only he and Tang Chu-yen heard the string of sentiments. His subordinates did not intervene to pull Zhou Bingshan away. Instead, his hand swung round, landing another blow on Pei Shuzhu's face. By the time Pei Jinming and Pei Qingyu hurried to separate them, Pei Shuzhu's face had swollen grotesquely. Yet, Lu Xinran's attention was drawn to an odd detail. She quietly tugged at Lu Xinran's arm, whispering, "Have you noticed? Even without his molars, his facial structure remains unchanged. His round face is still round, not transformed into an oval. It merely appears sunken, resembling a toothless old woman." Lu Xinran. He already has no teeth. Oh, right. The crowd's knowledge expanded with such peculiar insights. "Lord Zhou, what is the meaning of this? We lament this unfortunate occurrence as well. If he were to kill Pei Shuzhu and then merely express regret, could they accept that?" Pei Jinming stepped forward, shielding Pei Shuzhu. "Lord Zhou, the fourth prince and Lord Tang will provide an explanation for today's events, and the Ding Kong Marquis will also offer an account to the Zhou family." "An explanation? I demand blood for blood, a life for a life." Zhou Bingshan's gaze turned fierce. "Ding Kong Marquis, our Zhou family has not yet fallen. Even if the sordid affairs of the father and son were exposed, his father would not lose his position by the next court session." The Zhou family had operated in the capital for many years and still wielded influence. "No, you must not, Lord Zhou. I implore you, spare him." Jin Shi finally pushed her way forward, weeping and bowing to Zhou Bingshan, resembling a delicate flower buffeted by a storm. Lu Xinran clicked her tongue. This pretentious display pales in comparison to Consort Chen. She does not genuinely believe that Zhou Bingshan would be swayed by her beauty and let Pei Shuzhu off lightly.
Does she?
Where does her confidence stem from? Did she not look in the mirror before leaving? Does she think Zhou Bingshan would be so desperate that he would overlook her flaws? The crowd murmured, "Zhou Bingshan." He spat in disgust, his gaze towards Jin Shi akin to that of something foul. "Get lost." The subway elder observing the scene could hardly contain his laughter. Chapter 46. Who will protect her? Feeling utterly humiliated, Pei Qingyu yanked his mother behind him. Was she not going to help her up? Jin Shi's face flushed crimson. Since marrying into the Ding Kong Marquis' household, this was the first time Pei Qingyu had spoken to her so loudly. And it was also her first experience of being ridiculed in front of others. Unable to suppress her resentment, she cast a spiteful glance at Lu Xinran. This was all her fault. Had it not been for her, her precious son would have had a chance to redeem himself. Moreover, she would not have been subjected to such mockery while pleading for her son. Lu Xinran, resembling a frightened rabbit, shrank behind Lu Xinlan, feigning terror. It seems she is no longer inclined to pretend and wishes to reveal her true self. After all, one cannot change their nature. Lu Xinran maintained a strained smile, observing Pei Xiuzhu, now resembling a pig's head, and found him rather comical. With Jin Shi's commotion, Zhou Bingshan's fury finally subsided somewhat. I request the fourth prince and Lord Tang to take charge and ensure the perpetrator is severely punished, avenging my daughter's blood debt. Tang Chu-yen stepped aside slightly to avoid the bow, but Song Junyan remained unmoved, his tone cold as he concluded the farce. Everything will be adjudicated according to the law. The laws of De Chu will not favor any individual. Very well. I will ensure that the perpetrator receives the punishment they deserve. Even if the death penalty is not imposed, I shall ensure that Pei Xiuzhu meets his end during exile. The case is already quite clear. Song Junyan exchanged a glance with Tang Chu-yen, who then stepped forward. Once the coroner arrives and presents the autopsy report, you may take the body. Zhou Bingshan wiped his tears with his sleeve and bowed once more. The sky had darkened completely, and the night wind carried a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Xinran no longer wished to linger, promptly grasping Lu Xinlan's arm as the sisters followed the crowd toward the courtyard entrance. Song Junyan watched their departing figures, a contemplative glint in his eyes. Tang Chu-yen followed his gaze, lamenting that such talent should not be wasted on mere case adjudication. If all those in charge of punishment in De Chu possess such skill, would the realm not be free of grievances and justice prevail? Tang Tzu-yen pondered the events of the day, recalling every detail he had gleaned from the whispers of his heart, and could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Today marked the Empress Dowager's birthday, a day when the emperor, regardless of his own thoughts, could hardly oppose her wishes. However, the future remained uncertain. No one could predict how the days to come would unfold. In the carriage, Lu Xinran, somewhat tipsy, leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, drifting into a drowsy state. In contrast, Lu Xinran was far more burdened, her thoughts consumed with how to manage the aftermath. With neither her grandfather nor her father to rely on, she suspected that even Pei Shi had begun to harbor regrets in her heart. "Why have you come? Where is second sister?" she inquired. "Elder brother, you must have foreseen the predicament second sister is about to face. She can only depend on you from here on." As the hour grew late, Lu Xinran wasted no time and spoke succinctly. "Xinran is pure and innocent, harboring no ill intentions. She was the sole victim of those past events. All your biases stem from this injury. We cannot allow her to continue living under its shadow. Elder brother, you are her only hope now. Can you not beseech grandfather and father to protect her in the name of the Lu family?" Lu Yuanheng, already overwhelmed with shame today, found himself nodding in agreement without a moment's hesitation at her forthright request. "I shall seek out grandfather and mother at once. As long as the Lu family stands, I, as the eldest grandson, will strive to protect her." Hearing this, Lu Xinlan felt a slight relief wash over her. She promptly bowed in gratitude. "I thank you on behalf of second sister. Please do not take her words to heart. She is but a child, and her feelings often spill forth unfiltered." "I understand." Lu Yuanheng interrupted her with a wave, sighing in remorse and disappointment. "Discussing the past seems futile now, as if I were merely making excuses. I have awakened from my ignorance and realize how to proceed henceforth. Eldest sister, rest assured, I will ensure she comes to appreciate me as her elder brother." With this assurance, Lu Xinlan felt completely at ease. As the day was advancing, she refrained from lingering in his study any longer. "Why have you come? Is it about Xinran?" "Indeed, nothing escapes grandfather's notice." "I have come for second sister," Lu Yuanheng replied, adjusting his robe, ready to kneel, only to be gestured to sit by Lu Jinchuan. "Well, I know what you wish to say. Since Xinran is a girl of our household, we cannot remain indifferent to her plight. However, the emperor's thoughts are somewhat inscrutable. He has yet to determine the appropriate balance." Lu Yuanheng, sensing his grandfather's tone, fell into contemplation. "Grandfather, have you considered that second sister's abilities could serve as a sharp dagger for our household? Whether it be political adversaries or future alliances, her presence could spare us from unnecessary detours and lead us directly to our goals." Lu Jinchuan chuckled, stroking his beard, nodding in satisfaction. "It seems Xinran's words have indeed enlightened you. You are no longer blinded by foolish filial piety, nor do you retain that previous rigidity. Feeling chastened. Lu Yuanheng did not deny it. Second sister is right. I had been too presumptuous. He realized he was no different from the young lords of the capital, having always viewed matters and people from a condescending perspective. How could one aspire to be a good official for the people with such an attitude? Lu Jinchuan's smile deepened. Who would have thought she could awaken you from your stupor? Your father's talents are limited. The future of the Lu family rests upon your shoulders. I may hold this position for at most another decade. When that time comes, regardless of your status, the responsibility of the Lu family will fall upon you. Should you fail to provide for them, they will inevitably find themselves in peril. Lu Yuanheng rose and bowed solemnly. I shall not disappoint you, grandfather. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran enjoyed a sweet slumber that night. Upon awakening, she found the morning light streaming through the window and quickly got out of bed. The sounds of movement outside prompted her handmaidens, Suizhu and Suishi, to rush in with a basin of water. Why did you not wake me earlier? It is already too late to pay respects to grandmother. Miss. The old lady sent word that everyone was tired from yesterday's festivities at Ronghui courtyard and that you need not visit her today. Upon hearing this, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her once more. Clutching the soft quilt, she snuggled deeper, only for her stomach to grumble inconveniently. She rose, allowing her handmaidens to assist her with washing and dressing before heading out for breakfast. She was surprised at how quickly she had grown accustomed to having servants at her beck and call. However, she lamented her inability to style her own hair. The intricate hairstyles required someone else's skillful hands. Sitting at the table, she gazed at the trembling crab meat buns in the bamboo basket. A mixture of confusion and astonishment flooding her mind. Why has my treatment suddenly improved so remarkably? Is this not the sort of privilege reserved for the noble ladies of the household? In her memories, the servants of the Lu estate had always treated her poorly. It was only after she had fallen into the water and entered this world that the servants gradually ceased to look down upon her, especially after Granny Qin was dealt with by Lady Zhao, and Lu Xinran had visited her several times. Miss, this is your portion. Whatever the other young ladies have, you shall have as well, Suizhu explained innocently. Suishi, however, tugged at her arm, signaling her to refrain from speaking too freely. Lu Xinran thought little of it and picked up a clean straw to poke into the soup bun. As she ate, she inquired of the system about how much vitality she had gained from last night's gossip. 61 days in total, host. We have accumulated 3 months of vitality. How is that possible? Lu Xinran was momentarily stunned. She recalled that back at the waterside, she had only received a few days' worth of vitality, with the most generous offering her 5 days. How had it suddenly ballooned to 3 months? The youthful voice chimed in cheerfully, because you helped solve a case later on. Don't you remember that the previous case awarded you an additional 10 days? So solving a case grants that much vitality? Lu Xinran felt a glimmer of understanding, as if she had stumbled upon a splendid method to accumulate vitality. Host, we should visit the Dali Temple. Lord Tang is incorruptible and an exceptional official. He will surely welcome our assistance. As Lu Xinran deliberated while slurping her soup bun, she contemplated the feasibility of this plan. To assist in a case, she would have to remain within 10 steps of a corpse. The thought terrified her. In her previous life, she had been frail and unable to handle emotional upheaval, only able to enjoy light-hearted dramas. She had never watched a single murder mystery. Host, do not forget there is also the female lead. She is interested in solving cases and relishes the process of investigation and examining corpses. You could simply stand behind her and observe the system's booklet. This could serve as a win-win situation. Lu Xinran thought the reasoning was sound, yet the way the system described the female lead made her feel uneasy. Might this be the very reason for the melodramatic romance with the male lead? As she bit into the thin skin of the soup bun, she felt as though she had an epiphany. After satiating her hunger, she languidly enjoyed the breeze beneath the eaves for less than a quarter of an hour before the system urged her to head to Lu Xinlan's courtyard. Second young miss. Bitao blushed when she saw her and awkwardly said, Eldest miss has gone to the old lady's courtyard. Would you like to wait inside? Not necessary. Although Pei Shi had exempted them from paying respects, Lu Xinlan had gone, and she could not remain idle. She needed to frequently venture out to accumulate vitality. So maintaining a good relationship with Pei Shi was imperative. In the courtyard of Zhao Yun Academy, Numerous servants knelt upon the ground, particularly several stewards from the grand kitchen. Zhao Shi, supported by Lu Xinran, was visibly agitated, her chest heaving with intensity. "Mother, why don't you go inside and take a seat?" The personnel in the grand kitchen were rather intricate, with several stewards being confidants of various households. Dealing with this situation was challenging. Whoever took action would inevitably offend someone. Pei Shi had allowed these individuals to remain kneeling in the courtyard without announcing any course of action, precisely for this reason. Although Zhao Shi was somewhat naive, this wicked task should not fall upon her. Grasping Zhao Shi's arm, Lu Xinran firmly guided her indoors. Zhao Shi regarded her with a mixture of confusion, hesitation, and a dawning understanding. Ultimately comforted, she patted Lu Xinran's hand, relieved to have her by her side. Pei Shi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her foolish daughter-in-law, shifted her gaze towards the window, contemplating how to address the two stewards kneeling at the forefront, her head throbbing with the burden of decision. The two favored concubines of Lu Xinran had borne children over the years and had amassed a considerable number of servants within the household. These two were their trusted allies. Had they been Zhao Shi or Kong Shi's confidants, she would have dealt with them long ago. However, these concubines were not easily intimidated. If she disciplined them, they would surely retaliate with tears and complaints. What has happened? Why are there so many servants kneeling in the courtyard? Isn't that the steward from the kitchen? The one with the audacity to flaunt himself? Look at him, so well fed. One wonders how much he has profited from the grand kitchen over the years. Regrettably, they all have backing. I cannot afford to offend any of them. Otherwise, I would ensure they faced consequences. Upon hearing these familiar murmurs, Pei Shi's mind sparked with an idea. Lu Xinran stepped over the crowd, kneeling to pay her respects to Pei Shi, and begrudgingly offered a perfunctory bow to Zhao Shi. Granddaughter pays her respects to her grandmother. Good child, I instructed you to rest in the courtyard. Why have you come back?
Pei Shi smiled, begåning her to seat.
Her demeanor revealing no signs of fatigue, seemingly unaffected by the events that transpired at Ronghui court the previous night. Lu Xinran stole a few glances, observing her grandmother's serene expression devoid of excess emotion, and cautiously took a seat beside her. Have those people in the courtyard committed some offense? Why have they not been dealt with? If I could offer them some leverage, would it enable them to endure a harsher punishment? If they could be expelled from the residence, that would be ideal. Let them learn to respect others and cease their bullying. As Lu Xinran regarded the two stewards in the courtyard, she attempted to access the gossip system, only to realize she was unaware of their names. System. Don't you think this is rather absurd? How can one gossip without knowing the names of those involved? It should be within 10 steps. I can hardly be bothered to complain about this issue. Can it be amended? The system's youthful voice sounded quite aggrieved. This is how it's designed. Scolding me won't help. I also wish for you to quickly gather life points.
With a sigh,
Lu Xinran mused on the inconvenience of not knowing their names when suddenly Pei Shi spoke. Wang Dazhuang, Zhao Sanfu, do you confess to your crimes? Pei Shi's voice was not loud, yet sufficient for the two kneeling to hear clearly. They both prostrated themselves, crying out in protest, displaying neither remorse in their expressions nor their tones. Intrigued, Lu Xinran's awareness delved into the gossip system, flipping open the profiles of the two men. So that's why they are so brazen. They are the favored ones of the old man's concubines. Wang Dazhuang is a man of Wang Yinyang, and Zhao Sanfu is affiliated with Jin Yinyang. Let us see what these two concubines are about. As long as it wasn't gossip about intimate matters such as the color of their undergarments, the system could provide insight into ordinary relationships. One is an old man's concubine, the other is his cousin. No wonder grandmother is in such a predicament. They are both dear to the old man. Pei Shi, Lu Xinran is the old man, I am the grandmother. The titles alone reveal where my granddaughter's heart lies. It was indeed challenging to deal with these two. The grand kitchen was lucrative, and Lu Xinran had deliberately amassed benefits for the two concubines. If Pei Shi were wise, she would avoid touching his cherished ones. No wonder these two were so fearless. They knew Pei Shi would not dare to act against them. What harmony among wives and concubines, bah! Grandmother. With a full house of grandchildren, with legitimate heirs, what is there to fear? To put it bluntly, if the old man were to pass, this household would be entirely under her command. In matters like this, one cannot maintain a facade of grace. Granting those two shameless women face only adds to one's own vexation. They see you as weak and take delight in bullying you. Pay sure, though it is difficult. You are right, granddaughter. The old man's cherished ones, let him deal with them. The two concubines lived a life of luxury within the residence, akin to deities. She had swallowed this indignation for half a lifetime. If Lu Xinran felt he had not yet lost enough face and was untroubled by Lu Xinran exposing the household as petty affairs, then he could continue to indulge those two concubines. Both Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Sanfu felt a pang of anxiety, but reflecting on their master's esteemed positions in Lu Xinran's heart, they regained their composure. Observing their audacity, Lu Xinran shook her head internally. The Shang's residence appeared resplendent, yet beneath the surface, it was far from commendable. Men are all the same. They expect their wives to be dignified and gracious, while desiring concubines to add charm, all the while wishing for childhood sweethearts for flirtation. They want everything, and as women, how lamentable. Pei Shi gazed at her granddaughter, who wore a smile, yet appeared contemplative. She realized that the young girl comprehended matters more profoundly than she did. Zhao Shi, upon hearing her speak of concubines, was reminded of Lu Kongda's two concubines. Lu Kongda only visited her on the 1st and 15th days of each month, spending most of the month with his concubines, leaving little time for them to engage. Her life was even less fulfilling than Pei Shi's. With a soft sigh, Zhao Shi reflected on her circumstances. Even without Lu Xinran's comments, she had not recognized anything amiss. However, what could be done? She had endured for so many years. Pei Shi collected her thoughts and cheerfully addressed those in the room, gesturing towards Lu Xingtong and Lu Xingling of the second household. Lu Xingtong chuckled. We would never. We adore our second sister. Previously, they had been unable to hear their second sister's thoughts, but suddenly yesterday, they could. Sitting behind, they had absorbed every word, relishing the gossip without missing a morsel. She edged closer to Lu Xinran, warmly grasping her hand, and, at her hesitant glance, squeezed in beside her. Second sister, in the future, when you and elder sister go out, will you take me and sister along? Lu Xingling nodded enthusiastically, and Lu Xinlan discerned from their expressions that they too could hear thoughts. It was clear they had been unable to before. What had changed in these past few days? A flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes as she resolved to inquire with Kong Shi later. Lu Xinran blinked, sensing something peculiar in her younger sister's gazes toward her. Of course. I go out merely for gossip. It matters not with whom. Upon hearing her thoughts, the two sisters beamed even brighter, delighted at the prospect of accompanying her for grand gossip. As the sisters engaged in laughter and conversation, Pei Shi observed their harmonious interaction, and her heart warmed. In the courtyard, Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Sanfu had been kneeling for over an hour, struggling to maintain their positions. For years, they had enjoyed a life of luxury in the grand kitchen, living no worse than the masters of the estate. Now, with sore knees and aching backs, neither could endure much longer. Some discreetly slipped away to inform the two concubines, who relayed the message to Lu Xinran. Thus, as noon approached, just as Lu Xinran and the others had not yet departed, they saw Lu Xinran stride into the courtyard, accompanied by the two concubines. The imposing demeanor displayed here might lead one to mistakenly believe that it is the offspring of his legitimate line who are kneeling. Perhaps they have been caught in the door or have been devoid of reason for many years. Otherwise, such a lack of conscience and decorum would be unfathomable. Before Lu Xinran could even cross the threshold, he was met with a cacophony of inner voices. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance in his fury. Upon entering, he glared at Lu Xinran and barked, "You, get out." Lu Xinran obediently rose and, upon her departure, did not forget to bow to Madame Pei. "Old fool, scolding me? Fine. I shall expose the color of your undergarments tomorrow and let it spread throughout the capital. After all, no one in this household holds me in esteem. This is not my home, and I have no obligation to maintain its reputation. Your trifling affairs, your indulgence of concubines at the expense of your wife, will be the talk of the town by the morrow. To stand up for two concubine servants, how commendable. One would think you have no shame.
Indeed.
It takes a complete lack of decency to act in such a manner. Otherwise, Anyone with a modicum of propriety would not, upon entering, cast disdain upon the legitimate wife for the sake of a concubine. Pah! What a wretched being! The stream of curses faded into the distance, leaving Lu Xinran's face flushed with rage. He stammered, pointing at Madame Pei for what felt like an eternity before forcing out, "Is this how you raise the younger generation?" Madame Pei cast him a cold glance. "Are you accusing me of failing to educate the younger members of the household? If I am unfit for this role, then I shall voluntarily withdraw from it. If you believe anyone else is better suited to guide the younger generation and manage the household, let them take my place. And we shall draft a divorce decree today." Chapter 49. The Divorce. Grandmother is formidable. Hidden behind a tree in the courtyard, Lu Xinran witnessed Madame Pei's declaration and fervently applauded her. It was about time. With descendants already, does he dare to proceed with a divorce? Unless he wishes to abandon his esteemed position. Why should one endure such indignities? Even dealing with a servant requires a concubine's approval. What legitimate wife would be bullied by a concubine? To defend a concubine over such trivial matters, how utterly disgraceful. If he truly cares for the two concubines, why not elevate them to the status of wives? Fill the court with 3 or 4 wives instead. After all, those without shame are invincible in this world. Let it extend beyond the confines of the household. Another wave of inner voices surged forth, causing the veins near Lu Xinran's temples to throb violently. Did she not just receive an order to leave? Madame Pei, relishing in the sentiments expressed, instructed Granny Su to retrieve the keys to the household accounts and summon the various stewards. As Granny Su prepared to depart, Lu Xinran's expression darkened further. "Have you had enough? My intent is merely to salvage my reputation, lest it be known that my legitimate granddaughter was fed spoiled food, which would suggest I am mistreating my own kin. If the management is transferred, I too can restore my dignity." With a loud crash, Madame Pei threw the account books and related documents at Lu Xinran's feet. "Is it not what you believe? That they can only be concubines, suffering great grievances? Today, I shall relinquish my position as the legitimate wife to them. The authority of management I shall also hand over. Lu Xinran, I, Pei Mingyue, have done nothing to dishonor you or the Lu family, so today, either you deal with them, or we shall part ways." Her words rang with conviction, causing all within the room to hold their breath, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Outside the courtyard, Lu Xinran observed the exchange and began to cheer for Madame Pei once more. "Grandmother is magnificent. Let us hurry and divorce. If the divorce happens, I will leave the estate with you. Let those fools of the Lu family remain if they wish." Does the identity of the second daughter of the Lu family truly hold any value? I have never even consumed spoiled food in the countryside. Lu Xinran bit down on his lip, taking a deep breath to quell his surging anger. At the court meeting today, the censor had criticized the Duke of Dingkong for his lax management, urging the emperor to impose severe penalties as a warning to others. So, you think the censor only targeted the Duke of Dingkong and not yourself, feeling a sense of imbalance within? Indulging concubines while neglecting the wife. How glorious it seems on the surface, yet akin to a crow perched upon a pig, incapable of recognizing its own filth. Though Madame Pei had wavered due to Lu Xinran's words, the ensuing inner voices elicited a mocking smile from her. "Is this your method of threatening me on behalf of them? Even if there is no place for me in the Duke of Dingkong's household, my dowry estate is sufficient for my needs. Indeed, why remain here, gazing upon that repugnant face? Does he truly believe himself to be as charming as Pan and winning the affection of all?"
Pa.
Lu Xinran could no longer maintain his composure, his frustration boiling over as the duo's banter ignited his fury. "TSK. Truly a pity for my grandmother, to have reached such a point over mere servants, and yet he remains hesitant to take action. The Lu family's decline seems destined to continue indefinitely." With a sigh, Lu Xinran sensed the spectacle had lost its allure. Even with Madame Pei sacrificing her dignity, she could not elicit from Lu Xinran a command to dispose of the servants. The future of the Lu family was already becoming clear. The father acts thus. The son follows suit. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. What audacity to mock the Duke of Dingkong. The Lu family will surely fall behind. Her last words trailed off into silence until they were barely audible. The people within the room understood that she had indeed made her departure. Granny Sue, gather my dowry. We shall relocate to the estate today. Yes, madam. Granny Sue, with her head bowed, seemed oblivious to Lu Xinran's predatory gaze as she summoned the maidservants to begin cataloging the items in the storeroom. Lu Xinran, vexed, waved his sleeve in frustration. Do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Madame Pei paid him no mind, removing the prayer beads from her wrist, her fingers slowly twisting them as her eyes lowered. Both men were thrown into a panic and suddenly fell to their knees. My lord, it is my fault. I should not have sent someone to seek you over such trivial matters. They sobbed pitifully, while Lu Xinran and her sisters felt a pang of regret. Why did the second sister have to leave? She was such a good mouthpiece, able to voice all their grievances. Madame Pei's private treasury was now open, boxes of valuables being moved outside to the courtyard. Lu Xinran surveyed the chaos both inside and outside the house, feeling a throbbing headache. He blamed Madame Pei for making a mountain out of a molehill and himself for being unable to tolerate her, his small-mindedness preventing him from accommodating others. Yet, no matter how much dissatisfaction he harbored, today's farce could not conclude with her departure from the Lu estate along with her dowry. Grinding his teeth, he summoned the chief steward, pointing at Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Sanfu. Give them each 20 lashes. Their entire family is to be sold. My lord, please spare us. I know I was wrong. The two concubines and Wang Dazhuang cried out in unison for mercy. Lu Xinran ignored their pleas, his cold gaze fixed on Madame Pei. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Why would I be satisfied? If the servants in another household dared to trample upon their master's dignity, they would be beaten to death without question. Yet here, the Madam of the Ministry of War seems to endure such humiliation. Perhaps it would be better for her to seek solace at the estate. Madame Pei's eyes were equally steely as she locked her gaze onto Lu Xinran, refusing to yield. You truly disgust me.
Pei Mingyue.
Have you lost your mind? Lu Xinran erupted, his anger spiraling out of control, with his daughter-in-law and granddaughter present, alongside the servants. How dare she? Pei Mingyue rose and walked past him without a glance, stating, Think as you will, but from today onward, I seek to live a more carefree life. Either we cleanse the household of all its servants, or you and I shall part ways. The Lu family will have no further ties with me. A certain onlooker, reveling in the drama, cheered, Go, grandmother. You can do it. Bring them to their knees. Infuriate that old fool. From now on, everyone must heed your command. Very well, watch me, Madame Pei declared. Chapter 50. A worthless father begets a worthless son. Pi's words appeared to offer Lu and two choices, yet in reality, he could select only one. While womenfolk might disregard the opinions of others, he could not afford such a luxury. How could a dignified minister of justice allow himself to become a subject of ridicule? Wasn't Pi fully aware of this, seeking to coerce him into submission? Turning to chase into the courtyard, heedless of the astonished gazes from the household manager and servants, he grimaced, his voice low and tense. Must you persist in this manner? Do you truly not comprehend, or are you merely feigning ignorance? If my earlier words were not sufficiently clear, do you require me to reiterate them for all to hear? Your fortune is built upon my unceasing sacrifices, and I no longer wish to serve. Either the household is to be thoroughly cleaned of those unworthy to extend their hands, remaining quietly within, reflecting on their true worth, or I shall depart, and how you manage the estate or whom you choose to pity is of no concern to me. From this day forth, do not expect to repulse me any longer, not even you. Lu, incensed, pressed a hand to his chest, unable to fathom how his typically graceful and dignified wife could suddenly become so irrational. AY and JNY, sprawled on the ground, still clutched their handkerchiefs, but had forgotten their tears. How had it come to this? They merely sought for the master to advocate for them, to prevent the mistress from making a mountain out of a molehill, thereby disrupting their peace. Did they truly wish to be concubines? It was merely a consequence of their inability to attain the status of a legitimate wife. As this realization dawned upon them, their grievances surfaced, and tears flowed freely. As dowries continued to be carried away in boxes, Pi had already dispatched individuals to prepare the carriage. Lu observed the chaos both inside and outside the residence, his frustration reaching a zenith. Enough! He bellowed, causing AY and J and Y, who had fallen to the ground, to freeze in place, holding their breath. PI, however, cast him a disdainful glance. What are you trying to assert? Since my entry into the L family, all I have consumed has been from my own dowry. My 2 sons and 1 daughter have thrived solely through my support. Did you think I was like those 2 worthless creatures, dependent on your whims and constantly seeking your favor? She turned away, directing the servants to carry her dowry, also instructing Su to retrieve her belongings. It was not out of sentimentality, but rather disgust at the thought of her used possessions falling into the hands of someone unworthy. She contemptuously referred to the 2 concubines, stepping over them as if they were mere refuse. In his utmost fury, Lu found a semblance of calm, watching PI as she had her dowry taken away. Are you serious? He could hardly believe that PI would dare to abandon the L family, especially given the recent turmoil surrounding the DNGKing Marquette, from which they still required assistance. Having waited a considerable time in the courtyard without seeing LXNL and come looking for him, LXNRN realized that matters in the ZHOI and courtyard were far from resolved. She was perplexed as to why LJN had lashed out at her, demanding she leave, but she chose not to dwell on it, opting instead to bide her time for revenge until the commotion had subsided. The old scoundrel still refuses to relent. Does he think grandmother is merely putting on a show to pressure him? What gives him the confidence to believe grandmother cares about appearances? Does he genuinely think the minister's wife holds any prestige? His own granddaughter being served spoiled food by the servants would render him a laughingstock in the capital. His dignity has long since evaporated, clinging to a hollow title while concubines bully her. Who could possibly care for such a life? It's as if he has been kicked in the head by a donkey. Let us move. Let us abandon the homestead and seek refuge in Jiangnan, where the autumn scenery is splendid. We shall row on lakes and climb heights to behold the vistas, rather than endure the wretchedness of this place while hearing that foolish concubine's incessant whining. We must not allow those 2 scoundrels to think we are benefiting from this situation. Chapter 51. Even raising a piece of char siu is better than raising you. The more LXNRN contemplated, the more elated she became, envisioning the joyous journey south alongside PI. As she smiled to herself, she suddenly met LKNGD's malevolent gaze. She swiftly dodged the slap he swung at her. What kind of scoundrel dares to strike his own daughter? A grown man hitting a girl. Such a character lacks any moral foundation. The more she berated him internally, the angrier LKNGD became, his rage intensifying. Without this wretched girl, their mother would not have been swayed, nor would she have recklessly decided to depart with her dowry. LXNRN took a step back, apprehensive of further humiliation. She frowned at him, bewildered by his accusations. The countenance of those who reap the benefits is invariably repugnant. They never introspect but instead shift the blame onto others. Her usual demure demeanor faded, replaced by a cold indifference. Meeting LKNGD's loathing gaze, she unexpectedly laughed. My name has likely yet to be inscribed in your family's genealogy, and I lack sufficient evidence to prove I am indeed a child of the L family. I shall not seek the higher branches of the L family tree. She pivoted, striding past LKNGD and into the courtyard. Grandmother, would you take me in and keep me by your side after we leave the estate? P.I. smiled, reaching out to smooth LXNRN's slightly disheveled hair. What nonsense are you speaking? We are like family. Wherever I am, you shall be. The phrase like family brought an instant smile to LXNRN's face. She knew her grandmother understood her best. Old madam, the carriage is ready. Shall we proceed to take the dowry out now? Amidst the chaos, Su approached Ljn, ignoring the murderous look in his eyes, and inquired softly. P.I. nodded. Yes, take it away. And ensure all the servants I brought with me are accounted for. That cannot be done. Lu Xinran forcefully pulled Lu Kongping beside Peisher. Do you not consider them? Or do you not care for Qingyi? Consider? Are you a dead man? Only mothers need to think for their children. But you need not? What disgusting rhetoric. I could regurgitate last night's meal. As Lu Xinran silently scoffed, she rolled her eyes dramatically. If you are so unwilling to let the concubine suffer, hurry to the palace to petition for their titles, and then host a banquet to elevate them to the status of legitimate wives. Oh, but wait, since grandmother has departed, they can be considered as proper wives now. At that point, you would be the first in the capital to force out the legitimate wife and elevate the concubines. How glorious and noble! Even the emperor would reward you with a title for such a deed. Pei Shi's smile widened, pulling Lu Xinran's hand and guiding her behind her. Enough of these meaningless discussions. If you wish to show concern for Qingyi, then go ahead. As for me, I will pretend I do not have this daughter. If I were to be angered to death, it would end the same way, so let her think of it as my demise.
Lu Xinran,
witnessing the obstinate duo of grandmother and granddaughter, angrily flicked his sleeves. Fine, I shall see if you can truly abandon the Dingkong Marquisate and the children. Pei Shi rolled her eyes. Where are the servants? Have them move the belongings out through the main entrance. I was carried in through the main door. And I shall leave the same way. Old Madame Su responded promptly, summoning the staff to carry the boxes and trunks towards the front door. Grandmother's health is poor. I do not understand as much as you. Shouldn't you be by her side, fulfilling your filial duty? Lu Xinran approached Pei Shi gently, supporting her arm. Grandmother, doctor. Tian has always advised you to take care of your health. Over the years, your liver has suffered from stagnation due to overwork, leading to illness. You must not let your temper flare or allow your emotions to fluctuate too much. Why must you insist on this course of action? Would it not be better to recuperate at home and enjoy your twilight years? Upon hearing Lu Xinran's words, Lu Kanda thought she was mediating and stepped forward, shaking his sleeves as he accused her. Lu Xinran was truly at a loss for words. What kind of tone is that? Speaking to his own mother like this? Does he not fear being reported for his unfilial behavior? Has all his education gone to waste? Does he genuinely not understand, or is he merely pretending? Lu Xinran's words clearly indicate that grandmother is unwell. If he had even an ounce of filial piety, he would show compassion towards his mother instead of uttering meaningless rhetoric. Alas, I truly feel for grandmother. Nurturing a piece of char siu is more worthwhile than raising him. Grandmother, I know a remedy for your health. Once we settle down, I will ensure to care for you diligently. Pei Shi smiled, patting her hand, choosing to ignore the furious father and son, and led her two granddaughters out of the courtyard. I have a villa outside the city. Let us rest there for a month. Once the weather cools down, we shall travel south. I have heard that the winter scenery in Jiangnan is exceptional. Let us go and see. As the three walked further away, the chief steward hurriedly rushed in. Master, there is quite a crowd outside the estate, all inquiring about what has transpired within.
Lu Xinran,
observing the dowries being carried out box by box, finally fixed his gaze on the two concubines sobbing on the ground. He merely intended to provide them with a little comfort so that after his passing, they and their children could live with dignity. Why could they not accept this? As a woman, they did not adhere to the virtues of womanhood and sought to use separation to coerce him. Father, they are merely a few servants. Why must it escalate to this extent? Lu Xinran shot him a disdainful glance. Useless. His stomach twisted in pain as he rubbed it. The more he did so, the more he struggled to swallow his anger. Yet, he had to admit, if Pei Shi was truly determined to go to extremes, all he could do was acquiesce. He could not afford to lose face at his age, especially over a divorce. Having made up his mind, he strode after them. Stop. The staff in the manor will assist you in counting. This is the previous price. Now, it has changed. Pei Mingyue, do not go too far. Too far? You have been excessive for decades. I have only been excessive for half a day, and you cannot endure it? If you are vexed, do not be shameless. As long as you are not afraid of the censor's reports, you are invincible. Pei Shi mimicked Lu Xinran's tone, feeling immensely satisfied after her remarks. Lu Xinran mentally applauded her. This is how it should be. Do not grant the scoundrel any face. It is not as though she cannot support herself without a dowry. Why should she endure such unjust treatment? Lu Xinran glared at her fiercely, thinking such a troublemaker would be better off sent to the palace. Once he had stabilized Pei Shi, he would deal with her later. What more do you want?
Pei Mingyue,
do not shout at me. It only makes you appear undignified. The staff are all watching, and it will likely spread throughout the capital in no time. Pei Shi smiled leisurely at him, waiting for him to yield. Lu Xinran felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision.
Fine.
He still had private assets. At most, he would use them to compensate the two concubines and their children. Pei Shi nodded in satisfaction. We need a written agreement with your fingerprint. If you go back on your word, I would need to reorganize the dowry, which would be quite troublesome. Follow me to the study. Forcing those words out through clenched teeth, he swiftly turned towards the front courtyard study, fearing Pei Shi would raise other demands. However, he had not walked far when the chief steward rushed over in a panic. Master, terrible news. Third master is fighting with the young master from the Zhongqinbo's estate at Zue Chunlu. Third master, Lu Konghe, is the illegitimate son of concubine Wang. Lu Xinran quickly flipped through her small notebook, discovering that Lu Konghe was actually Lu Jinchuan's most favored son. Oh dear. The retribution for favoring concubines over legitimate wives has arrived. Let's see if you still have the face to use the Dingkong Marquise to threaten grandmother. Chapter 52. Surprising and unexpected. Lu Xinran's eyes widened in astonishment, wishing she could immediately peruse her notebook to understand the entire sequence of events. Lu Jinchuan shot Pei Shi a warning glance, as if to say, do not trouble him further. Zhongqinbo had recently gained the emperor's favor and had even entered the Ministry of Justice. He had never been able to comprehend the emperor's intentions and was understandably wary of Zhongqinbo and Ma Jianbai, considering the potential troubles that could arise. He could not afford to linger amidst the chaos of the estate. He hurriedly made his way outside. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for the unfolding drama that everyone was now aware of. Xinran, you should also hurry over to take a look. If your grandfather cannot manage the situation, you can help mediate. Lu Xinran responded solemnly, her expression grave, ensuring that no fault could be found in the trio of grandmother and granddaughters. The servants prepared the carriage, and she bowed to Pei Shi before hastily making her way to Zue Chunlu. Meanwhile, Pei Shi, having secured Lu Jinchuan's agreement, naturally sought to rid herself of all those not loyal to her. Go summon someone from the family. Old Madame Su hurriedly dashed out. She had been busy all day and had missed lunch, but seeing her master finally able to hold her head high brought her immense joy, even if it meant starving. Concubine Wang and concubine Jean remained sprawled on the ground, and Lu Jinchuan left in haste, having no time to attend to them. They vaguely heard that something had happened, but neither of them thought it would involve them. Third Miss Lu Xintong emerged from the room and, noticing concubine Wang still lying at an angle on the ground, kindly offered a warning. The steward just said third uncle is outside drinking and has gotten into a fight, and it is with the legitimate son of a high-ranking official. Concubine Wang's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. First, she had suffered a loss of the servants she had painstakingly nurtured over the years, and now she heard her precious son was in trouble. No longer caring to feign weakness on the ground, she scrambled up and rushed to Pei Shi's side, kneeling before her. Madam, I beg you, save Konghe. He must have been framed. Pei Shi turned away in disgust. Lu Jinchuan has already gone to Zue Chunlu. Whether he is wronged or not will be revealed once he arrives. Lu Xinran gazed out of the carriage window, her heart entirely captivated by the allure of Zue Chunlu. Upon reflection, the Pei family had not been particularly kind to her original self. Yet there remained a semblance of familial affection. She had attempted to subtly remind Lu Xinran of her own circumstances, as she too had traversed into this world, perhaps arriving at the same moment in this timeline. However, every time she endeavored to speak, it felt as though she had been ensnared by a silencing spell. Writing proved equally futile, her body felt constricted, and the pen seemed as heavy as lead, rendering her incapable of lifting it. Regardless of whether she managed to reveal her identity, she had usurped the body of her original self, and the transgressions committed by that self were sins she must strive to atone for. Until she could conceive a more effective means of penance, she would remain closely by her side, doing her utmost to safeguard her. Lu Xinran internally lamented, only to turn and find her companion with downcast eyes, lost in thought. The carriage halted amidst the bustling street, where the clamor from Zue Chunlu was palpable, and a throng of onlookers filled the streets, obstructing the passage of their vehicle. The two sisters, each adorned with a veil hat, disembarked, only to be met with a sea of faces. Lu Xinran calculated the distance, rising on tiptoe in an attempt to squeeze through the crowd. Just as she was grappling with her predicament, the crowd parted, revealing a group of riders approaching from the opposite end of the market. The sisters turned, looking up to meet the perplexed and exasperated gaze of Song Junyan. Lu Xinran felt as though she had just glimpsed a pie chart. Indeed, he was the male protagonist, his eyes possessing a peculiar quality unlike those of ordinary men. Song Junyan, accustomed to her eccentric remarks, was now eager to understand what she meant by a pie chart. Lu Xinran tugged at her, guiding them closer to Song Junyan and the officials from Shuntian Prefecture. Not wishing to be swept away by her own vivid imagination, she hurriedly explained, "Your Highness intends to lead an investigation inside shortly. They wish to witness the spectacle, and following him would be most convenient." Lu Xinran immediately grasped her intent, giving her a thumbs up for her cleverness. The pie chart gaze returned, and the sisters, observing with keen discretion, brazenly followed the entourage into Zue Chunlu. "So this is the spring pavilion. It looks rather splendid," one mused. "No wonder those men are drawn here. I find it appealing as well. If there is such a spring pavilion, surely there are brothels too? I must seize the opportunity to explore. Perhaps I'll uncover some sensational scoop." Both Song Junyan and Lu Xinran momentarily halted in their tracks, sharing a rare glance filled with unspoken complexity before turning away. Did she truly think she needed to invite more trouble upon herself? Meanwhile, upstairs, Lu Jinchuan sat with a darkened countenance, facing Ma Jianbai, who had arrived shortly after. Both cunning old foxes sought to glean information from one another, eager to gain the upper hand. After arriving and grasping the general situation, they exchanged pleasantries while seated. Lu Jinchuan had initially been mulling over how to resolve the matter when a thought struck him like a bolt from the blue. He abruptly rose, his eyes blazing as he directed his gaze toward the first floor, where behind a few tall figures, he spotted two familiar slender silhouettes. Seemingly sensing his intense gaze, Lu Xinran looked up amidst her busy endeavors and flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth.
Surprised?
"Unexpected? Knowing that you and your precious son are not faring well brings me solace. You indulged your concubine while neglecting your wife. Your true love is a mere dalliance, and retribution is yet to come. Your dear son has bestowed upon you an exorbitantly lavish gift, one that could deplete all your private fortune."
Ha ha ha.
Thinking of that old scoundrel facing his comeuppance fills me with joy. Her overly cheerful tone drew the attention of everyone in the building toward Lu Jinchuan, whose face turned ashen, resembling a spilled paint pot, prompting Ma Jianbai to stifle a laugh. "Lord Lu, your granddaughter is quite the character. She can even scold her own grandfather. What kind of grandfather must you be?" Chapter 53, The Old Scoundrel's True Misfortune on the second floor of Zue Chunlu. Chaos reigned, with tables and chairs strewn haphazardly across the floor. Lu Konghe cowered behind Lu Jinchuan, while Ma Wenong lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut. His lips and the corners of his eyes bruised, a silver needle protruding from his head. "Is this serious? Surely it can't be an act?" Lu Xinran glanced over, quickly flipping through a small notebook. "Indeed, it's an act. They say a barking dog seldom bites. Lu Konghe is merely a yapping dog, while the one on the floor is the rabid dog that bites behind closed doors." Ma Wenong, insulted, rolled his eyes desperately, as if on the verge of springing up to confront Lu Xinran. The once derided Lu Jinchuan now found himself chuckling again. "It's not that I am at a loss for embarrassment. If my granddaughter wishes to scold someone, I cannot stop her. Let us all share in the humiliation." Song Junyan strode upstairs, surveying the scene before directly approaching Lu Konghe. "It's you who is the petty schemer. You plotted against me. You came here today to snatch Tianxiang, fully aware that I had already secured it and that I was present. Yet you sent someone to call for Tianxiang to attend to you, showing a blatant disregard for me. I had already ordered you and your men to leave, and yet you dared to provoke me, even going so far as to insult me. Did someone insult you? Allow me to see. Indeed, someone did insult you. It appears they were mocking your ineffectiveness. No wonder you couldn't endure it. But your little firecracker is like an undeveloped sprout. Even such comments could be considered praise. No wonder you've indulged for so many years, with only that one solitary seedling. To brawl over a courtesan, you've truly risen in the world. Will you soon find yourself in a situation where you accidentally kill someone, allowing the one on the ground to cease their pretense?" No, his eyes are nearly bulging. He cannot genuinely believe we are all blind to his facade, can he? Ma Wenong, nearly at the end of his rope, could no longer maintain his act, suddenly springing up from the ground like a corpse resurrected. The onlookers, having overheard the exchange, all cleared their throats, averting their gazes to conceal their amusement.
Ma Jianbai.
Once amused, now recognized the indiscriminate nature of the insults. No one could gain an advantage here. If they probed further, no one would leave unscathed. The moment Ma Wenong stood up, the advantage was lost for the Duke of Loyalty. The officials arranged within the crowd had become ineffective. It would be better to let matters rest and preserve some dignity. Ma Jianbai squinted slightly, feeling disgruntled, yet he understood that the opportunity had slipped away. He clasped his hands, prepared to speak when suddenly a thunderous announcement reverberated through the air. How could this be resolved so easily? What a fanciful notion. That Tianxiang girl was killed in the chaos. This is a matter of life and death. Do they truly believe that such trivialities could provoke Shantian Prefecture? Someone has died. Both Lu Xinran and Ma Jianbai's expressions darkened, their sharp gazes landing on their respective sons. These two useless fellows had not dared to inform them of such critical news. The coroner accompanying them had already entered the room to examine the body, while the officials were busy gathering evidence within. The actions of the Shantian Prefecture officials went unnoticed by either Lu Xinran or Ma Jianbai. Take them to separate rooms for questioning, Song Junyan instructed, surveying the layout of Zui Chunlu and pointing toward a direction. Bring them to the innermost room, isolating them for separate interrogations. Given the vastness of Zui Chunlu, with spans of 20 to 30 meters on either side, if handled meticulously, none could overhear Lu Xinran's thoughts during the questioning. The officials complied, moving forward to escort each person away. Lu Xinran and Ma Jianbai quickly calculated how to shift the blame for the murder onto one another. Their gazes unconsciously fell upon the sisters, Lu Xinran and Lu Xinlan, but Song Junyan stepped forward, raising a hand in a gesture of invitation. Both adults, being officials in the Ministry of Justice, were acutely aware of the regulations. It would be prudent for them to await the outcome outside, to avoid disrupting the pursuit of justice and to spare themselves the stigma of breaking the law. Could it be that the lavish bounty capable of stripping him of all his possessions was a result of Lu Kanghe's unfortunate mishap? His complexion turned ashen, and though he wished to plead for leniency, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he was gradually pushed downstairs by the guards, forced beyond the range where he could eavesdrop on their thoughts. Lu Xinlan, upon hearing that a case was unfolding, felt an irresistible itch of curiosity, her gaze uncontrollably drawn to the room where the incident had occurred. Lu Xinran, trembling with fear, dared not look. Yet the allure of potentially acquiring valuable insights was hard to resist. Clenching her teeth, she discreetly tugged at Lu Xinlan, and the two sisters stealthily made their way towards the room where the incident took place. Noticing the sisters' furtive movements, Song Junyan called upon the guards to clear the area, expelling all unrelated individuals from Tianxiang Tower and establishing a barrier 10 paces away, declaring that any violators would be treated as suspects. Yes, sir. The atmosphere within the tower gradually quieted, and upon reaching the threshold of the room, Lu Xinran was struck by the horrific scene within, her heart skipping several beats. The floor was drenched in blood. Tianxiang lay with her neck brutally severed, her body contorted in a grotesque manner, clad only in a thin garment and undergarments, her exposed skin marred with various bruises. It was a chilling and brutal sight. Lu Xinlan stood at the doorway, scanning the interior with keen eyes. Realizing she had no tools at her disposal, she felt a pang of regret for no longer being the former captain of the investigative team. Sister, should we not enter? Lu Xinran covered her eyes with her hands, terrified yet reluctant to abandon the prospect of gaining life value. Patience. Let us wait until the individuals inside have gathered the evidence and clues. We must not interfere with their work. As she approached, Song Junyan overheard their whispered conversation and discreetly assessed Lu Xinlan before casting a glance into the room. Then, he skillfully maneuvered into a corner and slipped inside. Indeed, there was premeditation involved. This scoundrel is truly in for it this time. Regardless of how Ma Wenong and Tianxiang conspired, the fact remains that Lu Kanghe inadvertently committed murder. If he were wise, he would disown this useless son and let the law take its course. Yet, with his son's moral failings. The censors are unlikely to let him off lightly. Alas, could it be that he intends to abscond with the money at the first opportunity? This family appears to be fundamentally unreliable. Her thoughts grew increasingly melancholic, and she sighed deeply. Tianxiang surely never imagined that Ma Wenong's sweet words were all lies. He never intended to redeem her or elevate her to the status of a concubine. He only sought her life. Chapter 54. She was censored, having gleaned the entire narrative from Tianxiang's perspective. Lu Xinran was filled with lamentation. The words of a man are but deceitful phantoms. How can one trust such men who frequent these establishments? Though Lu Kanghe is foolish and despicable, he is not malicious. He merely enjoys frivolity. While Ma Wenong is a venomous bee, once ensnared, one's life is forfeit. Inside the room, the officials had thoroughly examined all evidence and analyzed the cause of Tianxiang's death. Song Junyan stood by the corpse, observing the coroner's examination while both feigned ignorance of the previous comments. Your Highness, there must have been more than 3 individuals present during the incident. As Lu Xinran spoke, she crouched down, her gaze fixed on a chaotic tangle of footprints before her. Some stained with blood, others not. Unable to conduct a more detailed comparison, a rough assessment suggested that 5 individuals had been in the room prior.
5.
Song Junyan approached her, lifting the hem of his robe, crouching to inspect the footprints she indicated with diligence. It seems they were quite the match. What a pity. I wonder if they can strive to overcome the barriers of their identities. However, if they truly put forth the effort, will the ensuing drama also commence? Will it start with a broken leg or a thwarted dagger? That doesn't seem right. Why does it feel perilous to be near this person? The 2, engrossed in their analysis of the case, exchanged uneasy coughs, disturbed by their tumultuous thoughts.
Ding er.
Take impressions of these footprints and compare them with those of the 2 individuals and their servants. Yes, sir. Ding Er hurriedly led a team to follow Lu Xinran's meticulous instructions, capturing the overlapping footprints before swiftly taking them for comparison. After examining the prints near the door, she continued deeper into the room. Though Tianxiang was not the top courtesan of Zhuanchuan Tower, she was a prominent matchmaker, residing in a beautifully appointed room on this floor. The space was expansive, with a screen originally dividing the area, but it had evidently been toppled in a fierce altercation, splintering the wooden frame and scattering debris. As she approached the fallen screen, she beckoned the officer who had previously taken the impressions to come over, indicating that they should also capture the footprints on the screen. Isn't this unnecessary? The case seems quite clear. It must be one of the 2 individuals involved. The officer appeared puzzled, noting that the prints on the screen were equally disordered, and capturing them all would take at least a quarter of an hour. Lu Xinran rose, estimating the height of the screen and the depth of one particularly notable footprint, then tested the height with her foot. The individual who kicked down the screen must be between 7 feet 7 inches and 7 feet 8 inches tall, using the right foot. They did not succeed on the first attempt, requiring 2 more kicks, indicating a slight stumble that may have caused them to collect some wood shavings on their shoes. The officer crouched down, astonished, and looked up at her. Is it possible to analyze it this way? Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled. Wow, how is she so capable? Just like the woman I saw earlier. The thoughts instantly reached the ears of the 2 within the room, but were swiftly censored. Lu Xinran, puzzled by her expression, soon speculated what the censored terms might be. Terms that should not exist in this timeline were aptly obscured, ensuring that even if she spoke somewhat out of line, she would not arouse suspicion of being out of place. With a smile, she waved at Lu Xinran. Would you like to come over and take a look? I'll teach you how to observe a crime scene. Lu Xinran nervously approached her side, saying, No need to teach me specifically. I should learn quite a bit just by watching you. She gripped her little tool, content to enjoy the spectacle without the burden of exertion. Sensing her feelings, Lu Xinran sighed inwardly. Solving a case was akin to completing an examination. The final outcome was merely a fraction of the process. They required a reasonable deduction process and ample evidence and testimony to bring the criminal to justice. The previous day's smooth resolution at Ronghui Garden had been an anomaly. With testimonies from the servants and the bloodied garments of Pei Xiujua's servant, along with the hastily discarded murder weapon and his own inability to bear the pressure leading to a confession, all these elements, coupled with her insights, were essential for securing Pei Xiujua's conviction. However, the The situation here was evidently more intricate. Though Lu Xinran and Ma Jianbai had been expelled, they would not leave the scene. Since Ma Wenong had orchestrated the plot against Lu Kanghe, he would certainly insist that he had no involvement. Though she despised and was repulsed by the conduct of the Lu family men, she recognized that the family could not falter at this juncture. Thus, she needed to diligently seek out evidence that would favor Lu Kanghe, ensuring that the case remained confined to him and did not jeopardize the Lu family. As she contemplated this, her attention shifted from the screen to other areas of the room. Lu Xinran, too, seemed to grasp the precarious situation the Lu family would face following the incident involving Lu Kanghe and Lu Xinran, her lips pressed together in deep conflict. Should I lend a hand to that scoundrel? He truly is detestable. I rather look forward to his misfortune. However, in this capital city, where people are as shrewd as a sieve, would his misfortune jeopardize the tranquility of the household? If she could not joyfully indulge in gossip, nor carelessly partake in feasting, would her efforts have been in vain? With a heavy heart, she reopened the small booklet, determined to find some leverage. She aimed to ensure that only Lu Kanghe faced misfortune, not the entire Lu family. She wondered what kind of punishment Lu Kanghe would receive. Perhaps exile to the northwest to labor would suffice. If that were to happen, he would be finished, and that Lady Wang would surely be unable to contend with grandmother any longer. It would be best if grandmother could apply some subtle pressure, making Lu Xinran associate those two concubines with today as distress and misfortune. Once Lady Jean was also brought under control, the Lu residence would be theirs to command.
Indeed.
Lu Kanghe had two concubines as well, but he was devoid of heart, treating them merely as ornamental figures. As for Zhao Shi, she could easily manage them, so there was little to worry about. A few paces away, Lu Xinran and Song Junyan listened to her unreservedly cheerful musings, one wishing to roll her eyes in exasperation, while the other was lost in contemplation. Lu Xinran and Song Junyan had summoned two capable officials, one to gather evidence and the other to meticulously record details. After half an hour, the traces in the room had been thoroughly examined. Following instructions, the coroner began a more meticulous autopsy. His calm voice unfolded like a cold painting, revealing the details provided by the system before Lu Xinran's eyes. Chapter 55. Let us enter the palace together. Lu Kanghe had long been dissatisfied with his illegitimate status, having complained to Lady Wang on numerous occasions. If only he could have married his father as the legitimate wife back then, he would be the firstborn legitimate son, rather than a despised illegitimate child. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the various invitations from the estates and the palace feasts during the New Year, he could rightfully attend instead of merely watching his elder brothers take their families onto carriages. The day prior had been the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and as he left home in the morning, he happened to see the Pei family departing with a group of women. Throughout, his good father had not once asked him if he wished to attend the Empress Dowager's banquet or if he wanted to broaden his horizons. Because he was illegitimate, he was excluded from that circle. It was not me. I did not kill anyone. It was Ma Wenong who pulled Tianxiang over, or rather, pushed her near the screen. He was about to rise in a fit to grab the official recording his statement when a hand pressed down firmly on his shoulder, keeping him firmly in his seat. Detail the process. Explain clearly what transpired after Ma Wenong and the servant entered. Do not play tricks. If the superior comes to question you personally, you will surely regret your disobedience. I have already said everything. What more do you want from me? Lu Kanghe shouted in frustration. No longer caring whether he was guilty of murder, he only wanted to know if his father could save him. In the adjacent room, Ma Wenong smiled, lounging casually with his legs crossed as he regarded the official before him.
Didn't Ti say it?
Lu Kanghe killed her. He desperately held on to Tianxiang, refusing to let her come with me, and then accidentally killed her. Song Junyan stood outside the room, listening to the intermittent voices inside. After a moment, he remarked, others may still fear the identities of Lu Xinran and Ma Jianbai, but I do not. However, he still needed to report to the palace first. Lu Xinran meticulously flipped through the small booklet belonging to Tianxiang, increasingly impressed by Lu Kanghe's cunning. He had left no trace of incriminating evidence. Their meetings had been conducted in secrecy, with only the two of them present. Their conspiracies remained unknown, and with Tianxiang now deceased, as long as he kept everything hidden within, the traces in the room suggested that this was merely an accident. Could it be that Lu Kanghe was not doomed this time? His fate was inconsequential to her, as they were not close, but if he implicated them, he would become as detestable as his mother. Lu Xinran sighed inwardly, and hearing her sigh, Lu Xinlan also pondered with a heavy heart. All testimonies were decidedly unfavorable for Lu Kanghe, and in some statements, she even spotted foolish claims such as "my father is the Minister of Justice." Why doesn't he claim his father is Li Gang? Truly a foolish pig, consumed by lust, with nothing but venting on his mind. Perhaps we should let the old lecher's favored concubine bear the blame, but that would tarnish grandmother's reputation. In the distance, the door was pulled open, and the two being interrogated were escorted out by officials. Upon seeing Ma Wenong, Lu Kanghe howled and attempted to rush towards him, only to be forcibly restrained by a prepared official. Ma Wenong walked into the main hall, spotting Song Junyan standing with his hands clasped behind him, and immediately approached with a grin. Song Junyan cast a cold glance at the two of them. "Take them away. Your Highness. It was not I who killed him. He claims he did not commit murder either. Your words do not matter. We must see where the evidence points." With that, Song Junyan turned and strode down the stairs. Lu Kanghe looked at Lu Xinran as if seeing a savior. He wanted to rush over but was firmly held back. "Niece, quickly tell His Highness it was not I who killed him. Truly, it was not me. You must tell him." Lu Xinran was speechless. This person's mind is indeed consumed by lust. What am I to him? Can I even tell the great pervert who the real killer is? I might as well say it was the brothel keeper. Where's the evidence? Truly, a mind inherited from a lineage of fools. Lu Kanghe was infuriated by this series of despising comments, his vision blurring, and ultimately, he fainted. Is this for real? He has fainted so easily? Indeed. Indulgence not only empties the mind but also the body. After an hour, Lu Jinchuan and Ma Jianbai, upon hearing the inner thoughts, exchanged words. As Song Junyan stepped out of the drunken spring pavilion, he strode forward, seemingly unaffected, though a closer examination revealed a furrowed brow. After stating his piece, he left no opportunity for further entanglement and departed on horseback. Once they were gone, the brothel keeper surveyed the disarray within, nearly in tears, and hurriedly approached, grabbing Lu Jinchuan with one hand and Ma Jianbai with the other. "Gentlemen, you cannot leave. Our losses in this establishment amount to at least 5,000 taels. You cannot refuse to pay. 5,000 taels is insufficient, is it?" They also shattered a jade ornament in the center of the hall, which must be worth at least 1,000 taels. The tables and chairs are of the finest sandalwood and rosewood, and the furnishings from Tianxiang's room. The two men were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration at her unending lament. "Is the second daughter of the Lu family present?" A sharp voice suddenly interrupted, parting the crowd as an elderly eunuch approached. The eunuch's gaze swept over the two sisters before settling on Lu Xinran. "The Empress Dowager has summoned the second daughter of the Lu family to enter the palace immediately. Come with us." "Eunuch." Lu Xinlan nervously grasped her sister's hand. "My second sister has just returned to the capital. She may be unrefined in her words and inadvertently offend the Empress Dowager. May I accompany her to the palace?" The eunuch regarded her with impatience as she hastily produced a purse from her bosom and stepped forward to place it in his hand. "I beseech you for leniency." After feeling the contents of the purse, the eunuch waved his hand dismissively. "Follow along." Chapter 56. What is this murder case about? Inside the carriage, Lu Xinran was filled with confusion. What could the Empress Dowager want with her? Hadn't she behaved well yesterday, quietly eating and observing? Hearing her thoughts, Lu Xinlan had 1,000 grievances she wished to voice, ones that could be expressed with utmost clarity. As the carriage swayed, the two sisters were lost in their own thoughts. The evening glow painted the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the entire imperial palace, enveloping its red walls and azure tiles in a rich, mellow light. Lu Xinran assisted Lu Xinlan in alighting from the carriage, her eyes wide with awe as she gazed at the imposing and solemn palace. The once magnificent palace, now a relic of the past, felt starkly lacking when compared to its former glory. Fearing that Lu Xinran's thoughts would wander into melancholy, Lu Xinlan hastily led her to follow the palace eunuch. And after passing through the city gate, they were granted entry. As darkness began to descend, Lu Xinran pondered the timing of their summons to the palace, suspecting that Lady Pei would seize this opportunity to eliminate the two concubine supporters and tighten her grip on the entire Lu household. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran was likely preoccupied with the troubles surrounding his beloved son's involvement in a murder, given that the incident had been orchestrated by Song Junyan. As a prince, he was not bound by the identities of Lu Xinran and Ma Jianbai. Entering the palace alongside Lu Xinran, the only two individuals privy to the inner workings of the situation were absent, leaving him in a state of heightened anxiety. The thought that the old scoundrel could not gain the slightest advantage from them brought a smile to her lips. Within the Yongshou Palace, the Empress Dowager idly played with her prayer beads, her brow furrowed as she muttered softly. The Emperor, rubbing his temples, glanced at the string of beads in her hand, several times attempting to voice his thoughts but ultimately swallowing his words in resignation. The current state of affairs between him and the Empress was entirely his own doing. He saw no fault in his actions, believing that as an emperor, sacrifices were necessary for the sake of imperial power. He felt he had bestowed sufficient honor and dignity upon the Empress as the mother of the nation. In the chamber, the three of them sat on opposite sides, awaiting the arrival of those summoned. The two sisters, draped in the fading light of dusk, entered Yongshou Palace under the guidance of the palace maids. Their slender figures, one lively and sprightly, the other poised and dignified, crossed the threshold and offered their respects. The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze and immediately recognized the two graceful figures, quickly deducing why Lu Xinran had come to the palace. The bond between the sisters appeared more harmonious than the whispers she had heard. "Why is the Empress Dowager looking at us like that? Surely my attire is not inappropriate?" The youthful musings of Lu Xinran broke the solemnity of Yongshou Palace, infusing it with a sense of liveliness. The Empress Dowager smiled and signaled to a nearby maid to bring in a soft stool. "Please sit, let us converse." The sisters obediently took their seats, with Lu Xinran observing quietly and inching back to hide behind Lu Xinran. What unexpected event had transpired in the streets today? It was only then that she realized how astonishing it was for the two of them to enter the Spring Tower together in this era. The Empress Dowager's curiosity was piqued by the mention of the murder case. The Emperor, having heard whispers of the incident before his arrival, knew that the scandalous affairs of the Spring Tower would only tarnish the Empress Dowager's ears. He cleared his throat gently. "Mother, it is already late. Did you summon the sisters for a specific matter?" His straightforward inquiry earned him a disapproving glance from the Empress Dowager. Lu Xinran felt a twinge of discomfort. Discussing matters involving Lu Konghe and Lu Jinchuan was not suitable for her. What will Song Junyan decide regarding the murder case? That Ma Wenong is far too scheming. Having meticulously orchestrated the entire affair, ensnaring Tianxiang and Lu Konghe in his trap, one was manipulated into committing murder as per his design, while the other met his demise just as he wished, leaving no trace of evidence linking him to the crime. Both he and his father are well aware that Lu Konghe is the old scoundrel's favored son. He would surely resort to any unscrupulous means for his sake. Even if this does not jeopardize his position as the Minister of Justice, it will surely leave a stain on his reputation in the Emperor's eyes. After a series of disappointments accumulate, the position of Minister of Justice will naturally fall into Ma Jianbai's hands. Though the old scoundrel is somewhat muddled in matters of romance, indulging his concubines at the expense of his wife, he still upholds some principles. While he may not be a paragon of a virtuous official, he is not entirely deficient. However, if that father-son duo were to place Ma Jianbai in the position of Minister of Justice, how many wrongful convictions would plague the realm? At that point, the entire Ministry of Justice could become the private property of the Ma family, and their high IQ crimes would render any investigation futile. How terrifying that would be! Recalling everything she had witnessed at the drunken Spring Tower, Lu Xinran could not help but lament. Without more compelling evidence, even if Song Junyan could deduce the chain of events, the case would remain difficult to adjudicate. The Empress Dowager, bewildered, was unaware of the details, but the Emperor, having a clearer understanding of the case, fell into deep contemplation. Was Duke Zhongqin truly as cunning and emotionally detached as the girl suggested? "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the fourth prince seeks an audience outside the palace. What brings him here?" The Empress Dowager cast a curious glance at the sisters, suddenly appearing to recall something. and broke into a smile.
Let him in.
These two sisters are both commendable. Although Lu Xinran's background is somewhat lacking, she has been raised alongside Lady Pei and was informally promised to the fourth prince by the emperor a few years ago. Her demeanor and conduct adhering to the standards of a prince's consort. There is no harm in pairing her with the fourth prince. Song Junyan strode into the hall, his gaze sweeping over the two sisters he had seen at the Spring Tower, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Father, I have official business to report." He glanced at Lu Xinran, who was cowering behind, and briefly recounted the events surrounding the case. It was only at this moment that the Empress Dowager grasped the nuances of the situation. "Is there any hidden agenda in this matter? Fourth Prince, as the magistrate, you must fulfill your duties diligently and cannot shield any party." "Yes, grandson understands." So, was he being admonished? His gaze returned to Lu Xinran, wondering what sentiments she had expressed before his arrival. Chapter 57. A few more people realize he is abnormal in the prime of youth. The sisters exuded an allure that even an old woman like her found delightful, let alone a vigorous young man. The Empress Dowager recalled the verbal engagement between Song Junyan and Lu Xinran, unable to suppress a glance at the emperor. The fourth prince will soon come of age. Will he not? After reaching maturity, he should establish his own residence and marry. The emperor regarded the graceful and dignified Lu Xinran, noting her many admirable qualities, yet lamenting her unsuitable background for his precious son. There is no rush. He has only just assumed his duties in Shuntian Prefecture. It would not be too late for him to marry after he has fulfilled his responsibilities. This statement, made in the company of the two sisters, was a blunt implication that neither of them was worthy of his treasured prince. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes internally, just as Song Junyan appeared somewhat despondent. Her thoughts surfaced as anticipated. Does he truly believe that his precious son is coveted by anyone? A twisted and abnormal individual like him we are not fortunate enough to indulge in. What of the cruel and abusive methods of breaking legs and thwarting ambitions? Such tormenting tactics are unimaginable for any decent person. Marrying him is akin to plunging into a pit of despair. They should quickly arrange a marriage for whoever catches their fancy. Do not let it bring misfortune to Lu Xinran. I wonder if the plot can continue if a different person were involved. Watching from the sidelines would surely be entertaining. I also wonder when he began to exhibit such aberrant tendencies. Perhaps I should keep a little notebook? The emperor, the Empress Dowager. Among the several adult princes, the one closest to her is the fourth prince. His birth mother held a low status, and after succumbing to illness when he was 7, he faced considerable hardship in the palace without anyone to care for him. It was only after she inadvertently witnessed him being bullied by palace maids that she assigned attendants from the Changchun Palace to his side, allowing him to gradually enjoy the dignity befitting a prince. Over the years, she had discreetly cared for him, believing herself to be a responsible mother. How could she have raised him wrongly? Could it be that the past bullying by the palace maids had been etched in his memory? Song Junyan felt immense regret. He should have turned and left without hesitation the moment he laid eyes on the sisters. Now, a few more people have come to know of his deviant nature. The emperor gazed at the honest and simple Lu Xinran and suddenly burst into laughter. "Mother, did you not always say that the Yongshou Palace is too desolate? It is rare to have a younger generation to your taste. Why not allow them to stay in the palace for a few more days to keep you company?" "Your Majesty." The disdain in her eyes was all too evident, leaving the emperor feeling unjustly aggrieved. "Mother, I merely believe that you and the Empress often find yourselves in silence, as the palace feels rather cold. If you have any young ones from other families that catch your eye, they could also come to the palace to provide companionship. Is that so?" "Yes. It happens that my son must handle the case concerning the sons of Lu Jinchuan and Ma Jianbai, so their presence in the palace might save some trouble. Since we must uphold justice, let them rely on their own capabilities to seek out their own." With this explanation, the Empress reluctantly acquiesced, casting a glance at the sky outside and smiled, instructing her servants to prepare rooms for them. "Today, the palace is so chaotic, and without us here, I wonder if she can manage alone." Listening to this stream of thoughts, the Empress suddenly felt that having them stay in the palace would indeed bring some liveliness. However, it was quite inappropriate for this girl to instigate a separation between the Pei family and her husband. At her age, with a multitude of grandchildren, And with the younger generation beginning to discuss marriage, how could their family remain unsettled? Who would dare to take them as brides? The Empress looked at them with a smile, feeling the need to have a serious conversation with this girl in the coming days, to make her understand that everyone in the capital sacrifices for their family. After the Empress decided to keep them, the Emperor took Song Junyan and departed. Once they left, and the oppressive gaze was no more, Lu Xinran finally straightened her posture discreetly. How long are we to stay in the palace? How did it come to this? Will we ever be able to leave? Confusion filled her heart, yet she dared not voice her inquiries, instead stealing glances at Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran was overwhelmed with various thoughts, feeling that her greatest fears were about to unfold. The Emperor wouldn't he intend to keep Lu Xinran in the palace, bestowing her a title that would bind her to the harem forever? Would he? Her system often revealed thoughts audible to anyone, which posed a threat to anyone. For the Emperor, keeping her in the harem would be the safest option, yet with her temperament, she likely wouldn't survive 3 days there. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and as she sighed, she inadvertently locked eyes with the Empress, who looked at her with concern and a smile. You shall rest here with the Empress today, and tomorrow I will send a messenger into the palace, so that you will have someone to talk to. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinran hurriedly reached for Lu Xinran to rise and pay their respects, but the Empress laughed and gestured for them to remain seated. She stood and bowed to the Empress before departing. The Empress watched her frail figure leave and couldn't help but sigh. She would rather see the Emperor and Empress become estranged than witness her son become a cad. With grandeur, he rocked the bed until the hour of the pig, demanding water 4 times throughout the night. He only rested after the hour of the pig, and by the hour of the rabbit, he had to attend morning court, without even a full hour of rest in between. Is this the special ability in novels where one can remain spirited after such activities without needing sleep? Then Song Junyan, as the male protagonist, could engage in such endeavors 7 times a night, full of vigor? The Empress thought, why, in a perfectly fine situation, did the will roll directly over her face? At her age and with her experience, she understood these words all too well. But why did this young girl speak as if she comprehended everything? Was she that out of touch with the current countryside? The wheel's impact seemed a bit severe, and she feared that hearing such exuberant thoughts might tarnish her dignified and amiable image as Empress. The room has been tidied. You may rest now. I will have someone bring your evening meal. She waved her hand to send them off, and Lu Xinran, fearing the loudspeaker would continue with such rapid discourse, hurriedly pulled Lu Xinran away. The 2 sisters shared a room, and shortly after they entered, their meals were delivered. Lu Xinran gestured for the servants to withdraw, and began to unpack the dishes herself. She was astonished to find a white jade wine pot, shaking it near her ear to hear the liquid slosh inside, and she couldn't help but smile. Is this the imperial jade liquid wine? Chapter 58. Who did the owner of the Jiangnan leather factory run off with? Lu Xinlan's heart skipped a beat. How much did a cup of imperial jade liquid wine cost? Lu Xinran furrowed her brow, struggling to recall the price that danced on the tip of her tongue. Lu Xinlan stepped forward to take the wine pot from her hands, her heart seemingly leaping from her chest. She opened her mouth only to find she was neither dizzy nor mute. Her fingertips were icy, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. 180 for a cup. Yes, 180. She gazed incredulously at the demurely smiling Lu Xinlan, a thunderous thought striking her mind, nearly causing her to forget to breathe. How do you know it's 180 a cup? The small hammer is 40. What about the big hammer? The big hammer is 80. 3 short and 1 long. Choose the shortest. 3 shorts and 1 long. Choose the longest. Stay right there, don't move. I'll go buy a few oranges.
No.
No, how can you take advantage of me? Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks as she snatched the wine pot from Lu Xinlan's hand and tossed it onto the table, gripping Lu Xinlan's arm tightly without daring to blink. You look at me. I have a very serious question for you. Jiangnan. Who did the owner of the Jiangnan leather factory run off with? Lu Xinlan's misty eyes transformed into crescent smiles due to this question, unable to contain her amusement. No need, I just... Lu Xinran stammered, too excited to form coherent words. Let me think again. I can hardly believe it. She had never considered that the person before her behaved so differently from the book because of this reason. She assumed it was because she was unassertive that the other had spared her. It turned out it was like this. But she had always been cautious. Surely, she had not revealed any abnormalities. How could she discover that they were from the same hometown? Laughing and crying, she felt an urge to leap with joy, while fearing that she might attract unwanted attention. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Making me guess for so long. You're too much. But do you know how scared I was when I first found out I was here? Especially since the system informed her that she had transmigrated, and her original self was the biggest cannon fodder in the story, destined for a miserable fate. Though enjoying the gossip was delightful, it was challenging to gather enough life points. Even now, her lifespan barely reached a year. The more she thought about it, the more pitiable she felt, and she sobbed for a while longer. No, I have to test you again. I'll give you an ultimate challenge. You must withstand this test. It's a phrase essential for codes in the novels I've read. She lifted her hand to wipe away her tears and began to giggle foolishly. Odd changes do not alter evenness. Lu Xinran joined her in silly laughter. Symbols signify quadrants, although my teacher rarely emphasized this phrase in school. Fortunately, I've read novels too.
Ah.
You're such a villain. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Xinran threw herself into her embrace, crying once more. It turned out she was not alone in this unfamiliar time and space. She now had someone to rely on. They could share secrets and witness the excitement together. And all her thoughts, ideas, and differing perspectives from this world would have someone to understand them. Heaven had treated her well, even in her transmigration. She had a kindred spirit accompanying her. She clung to Lu Xinran's arm, nuzzling against her. Did you come here with me? Should have. I also woke up after falling into the water, as the original. Then, why didn't you tell me? She had worried and felt anxious for so long, fearing that just a moment ago, she had been laughing with her, and, the next moment, she would stab her in the back. Lu Xinran sighed. Do you remember the first time I came to your courtyard looking for you? Were you going to tell me then? He exposed it so early. Lu Xinran was astonished. Lu Xinran murmured in acknowledgement. You may consider that I have learned about our shared origins through some means, yet I am unable to articulate it. Had it not been for Lu Xinran's initiative to voice her previous statement, the sisters might have remained in ignorance of their connection for an indeterminate time. Embracing her, Lu Xinran gleefully confirmed, so we shall not follow the narrative of the book? You won't suffer through a tumultuous romance with Song Junyan. And I shall not become a mere pawn? Lu Xinran felt a degree of contentment with their current circumstances, though the reality was that both sisters had reached the age of maturity, and the prospect of marriage loomed ominously ahead. Lu Xinran sighed. If only we could remain unmarried. They could simply enjoy their time together, frolicking in a picturesque locale. Alas, even she, with her innocent disposition, recognized the impracticality of such a fantasy. However, Lu Xinran maintained her composed smile, exuding a reassuring aura. Circumstances are malleable. Even if marriage is inevitable, we can select a partner of our choosing. Her idea of an ideal partner merely entailed someone with uncomplicated family ties, easily manageable, and steadfast in loyalty, without taking concubines. Lu Xinran sighed again but soon erupted into a fit of laughter. Let us not dwell on disheartening matters. Let us raise a glass. Knowing you are not her brings me immense joy. She could lean on her with confidence, truly becoming her sister. With enthusiasm, she retrieved 2 goblets from the food container, filling each with drink. She placed a goblet into Lu Xinran's hand and earnestly inquired, Can I trust you forever? Certainly, for you mean more to me than anything else here. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life in her past, she valued companionship above all worldly power and status. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinran shed tears once more, embracing her unconditional trust. It was impossible for her not to trust. After all, with her intellect, Lu Xinran could manipulate her without breaking a sweat. Cheers to our shared lives of mutual support. That term isn't used correctly, Lu Xinran remarked. I know. I'm just thrilled. Moments after weeping, Lu Xinran downed her fruit wine and erupted into another round of silly laughter. Sister, she's also a transmigrant and you failed to notice. The system pouted in discontent. Such fluctuations are subtle, And besides, I am not omnipotent. I am merely one of the initial melon watching systems developed by the mainframe, and my capabilities are still lacking. Lacking? Isn't that essentially a flaw? You won't deceive me, will you? Lu Xinran's eyes widened in surprise, prompting the system to quickly reassure her. No, no. The melons are undoubtedly genuine, and the primary functions are sound. As for the aspects that are lacking, the mainframe did not specify before we departed. It should not be a significant issue. Chapter 59. She did not wish to inherit the original's obsession. Suddenly overhearing the exchange between Lu Xinran and the system, Lu Xinran swirled her goblet. This was far from a trivial matter. It was indeed a significant concern. The melon-watching system was exceedingly domineering, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern her true thoughts. Having been thoroughly misled by the system, Lu Xinran gazed into her cup of wine and cheerfully clinked it with Lu Xinlan's. If Zhao's family were to discover that their precious daughter had undergone a transformation, they would surely faint from the shock. So, you must not reveal this to her. Even thinking it in your heart is forbidden.
Can you manage that?
Lu Xinran regarded her curiously, perplexed by her insistence, yet recognizing the gravity of the secret that must not be divulged. She nodded earnestly. Then you must promise not to disclose this to anyone, nor even think about it. Agreed. A promise is a promise. Observing her sister's endearing and innocent demeanor, Lu Xinlan extended her pinky finger. Pinky swear. In the main hall, the Empress Dowager set aside her prayer beads, gazing out towards the courtyard. Previously, fearing the resurgence of treacherous words, she had instructed the palace attendants to position the chambers at a distance. Now, devoid of any heart-to-heart communication, she remained uncertain whether they felt anxious in the palace. Nevertheless, with Lu Xinlan present, there should be no cause for concern. That girl had been raised in the manner of a prince's consort by the Lu family, exhibiting excellent character and grace. Within the chamber, a slightly inebriated Lu Xinran gazed at Lu Xinlan with sparkling eyes.
What?
She exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth, her large eyes glistening as if she were about to commit a misdeed. You were once the captain of a criminal investigation team. How impressive. I thought you looked particularly professional today, far more capable than those officials around Song Junyan. Had the book not portrayed Song Junyan so fearsomely, she might have sought to matchmake them, given their prior engagement. They would make a splendid couple, solving cases and uncovering clues together, sharing a wealth of common interests. Lu Xinlan smiled knowingly. Once we leave the palace and visit the Tang family, the esteemed Tang will certainly welcome our assistance in the Dali Temple, especially after today's encounter. As for Song Junyan, after this incident, he will likely avoid crossing paths with us if he wishes to maintain his dignity. Lu Xinran, feeling giddy and silly, nodded eagerly. Sounds wonderful. I'll follow your lead. You can arrange everything. I envy you for retaining the memories of your original self. Not only do you possess memories, but your physicality also has muscle memory, ensuring you won't slip up. I, on the other hand, have a bit of a dilemma. My original self's memories are scant. If my grandmother truly brings in relatives from the countryside, I will undoubtedly be discovered. Lu Xinlan deftly took the goblet from her hand and handed her a teacup. Speaking of our original selves, Lu Xinran could not help but pout. My original self was a pitiful being. Your usurper was no good. Had the household members treated her original self with indifference or cruelty, she would not have harbored thoughts of casting the false heiress into danger. Ultimately, their entangled fates led to their untimely demise before their stories could unfold, granting them each a new vessel. I shall atone for your original self's misdeeds against you and your original self. She is no longer here. I shall bear her sins in her stead. What is rightfully yours, I shall return to you, whether it be familial affection or the identity of the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Lu Xinlan spoke with utmost sincerity, her pride compelling her to reject the act of usurping that which belonged to Lu Xinran. Such actions were no different from thievery. Lu Xinran waved her hand dismissively. Both of them are gone. Although I have inherited the other's body, I do not wish to adopt her obsessions. You are well aware of the nature of those in the Lu household. Their affection is hardly worth seeking. If you detest them too, then simply ignore them. As for returning what is mine, if you truly do that, you would be repaying kindness with enmity. What sense is there in clinging to rubbish? They ought to be as far removed from me as possible. Their presence is a true eyesore. Lu Xinran listened intently to her sister's grievances, finding her reasoning surprisingly sound. Since Lu Xinran genuinely did not care, there was no rush to resolve the matter. With time, a better solution would surely present itself. As night deepened, the two climbed into bed and lay side by side. One recounted amusing anecdotes from her days of solving cases, while the other shared peculiar posts and videos she had encountered during her convalescence. Eventually, as the night wore on, the sounds in the room gradually faded into silence. The following morning, the two rose to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Observing the dark circles under their eyes, the Empress Dowager felt a pang of sympathy. Are you struggling to adjust to life in the palace? This Yongsho palace is rather desolate. It loses its vitality at night. Were it not for my decades of residence, I too would struggle to acclimate. The Empress Dowager is truly pitiable once within the palace gates. One is ensnared in a world so confined. Even someone as esteemed as she must endure the passage of time, day after day. Two voices, one after the other, reached the Empress Dowager's ears, causing her smile to gradually fade into a moment of contemplation. Am I truly pitiable? The women in this palace have endured in much the same way, have they not? Compared to others, she is indeed fortunate. Her son has ascended to the throne, and she now holds the exalted title of Empress Dowager. From this moment forth, no one shall dare to bully them. Such honor is coveted by many, but can never be attained by the likes of others. How then can one feel pity? The Empress Dowager smiled gently, urging, "Go and have your breakfast. After you've eaten, you may pay your respects at the Changchun Palace. I have heard that girl Shui has entered the palace. You will have a companion to play with." They arrived not too late. The other concubines had already gathered to pay their respects to the Empress. Before even entering the hall, the overpowering scent of cosmetics nearly suffocated Lu Xinran. The role of the Empress is indeed perilous. With such an incessant assault of fragrances every day, how can one's health endure it over time? Tong Pin has been promoted, while Chun Fei has been sent to the royal tomb. With the vacancies among the four concubines, she has become Tong Fei. Indeed, the emperor is heartless. Those who can please him in bed shall rise in rank. In this regard, the emperor seems no different from a lustful boar. Inside the hall, the empress, pressing her handkerchief to her lips, smiled as she observed Lu Xinran, who was becoming increasingly endearing with her words. Chapter 60. Following another's path is a sure road to ruin. On that day at Ronghui Garden, Lu Xinran discerned that the emperor's concubines could not hear Lu Xinran's innermost thoughts. As she stepped into the hall, her discreet gaze swept over the gathered concubines, reaffirming her suspicion. By their status, the concubines were indeed considered secondary wives, and thus their voices remained unheard. With this realization, she exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that only the Empress had heard the earlier, harsh words. Esteemed ladies Lu Xinran and Lu Xinran pay their respects to Her Majesty the Empress and all esteemed ladies. The two performed a synchronized bow, with Lu Xinran obediently standing behind Lu Xinran. The Empress looked at them with a smile in her eyes. "Su Ping, please show them to their seats." The head maid beside her promptly went outside to fetch 2 additional chairs. The Empress gently tapped the maid's hand. "I knew the moment they arrived, you would not be able to sit still. Please go and join them."
Thank you, Aunt.
sang Shui erscher vor die Rose.
Her steps quick as she approached them. "My elder brother has entered the palace and will soon come to greet you. I have a rare opportunity to introduce him to you." Having just found solace, Lu Xinran was unwilling to let her take him away and hurriedly blocked her path.
No.
"Sister is mine. If I don't marry her, then she cannot marry anyone." Lu Xinran thought, "What nonsense. My sister and I are well-read and graceful. We are not people whom just anyone can aspire to. Their kind surely have multiple wives, creating chaos in their households. We shall not wade into such murky waters. Whether for me or my sister, if we must marry, let it be to someone who does not take concubines. An honest man who wishes to live a simple life with us. A tainted carrot deserves only to be chopped." Zhang Shui shivered slightly. The final remark touched upon her ignorance, yet it left her with an inexplicable sense of bloodshed. The Empress, listening from her elevated position, looked at them with a mix of indulgence and tolerance, reflecting on the beauty of youth and the countless dreams for the future. Unlike her own life, which had long been set on a predetermined path from which she could neither escape nor alter, she could only continue to wither away step by step. In the midst of this serene atmosphere, Tong Fei, newly elevated, suddenly complained playfully as she rubbed her waist. "Sister, I have been serving His Majesty these past 2 nights. And as you know, His Majesty is quite vigorous. I have been kept awake all night and am terribly fatigued. Perhaps we should disperse for now." Tong Fei spoke half in boast and half in a sultry manner. Her sleepless nights were indeed a testament to her exhaustion. The Empress regarded her softly, her heart remaining as tranquil as a still lake. "There is no need to trouble your sister so. These trifles, I can manage myself." Tong Fei, laughing, stood and turned to leave. "Is it truly so? Can one be so brazen after merely 2 nights of service? Does the Emperor indulge the concubines in such a manner? Can one simply disregard the Empress after spending the night with him?" Lu Xinran watched the Empress, who still bore a faint smile, feeling both anger and pity. That wretched Emperor, how can he act so inhumanely? This is not dignity. It is but a ploy to drive the Empress to her demise. The more she thought, the angrier she became, contemplating whether to vent her frustrations further, when a series of kneeling sounds echoed from outside the hall. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." Why has the Emperor suddenly arrived? Gripped tightly by Lu Xinran, Lu Xinran hastily knelt down alongside the others. "In this decrepit palace, one must kneel at the sight of anyone. My knees must surely be bruised by now." As the Emperor entered Changchun Palace, he was greeted by familiar thoughts, accompanied by the unkind phrase "wretched Emperor." Surprisingly, he felt neither anger nor discontent but merely cast a glance at the one pretending to be obedient among those kneeling. "What brings your Majesty here?" The Empress rose to greet him, her tone as warm as that of an old couple in casual conversation. Yet, the Emperor instantly detected the underlying irritation in her voice. He chuckled dryly. "Is the Empress implying that I failed to send word in advance? I would not dare." As she relinquished the main seat, the Empress waited for him to settle before addressing the court. "Everyone, please rise." The previously petulant Tong Fei entered the hall, her slender waist swaying, and gracefully bowed to the Emperor. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Why does she remind me of Qin Fei? Does the wretched Emperor have such a singular taste, favoring delicate flowers that sway in the breeze? Listening to the unfolding drama, the Emperor narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Tong Fei's face turned pale, shock and grievance evident in her gaze directed at the Emperor. How could she not perceive that he was subtly reprimanding her, indicating that she would be confined for the next month? Yet, why was it that the concubines always faced such treatment? Why could Qin Fei escape, while she could not? Her figure trembled, and tears fell almost instantaneously. What a lack of innovation! This is merely a rehash of Qin Fei's playbook. To walk the path of others is but a sure route to ruin. These remarks evoked no sympathy or amusement from the Emperor, who merely gestured coldly for her to leave.
See?
I have always said the Emperor is one to turn on a dime. Genuine feelings are entirely unnecessary. However, let me see. Oh, she intended to seek an opportunity tonight to have the Emperor promote her father or brother. What a pity! 2 nights of effort wasted. The girls at the Zui Chunlu earn quite a bit in a single night. After all that labor, to gain nothing in return is indeed a little unjust. The Empress could no longer contain herself. This girl was excessively bold. However, upon closer reflection, the Emperor and a patron seemed scarcely different. The Emperor's face was darkening, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xinran as he felt himself to be a wise ruler, yet resented hearing such slander against him, especially considering how many ears would hear her innermost thoughts. "Empress, there have been quite a few vacancies in the harem recently, have there not?" The Empress's heart skipped a beat. What did His Majesty mean by this inquiry? Since there were vacancies in the harem, would it not be prudent to select more young ladies from noble families to enter? Chapter 61. This gossip system is too evil. The Emperor's words fell like a boulder, stirring up waves within the hearts of all present in the hall. More noble ladies to enter the palace? Hadn't that been 2 years ago? Lu Xinran gripped Lu Xinran's wrist tightly, instantly realizing the Emperor's intent. Was he truly planning to include Lu Xinran in the harem? But with their grandmother gone, they had no one within the palace to consult. Lu Xinran's wrist throbbed painfully, bewildered by Lu Xinran's sudden emotional outburst. Surely, her background would not grant her entry into the harem? The emperor's intentions were clearly to use this as a means of balancing the court officials, and Lu Xinran's entry would hardly serve that purpose. She furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a considerable time, and finally, she belatedly realized that the person the other party was concerned about was herself. TKO. Host, what is the matter? If I were to be taken into the harem by the dog emperor, would there be enough melons in the harem? Would I be able to accumulate sufficient life value? If her memories served her correctly, most of her life value stemmed from those unfortunate incidents. Though the harem was populated with many concubines, it was far from the grandeur of 3,000 beauties. The emperor was not particularly lecherous. There were only a few dozen concubines of varying ranks in the palace. Even if each of them had substantial melons for her, the life value each could provide was quite limited. Even if one provided 5 days' worth, she would not survive a year. The system, evidently, had not anticipated such a scenario. It buzzed nervously, as if about to malfunction, and finally spoke in a hurry. Host, you must find a way. Absolutely, do not enter the harem. Without melons to consume, you will perish. Lu Xinran sighed. Everyone has to die eventually. If it comes to that, I would just resign myself and be reborn. But what about you? What will you do if I die? The system began to whimper. And Lu Xinran thought, is artificial intelligence truly this intelligent? It can even cry? Moreover, would it break if she died?
How astonishing.
In the upper chamber, the emperor's large hand, gripping the teacup, revealed bulging veins. What was this? A threat to him. If my sister knew I wouldn't live for a year, would she be very sad? After all, I am her closest kin here. If I had known, I would have pretended nothing happened last night, so when I die, she would only have a little regret and could continue to be the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. What kind of logic was this? How could one die from not consuming melons? This melon-eating system was too sinister. Furthermore, if it shattered into countless pieces, would that not mean everyone could know other secrets, leaving oneself with no privacy at all? The Empress looked down at the clear tea in her cup, smiling serenely. She had long since lost her standing in the Emperor's heart, and he would not heed a single word she said. Thus, why should she exert herself? In the palace, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The concubines bowed their heads, afraid to reveal even a hint of emotion. The selection of noble girls for the harem was a matter the Empress did not permit any interference with, let alone from them. It was the Emperor who had initiated the selection, and now his face was ashen, eyes filled with fury. The concubines, unable to comprehend and afraid to speak, lowered their heads, daring not to breathe. Within Lu Xinran's thoughts, she had already begun to arrange for her future. What a pity! Still no way to find a cute little puppy. However, did not the dog emperor dismiss us yesterday? He deemed us of low birth and coarse manners. The noble girls he intends to select should not be of our kind, right? To survive, I must stay grounded. At least having raised a little puppy before I die would be worthwhile. Her thoughts were a jumble, causing the emperor to feel a throbbing pain at his temples. Not consuming melons would lead to death. If she were allowed to roam freely and unknowingly offend others, would she not still meet her demise? If those she had inadvertently offended were determined to take her life, would she not still perish? He had initially contemplated defying the Empress and forcibly bringing her into the palace, but now he found himself constrained, caught in a dilemma. A pressure lodged in his chest made it difficult to breathe. What he thought was a trivial matter now loomed large. Forcing her into the harem would be a spectacle, and then finding an opportunity to bestow death upon her would be simple. Yet now, entering the palace without excitement would lead to death. Staying outside would invite revenge and also result in death. Was this not alarmist rhetoric? Was she conspiring with that so-called system to deceive him? But he could not afford to take that gamble. Clenching the teacup tightly, he took a deep breath, his gaze catching the languid demeanor of the Empress. What was her take on this matter? The Empress shook her head, setting down her teacup and calmly gazing at the 3 young ladies below. I shall adhere to His Majesty's wishes. If he desires to select noble girls, I shall begin preparations today. Her evasive answer evidently displeased the Emperor. He stood up, sweeping his robe aside, and before leaving, cast a resentful glance at the one still preoccupied with the little puppy, uttering a remark. This matter is not urgent. Not urgent meant it could be discussed later. Almost the moment he departed, Lu Xinran released her grip on Lu Xiran's hand, collapsing into her chair as if having survived a calamity. How wonderful! The emperor had changed his mind. The empress also smiled, seeing the emperor humbled. She felt it necessary to indulge in a celebratory feast this morning. Knowing that the Lu sisters would certainly have secrets to share, the empress cheerfully suggested they find a secluded spot. As soon as they left Changchun Palace, Lu Xinran tugged Lu Xinran towards the imperial garden. The original body had often entered the palace and was quite familiar with the garden, knowing there were many places to converse privately. She needed to clarify the stakes with her. Shangshu watched their hurried retreat, unsure whom to sympathize with. She felt that Lu Xinran, always worrying, was the more unfortunate one. Xiran, have you forgotten my reminder to quietly enjoy the spectacle without drawing attention? Lu Xinran blinked her eyes in grievance. But I did not speak it out loud. I did not mention it to anyone. If only she could keep it to herself. Lu Xinran opened her mouth. Though there was no sensation of suffocation, the familiar silence returned. What a troublesome system. Sister. Lu Xinran cautiously stole a glance at her expression. When do you think we can leave the palace? And what did the emperor's words mean? Is he summoning you or me into the palace? Neither. His Majesty is likely not planning to select noble girls for the harem anymore. What he is troubled by now is how to prevent you from dying. Otherwise, there would be no secrets left in this world, and as emperor, he would find it unbearable. Chapter 62. The emperor is the one on the verge of breaking apart. In Yongshou Palace, the empress and the empress dowager dismissed the palace servants. The empress dowager quietly listened as the empress recounted all she had heard that day. Of course, omitting Lu Xiran's assertion that the emperor resembled a patron. The empress dowager hesitated, feeling as though she had either misheard or completely misunderstood. Is this girl relying on mere spectacle to prolong her life? How absurd! The empress also found it absurd, yet she was the quickest to accept it among all. The emperor had originally intended to incorporate her into the harem, but now he must be weighing his options, gauging whether he believes Lu Xiran's thoughts are genuine. I surmised yesterday that the emperor still harbored intentions to bring her into the harem. However, to bring her into the harem and not let her perish is already a sign of his mercy. Unfortunately, the situation shifted overnight. Do you think her thoughts are genuine? The Empress Dowager was skeptical, feeling it was too coincidental. How could it be that the moment the emperor suggested selecting noble girls for the harem, she proclaimed that not consuming melons would lead to death? The empress, observing the doubt in the Empress Dowager's expression, recalled the emperor's similar countenance upon leaving Changchun Palace and chuckled inwardly. Yes, thus the emperor would likely not easily release the sisters from the palace. Given the emperor's suspicious nature, he would need to repeatedly verify the authenticity of Lu Xiran's thoughts before making a final decision. The girl's character was intriguingly vibrant. If she were to remain in the palace, it would be a shame to see such a lively young lady confined like a bird with broken wings, losing her original form. Listening to her musings, the empress's heart finally eased. She feared the Empress Dowager would change her mind and wish to retain the girl. Mother, do you think I could take her as an adopted daughter? Let us wait and see what the emperor thinks. I have long ceased to comprehend his mind. In the imperial garden, observing Lu Xinran deep in thought, Lu Xiran sat obediently beside her. She sensed that Lu Xinran harbored a secret, but since she did not bring it up, she refrained from inquiring further. Who can truly claim to possess a modicum of privacy or harbor their own little secrets? She must respect her elder sister's boundaries, resolutely refraining from inquiries into matters she prefers to keep unspoken. TKO, is there nothing appealing left in her little book? Her past experiences, though she has truly lived through, are indeed real. If I were to perish, would you genuinely fall apart? Yes, I just rechecked the program. The childlike voice began to sob. If you were to live less than 80 years, I would be utterly devastated. Eavesdropping, LXNL, and thought it was the emperor who would be the one to fall apart, transitioning from a natural death to the prospect of living until 80. With the limited medical conditions of this era, living past 60 is deemed a great longevity. Surely, The emperor would be distraught upon hearing such an insurmountable challenge. On the other side of the artificial mountain, the emperor, having overheard the sisters' heartfelt dialogue, indeed felt a sense of despair. As emperor, he could not guarantee his own survival until 80. How could she? Why did that system presume this troublesome individual would live beyond the age of 80? The emperor adamantly refused to acknowledge his misguided focus, harboring jealousy at the mere thought of 80 years. The system retreated into a corner, enveloped in silence, finally granting her ears a moment's peace. "All right, let us proceed," Lu Xinran said, hastily rising to follow. "I wonder if the meals in the palace are palatable? Should the worst come to pass and I am confined, at least having a decent meal thrice a day would be a small comfort before my demise. Novels often depict the fierce struggles of the imperial harem. With my emotional intelligence, I am uncertain if I can withstand until my vitality wanes, lest I find myself poisoned on the second day of my palace life." The previously silent system reemerged, weeping once more. Lu Xinran pressed her temples in exasperation. "If you continue to cry, I shall not survive the night." The system sniffled, resembling a true child, letting out a sobbing hiccup. The emperor, stealthily trailing behind them, realized that these dire warnings were no mere exaggerations. Should she die, that system would indeed fall apart. Eunuch F cast a furtive glance at his master's gloomy countenance, and seeing the two figures ahead growing increasingly distant, summoned the courage to speak. "Your Majesty, it is time for the meal." In the Chngchn palace, as the sisters entered, lunch had already been set upon the table. Observing this, Lu Xinran hurriedly pulled her sister forward to offer apologies, only to be gently halted by the Empress's laughter. "You two share a bond with me. There is no need for excessive formality. Come, wash your hands and dine." Their expressions were so utterly normal that Lu Xinran failed to notice anything amiss. "Aunt, may I stay with you in the palace for a few days?" "I shall leave with them when they exit the palace." The Empress smiled as she glanced at her. "Very well. Your desire to accompany me brings me joy." The girl no longer chased after the fourth prince, allowing both her and her brother to breathe a sigh of relief. Dining in the Empress's quarters, decorum was naturally observed, and the meal was consumed in silence. For Lu Xinran, who was partaking in imperial cuisine for the first time, her spirits soared like a little bird, chirping away from the moment she picked up her chopsticks. In her eyes, no dish could possibly be unpalatable. Even the Empress found herself indulging in an extra bowl of rice, charmed by her exuberance. After the meal, the Empress sought a brief repose. Shangshu escorted the sisters to the chamber that she regularly occupied during her visits to the palace. "If only we had more people, we could play cards." "Cards? I adore mahjong," Lu Xinran exclaimed. "We can craft some card games to enjoy." Seeing the wistfulness on their faces, Lu Xinran called for a servant to bring some sturdy paper and ink. Realizing her intent, Lu Xinran eagerly joined her in the task. Shangshu, finding the endeavor amusing, also summoned servants for assistance. With a larger group, their work progressed swiftly, and within half an hour, a set of cards was completed. For 3 players, a classic 3-person game was in order, but naming it defeating scoundrels felt inappropriate. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled as she suggested, "Sister, let us play squashing scoundrels." Lu Xinran, "I am not particularly keen on that title." In the 63rd chapter, Who Could Hear the Heart's Voice, Lu Xinran elaborated on the rules, and after only 2 rounds, she grasped the essence of the game. The atmosphere grew inexplicably lively as they began in earnest. Lu Xinran felt no shame in glancing at her opponent's cards, and her unguarded thoughts revealed their hands to the others. Lu Xinran could not fathom why, despite her years of experience, she was the one suffering the most humiliating defeats. Her face bore no space left for sticky notes. Awakened by the commotion, the Empress entered just as the 3 young ladies were caught in a fit of laughter. In her youth, she too had reveled in such carefree moments, unburdened by familial responsibilities or the trials of marriage. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed as they finished a round, playfully sticking a note on Lu Xinran's face, only to notice the Empress standing in the doorway. Yet, she found no evidence of their collusion. How infuriating! The Empress waved her hand with a smile. "Continue your game." I shall merely observe. Your Majesty, an attendant from the Emperor's side has come, requesting to summon the eldest daughter of the L family for questioning. Upon hearing this, the three immediately set down their cards. LXNRN hurriedly helped LXNLN remove the note from her face and tidy her appearance. Why on earth would they summon my sister? Is it possible the Emperor has taken a liking to her? Did he not mention selecting daughters from noble families earlier? Was that not specifically aimed at her? But just yesterday, he expressed disdain for her humble origins. Listening to their anxious thoughts, LXNL and gleaned the Emperor's intentions for summoning her sister. Concerned, LXNRN watched as LXNLN followed the young eunuch away, then bent down to gather the cards on the table. The Empress observed her with a sense of curiosity. Do you not resent her for taking your place? LXNRN paused, for the original self undoubtedly harbored resentment, yet she yearned for equal affection. However, the two unwilling souls were lost to time. She did not wish to inherit that animosity and become wretched. Yet, before the Empress, she could not voice such sentiments. Remarkably, she revealed no trace of her thoughts, only softly stating, "Perhaps there is resentment, but it is not she who replaced us. She has treated me well. In all of the L family, she has been the kindest to me. Thus I cannot harbor resentment. Your Majesty, the appearance of harboring resentment must be quite unseemly, and seeking revenge requires much effort. I do not wish to live that way. I want to look forward, to ensure my days ahead are filled with joy, hence I do not wish to resent her, but rather to live happily alongside her." Though her words bore a semblance of pretense, her earnest tone gradually stilled the Empress's smile. The Empress lowered her gaze, and after a long pause, let out a self-deprecating laugh. It appears that I am not even as resilient as a young girl. Having lost her life, she bore no grudge. Why then should she resent the Emperor? Where there is no love, how can there be hate? The youthful, melodious voice soon echoed. This subject pays her respects to the Emperor.
Please rise and speak.
Thank you, Your Majesty. A rustling sound filled the air as the Emperor gazed at the plaque above the hall for a lengthy moment before inquiring, whose heart's voice can be heard.
How long does it last?
The Emperor's voice was heavy, devoid of any fluctuation. As a result, upon leaving the Drunken Spring Pavilion, she arrived at the palace alongside LXNRN. The multitude of events occurring in recent days left her somewhat overwhelmed. I hereby command that they be summoned into the palace, the Emperor declared, instructing for them to be taken to the side hall while awaiting the arrival of LXNT-ing and LXNL-ing. As twilight descended, the two sisters, summoned in haste to the palace, appeared within the side hall of the Wenhua Palace. Both bore expressions of confusion, uncertain as to why they had been called. Lu Xinran, wishing to inquire about the family situation, hesitated. This was the Emperor's political chamber, with eunuchs and palace maids outside, and she was unsure if their conversation was being monitored. Instead, she gently patted her sister's hands and softly asked, "Xintong, what have you and Xinjing been doing in the past half-month before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet?" We have done nothing at all. Mother has been so worried that we might make a mistake during the banquet that she has made us practice our etiquette every day. Reflecting on that half-month, the sisters nearly forgot they were in the palace, feeling an urge to vent their frustrations. Lu Xinbing glanced at her elder sister. Mother gave each of us a farm and a shop. Does that count? She said we are old enough to start learning how to manage our dowries. Farms and shops? Dear sister, could you enlighten me as to where these properties are located and their worth? Lu Xinbing, seeing Lu Xintong give a slight nod, replied. Mother said they should be worth around 5,000 taels. When we are older, she will provide us with more. 5,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinlan embraced her two younger sisters tightly. Soon someone will escort you out of the palace, so do not fear. As she spoke, she was about to report back to the Emperor when Lu Xintong anxiously grasped her wrist. Upon hearing that Pei was ill, Lu Xinlan felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Just as she was about to inquire further, a voice from outside the hall called, "Miss Lu."
His Majesty has summoned you.
Yes, thank you, Eunuch Fu. I shall come at once. Chapter 64. She has gained weight. A heavy weight settled in Lu Xinlan's heart as she realized the responsibilities that came with being the eldest daughter of a prominent family. Fortunately, this body belonged to her elder sister. Otherwise, given Lu Xinran's carefree and somewhat naive nature, she could hardly imagine how she would shoulder such burdens. Perhaps she would simply create chaos and exclaim, "Let it all be destroyed." The thought of such a scene lifted some of the weight from her heart. The emperor, seated behind the desk and engrossed in handling memorials, barely looked up as he coldly inquired, "What is it?" As he lifted his gaze, his probing eyes fell upon her. The eldest daughter of the Lu family was indeed clever, in stark contrast to the chaotic thoughts swirling within. 5,000 taels was certainly no trifling sum. Few families in the capital could accumulate such substantial private assets for their children before marriage. As for ordinary folk, even moderately wealthy merchants would struggle to amass 5,000 taels. Those who could perceive thoughts were manageable. Lu Xinran knelt on the ground, remaining motionless. Her heart hung in the air, and she could surmise the emperor's hesitation. Yet, she dared not utter another word. The emperor was suspicious, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, all she could do was wait. In the Changchun palace, Lu Xinran paced anxiously, glancing outside. Shangshu sensed her worry and looked towards the empress for help, but the empress merely shook her head in resignation. After years of marriage to the emperor, she had already guessed the reason behind the summons. However, she could not predict what decision he would ultimately make. Life and death hung in the balance. Such was the heartlessness of an emperor. Unaware of the unfolding events, Lu Xinran remained preoccupied with others' concerns, oblivious to the danger she had already fallen into. System. Why are you so incompetent? If only there were no distance limitations, I would know what was happening right now. The system she scorned was now sulking, unable even to whimper, on the verge of breaking down, surely the most pitiful of all systems. If there were no distance limitations, even if I had unfortunate circumstances in the palace, I would still be able to stay informed and not meet an untimely demise. This cannot be blamed on me. Clearly, it is your low emotional intelligence and foolishness that prevent you from understanding the situation, merely grumbling in your heart and saying nothing of use. As the person and the system bickered within her mind, Lu Xinran entered the Changchun palace, greeted by the familiar sounds of commotion. She couldn't help but smile. How wonderful it was that her silly sister remained as vibrant as ever. Upon seeing her enter, Lu Xinran dashed to her side, scrutinizing her closely. She led Lu Xinran into the hall and, after bowing to the empress, took a seat at her invitation. The empress regarded her with a smile. And before she could ask, Lu Xinran spoke up. "Just now, my two cousins came to the palace, mentioning that our grandmother has fallen ill, our third uncle is imprisoned, and our grandfather is too busy to attend to matters at home. They recently received a farm and a shop from our aunt, and have just begun to learn how to manage household affairs, so they are unable to assist much. We hope to return home soon to lend a hand."
I see.
To hear one's thoughts, one must not only hold an official position but also possess private assets. Such a threshold should provide the emperor with some relief. Lu Xinran's attention was entirely consumed by the news of Pei's illness. How could she have fallen ill without warning? Her beloved illegitimate son's life was at stake, and he still had the time to show off to his first wife? Eager to leave the palace, she felt an ominous sense that they were temporarily confined within its walls. As a master of palace intrigue, the Empress Dowager immediately discerned the layered meaning in her words. Yet, without the emperor's directive, even she, as the Empress Dowager, could not provide a definitive answer regarding when the sisters would be permitted to leave the palace. "I shall have someone from the Lu family deliver a message tomorrow. You may remain in my palace without worry." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Standing by the window, Lu Xinran felt a sense of unease. "Sister, why are we still unable to leave the palace? Is it because of the case involving our third uncle and the young son of Zhongqinbo?" She could think of no other reason. Perhaps. The emperor's will is inscrutable. The Empress Dowager has asked us to remain at ease, so let us not speculate too much. All right, I will heed your words. Lu Xinran, carefree, enjoyed her meals and slept soundly, relishing the delicacies sent from the imperial kitchen. Her laid-back attitude astonished both the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Had the countryside transformed into a fertile ground for such peculiarities? The allure of card games paled in comparison to mahjong, and Lu Xinran extended her hand to the Empress Dowager for a game, only to find herself losing miserably. While she indulged in food and drink within the palace, as if on vacation, the emperor, as the palace's master, had lost all desire to visit the inner chambers in recent days. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately did not dare to gamble. He feared that the unfortunate system might indeed shatter, exposing everyone's privacy and allowing others to hear their thoughts. Without secrets in the world, he would lose all semblance of authority as an emperor. He could not allow Lu Xinran to perish. He must ensure her safety. Thus, he summoned physicians, shadow guards, and reprimanded court officials. After several busy days, he finally managed to restore order, and with a sigh of relief, he ambled to the Yongshou Palace, only to find his mood soured once more. Why was it that he had to toil early and late with the officials while he appeared haggard, while that troublesome girl feasted daily, her face round and plump? Overwhelmed with frustration, the emperor decided to expel the bewildered sisters from the palace. At the palace gates, feeling the soft flesh on her abdomen, Lu Xinran was filled with regret. She had not yet had the chance to request the imperial chef to recreate her beloved spicy hot pot and boiled meat. How unfortunate. They had just begun to establish a rapport with the Empress Dowager, allowing them to order dishes from the imperial kitchen with some authority. Yet they had been so unluckily expelled, and their grandmother was still ill. Chapter 65. The end of days. The plaque of the Lu residence hung high, untouched by any speck of dust. Upon disembarking, Lu Xinran rarely lifted her gaze, pondering how such a grand estate could resemble a doghouse. The old matriarch had lain in repose for several days, her bones softened from prolonged immobility. As the sisters entered, they beheld Madame Pei seated elegantly upon the soft couch. Her complexion somewhat pallid, yet her spirit remarkably vibrant. Grandmother is not ill. The old scoundrel sought to use money to manipulate Lu Xinran, attempting to procure funds from grandmother, who refused to part with even a single coin. Enraged, he stormed off, and after hiding the keys to the storeroom, grandmother fell ill. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Why is it that whenever matters concerning his concubine and illegitimate son arise, his mind becomes muddled, as though ensnared by some spell? This case is presided over by Song Junyan, bearing the emperor's name. Even if he acquires silver, how can he redeem anyone? No, he cannot be so foolish. He clearly intends to seize the opportunity to gather funds to support his royal concubine. Disgusting. At his age, how can he still scheme against his lawful wife without fear of shortening his own life? His face flushed with indignation, and as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he was reminded of the emperor's recent admonitions. 80 years. As a grandfather, he would scarcely reach that age. He must consider her feelings and ensure she lives to see 80. The thought of this unreasonable demand filled Lu Xinran with rage, but upon glancing at the three present, he noted the complete absence of respect in their eyes. No, I must have misread. Lu Xinran and Ma Wenong have damaged numerous furnishings and decorations at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The madam demanded they compensate 5,000 taels of silver. Does he not possess private wealth? Surely, he has 7,000 taels in banknotes in his study. How could he shamelessly ask grandmother for such embarrassing money? Oh, I see now. He knows Lu Xinran is to be exiled and has prepared the silver for bribes along the way, intending to establish a livelihood for him in the northwest. With his secret laid bare before Madame Pei's fiery gaze, Lu Xinran awkwardly touched his nose. Lu Xinran, observing with a calm demeanor, felt that Lu Xinran's words held truth. Their grandfather had indeed been ensnared by someone. Otherwise, why would a man of such high rank and surrounded by descendants be so preoccupied with securing benefits for his concubine and illegitimate child? I cannot endure this any longer. The old scoundrel and that royal concubine are driving me to madness. Alas, I fear I shall shorten my own life. Lu Xinran. What nonsense! Having vented his frustration, he felt a modicum of relief, and as his gaze fell upon a line in a small booklet, his spirits lifted. Rising respectfully, he addressed Lu Xinran. Grandfather. Grandmother suffers from deficiency and blood stasis. The court physician advises she rest and refrain from exertion, preferably supplementing her nourishment with tonics. These must be for grandmother. My sister and I shall fetch them from the front courtyard and personally prepare them as a token of filial piety. I hope grandfather will grant us this endeavor. Grinding his teeth, Lu Xinran realized the sea cucumbers and bird's nest were intended for his royal concubine's nourishment. With Kang He wronged, he felt powerless to protect him, let alone his mother. Is he truly so reluctant to part with mere bird's nest and sea cucumbers? What spell has that royal concubine cast upon him, that he becomes utterly daft at the mere thought of them? I must find an opportunity to uncover the truth behind the royal concubine's hold over him. As she contemplated visiting the royal concubine, she overheard Lu Xinran mutter a few words through clenched teeth. How rare it is to witness such filial piety. I shall have someone deliver the supplements shortly. Xinran expressed her gratitude on behalf of her grandmother. Knowing their stay would yield no further benefit, Lu Xinran shot a few cold glances at Madame Pei before turning to leave hastily. Once he departed, Lu Xinran could not help but chuckle inwardly. The old scoundrel's countenance could dye cloth. He must be seething. Madame Pei and Lu Xinran exchanged glances, both raising their handkerchiefs to cover their mouths. Realizing Madame Pei was not genuinely ill, they felt a wave of relief. The trio conversed for a while until Lu Xinran sent the sea cucumbers and bird's nest, and the sisters finally departed from Zhaoyan courtyard. Sister, should we seek an opportunity to visit the royal concubine, whom grandfather treasures so highly? Her curiosity about the royal concubine had intensified, yet she had neglected to investigate the two women's quarrel during the previous incident. Not in haste, once grandmother recovers. We shall accompany her to pay our respects. Though Madame Pei feigned illness, the royal concubine's condition was genuine. Her son, imprisoned for murder, even if spared execution, faced exile. It was said that the delicate and petulant royal concubine fainted dead away, weeping daily, unable to rise. May our heartfelt filial piety hasten grandmother's recovery. The sisters exchanged smiles before parting ways at the fork in the road. Madame Pei had already arranged for refreshments and fruits, preparing to savor them while listening to their tales from the palace. It seemed the emperor had chosen to spare Xinran. Her granddaughter shared the same suspicion. Over the past few days, Lu Xinran's heart had been akin to a roller coaster, oscillating until it finally found peace.
Today,
her grandfather's forbearance might be an indication of the emperor's directives. To put it plainly, it was an admonition. Madame Pei chuckled softly. Perhaps this old man should endure some hardship. It seems Xinran wishes to observe the royal concubine's antics. Let us go tomorrow. We shall visit while he attends court. Chapter 66. Attempting moral coercion, are we? Having been the matriarch for many years, Madame Pei had experienced both splendor and decline. Through life's tempests, she felt no shame in relying on her granddaughter to vent her frustrations. That evening, Lu Xinran received news that grandmother would recover by morning, and as she drifted off to sleep, a smile graced her lips. The following day, without the need for her maids to rouse her, she eagerly donned a new dress. Her hair styled neatly with a hairpin adorned with a pearl the size of a thumb. The Buddha beads gifted by the Empress adorned her wrist. Gazing into the mirror, she admired her reflection, then retrieved a golden locket to wear around her neck. Yes, she looked splendidly affluent. Upon hearing they would visit the royal concubine later, Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling joyfully surrounded Lu Xinran, chattering excitedly. She was the illegitimate sister of Wang Jiamin, the Minister of Rights. Initially, Wang Jiamin's affairs had gone awry, and all evidence of his embezzlement was brought to light, leading to a memorial submitted to the emperor. Although she was merely a half-sister and not of the same birth mother, Lu Kanghe enjoyed Lu Jinchuan's favor, and as the legally wedded wife of Lu Kanghe, she held considerable stature in her family. When Wang Jiamin fell from grace, his family sought her assistance. Yet before she could discuss it with Lu Kanghe, she found herself imprisoned for accidental homicide in the Shuntian Prefecture's jail. Mother, please, you must think of a way to help Third Master. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. With her family ruined and her husband imprisoned, her world felt as though it was collapsing. Madame Pei looked at her kindly, her gaze filled with compassion, yet her words were far from soothing. What good can an old woman like me propose? The evidence is irrefutable. This case is personally handled by His Highness the Fourth Prince. It is a tough situation. Mother, you are acquainted with the Empress Dowager. I implore you, assist Third Master. With a thud, Wang fell to her knees, crawling before Madame Pei, determined not to rise until she acquiesced. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of several individuals in the room, as Lu Xinran had already unearthed the booklet belonging to the Wang family. What was she attempting? To coerce her grandmother into a moral dilemma? Why did she not seek assistance from concubine Wang, imploring her to devise a solution for Lu Konghe? She had previously attempted to undermine her grandmother, conspiring with concubine Wang to seize properties from the public estate, yet in times of crisis. She remembered that her grandmother was indeed her legitimate matron. How hypocritical it was to seek aid from her now. What audacity did she possess to request her grandmother to plead with the Empress Dowager, a mere concubine who constantly challenged her status? Should be grateful that her grandmother did not take delight in her misfortunes. As Wang's cries began to rise, her face flushed as if someone had seized her throat. Pei's demeanor remained kindly, yet a closer inspection revealed the icy disdain in her eyes. Upon Pei's words, Granny Su, accompanied by two maids, forcibly dragged Wang from the ground. Wang left in a daze, while Pei, brushing off her rumpled garment, smiled and stood up. Such a significant incident had occurred. Concubine Wang was indeed pitiable. Let us go and pay her a visit. Lu Xinran eagerly approached, resting her arm on Pei's, proclaiming that her grandmother's kindness and compassion were indeed a blessing for someone like her. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling followed closely behind, lavishing praise, their smiles unabashedly apparent. The courtyards of Lu Jinchuan's two concubines were adjacent to the lakeside, surrounded by trees, allowing anyone within the house to gaze upon the picturesque view of the lake from the windows. Indeed, the old scoundrel had arranged for them to reside in the most scenic part of the estate. However, living by the lake meant enduring the dampness, which could lead to rheumatism, wouldn't it? The imperial physician who visited them for diagnosis had subtly mentioned this a few times, but the old man presumed it was due to her discomfort with the two women's well-being. After several rejections, the physician ceased to bring it up. What had once been a trivial matter had long escaped her mind, yet hearing her cherished granddaughter mention it now filled her with unexpected delight. As Lu Xinran gazed upon the lake, the image of her original self and Lu Xinlan plunging into the water flashed through her mind. She wondered where they were now. Had their souls intertwined, or had they completely dissipated from this world? Pei glanced at the shimmering surface of the lake and gently patted Lu Xinran's hand. With a chuckle, she met Pei's inquisitive gaze and winked. Both Aunt San and concubine Wang were financially comfortable, and it was believed they would willingly part with some silver for the sake of their husbands and sons. Pei momentarily froze, before breaking into laughter. You are quite the clever one. At the slightly ajar courtyard door, the gatekeeper was engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing the approaching group, one hurried to relay the news inside while the other greeted them with a beaming smile. Concubine Wang, her eyes swollen and lost in thought, stared blankly at the canopy above her bed. Upon hearing the servant announce Pei's arrival, she struggled to sit up and signaled to her maid for assistance with her makeup. After several days of illness, her once petite face had turned a dull, waxy yellow, with noticeable spots marring her cheeks. She had battled Pei for a lifetime. How could she allow Pei to witness her in such an undignified state? Pei entered swiftly, and upon seeing the powder in the servant's hands, stepped forward to shield the maid from view. Although her words were cordial, the mockery in her eyes was unmistakable to concubine Wang. Infuriated, Wang's eyes burned with pain as she forced a ghastly smile, nearly choking on her words. The lady is indeed concerned. Alas, it is regrettable. My worries cannot aid, as even the master is at a loss for solutions. Pei spoke with such heartfelt sincerity, it was as if she were barely concealing her glee. Lu Xinran, nestled among the crowd, had already begun to eagerly peruse the booklet. Indeed, experience trumps youth. Pei's words were likely to infuriate concubine Wang. Ironically, her own son was disappointing, leaving her with no retort. Better to be a poor wife than a rich concubine. I am eager to witness how she entered the estate and willingly degraded herself to become a concubine. As her thoughts settled, Pei, seated by the bed, perked up her ears attentively. Chapter 67. Lu Jinchuan. The reluctant savior Lu Xinran's journey through gossip was stymied by the relationship between concubine Wang and Lu Jinchuan. This must be a distant cousin scenario. The daughter of my aunt's sister-in-law's niece. The crowd acknowledged the remoteness of the connection. Having taken such a convoluted route to the capital, she was not initially drawn to the Lu family, but rather to the old scoundrel's aunt, who had written to his mother requesting her care. Subsequently, concubine Wang, dazzled by the riches of the capital, became determined to remain, seeking opportunity.
Wait.
The person she initially sought to entice was not the old scoundrel but rather the left minister, Zhou Hanwen. How amusing that she had her sights set on a man from the Zhou family. Alas, he deemed her appearance too common to consider, rejecting her advances entirely. Her ambition to enter the Zhou household led her to drug Zhou Hanwen in the courtyard of the Hugua Temple during the New Year celebrations, when everyone had gone there. Yet, upon realizing what had transpired, Zhou Hanwen turned hostile and scolded her for her cunning. It was at this moment she recalled the old scoundrel as a backup. The same drug was administered to the old scoundrel, who believed he had succumbed to sudden lust, feeling guilty about the encounter. The bed on which they shared their intimacy had been the same one she had previously occupied with Zhou Hanwen, which explained why the old scoundrel failed to notice any discrepancies. Having cherished her as a treasure for decades, he remained blissfully unaware that he had picked up a second-hand item. It would be intriguing to witness Zhou Hanwen's reaction upon discovering the truth. He must have found it quite amusing, viewing the old scoundrel as a fool. Calculating the days, Lu Xinran could very well be Zhou Hanwen's son. After all, when the old scoundrel proudly brought him into the estate, concubine Wang was already 2 months pregnant. If Lu Xinran were indeed Zhou Hanwen's son, then the old scoundrel was undoubtedly the reluctant savior. How tragic indeed. Yet, there was a certain satisfaction in this revelation. He truly deserved it. Lu Xinran grew increasingly excited, her gaze towards concubine Wang imbued with a newfound admiration. To have so skillfully manipulated the old scoundrel was a feat unparalleled in the art of tea. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. She felt as though her past grievances and disappointments were mere jests. Standing up, she smoothed her unwrinkled garment. Do take good care of yourself. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to summon the physician. There are still some old mountain ginseng roots in the storeroom. I shall have someone deliver them to you later. Concubine Wang, having been lost in thought for a while, sensed that Pei's suddenly relaxed demeanor indicated something unknown had transpired. She struggled to rise, expressing her gratitude for the lady's concern in coming to see her.
What do you mean by that?
Concubine Wang's complexion paled, the color draining from her already waxy face. Pei's smile was laden with significance, and she paid no further heed to the frightened concubine Wang as she proudly exited the room. Upon leaving, she locked eyes with Lu Xinran, exchanging knowing glances. With a derisive roll of her eyes, she beckoned Lu Xinran and her sisters to follow her as they strode away with an air of superiority. Once outside the courtyard, Lu Xinran did not forget to glance back. Go see for yourself. Your second-hand treasure has not been adorned with powder. There may be a surprise upon entry. Lu Xinling, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter behind her. Grandmother, why did you suggest she seek assistance from the Zhou family? Lu Xinran inquired, to which Pei replied with feigned seriousness, I just recalled that she once had a roundabout connection with the Zhou family. Lu Xinran accepted this without doubt. Her spirits lifted as she eagerly delved into her own affairs. As Lu Xinran spotted some refreshments, she dashed over, grabbing a piece of date paste pastry and stuffing it into her mouth, mumbling praises. Grandmother, Granny Su is truly thoughtful. The praised Granny Su could only look on in disbelief, realizing that all her teachings on decorum had been in vain. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling exchanged knowing glances, both intrigued by what might transpire after their departure. Even as they walked further away, Lu Jinchuan remained rooted in the courtyard, hesitating to step inside. His mind was consumed with thoughts, desperately seeking similarities between Lu Xinran and Zhou Hanwen. Since Lu Xinran had refrained from disclosing the identity of the child's father, he could not help but question whether the child was indeed his own. His other 3 sons had all begun their education at 5, achieving notable success in their 20s, each with a bright future ahead. Yet, Lu Xinran had always been unruly and resistant to discipline, preferring wandering and frivolity, and had even frequented brothels by the age of 15 or 16. Such behavior seemed eerily reminiscent of Zhou Hanwen and Zhou Bingshan. If this son was not truly his, why should he even bother? However, Recalling Lu Xinran's words before her departure about a surprise awaiting him in the room, he finally stepped inside. Aunt Wang was still in a fluster, pondering the implications of Pei's words regarding seeking help from the Zhou family. Surely, only Zhou Hanwen knew of the events from the past. The two servants who had assisted her had been silenced and sold far away. How could Pei possibly know? Zhou Hanwen had promised her that the matter would never be mentioned again. Why was Pei aware of it? In her panic, she suddenly heard someone call out "Sir," which made her acutely aware of her own disheveled appearance, prompting her to cover her face and scream in shock. In the Zhaoyan courtyard, Pei smiled at her reluctant granddaughters, signaling to Su Mama to arrange lunch in the large kitchen. They were simply a group of children who thrived on gossip, and while they were curious, so too was she. If Lu Xinran remained unfazed after hearing their heartfelt musings, she would hold him in great esteem. In her previous life, due to health issues, she had few friends and spent her final years in a hospital, surrounded only by her parents and medical staff. With so few companions to share her thoughts and laughter, she patiently explained the method of making paper cards multiple times as Lu Xintong eagerly inquired. "Second sister, let us have the servants make a few sets for us, so we can play while we wait," Lu Xinling suggested, her youthful innocence shining through. Lu Xintong pulled at her sister's arm, exasperated. "Don't speak so carelessly." Realizing her mistake, Lu Xinling covered her mouth, her large eyes darting around as she chuckled nervously. The others seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning, calling for the maids to fetch sturdy cardboard to start making the cards. Once the cards were completed and they began to play, Su Mama entered with excitement. Seeing her, the four girls dropped their paper plates and gathered around her. "Old madam, the master has ordered the sealing of Aunt Wang's courtyard. No one is to enter without his command." Sealing the courtyard? The young ladies exchanged glances, while Lu Xinran looked at Lu Xinlan, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Sealing the courtyard? How amusing! Ever since the complete rift with Lu Jinchuan, Pei had been less than courteous when speaking of him. Was that all? Lu Xinling seemed dissatisfied with the outcome, murmuring quietly. She nestled close to Pei, grinning as she asked, "Grandmother, does this mean Aunt Wang can't come out to bother us anymore?" Pei acknowledged her with a hum, though she felt a twinge of regret. Aunt Wang had benefited greatly from Lu Jinchuan over the years. She needed to devise a plan to retrieve some of those advantages to enhance her granddaughter's dowries. As they conversed, Jean Mama, unable to glean any information from Aunt Wang, felt an itch of curiosity and made her way to the Zhaoyan courtyard. Upon entering, she found Lu Xinlan and the others gathered in Pei's chamber, momentarily taken aback. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled upon seeing her. Aunt Wang was clearly a woman of tea arts, and Lu Xinran was eager to observe Jean Mama closely. The others, sensing her thoughts, turned their attention to Jean Mama, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Madam, I had some idle time and knitted a few pieces in colors the young ladies adore. I thought to present them to you," she said cheerfully, stepping forward to accept a box from a servant, cradling it as she offered it to Pei. Pei gestured for Su Mama to take it, smiling warmly as she invited Jean Mama to sit and converse. "How thoughtful of you to remember them. Madam, you flatter me. It is a privilege to provide for such precious young ladies," Jean Mama replied, exuding a modest charm that made Lu Xinran quicken her pace in flipping through her booklet. It was a cup of green tea and a flower of understanding. Jean Mama had been with the old rogue since she was 17, previously serving as a top maid to his mother. When the old rogue was 16 and began to take concubines, she cunningly schemed against the sisters who were to serve him, subtly indicating her willingness to be chosen, and thus was selected. She had a clumsy hand, often spilling tea on him or herself, leading to enticing situations in the study. She had previously used contraceptive medicine, hoping to give birth to a son before her grandmother entered, but upon discovery by the old rogue's mother, she was nearly killed. It was only through the old rogue's pleading that she was spared. Lu Xinran was left in disbelief at the tangled web of events. How could the old rogue be so easily manipulated by women? The expressions in the room shifted as Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling blushed, speculating on the nature of those entanglements. She had suffered injuries and for years could not conceive until, oh, ha ha ha. A cascade of laughter erupted, leaving everyone anxious for more details. Yet, Lu Xinran, familiar with her temperament, smiled at Jean Mama, her thoughts drifting to her uncle, Lu Xinran, who was serving in an official capacity. Pei followed her gaze to Jean Mama, a fleeting thought crossing her mind that nearly shattered her facade of benevolence. Lu Xinran, having laughed enough, remarked, "What a fate for the old rogue. The two favored sons are not even his own." Jean Mama, having been injured, once believed she could never conceive, but seeing Aunt Wang's son brought her envy, prompting her to bribe the town's doctor and a young physician. She had a false belly made of cotton concealed beneath her clothing, deceiving the old rogue into believing she was pregnant, continually suggesting that her grandmother would not accept her or their child, thus compelling him to summon the bribed doctor and physician to attend to her until she gave birth. Lu Xinran was someone she had purchased from the countryside. Indeed, she was more ruthless than Aunt Wang, orchestrating the demise of those who assisted her. Except for that doctor and physician, no one knew Lu Xinran was not her biological child. Even he was unaware, lamenting to her about not being a legitimate heir. By midday, having consumed 2 astonishing revelations, Lu Xinran felt overwhelmed. Jean Mama had never been scrutinized in such a manner by Pei and the others. Despite her age and experiences, she felt the weight of their gazes. She hurriedly exited the room before Pei could respond. Lu Xinran regretted how she would relay these shocking revelations to Lu Jinchuan, when suddenly she heard Jean Mama's voice proclaiming, "I have seen the master." What kind of luck could lead one to discover in a single day that both of their sons were not truly theirs? Lu Jinchuan glared at Jean Mama, his gaze cold enough to chill the air. Aunt Jean felt an unease under his piercing gaze, sensing that something unknown was unfolding. Hearing commotion from the courtyard, Mrs. Pei hastily rose from the soft couch, abandoning the dignified demeanor expected of a lady of her status. She hurriedly stepped out to witness the spectacle, seizing the rare opportunity to observe Lu Jinchuan in such a disheveled state. Upon seeing his ashen face, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking, "Serves you right. Lu Jinchuan, you've finally met your match." Mrs. Pei's swift movements left Lu Xinran trailing behind her. As she emerged, she grasped her arm and peeked into the small booklet belonging to Mrs. Pei, finally comprehending the source of her mixed feelings of sorrow and anger. Years ago, there was but one position available in Jiangnan, and the old scoundrel favored his younger son, disregarding his grandmother's objections, and bestowed the opportunity meant for the legitimate heir upon Lu Xinran. The obvious bias during that time rendered the elder brother incomparable to his illegitimate sibling, leading to their uncle, Lu Kongping, abandoning his aspirations for an official career to become an ordinary teacher in the Imperial Academy. If not for this, with his immense talents and governance skills, he would undoubtedly have risen to a prominent position, especially once the old scoundrel retired. Alas, it is truly a pity, among them. The uncle was the most filial and capable. Yet the old scoundrel was blind, mistaking falsehoods for treasures, and squandered countless resources and connections on Lu Xinran, only to discover that the boy was not his own flesh and blood. How ironic that the Lu family now faced a bleak future. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling's eyes were reddened with tears, realizing that the uncle their elder sister spoke of was indeed their father. They were oblivious to the depths of his suffering and the hardships he endured. Stealthily, they wiped their tears away when Lu Xinran was not looking. He was their son. How could he not care for the second son? But at that time, the opportunity was rare, and Aunt Jean had been incessantly lamenting in his ear. He thought that since Lu Xinran was illegitimate, he ought to lend additional support. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Who would willingly choose the back? The old scoundrel was indeed adept at self-deception. Oh, how does that saying go? Look up if you don't believe it. Does heaven spare anyone? Retribution, indeed, it is the present-day reckoning. Mrs. Pei's eyes brimmed with tears, glaring at Lu Jinchuan with seething resentment. Her beloved Pinger had been neglected and mistreated due to his favoritism, yet she had never uttered a word of complaint. Did he truly deserve to be called a father? Gasping for breath, Mrs. Pei, in a slow and resolute tone that left no room for refusal, declared, "Lu Jinchuan, let us part ways." How could she, Pei Mingyue, waste her life on such a man? Their eldest son had been raised by him, and all his abhorrent traits had been learned by Lu Kongda. The second son, nurtured by her, was gentle and dignified, yet his potential had been squandered due to his father's favoritism. How had her life turned out to be such a failure? The disappointment and disgust in her eyes were overpowering, causing Lu Xinran to feel alarmed. Her calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the previous day's confrontational tone, as she seemed intent on achieving her goal through separation. Lu Xinran, recalling her fiery temperament, could no longer attend to Aunt Jean and rushed forward. "Mingyue, I was wrong. I was blinded. Give me a chance, and I will devote myself solely to you. Let's live together peacefully, shall we?" Mrs. Pei took a step back. "Stay away from me. You nauseate me." Lu Xinran's gaunt, yellowed face suddenly streamed with tears. He fell to his knees before Mrs. Pei, shocking everyone present. "Mingyue, I was wrong. I truly was. Let us live together well, for the sake of our children, Kongda, Kongping, and the others. You may despise me, but you cannot disregard them. Hung hasn't yet proposed, and Xinlan and Xinran have reached the age for marriage. I implore you to consider them." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck his own face. Lu Xinran gaped in astonishment, utterly bewildered by how events had spiraled to this point. If grandmother truly wishes to separate, then she should not worry about us. My sister, and I would rather not marry, and can accompany her for life. Her heartfelt words struck a chord in Mrs. Pei, intensifying her tears. She slapped Lu Xinran across the face. "How dare you mention the children, knowing they are not your blood? How can you still think of them as your own? Where were you all this time?" The untimely outburst of emotions tore at the fabric of her anguish.
Get out.
"Do not let me see you again." Lu Xinran, bearing the marks of her slap, quickly rose and, seizing Aunt Jean, hastily exited the Zhaoyun courtyard. Mrs. Pei's chest heaved violently, prompting Lu Xinran to urge Grandma Su to send for a doctor. Though unaware of the cause of her rage, she incessantly murmured, "Grandmother, you know what kind of man he is. Why are you so angry? If you become ill, it will only bring joy to our enemies." At this moment, Mrs. Pei had lost her earlier fury, replaced instead with a sense of desolation. "I only think of your uncle, her son was so capable. Yet it was all in vain. He was barely over 30, with life still ahead of him. There was still time for him to pursue his dreams. Grandmother, you must take care of yourself. He should not have to worry about your health. He needs the energy to pursue what he loves, don't you agree?" "Yes, that is indeed the truth." After a tumultuous morning filled with emotional upheaval, she felt utterly exhausted and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The room was left in the care of Grandma Su, while the others retreated to the courtyard. Lu Xinran observed their departing figures, her brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth has transpired? Why is everyone behaving so strangely? Are you all hiding something from me? Chapter 70. What brings you here? The events of the morning felt peculiar, and the more Lu Xinran pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Ever since they had visited Aunt Wang's courtyard, both her grandmother and sisters had been acting oddly. Even the old scoundrel, with his kneeling and self-flagellation, appeared to be in a state of despair. Had he lost his mind? Listening to her thoughts, Lu Xinran chuckled softly and sighed. Perhaps they have suddenly unearthed some long-buried secrets and cannot bear the weight of it. Long-buried? How long? Lu Xinran inquired, testing the waters. Perhaps over 30 years? Lu Xinran suggested, leading the conversation. However, the idea of someone hearing her thoughts was too bizarre to comprehend. Lu Xinran, evidently inexperienced and having read insufficient novels before her crossing, had not connected the dots regarding her own thoughts being live-streamed. Though she felt something was amiss, she could only sigh in regret. How coincidental it is that wherever we go, grandfather appears too. It has caused grandmother such sorrow and disappointment, and deprived us of a lively lunch together. Hearing her lament, Lu Xinlan thought of her past life, lying alone on a sickbed, and spoke, "Have Video go to the kitchen to prepare some food. Come to my room for lunch." "All right, is that permissible?" Lu Xinran, previously downcast, instantly perked up. "I want roasted meats and chicken pot." "Very well, I shall have someone prepare it." As the two sisters arrived at Lu Xinlan's courtyard, a maid from Zhao's side approached with a smile. "Miss, the madam has had a feast prepared with all your favorite dishes and wishes for you to join her for lunch. Since mother is ill, as her daughter-in-law, shouldn't I attend to her needs?" How is it that there is not a single trace of awareness befitting a daughter-in-law? The matters of the master are not for her, a mere servant, to discuss casually. The messenger, a matron, forced a laugh, beads of sweat already forming on her brow. Lu Xinran cradled her teacup, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she took a sip. Zhao is both foolish and dim-witted, and yet she remains oblivious to her own schemes. Perhaps she deliberately wishes to make my life difficult, being both foolish and malicious. Hearing her thoughts, Lu Xinran was left in a state of bemusement. Yet, after all that had transpired, it was unnecessary to harbor animosity towards her. Summoning her was likely just an inquiry about the events of the morning. As expected, she rushed over uninvited. Upon entering, she spotted Lu Xinran, and the two exchanged a mutual eye roll. However, being both foolish and self-satisfied, it is unreasonable to expect her to grasp these matters. With her own shortcomings, what audacity does she possess to look down upon me? Zhao almost finished rolling her eyes when a flurry of urgent thoughts rushed through her mind. Furious, she contemplated confronting her, yet feared that it would validate the truth of her own inadequacies. Lu Xinran, exasperated, stepped forward to separate the two, squabbling like schoolchildren. Why had her mother come personally? Had the matron failed to convey the entire message? The only seating available in the room was at the table, and as she hesitated, Zhao had already seated herself across from Lu Xinran, pouring herself a cup of tea. She gestured for the servants to leave before lowering her voice. Curiosity piqued. Did you both visit Aunt Wang this morning? What happened? Why did grandfather seal off Aunt Wang's courtyard right after you left? While it was termed a seal, in truth, it meant confining her within, leaving her to fend for herself. Zhao's curiosity gnawed at her. Were it not for the impropriety of a daughter-in-law visiting her father-in-law's concubine, she would have gone along today. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled with interest, eager to hear Zhao's account. Lu Xinran, feeling a headache coming on, carefully attempted to articulate the events in a manner that would not be silenced. It was a sudden revelation that Aunt Wang had been involved with someone before entering the household, and by sheer coincidence, grandfather had learned of this. After we departed, he spoke with Aunt Wang about something, and subsequently sealed her courtyard. Discovering her previous entanglements? Even prior to entering the household? Zhao instantly became agitated, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched her handkerchief. How is this uncovered? Aunt Wang is so cunning. How could you possibly find out? She paused, diverting her gaze before asking, what about Aunt Jean? How was she also confined? Lu Xinran succinctly replied, your fourth uncle was purchased from the countryside. He is not grandfather's child. Zhao. What astounding revelations! How could she uncover such a clandestine matter, long buried for years? Zhao's heart began to thump erratically. When she was 5, her gentle, delicate mother suddenly fell ill and passed away within a fortnight. Just 6 months later, her father remarried. Within 7 months of her stepmother's marriage, the household welcomed a legitimate son. These events had never raised her suspicions, but recent bizarre disclosures compelled her to question if there were hidden truths surrounding her mother's death. Lu Xinran waited in vain for a detailed explanation, only recalling fragments she had seen in the system. Disappointed, she pouted, raising her teacup. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhao's red-rimmed eyes fixated on her. Why is she looking at me like that? I haven't said or done anything. I wonder how many days of life this juicy gossip from the 2 aunts has added to my lifespan. Contemplating this, she summoned the system, which hesitantly responded, a total of 7 days. Why so few? Such explosive gossip is hardly worth anything? Perhaps you could collaborate more with your fellow townsfolk at the Dali Temple? They can conduct forensic analysis and evidence collection, and we can use this gossip to piece together a narrative and chain of evidence. The childlike voice cautiously probed her reaction. Lu Xinran sighed, realizing that her only chance of survival lay in shamelessly approaching Tang Xiuyan. She hoped his wife, Lu, would not overthink it. Chapter 71. Zhao is also a pitiful figure. While she was lost in conversation with the system, Lu Xinran keenly sensed something amiss with Zhao. She hurried forward, offering her a handkerchief. Mother, what troubles you? Zhao wiped her eyes and replied, I suddenly thought of your maternal grandmother. I was only 5 when she passed away. It has been over 30 years since. Lu Xinran quickly searched her memories of the original self, recalling everything related to Su. Upon closer examination, it seems Zhao's foolishness and ignorance stem from her upbringing. Her stepmother is no virtuous woman, akin to the likes of Jean from the Duke of Rong'an's household. However, Zhao's temperament is not as refined as Pei Xiuji's. She was indulged and flattered, leading her to genuinely believe she was more precious than a princess, fostering many flaws. Spoiled, stubborn, and dim-witted, and easily swayed, even a servant like Qin can manipulate her. Yet, her mother fell ill when she was just 5. It appears to be a case of poisoning. Her stepmother introduced a stepsister only a few months younger than her, and within 7 months of her marriage, bore another son. Goodness, the gossip from the Duke of Rong'an's estate must be equally sensational. For the first time, Zhao listened to her daughter's insights without feeling anger. She suddenly recognized the truth in her words. She had indeed been spoiled by her stepmother. From a young age, she and her stepsister had been treated differently. The latter was constantly monitored by a governess, while she was allowed to disregard her studies. Her stepmother insisted that such pursuits were unnecessary for a girl, as long as she married well and was treated kindly. Meanwhile, her stepsister had to excel in everything. At 13, she was mocked at a spring banquet hosted by the princess, while her stepsister gained fame in the capital for her talents and artistry. However, this marriage proposal had been arranged by her mother with the Pei family, and the eldest daughter of the Lu family could not be a girl of uncertain parentage raised in the duke's household. She remembered the day she exchanged the marriage contract with the Lu family, and her stepmother had smashed a set of precious teacups in a fit of rage. Memories flooded her mind, growing increasingly pale. Zhao is indeed a pitiful figure. If only she could visit the Duke of Rong'an's estate, perhaps she could meet her stepmother and father. There might be new discoveries to uncover. Just as she was contemplating whether to persuade Lu Xinran to accompany her to the Duke's estate, she heard her thoughts and felt unburdened. Zhao, seizing the moment, nodded in agreement, as if fearing Lu Xinran might change her mind, hastily declared, "Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly." Lu Xinran watched her retreating figure in bemusement. What was going on with her? Perhaps she was recalling some painful memories. Lacking the care of a biological mother and not receiving her father's favoritism during her impressionable years, she had managed to grow up safely and marry into the Lu family, living a peaceful life for so many years. She was indeed fortunate. Lu Xinran shrugged, refraining from passing judgment on Zhao's past. Lu Xinran, concerned about Zhao's abrupt departure, visited her courtyard. After leaving, she proceeded to Tang Xiaoyun's quarters, where Pei had noticeably regained her composure after a brief rest and sat up in bed. "I fear that uncovering those long-buried secrets could lead to a situation where there are no witnesses or evidence left to substantiate anything. For your mother's sake, such knowledge would be far more painful than living in blissful ignorance." Given that Lu Xinran's unique ability had already been acknowledged by the Emperor and Empress Dowager, would it not suffice if her thoughts were heard by Tang Xuyen and Song Junyan, even in the absence of evidence, for them to be held accountable for the crime of conspiracy against life? It is already the 28th of August and only a few days remain. Lu Xinran instantly deemed this a splendid idea, and just as she was about to speak, she heard someone outside calling for the second young lady. Upon entering, Lu Xinran discovered that Lu Xinran had already arrived, and she felt a twinge of regret for not having asked Suizhu to keep track of the time during the afternoon break. Has grandmother's health improved? Much better, rest assured. Grandmother will continue to watch over you as you marry and bear children. She will not allow anything to happen to herself. Such thoughts are indeed correct. Being angry at that scoundrel would be a disservice to my own well-being. Punishing oneself for the mistakes of others is a profound disrespect to oneself. It is a pity I cannot go and mock the old scoundrel. Otherwise, I would surely send him a feast of pure vegetables. Her inner voice remained spirited as ever, and just hearing her chatter made Pei's ailments feel alleviated. A few days ago, Madame Tang had sent you an invitation to visit their residence. With the weather being so pleasant these days, it would be wise to accept their invitation. Lu Xinran instantly grasped the meaning behind Pei's words and turned to Lu Xinran with a smile. "Sister, would you care to accompany me to the Tang residence?" Lu Xinran nodded eagerly. Her life depended on Tang Xuyen, and she could not miss any opportunity to enhance her presence. The Tang residence, with Lu's gaze fixed upon the invitation from the Lu family, felt an inexplicable complexity of emotions. Wherever that girl from the Lu family went, chaos seemed to follow. Surely, their household is free from any scandalous affairs? The next morning, upon learning that the two sisters would be visiting the Tang residence, Lu Xingtong and Lu Xingling wished to go as well, but feared their eagerness would be too apparent. Having walked the streets of the capital before, Lu Xinran had lost her initial sense of novelty regarding the view outside the window. The company beside her eased her once precarious apprehension. She leaned back against the soft cushions while perusing the general information about the Tang family through the system. The Tang family was not a prestigious household. Tang Xian's father had only achieved the title of Jinshi after the age of 30, coinciding with a year when the Dali Temple was in need of personnel. Thus he secured a position as a minor official. The Tang family had moved to the capital that same year. Tang's father, a mere low-ranking official with a meager salary, struggled to support his family, often relying on Tang Xian and his two younger brothers to bring him lunch. Thus, Tang Xian grew up in the Dali Temple and became quite familiar with its inner workings, which is why he advanced rapidly to a position of minor official after high school. His wife, Lu, was the youngest daughter of the previous Dali Temple minister, Lu Dongquan. Marrying him was undoubtedly a step down for her. In this light, Lord Tang resembles the archetypal underdog protagonist, rising against the odds to attain power and prestige, accompanied by a beautiful wife and concubines atop the pinnacle of life. However, it appears that Lord Tang has not taken any concubines. She marveled at this revelation, for he was the first man she encountered in this timeline who had not taken a concubine. On the bustling streets, the flow of pedestrians and carriages was abundant, and the journey from the Lu residence to the Tang residence took nearly half an hour. As they alighted from a carriage, Tang Wanru greeted them with her servants. "I have long wished to invite you to our home. Today, we finally have the chance." "It is we who are intruding," Lu Xinran responded with polite pleasantries, and the three made their way directly to the courtyard of the Tang family's matriarch. As guests, they naturally needed to pay their respects to the elders of the household. Tang Xian's father, Tang Nianju, had passed away 2 years prior due to overexertion, leaving behind only his children who were now of marriageable age. After nearly 3 years of mourning, Tang Wanru was nearing 18, while Tang Chongli had already entered adulthood. Originally, Pei had intended to seek a marriage between Lu Yuanheng and Tang Wanru, but after recent events, she abandoned this plan and Lu likely changed her mind as well. As Lu Xinran walked alongside them, she flipped through a booklet with great fervor. However, Tang Wanru was engrossed in needlework, shutting herself in her room daily. And aside from her numerous embroidery pieces, Lu Xinran found herself devoid of any juicy gossip. How protective Madame Tang is of her daughter. Madame Tang truly is a dedicated mother. Tang Wanru is quite fortunate. Listening to these remarks, a smile deepened in Tang Wanru's eyes. Her mother was indeed the best. If she did not have faith in her family, she would not have invited them to her home. The matriarch, Ji, donned a brand new ochre dress, adorned with a matching headpiece and a bracelet of honey-colored beads that radiated a gentle glow. Upon their entry, she immediately revealed a tender smile, and after Lu Xinran and her sister paid their respects, she beckoned them to sit close. "What radiant young ladies you are! Truly delightful." Ji gazed at the sisters with increasing warmth. Wanru enjoys spending her days embroidering in her room. Thankfully, you two do not mind her lack of eloquence, for she has your company. "Grandmother," Tang Wanru protested playfully, feeling quite indignant at her grandmother's remarks. "I am not as inept as you say. It is the grandmother who is mistaken. Our Wanru is destined to bring great fortune to whomever wins her heart." "Grandmother." Tang Wanru blushed deeply, her cheeks turning a rosy hue. Lu's thoughts had shifted, and she no longer wished to marry her into the Lu family, yet Wanru remained oblivious, immersed in her needlework, believing Lu Xinlan and Lu Xingran would simply become her sisters-in-law, too shy to even meet their eyes. Lu wore a smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. Upon entering, Lu Xingran discreetly accessed Lu's booklet and, upon witnessing her melancholic smile, sighed after reading the system's information. Sister's background is insufficient to match Song Junyan. Has the emperor shifted the daughter-in-law selection to Tang Wanru instead? Song Junyan is in Shuntian Prefecture. While Tang Xuyen is in the Dali Temple, they must have some intersection. However, what is the emperor's intention? Selecting wives for his sons from families of high pedigree. Does he wish to gauge the ambitions of these powerful ministers? But Tang Wanru's disposition is as gentle as her name suggests. Will she not face torment from Song Junyan's concubines in the future? This sudden inner voice reached Ji's ears, causing her to momentarily falter. As her gaze swept over her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, she realized she had heard this voice before. Though she did not comprehend why she could hear such thoughts, her curiosity about the remarks regarding her precious granddaughter compelled her to listen further. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the voice did not reappear. Tang Wanru looked at Lu with astonishment, questioning whether Lu Xinran truly intended to marry into the royal family and wed the fourth prince. Lu cast a reassuring glance, calming her daughter, who was filled with concern. Aunt Wanru, a sweet voice chimed before the person entered. Lu Xinran curiously turned toward the door, where a graceful figure clad in pale yellow appeared in the courtyard. Tang Wanru immediately rolled her eyes in disdain upon seeing the newcomer. Her reaction only piqued Lu Xinran's curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Why is Sija here? Did she not just recover and need more time to recuperate? Ji smiled as she instructed someone to bring a soft stool beside Tang Wanru before introducing the newcomer to Lu Xinran and her sister. This is Wanru's cousin, the granddaughter of my sister. Lu Xinran and Lu Xinran greeted Luo Sijia with knowing smiles, as Lu Xinran was particularly sensitive to familial connections. She swiftly accessed Luo Sijia's profile and then opened her booklet. As I suspected, cousins are often the source of intrigue. Even if one bears no ill will, one cannot escape the thoughts of others. This mother of Razaka truly shows an unyielding spirit. Chapter 73. The prince before us seems rather splendid. Upon hearing her mention Razaka's biological mother, Tang Xian's cousin, Lu, gradually donned a polite smile. Ji could only glance at her daughter-in-law with a mix of guilt and a hint of grievance, her hands nervously entwined within her sleeves. At that time, Lord Tang had already achieved success in the Dali Temple and had wed Lu, with whom he had a son. With lofty aspirations, the old lady's youngest son was still unmarried then. Had she set her sights on Tang Xulei, the old lady, recalling their sisterly bond, might have consented. However, at that time, Tang Xulei lacked any official title, rendering him unappealing, and he was more interested in Lu's dowry, intent on making Tang Xuyen a secondary wife. Upon hearing the term secondary wife, Tang Wanru's heart twisted in discomfort. She had long known that her mother faced complications during her birth, nearly losing her life. Yet her mother had never elaborated on the hidden truths surrounding it. It was now evident that there were reasons behind it. When Ji mentioned the notion of a secondary wife, her guilt intensified further. Yet, Lu maintained an unperturbed expression, seemingly unaffected by the whispers of the heart. Razaka, oblivious to the sudden silence that enveloped the room, awkwardly glanced at Ji, only to find her gazing at Lu with a look of deference. Lu Xinran remained engrossed, diligently summarizing the gossip at hand. Back in the day, the Tang family was impoverished, relying on the dowry of Lady Tang for their sustenance, including the daily expenses of Zhang and her daughter. The old lady had never concealed their household struggles. Zhang wished to remain as the legitimate wife, but despised the thought of enduring a life of hardship with Tang Xulei, thus fixating on Lady Tang's dowry. Her plan was to eliminate Lady Tang, and if that failed, she intended to become a concubine for Lord Tang, believing her familial ties would facilitate her ambitions. However, Lord Tang was preoccupied with official matters, leaving her without an opportunity to execute her schemes. How charming it is when a man is solely focused on his career, free from the entanglements of deceit. An ill-timed compliment left the listeners feeling as though they had stepped out of the narrative. At the entrance, Tang Xuyen, accompanied by Song Junyan, was just about to enter when he heard the praise. Meeting Song Junyan's puzzled gaze, he shrugged with pride. His heart and soul belonged to his wife. Unlike those who merely bring misfortune to young ladies, he was different. Song Junyan, wait. Did I just detect a hint of disdain in his eyes? Originally, Zhang had intended to exploit Lady Tang's labor to seduce Lord Tang, hoping to send word to Lady Tang during her ordeal to provoke her, ideally leading to a tragic fate for both mother and child. However, Lady Tang's unexpected labor caused Lord Tang to be away from the capital, rendering her plans fruitless. Though Lady Tang endured a difficult birth, both she and her daughter survived. And Zhang lost her best chance. She then resorted to poisoning Lady Tang's meals, but the maids surrounding Lady Tang caught her red-handed. This perilous situation. Lady Tang refrained from disclosing to the old lady, fearing it would distract him from his duties. To marry such a wife is truly a blessing. Lord Tang's fortune is indeed remarkable. Though the preceding remarks were filled with indignation and sorrow, the final comment nearly drew a laugh from Tang Wanru. Fearing that Tang Chongli would become engaged once his mourning period ended, she devised a plan to send Razaka to the capital. The old lady believed she was simply there to atone for her mother's past, unaware of her ulterior motives. She had already bribed a servant close to Tang Chongli, waiting for the opportune moment to drug him and make him marry her. Ji felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, swaying slightly. Why wouldn't her niece leave their family alone? Was she determined to make her lose face in front of her daughter-in-law? Their Chongli had always been disciplined and gentle. Had it not been for the untimely death of the old man, he would have surely achieved success in his career. If such a scandal were to occur during his mourning period, it would ruin his future. Even if he could succeed in the next examination, such disgrace would leave him with no prospects. Ji understood this all too well, hence the look of resentment directed toward Razaka.
Suddenly,
Lu rose and poured a cup of tea, handing it to Ji. Mother, the lunch menu hasn't been finalized yet. What do you think about adding a dish of eel slices? Good. Good. I shall defer to your arrangements. I am truly blessed to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Having heard her mother speak highly of Lu, Razaka instinctively rolled her eyes at Ji's praises, which Tang Wanru caught in its entirety.
what?
Does Razaka disagree with grandmother's words? Is my mother unworthy of such compliments? Razaka hurriedly forced a smile. No, Anne is the kindest. I have nothing but fondness for her. Your cousin has been in the capital for 2 months, just a few days ago. Your mother sent word urging you to return home. There's no better time than now to prepare for your journey. She didn't want to burden her grandmother and mother with the role of antagonists, so she would take the initiative to send them off. What's going on? Why are they suddenly rushing to send Razaka away? Have they uncovered her ulterior motives? Nonetheless, Razaka's vision is rather limited. Her mother's aspirations are solely focused on the Tang family, and she fixates on Tang Chongli. The capital is vast, and this prince before her seems rather appealing. Song Junyan. I have not provoked anyone. Chapter 74. No, it cannot be past noon. Lu Xinran's sarcastic remark left the others at a loss for how to respond to Song Junyan. Tang Wanru had previously heard whispers of the emperor's intentions to match her with Song Junyan, and Lu Xinran's teasing tone only added to her discomfort. Thankfully, the focus was not on her, sparing her from feeling self-conscious. She silently resolved that since they were forcing her hand, she would slip into her cousin's study tonight. If she were discovered in disarray, her reputation would be tarnished, leaving Tang Chongli no choice but to wed her. She remains undeterred, planning to sneak into Tang Chongli's study tonight. How do I warn Lady Tang and the old lady? Next year is the year of the grand examination. If his reputation is ruined, he will be forever barred from a career in politics. Lu Xinran, sensing Razaka's intentions through the system, felt a surge of urgency. She held the Tang family in high regard, admiring the compassionate old lady, the gentle yet resilient Lady Tang, and the somewhat socially awkward Tang Wanru. She could not bear to see them troubled by distressing matters. With a frown, she remained at a loss for words, but Ji, catching a glimpse of Razaka's thoughts, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, quickly turning to Razaka with a forced smile. Tang Wanru dared not gaze upon Song Junyan, the foreign gentleman, and merely responded with a dry but firm acknowledgement. It was only fitting for her cousin to spend more time in the capital. Luo Sijia's complexion paled further. What was this? A precaution against her. Despite her unease, Lu Shi remained unconvinced and fixed her gaze on Tang Xuyan. United in purpose, Tang Xuyan instantly grasped her intention. However, to take their son away too directly would seem overly deliberate. He merely nodded slightly, signaling her to remain patient. He knew how to orchestrate the situation. Lu Xinran, catching sight of this exchange, smiled brightly. How sweet. Lord Tang and Lady Tang are spreading love. Her excited voice caused both Tang Xiuyan and Lu Shi to flush, and they coughed lightly, diverting their gazes. Lu Shi's ears burned, being openly observed in such a manner by the younger generation, especially in front of her mother-in-law and daughter, was rather embarrassing, despite her usual composure. It was the first time Tang Wanru had witnessed such an expression on her mother's face, and she momentarily forgot her own discomfort, stifling a laugh behind her handkerchief. Meanwhile, Luo Xijia, feeling ignored once more, glared at the gathering with resentment, perceiving herself as a clown, ridiculed and dismissed. Did her mere presence cause them such unease that they wished to send her away? Yet, she longed to remain in the capital. To be a distinguished and respectable mistress of the Tang family, was that such a fault? Lu Xinran glanced at the pamphlet and caught a glimpse of Luo Xijia's pitiful demeanor, curling her lip in disdain. There were certainly more strategies to remain in the capital than merely scheming against Tang Chongli. With her singular focus on shortcuts, she now lamented her misfortune, truly believing herself to be a mere pawn. Lu Shi, unwilling to divert her attention to Luo Xijia any further, hastily instructed someone to bring in soft stools. Ji Shi intended to rise and relinquish the main seat to Song Junyan, but he stepped forward to assist her. No need for such formality, my lady. He and Tang Xiuyan were entangled in a troublesome case, and unable to summon the individuals directly to the Dali Temple or Shuntian Prefecture. They planned to discreetly escort them to the mortuary through Lu Xinran. Yet, he preferred not to broach the subject directly. So, he calmed Ji Shi and turned to signal to Tang Xiuyan. Tang Xiuyan looked towards his wife for assistance, prompting Lu Shi to smile and inquire, "Husband, did you and His Highness encounter some trouble upon your hasty return?" "It is not so much trouble," Tang Xiuyan feigned a cough. "But a malicious assault incident has recently arisen in the city, with 3 young ladies having been murdered in succession. The coroner at Dali Temple and Shuntian Prefecture is a man, which complicates the examination of the bodies. We hoped the 2 young ladies of the Lu family could assist us. Examine the bodies." Before Lu Xinran could respond, Tang Wanru suddenly stood up, blocking their way.
No.
"Father, you cannot allow them to go. Such a filthy matter." She wanted to argue that they were her guests, having only just entered the residence half an hour ago. It was unreasonable to send them away so soon, as it would reflect poorly on their hospitality. Yet, a soft, warm hand gently rested on her arm. "Sister,
Do not worry.
it is our honor to alleviate the concerns of the adults. The series of murders, if resolved, could greatly enhance her standing, and she wished to contribute her modest efforts, hoping her prior knowledge would find purpose." Turning to Lu Xinran, she noted the anticipation in her eyes. "We must not delay. Let us depart at once, lest the midday hour intensifies the oppressive atmosphere of the mortuary." Lu Xinran rose and maneuvered around Tang Wanru, inadvertently locking eyes with Song Junyan. Her heart raced, and she instinctively shrank back behind Tang Wanru. Tang Wanru met Song Junyan's penetrating gaze, feeling a shiver run down her spine as sweat prickled at her back. His gaze was intimidating, and she felt a surge of fear. The 2 of them appeared as startled mice before a cat, leaving Lu Shi and Tang Xiuyan both amused and exasperated.
Yishi.
Still somewhat befuddled by the events of the past half hour, found herself struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. "Goodness, you should have lunch before attending to your official duties."
No.
"We cannot delay. I would be terrified," she admitted, acknowledging her own cowardice and lack of experience. But she was merely an ordinary person in her past life, unaccustomed to such horrors. Her fear was entirely justified. Lu Xinran stood, taking her hand, and bowed respectfully to the elder lady. "Regrettably, we cannot linger for idle chatter today. We shall certainly visit again to pay our respects." The elder lady quickly rose, realizing she could not retain them, and promptly instructed her son. Tang Xiuyan assured her, "Do not worry, mother. I shall remember your words." As they escorted the guests to the courtyard, Luo Xijia gazed at Song Junyan's tall, striking figure, her mind racing with thoughts of his noble bearing and striking features, causing her ears to flush with warmth. "A cousin, who was that gentleman just now?" Chapter 75. She must do something even amidst their hurried departure. Tang Xiuyan did not neglect his wife's instructions, sending a servant to relay a message to Tang Chongli, advising him to organize the documents at the Dali Temple. Upon receiving news of her son's departure, Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. With Ji Shi and Tang Wanru keeping Luo Xijia close and Tang Chongli absent from the residence, this arrangement should prevent any further surprises. Lu Xinran and her sister climbed into the carriage, hastening towards the mortuary outside the city. The jostling of the carriage made it difficult for Lu Xinran to speak, her throat trembling as she suppressed the urge to converse with Lu Xilan. As the carriage approached the mortuary, a foul stench wafted in. Lu Xinran pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve to cover her nose, but it quickly proved ineffective. In the courtyard, officials awaited their arrival, and upon disembarking, they were greeted immediately. "Lord Tang, Your Highness, we have identified the third victim. Her name was Zhang Yuan, a female relative of a merchant in the southern part of the city, where they primarily sold various types of paper." "A paper shop?" Tang Xiuyan furrowed his brow. The first victim's family operated a bookstore, and the second was involved in the ink business. Was the next victim to be connected to writing tools? Tang Xiuyan sank into contemplation as Song Junyan scanned the investigative reports handed to him, swiftly dispatching them to Lu Xilan. Lu Xinran leaned forward to glance at the identity information of the three victims. Her heart skipped a beat upon seeing the coroner's examination records, her curiosity battling with fear as she wished to look away yet was drawn to see more. Lu Xilan, always adept at absorbing information, finished reading and handed the documents to Lu Xinran before confidently approaching Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan. "Lord Tang, Your Highness, may I inquire how I might assist?" The coroner's examination records were already quite comprehensive, detailing even the deceased's lower extremities. Her role seemed limited to accompanying Lu Xinran.
Tan Quyên cao ghét ác qua đi li.
"Dear niece, His Highness mentioned that you possess a remarkable skill in examining traces. Perhaps the coroner's findings at Dali Temple may have overlooked something. If possible, could you," he hesitated, finding it difficult to voice the request. The eldest daughter of a second-rank official assisting them in a coroner's examination felt entirely unreasonable to even contemplate. Lu Xilan remained unperturbed, surveying the surroundings. "Is there a toolkit for the coroner's examination?" "There is." Song Junyan waved her hand, and a subordinate immediately brought over a brand-new rattan box containing a complete set of tools used for forensic examinations. She took it, opened it, retrieved a towel, carefully tied her sleeves, put on gloves, and, under Tang Xiuyan's astonished gaze, walked into the morgue. Lu Xinran examined the autopsy records, noting that the murderer seemed quite frantic when killing the first victim, leading to numerous injuries on her body. By the second victim, the killer's technique evidently improved, and by the time of the third victim, the extraneous wounds were minimal, with only scratches left from post-mortem violations on her back. Although she had yet to access the system, the horrifying images of the three young women encountering their tragic fates seemed to materialize before her eyes. A swirl of regret, sorrow, and anger flooded her heart, and the surrounding sense faded into insignificance. Taking a few steps forward, she activated the gossip system. The first victim was named Wang Huizhu, whose family operated a bookstore. Nearby were two academies, frequented by scholars who often purchased books from the shop, ensuring a steady business. When popular titles ran out, Wang's father would instruct the students to jot down their orders, promising to deliver the books to the academies or their homes upon arrival. During such times, the task of delivering books fell to Wang Huizhu and her two younger brothers. On August 27th, she set out as usual to deliver books, the address left by the customer being somewhat distant, situated 4 or 5 miles outside the city in a village. Wang's mother had initially worried about her daughter traveling alone outside the city and suggested her brother accompany her. However, on that day, her brother had been invited to drink a bowl of mung bean soup, and shortly after, he began to suffer from diarrhea, leaving the task of delivery solely to her. She left home at the hour of the goat, but a chance encounter with an acquaintance delayed her, and by the time she reached the village, it was already past the hour of the goat. She awoke to excruciating pain, the murderer attempting to stab her heart, but the blade went astray, obstructed by her ribs. Seeing her regain consciousness, the assailant panicked, thrusting the knife into her abdomen and then stabbing her ribs again. The gruesome and horrific details were nearly unbearable for her. Yet she sought clues. Steeling her resolve, she continued to peruse the records. The assailant delivered 6 fatal stabs before finally piercing her heart. She had already lost consciousness after the third stab, yet the killer insisted on ensuring her fatal wound was the one that struck her heart. When she awoke, the surroundings were dim, and she could not discern faces, only catching a glimpse of a cloth covering the assailant's head, revealing a dark birthmark or mole underneath. Was it truly a birthmark or a mole? She reread Wang Huizhu's final experiences, yet found no useful information. In the morgue, Lu Xinran compared her findings with her inner voice, examining the bodies in the order they were stabbed. Chapter 76. Silently praying for fortuitous luck. Lu Xinran had never imagined that the gossip system, which once allowed the invasion of privacy, could one day become a powerful tool for victims seeking their assailants. The lines of cold, cruel text made her heart tremble uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the information on the second victim. Qin Gaoi also lived in the southern part of the city, on the same street as Wang Huizhu's bookstore. The two had grown up together, sharing a close friendship. The following morning, Wang's mother intended to report the crime to the authorities, and it was Lu who accompanied her. In the afternoon, the Qin family received an urgent order for 10 high-quality ink cakes, with a cart waiting outside the city to collect them. The 10 packaged ink cakes were not light, and Qin's father had planned to deliver them himself. But when a customer arrived at the shop just as he was about to leave, the duty fell to Qin Gaoi. What a coincidental turn of events. Wang Huizhu was hindered by her brother's sudden illness, and now Qin Gaoi was similarly delayed by a customer. Could Zhang Yuewen's murder also be tied to mere coincidence? A sense of doubt arose within her as she quickly examined Zhang Yuewen's dossier. She had simply left the city as planned. Could it all be attributed to coincidence? Such repeated coincidences could hardly be dismissed as mere happenstance. Song Junyan and Tang Zuyan had already dispatched personnel to the Wang and Qin families, instructing them to ensure a sketch of the person who had delivered the mung bean soup and the individuals who purchased the ink cakes on 2 occasions. In the morgue, Lu Xinran was deep in thought, weighing the autopsy results against her suspicions. She found no signs of violation on Wang Huizhu's body. Despite the heat causing the body to decay, the young woman's lower region remained intact, with bruises on her legs resulting from dragging and collisions. Su, the forensic examiner. How did you determine that the victim had been violated post-mortem? Su Bai pointed to the deceased's clothing set aside nearby. When discovered, the victim's lower garments were severely damaged, and she was not wearing any undergarments. Thus, the location where the body was found may not have been the killer's dumping ground. The time elapsed between the disposal of the body and its discovery could vary from several hours to a day. What transpired during that time remains unknown, so we cannot hastily draw conclusions. The constable's pursuit of the murderer must be based on this, and our report should be as impartial and objective as possible, avoiding subjective assumptions. You indicated that all 3 victims had suffered post-mortem violations in your reports, which could mislead the constables and officials into concluding that the murderer is a psychologically flawed, lustful individual. Su Bai broke into a cold sweat. After years of experience, this was the first time he had been reprimanded by an outsider, and he found himself at a loss for words. Ironically, the critique left him with no rebuttal. Her voice, neither loud nor soft, was audible to the few individuals within 10 paces. Wow, sister is formidable and powerful. Solving cases should be meticulous, leaving no room for error. How could the coroner from the Dali Temple make such a basic mistake? If they rely on subjective assumptions for autopsies, can constables just grab anyone off the street and fabricate charges to declare a case solved? The murmurs of discontent made Song Junyan and Tang Zuyan's ears burn with embarrassment. They had been scorned by 2 young girls. Awakening once more in a dim room, she could smell the metallic scent of blood. It was likely the same room where Wang Huizhu had been murdered the previous day. She instantly realized the gravity of her situation, wanting to scream for help. But her hands and feet were bound, her eyes covered, and her mouth stuffed with stones. The assailant noticed her awakening and slapped her face, cursing her as a filthy whore. The killer gave her no chance to struggle. A knife was plunged into her ribs, the intense pain overshadowing her memory of how many times she had been stabbed, only recalling that she had been struck in the abdomen and on her face. When the assailant aimed for her heart again, they did not miss, and at that moment, she finally breathed her last. The entire sequence of events left Lu Xinran feeling cold. The autopsy results indicated that the killer's methods became more proficient with each murder. Yet the system's insights painted a different picture. The murderer had been brutally violent in both killings, seemingly acting out of rage. She sensed that the assailant must have known the two victims personally, possibly harboring a grudge or having had a prior altercation. In the morgue, Lu Xinran re-examined Qin Gaoi's body in accordance with her internal voices sequence. Again, she found no signs of post-mortem violation on Qin Gaoi. After reviewing the accounts of Wang Huizhu and Qin Gaoi's experiences before their deaths, Lu Xinran was disheartened to realize that the system's assistance seemed limited. Why had they not been able to see each other's faces? With a sigh, she prepared to access the final person's dossier, hoping to unearth useful information, and ideally, to discover the identity of the killer. Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan shared her anxiety, desperately hoping to glean crucial information to solve the case swiftly. Less more innocent women fall victim to similar tragedies. 3 individuals have died in succession, marking a significant case. Had the bodies not been discovered in remote areas outside the city, a wave of panic would undoubtedly have swept through the town by now. Lu Xinran silently prayed for a stroke of luck before opening the booklet belonging to Zhang Yuan. She and Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi were indeed close friends. The 3 of them were of similar age, and their families operated shops on the same street, resulting in harmonious interactions among them. Zhang Yuan was the eldest among the trio, having reached maturity earlier this year, and her family was in the process of seeking a suitable match for her. In her disappointment, she confided her affection for her cousin to Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi. Both urged her to let go of these feelings. Yet she felt that her 2 friends could not comprehend her. She had even voiced her grievances in the courtyard, only to be overheard by a servant from her household. Upon reaching this part of the text, Lu Xinran's heart jolted, prompting her to continue reading. In subsequent meetings with Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi, their insistence that she abandon her cousin led to discord. Each time she failed to receive support from her friends, she would quietly complain in the courtyard, only to be inadvertently overheard by that same dull-witted servant. After Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi went missing, she had visited their homes out of concern, assisting their mothers in searching both within and outside the city, retracing their usual haunts, but to no avail. Yesterday, when the bodies of Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi were discovered outside the city, she had gone out to help identify them. The shock left her momentarily stunned, and in her panic, she exclaimed for the servant to keep his distance, only for him to suddenly change demeanor, advancing with a menacing glare and knocking her unconscious. Then, the booklet abruptly ceased to provide further information. Lu Xinran verified multiple times, realizing that the absence of content indicated that Zhang Yuan had not awakened after being struck. That servant. He must be the killer. In the morgue, devoid of the murderer's sequence of actions, Lu Xinran observed the body discovered outside the city that morning. Gazing silently for a moment before retrieving her tools from the wicker box to begin her examination, Zhang Yuan bore a single fatal wound to her chest. Yet marks of restraint were visible on her hands, feet, lips, and neck. The assailant had rendered her unconscious, and she had not awakened until her demise, resulting in these marks being remarkably clean. Her clothing, however, remained more intact than that of the other 2. She was the only one who had been violated post-mortem, yet her long skirt and undergarments were still properly fitted. Su Bai watched her with caution, relieved to see no critical errors in her assessment this time. Lu Xinran was still grappling with how to inform Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan of the identity of the murderer. The individual had ruthlessly taken 3 lives over 3 days, a truly heinous act that defied the natural order. If they did not apprehend him swiftly, what would happen if he became addicted to killing and targeted new victims? Emerging from the morgue, she found her face contorted in worry. "My lord, your highness, I have thoroughly examined the 3 deceased, and any discrepancies have been discussed with Su Wuzhua. Thank you, my dear niece. This time we have taken liberties with your highness," Tang Xiuyan said, bowing respectfully, his demeanor imbued with sincere gratitude. Song Junyan nodded slightly toward the 2, his expression reflecting appreciation for the vital clues they had gathered. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Xinran cleared her throat and casually remarked, "My lord, your highness, the murderer, having successfully harmed 3 young ladies consecutively, must be quite familiar with them. They could very well be a worker or a servant from one of those 3 shops. It would be prudent to dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly." Tang Xiuyan nodded solemnly. "My dear niece speaks wisely. I shall send someone to look into it. Not only investigate, but they must be apprehended. Lu Xinran urged, suddenly realizing her tone was somewhat assertive and eager, quickly adding, that is, in case the murderer is among them. If we do not act swiftly, what if he escapes or strikes again? Your reminder is duly noted, Tang Xiuyan agreed, summoning his subordinates to arrest all the workers from the 3 shops. Seeing them heed her advice, Lu Xinran felt a wave of relief wash over her. If they captured the suspects and interrogated them rigorously, the killer would surely confess under pressure. My dear niece, I shall have this box stored separately. Should we encounter a similar case in the future, you may use it directly, Tang Xiuyan stated, his words laced with subtle implications. Lu Xinran immediately recognized the underlying intention. They were laying the groundwork for future assistance. While Song Junyan's investigative prowess remained uncertain, Tang Xiuyan was already renowned, celebrated for his keen judgment. Such individuals hardly required shortcuts to solve cases. Their actions were likely sanctioned by the emperor, aimed at bolstering Lu Xinran's standing. The notion that Lu Xinran had her own dedicated wicker box delighted her for a while. As long as she stayed close to Lu Xinran, she would not be left behind. With a few more visits, she could quickly accumulate a year's worth of vitality points. By then, when her status elevated, she would likely be able to witness events from a greater distance, perhaps even without entering the mortuary, viewing everything from outside. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her awareness returned, and she felt a chill run down her spine. It was nearly noon. Her anxious demeanor lightened Lu Xinran's burden somewhat. Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan prepared to depart. As they exited the mortuary, each climbed into their respective carriages. Just as their carriage entered the official road, they encountered 2 other carriages head-on, the heart-wrenching cries of grief echoing from within. Sister, have you encountered many families like this before? Indeed, many. That is why we must cherish our lives. Lu Xinran's gaze fell upon the window, catching glimpses of the devastated families inside the passing carriages. Lu Xinran reached out to grasp her hand, only to have it instinctively rebuffed. I haven't had the chance to wash my hands yet. The carriage sped forth, reaching the city gates in a mere quarter of an hour. As the vehicles lined up at the gate, the carriage ahead was abruptly halted, their own vehicle becoming trapped in the middle of the city gate. Lu Xinran leaned out to look, squinting against the harsh midday sun, catching sight of a pale yellow dress fluttering in the wind. Pale yellow? Her eyes widened in surprise. Sister, is that the young lady from the Tang family ahead? Should we not disembark to take a look? The eagerness was unmistakably etched on her youthful face, prompting Lu Xinran to shake her head with a smile. We are too close to the carriage ahead to approach openly. Her hint was quite clear. Lu Xinran, taking her good intentions to heart, promptly activated the gossip system. Flipping open the booklet belonging to Lu Xinran, a voice with a delicate tone emerged. Your Highness. Thank you so much. This grave case has reached the Emperor's desk. For 3 consecutive days, a young girl has met a tragic end each day. If this news spreads, every household in the capital with eligible young women will be gripped by trepidation. After the morning court, the Emperor summoned them to the Wenhua Hall, bluntly reminding them that if they could not solve the case swiftly, they might consider seeking information from Lu Xinran. Having obtained concrete leads, the subsequent task was to bring the matter to a close. Your Highness, Tang Xiuyan had not finished speaking when the carriage suddenly halted, and the voice of the driver reached them. Sir, the cousin has stopped the carriage. Tang Xiuyan paused for a moment, then realized who the driver referred to. What could she possibly want? Just as he was about to inquire through the curtain, a soft voice floated into the carriage. This humble girl greets Your Highness. Tang Xiuyan was taken aback, meeting the narrowed gaze of Song Junyan, which darkened his expression. Song Junyan helplessly rubbed his brow, the familiar sarcasm surfacing. Indeed. Only by taking the initiative can one find a story. Lu Xinran has bravely dashed out from the Tang residence. Shouldn't someone have been tasked to escort her to a residence within the city? Then, after the wedding, he would hold her hand and lead her into the royal mansion, proclaiming her as his beloved. Following which, he would engage in a tug-of-war with both the princess and the concubines, truly befitting a grand eccentric. Alas! How could she have been sent away? She broke through countless obstacles for him. How could he be so heartless? Whether stealthily following behind Song Jun-yen or having Tang Chong-li's servant create opportunities, both paths are guaranteed success. Tang Chu-yen, having heard all these thoughts, was left speechless. "Thank you so much." The carriage resumed its journey, and through the window, Lu Xinran spotted Luo Xijia, thwarted by the servants, yet still unwilling to retreat. Lu Xinran smiled and gazed outside. If a person harbors a goal, they will surely find a way to overcome all difficulties to achieve it. However, it seems she has underestimated the situation. Her thoughts are deeply concealed, and the Tang family, being of simple disposition, would naturally fall into her trap. However, Lu Xinran hesitated for a moment before softly murmuring, "Do you think that if she fails to fulfill her wishes with the fourth prince, Tang Chong-li might revert to seeking a compromise?" Lu Xinran pondered seriously for a moment, then shook her head. "Lord Tang and Lady Tang will surely be cautious. If the eldest son of the Tang family were to be unwittingly ensnared, it would merely be a folly of the Tang family." The string of thoughts from Lu Xinran should not raise their guard. If Tang Chong-li were to face a dim future, once again, it would be no one's fault but his own. Once they cross over, the impurities can be cast aside. The two sisters proceeded accordingly before entering her room. A simple meal had already been set on the table, and after exchanging pleasantries, they began to eat heartily. "Weren't you supposed to visit Lady Tang and the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Why have you come to the charity hall?" Lu Xinran, satisfied, set down her bowl and recounted the events of the day at the Tang residence and their visit to the charity hall. Good heavens! How can there be such a heartless villain? Is this person to be apprehended soon? Lu Xinran nodded. "I believe Lord Tang will certainly succeed." Knowing she had assisted in uncovering the murderer, Pei's heart finally settled. In just a few days, it will be the matriarch of the Duke's birthday. Why not take a few days to rest in the manor? Xinran, you should also take this time to learn proper etiquette. Lu Xinran smiled in agreement. She had already inquired about the visit, having witnessed the last moments of 3 young girls, perhaps aiding Tang Chu-yen in solving the case. The system generously granted her 30 days of life points. Additionally, Luo Xijia contributed 2 days, allowing her to rest for a few days after exceeding her mission. Pei and Lu Xinlan beamed with joy upon hearing she had gained 32 days of life points. Old Madam Su Momo hurriedly entered, glancing at the 2 ladies before hesitating and then announcing, "The third master's case has reached a verdict. He has been sentenced to 18 years of exile and will depart immediately." Exile, indeed. Lu Xinran felt no surprise at this outcome. Even the system could not ascertain if Lu Konghe was truly Lu Jinchuan's son. Despite Lu Jinchuan's suspicions, he could not bear to see his favored son perish. Moreover, this was a case of accidental injury. It did not warrant a death sentence. Pei scoffed, feeling rather ill at ease with the news. "Lady Wang is outside the courtyard and wishes to see you."
"See me?"
Pei rolled her eyes in disdain. "She likely seeks my assistance to ensure her good son has a smoother journey during his exile. Tell her to stop bothering me. I will certainly not facilitate his smooth passage, but I can ensure he suffers immensely along the way." Blocked at every turn, Luo Xijia interjected. "Let me say thank you." Chapter 79. What nonsense is being spoken? What audacity does this Lady Wang possess to seek favor after having harassed her for so many years? Su Momo, having received her orders, hurriedly exited. Outside, intermittent cries echoed, eventually falling silent. Lu Xinran's focus shifted to how Lady Wang managed to leave the courtyard. Grandmother, wasn't she confined within the courtyard, forbidden to leave? How could she come to you? Moreover, how did she gather such swift information? Hadn't the household servants been thoroughly purged? The young maid who relayed messages to Lady Wang, along with the old woman who had previously allowed her to leave, had been swiftly dealt with by Pei, having their tongues cut out and sold. During the previous purge, many had remained hopeful. Witnessing the fate of those 2, they all fell into line. Then, as expected, they were stopped by the servants in Pei's courtyard. "Master, the lady says she is willing to stay in the manor for the sake of her children and grandchildren. If you continue to be a nuisance, she will leave with her dowry." Lu Jinchuan, stooped and weary, gazed at the closed courtyard door, feeling as though his spirit had been drained, aging him several years in an instant. Retribution, it is all retribution. He had never imagined he would meet such an end. Does he know about the matters between Lady Wang and Lady Jean? How could he suddenly find out about such intimate affairs after so many years of ignorance? People can be surprisingly oblivious. As long as he pretends not to know, he can continue to cherish Lady Wang while raising a son of unknown parentage, enjoying the sweet whispers of Lady Jean. After all, he never cared for the two sons his grandmother bore him. Why should he concern himself with blood ties? The past is laid bare. Other people's sons are delightful to dote upon, while his own are mere weeds by the roadside, not even worth a glance. Sister, do you remember that Pei Xiaozhu from the Duke Ding Kang's birthday banquet? With Lu Konghe's case settled, Pei Xiaozhu's should have reached a verdict as well. Lu Konghe was a victim of circumstance, thus sentenced to exile, yet spared his life, while Pei Xiaozhu, having deliberately taken a life and confessed before many witnesses, should not be expected to retain his own. Not yet, I believe. The Duke Ding Kang's family differs. The Pei family's ancestors fought alongside the founding emperor, receiving a precious decree. If they truly wish to preserve Pei Xiaozhu's life, it may still be possible. However, this would undoubtedly draw the emperor's ire towards the Duke Ding Kang's family. The decree was granted to solidify their brotherhood, yet such a life-preserving charm would not be willingly employed while the emperor still drew breath, especially for such a person. Nonetheless, this matter is closely tied to Pei's relatives, and they should not speak too freely. You must mention this to our grandmother. Do not even think of forgetting it entirely, do you understand? This request was somewhat peculiar. Yet Lu Xinran gazed at her for a moment before nodding in agreement. On the 7th day of September, the Lu family made their preparations early in the morning, gathering in the Pei residence to set forth for the Duke's mansion. Zhao, filled with anticipation, eagerly awaited this day, yearning to uncover the truth behind her biological mother's demise. The more she contemplated, the more she felt the past was riddled with inconsistencies. Lu Xinran tightly grasped Lu Xinran's arm, whispering, "Have you mentioned this matter to the second daughter of the Duke's mansion? Is she willing to assist?" "I have. She will arrange an opportune moment for Tang Xiuyan or Song Junyan to be present," came the reply. "Excellent. As long as we can uncover the truth, Mother will find peace." Choked with emotion, Lu Xinran entered with her maid, adorned in a delicate pale yellow attire that bore an uncanny resemblance to the attire of Luo Sijia from that day. Lu Xinran felt a profound headache as she observed her, had it not been for the potential for others to hear her thoughts. She feared that such attire might lead Lu and Tang Wanru to misconstrue her intentions. Although Zhao's heart was still fraught with anxiety, her expression changed instantly upon seeing Lu Xinran's garb. "What of the garments and ornaments I sent you? Why are you not wearing them?" Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. "You sent your gifts, I wear my own. I never requested you to send anything to my quarters, nor do you possess the right to dictate how I should behave." "Lu Xinran," Zhao exclaimed in anger, "do you not regard me as your mother?" "Guess," Lu Xinran retorted nonchalantly. "You have never fulfilled the duties of a mother. Why should I be bound by the obligations of a child? If your mind is befuddled, seek a physician promptly. Do not merely mimic the braying of a donkey, thinking your voice melodious." The few individuals in the room lowered their heads, concealing their faces with handkerchiefs, fearful that their suppressed laughter would be revealed. Zhao's chest heaved with anger, convinced that this daughter was born to bring her misfortune. Pei gestured for Lu Xinran to assist her in rising. "Today is not the same as the Empress's birthday banquet. The Duke's mansion will be filled with guests. Do not stray, and stay close to me and your elder sister." Lu Xinran nodded with a smile, thinking how delightful it would be to have many people around, as it would mean more opportunities to enjoy the festivities and accumulate her life force. As Pei guided her out, she cast a warning glance at Zhao. What kind of mother behaves this way? No wonder her daughter is reluctant to acknowledge her. She will regret it someday. Outside the Duke's mansion, a long queue had formed as guests arrived to celebrate. Zhang Shuier stood at the entrance, eagerly scanning the surroundings, and upon spotting the Lu family carriage, dashed forward. First, she gracefully assisted Pei down from the carriage before exchanging mischievous glances with Lu Xinran. "Fear not, I've prepared everything as you instructed, and I can summon the fourth prince at any time." Lu Xinran was taken aback. "What fourth prince? When did I mention wanting to bring that pervert here?" She reached out to touch Zheng's forehead, puzzled by her seemingly nonsensical words. Chapter 80. Reality delivered a resounding slap to her youthful face. Shangshu laughed heartily, realizing that Lu Xinran was not intentionally keeping secrets from her, but simply found it difficult to speak. She positioned herself beside Pei, cheerfully greeting her. "Old madam, great-grandmother has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. She will be very pleased to see you." The elderly matriarch, nearing her 80s, remained vigorous and clear-headed. Her silver hair was styled in the simplest of buns, secured atop her head with a jade hairpin. Upon seeing them enter, she waved with a smile, beckoning Pei to come closer for a conversation. Lu Xinran gazed at the spirited elder, astonished and filled with admiration. Even in the modern era, reaching nearly 80 years of age is considered longevity. This matriarch must possess great wisdom and an expansive heart. In the presence of the matriarch, Pei was regarded as a junior, and Lu Xinran and her companions could not approach too closely. After offering their greetings, they retreated to the doorway, whispering and laughing while listening to the commotion inside. "Have you heard? The Dinkong Marquis estate utilized the imperial decree granted by our founder for Pei Xiuzhua." Zhang Shuer leaned into the Lu sisters, dropping this bombshell. Lu Xinran's eyes widened in surprise. Just days prior, Lu Xinran had mentioned that should the Dinkong Marquis estate resort to using the imperial decree, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. At that moment, she thought Pei Jinming might be foolish, but would not recklessly disregard everything for a grandson. Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap to her youthful face. Lu Xinran, however, had anticipated this, displaying no signs of surprise. Utilizing the imperial decree was not necessarily a bad thing. Among the families that followed the founding emperor, only the Duke's mansion and the Dinkong Marquis estate retained their titles. The Duke's decree had been taken to the palace by the Empress, while the Dinkong Marquis decree stood alone, becoming particularly conspicuous. Rather than seeking to protect his grandson, Pei Jinming was likely seizing the opportunity to dispose of this burdensome talisman under the guise of legitimacy. The great-grandmother had stated as much, noting that though the Marquis's move was risky, it might alleviate the emperor's wariness towards the Marquis. Zhang Shuer, her eyes shining brightly, grasped Lu Xinran's hand, exclaiming, "You are truly clever. Grandmother and great-grandmother will surely adore you. Would you consider being my sister-in-law?" Lu Xinran stepped forward, pulling Lu Xinran behind her. "Sister is of humble origin and unworthy of the Duke's wealth. Do not speak such words in the future. The Empress struggles within the palace. Surely the Duke's family faces even greater trepidation. I cannot bear to have her endure hardship at the Duke's mansion. Let the lavish wealth fall upon others instead." She was intent on gathering enough life force to whisk her grandmother away for a journey across the vast land of Chu. At the mention of the Duke's mansion circumstances, she managed a wry smile. "You are fortunate, having several granddaughters who are perceptive and intelligent. This girl may appear flighty and lacking in decorum, yet she possesses a wisdom cloaked in folly." Receiving praise from the matriarch brought Pei immense joy, far exceeding her own self-affirmation. At their age, comparisons were made based on the younger generation. She had a dutiful and respectful son and several clever and astute granddaughters, making her life feel worthwhile. "This girl is a source of concern. My heart is always in turmoil whenever I take her out." The matriarch chuckled heartily. "Those troubled by unsavory affairs within the household are the ones truly fearful. Have you heard the stirrings surrounding the Dinkong Marquis estate?" "I have," Pei replied, her expression sobering as she mentioned her elder brother. "Eldest brother? What folly! That child is not worth sacrificing everything to save." Though she spoke with sorrow, the matriarch did not detect a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Understanding that her words were intended for outsiders, she smiled and redirected the conversation towards their plans. "Later, let Shuer take you for a stroll in the garden. The boats on the lake have recently been repaired, and we shall all enjoy the breeze together." Her words were couched in subtlety, yet Pei, being a cunning individual, easily discerned her intent. There were 2 boats on the lake. "I will have someone bring the people from the Rongyan Marquis estate to one of the boats, and then have the servants guide Lord Tang and the 4th prince to the other boat. As long as they are close enough, the people on both boats will hear what they need to, thus avoiding any appearance of being contrived. Am I not clever?" She held her head high, exuding a desire for praise that made Lu Xinran unable to suppress her laughter. "I knew seeking your assistance would yield stable and excellent results." Indeed, she said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. I shall first take you for a stroll in the garden. We can board the boat in the afternoon. If any unfortunate and unsavory matters arise, we must not allow them to mar the matriarch's birthday celebration. She departed with her companions, and many in the courtyard observed them huddled together, whispering for quite some time before leaving with expressions of keen interest. The astute among them recognized that something significant was about to unfold and hastily followed at a respectful distance. The Duke's residence was bustling today, as the father and son of the Zhou family had yet to vacate their official posts and had not left the capital. Naturally, the female members of the Zhou family were present to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. However, the eldest branch was in disarray. Fang Suxin had been sent to the countryside, and Zhou Xingya was schemed against by Pei Xiuzhu to his demise. Without a legitimate wife, Zhou Bingshan's two concubine daughters found it difficult to venture outside the estate unaccompanied. The old matriarch, reluctant to face embarrassment, had sent the daughters-in-law of the second and third branches to escort the younger generation to the Duke's residence. The two matrons of the Zhou family were somewhat adept at socializing. Although there was an air of awkwardness, they managed to engage in conversation with familiar ladies from before. The young ladies, however, felt acutely uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of others, perceiving them as the subject of ridicule. Upon entering the estate, they retreated to the garden, where they caught sight of the Lu sisters approaching from a distance. Reflecting on the misfortunes that had befallen them, their eyes brimmed with tears. Second sister, must we truly endure this indignity? Zhou Zhengfu glared intensely at Lu Xinran, wishing she could devour her whole. Zhou Zhenglian, observing the smiling Lu sisters, felt a pang of bitterness and resentment. It was because of them. She had anticipated marrying her cousin after Zhou Xingya's wedding. Yet now her aunt had arranged for her cousin to marry someone else by the end of the year. As they bantered, they suddenly felt the weight of unfriendly gazes upon them. She turned her head to see several girls with eyes wide as saucers observing them. They are the daughters of Lord Zhou, the left imperial censor, Zhang Shuier explained, recognizing the girls. The one in the center is the second daughter, Zhou Xinglian, and the one next to her, with eyes bulging like a bullfrog, is the fourth daughter, Zhou Xingfu. Lu Xinran remarked, is it acceptable to resemble a bullfrog? Yet, I must admit, it's quite an apt comparison. What do they glare at me for? I am unfamiliar with them. Surely it cannot be, because I am more attractive than they are? Lu Xinglan sighed in exasperation. Could this girl be any more self-absorbed? Despite her ignorance, she could still cultivate animosity with ease. However, encountering them must be serendipitous. Let me see if they have any juicy tidbits to share. Ah, indeed. It seems Zhou Huanwen's position as left imperial censor is in jeopardy. A second-rank official, and he's stepping down? Does he feel unworthy? Those who overheard murmured amongst themselves. He is no longer the left imperial censor, and all the relatives of the Zhou family, as well as those who were once close, have distanced themselves from them. Even Zhou Zhenlian's cousin is set to marry another. How opportunistic these people are. The moment he ceases to be the left imperial censor, they abandon their sycophancy? Isn't Zhou Zhenlian's aunt always proclaiming that her precious son is meant for her? Is she no longer concerned that he may suffer if she marries him off to someone else? Who is her aunt, to be so contemptible? Oh, the wife of the right censor, Madame Pang. Let me see if she has arrived today. Lu Xinran eagerly sought out Madame Pang's dossier and was surprised to find it open. This person was indeed nearby. Fate was aiding her in her quest for gossip. Madame Pang is quite adept at biding her time. She will curry favor with any family that may benefit her husband's career. Previously, she was wholly devoted to flattering Zhou Zhenglian and her mother, but upon learning that Zhou Huanwen was leaving the capital, she immediately shifted her focus to ingratiating herself with the right imperial censor's eldest daughter-in-law, Qin, and her frail daughter. Not only does she visit the right imperial censor's residence daily to fawn over them, but she also sends her son to coincidentally meet their daughter. Is Qin blind, or has her mind become clouded? The moment something goes awry in the Zhou family, Madame Pang can abandon her niece, whom she has watched grow up, to grovel to them and her daughter. How can such a person be a mother-in-law without fearing for her daughter's well-being? If they marry, a frail body unable to conceive is a flaw. A difficult labor is also a flaw. What if, in the end, both mother and child perish during childbirth? They would still see her son as the victim. To marry off a frail girl to her son is clearly to doom him to widowhood. Just contemplating this is chilling. Zhou Zhenlian is still crying daily over her cousin's engagement, not having married a mama's boy. And avoiding such a wretched aunt as a mother-in-law, she should be secretly rejoicing. Through adversity, one discovers who the true allies are. Associating with such an aunt brings misfortune. If she truly cared for her, she would have immediately sought a matchmaker upon a crisis arising, rather than engineering chance encounters to entrap others' daughters. Zhou Zhenlian's eyes, once filled with resentment, now reflected confusion. Was her aunt really as unworthy as she had claimed? She suddenly recalled her mother's words, which had always cast doubt on her relationship with her cousin. Her mother believed he was impulsive and lacked the steadiness and reliability she desired. It was her aunt's incessant praise of her cousin that had gradually swayed her heart. Lu Xinran observed Zhou Zhenlian awakening from her confusion, her brow now marked by relief and apprehension, signaling that she would no longer cling to her former misconceptions. Without Madame Pang as a mother-in-law, she can afford to smile secretly. Let me now look to others and see who might be suitable. As Lu Xinran's gaze fell upon her, Zhou Jingfu quickly tugged her sisters and hurried away. Lu Xinran stared in astonishment at their retreating figures, feeling a mixture of pity and bewilderment. What a promising life they had. Why did they flee? She turned and scanned the garden. Those who met her gaze instantly fled. Lu Xinran smiled, pulling her to a now empty pavilion. In half an hour, the birthday banquet would commence. Let us take a moment to rest. Where is the banquet being held? Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled like stars at the mention of the feast. It would be bustling with guests. The younger generation would be in the back courtyard, but it would be crowded there. I've arranged for you to join me in my courtyard instead. Zhang Shuai cleared her throat. This had been decided after much discussion with her mother. It was best not to disrupt her great-grandmother's birthday celebration. Lu Xinran sighed in disappointment but, recalling their afternoon boat outing, regained her spirits, knowing that they would not be alone on the boat. As the tension dissipated, everyone settled in, feeling a collective sense of relief. Some, unaware of the underlying dynamics, were curious about the expressions of those around them, which seemed a blend of relief and a peculiar twist of regret. Zhao, amidst the crowd, glanced at her father and stepmother, as well as her stepsister seated further back. Her heart felt as though it were caught between boiling oil and ice water, causing an agonizing ache. Finally, the birthday banquet concluded, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she summoned her companions and led the way onto the boat. After all had boarded as planned, Zhang Shuai brought the Lu sisters aboard. The two boats, arranged to be closely moored, were a source of blushing among the unwed young ladies who spotted the young gentleman on the adjacent vessel. Zhang Shuai nearly choked on her own saliva. Hastily glancing at the boat across from them, then signaled Lu Xinran to steer the conversation towards Zhao and the Rongyan Bo family. However, I have the upper hand. I am eager to uncover what transpired back then. The fact that everyone is present is truly fortuitous. Today, no one can deter me from being a joyful observer. As they took their positions, the feast commenced. The current heir of the Rongyan Marquis is Zhao Kaiyan, the eldest son born to Zhao's stepmother, Tao. Zhao Kaiyan has a younger brother who has been living a life of idleness, taking advantage of his father's title to act without restraint. Upon discovering that Zhao Kaila's booklet was among the belongings, Lu Xinran prepared to examine it thoroughly, eager to uncover any heinous deeds he may have committed. If such transgressions existed, it would provide an opportunity for Song Junyan to intervene. She began with Tao's booklet, then moved on to Zhao Jingtian's, followed by Zhao Kaiyan's, and lastly to Zhao Jizhen, the Zhao family's half-sister, who is merely a few months younger than herself. It was evident that there would be significant revelations. It turned out that Zhao Jizhen was the biological daughter of Zhao Jingtian, born from an illicit affair between Tao and Zhao Jingtian. This identity was not one of widowhood. Rather, it was a facade concocted by her and Zhao Jingtian to deceive others. Once a courtesan in Yangzhou, Zhao Jingtian was her patron. And while their relationship began as a purely physical one, Tao did not wish to remain a prostitute for life and, with great effort, redeemed herself with her savings. When Zhao Jingtian sought her out, she fabricated numerous inspirational tales, claiming that her descent into the world of vice was not her true desire and that, given the choice, She would prefer to be a simple farmer's daughter with an unremarkable lineage. However, while spinning her tales of aspiration, she was far from innocent in her dealings with Zhao Jingtian, who left her room each time with weakened knees, a testament to her skills honed under the tutelage of a brothel madam. Her repertoire of seduction surpassed that of the courtesans in the brothels. Above them, Tao and several madams occupied a room directly over Lu Xinran and her companions. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Tao's complexion changed drastically. When she learned that her deliberately concealed identity was being exposed, she was filled with both shock and fear. The gazes of the nearby madams shifted from respect for the marquis's wife to unabashed scrutiny of the former courtesan. With a pale face, Tao contemplated confronting Lu's younger generation to silence them, but realized that doing so would only confirm the truth of her identity. In her panic, her gaze fell upon the boat across the water, where Zhao Jingtian's figure provided her with a sense of reassurance. She could not believe that the young Lu, as her granddaughter, would dare to fabricate tales about her own grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xinran continued to diligently peruse the booklets, striving to piece together the most authentic narrative. Let me see Zhao's biological mother, the legitimate wife of Zhao Jingtian Yun. A murmured voice reached the ears of those present, causing Zhao to suddenly feel a surge of anticipation. Finally, it was time for her mother. Yun was indeed a tragic figure. In the past, the Rong'an Marquisate had miscalculated allegiances. To assuage the emperor's suspicions, Zhao Jingtian's father nearly exhausted the family fortune to support the emperor's western campaign. While this dispelled the emperor's doubts and spared the marquisate from calamity, it left the household in dire straits, devoid of even the funds for new garments during the new year. In this context, Zhao's father and son turned their attention to the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the capital, Yunting. The proposal of a marquis' heir seeking a merchant's daughter was, at the time, a source of amusement, as the reasoning behind Zhao Jingtian's pursuit of Yunting was apparent to anyone with sound judgment. Yunhua was well aware that this was not a favorable match and perceived Zhao Jingtian's disdain and aversion, yet as a merchant, he dared not oppose the esteemed marquisate and begrudgingly married off his beloved daughter. Yunting's dowry was swiftly seized by Zhao Jingtian's biological mother, Qi, who shamelessly appropriated the family's wealth while believing they were bestowing a great honor upon her. Daily, they tormented Yunting more viciously than even the most malicious of the officials. The hypocrisy of such a family was revolting. How had they not been stripped of their titles? On the opposite boat, the Zhao father and son were subjected to derisive glances from many onlookers, particularly Zhao Kaiyan, who, as the heir of the Rong'an Marquisate, had always maintained an air of superiority, looking down upon anyone of lesser status. Yet, how could he retain his arrogance when his mother was a former courtesan? His face flushed with indignation as he glanced at Zhao Jingtian, hoping for a rebuke of the slander. He could not fathom how his mother could be of such lowly origin. She was merely a distant cousin of his father, who had come to the marquisate to care for the children after her husband's death. The two boats were close enough that he could see the eldest daughter seated in the neighboring room alongside her mother-in-law and the matriarch of the duke's household, who was the guest of honor at the banquet. Pei and the matriarch remained next door, both to eavesdrop and to lend support, ensuring that Zhao Jingtian and Tao could not use their status to intimidate them. Father, with the matriarch on board the opposite boat, he could not chastise anyone for their baseless accusations. However, he could instruct the boatmen to steer away, distancing them from the slanderous remarks being hurled at him and the Rong'an Marquisate. He strode purposefully towards the lower deck, with Zhao Kaiyan hastily following amid the mocking gazes. "Your Grace, what brings you here?" Zhang Yongping was unsurprised by his entrance and merely gestured towards the helm, explaining that an issue had arisen and that they were still investigating the cause, rendering them unable to move for at least an hour. Zhao Jingtian's expression darkened. He realized the other party was being deliberately obstructive, but could only grit his teeth and accept it. "It is nothing. I merely wish to come and take a look." Chapter 83. The truth no longer matters in stark contrast to the discomfort experienced by those in the Rong'an Marquisate. Zhao only wished to ascertain whether her mother had truly been harmed by her father and stepmother, manipulated by Tao in her youth. She had consistently claimed that her parents treated her very well whenever her grandfather inquired. How had she been raised to be so naive? That wretched old woman tormented Yunting daily, and none of the servants treated her with any respect. Had she not brought her household servants with her when she married, she would not have lasted a single day in the Rongyan Marquisate. Zhao Jingtian felt deeply wronged. He had sacrificed his own marriage to secure the Marquisate's treasury, and thus he exerted various forms of emotional abuse upon Yunting. He even dared to compare her to Tao. How dare he compare a beloved and cherished daughter of a respectable family to a former courtesan? Was there no shame left in him? How could such a scoundrel continue to live, enscathed by divine retribution? Allowing such a person to exist was a travesty of justice. Lu Xinran was exasperated, questioning why there were so few decent men in the capital. You disdain someone for their merchant origins, yet you conspire to fabricate Tao's background and openly marry her. A former courtesan? Why is that acceptable? She vented her frustrations internally before continuing to read. Tao and Yun were both pregnant around the same time, with Zhao Jijin being born less than a month after Zhao. To avoid suspicion, Tao had misreported her birth date upon entering the family. Despite having concubines and mistresses during those years, Zhao Jingtian still visited her regularly, having spent years by his side. She learned everything about the inner workings of the Rongyan Marquisate and, perceiving the disdain he held for Yun, she harbored aspirations to take her place. However, the Yun family had honored the marriage with great ceremony, welcoming the young master's wife with a lavish procession. Thus, it was unrealistic for her to seek a divorce or separation. The Tao family understood that to position Zhao Jingtian with a new wife, first, an appropriate identity was required, and subsequently, Yun must perish. Her final words were spoken devoid of emotion, as cold as if the earlier grievances had not originated from the same person. At this juncture, the truth had become inconsequential. With everyone wishing for her demise, she found herself bereft of any reason to continue living. A sigh resonated among all present, as the wives, already mothers, aboard the boat felt a profound sadness akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fox's death. In the adjacent boat, the Zhao family was already shedding tears, reflecting on the years spent with a treacherous mother, wishing to strike themselves in remorse. Even though the outcome was anticipated, Lu Xinran remained resolute in witnessing the entire unfolding of events. She initially used Zhao Jijin's background as a ruse to implore Zhao Jingtian for assistance in acquiring a respectable identity. Subsequently, she created opportunities to befriend Qi, constantly providing her with ideas to devise ways to torment Yun. Yun, already in frail health from childbirth, found herself subjected to Qi's relentless machinations, her condition deteriorating day by day. Yet, the Yun family still possessed some influence. Although lacking power, they boasted wealth, and Yunhua could procure rare medicinal herbs from afar to restore her health. However, a significant portion of these herbs was seized by Qi, leaving Yun with just enough to cling to life. Initially, Tao intended to wait for Yun's demise to marry openly into the noble family. Yet after 4 or 5 years without a sign of Yun's passing, her patience waned. Thus, she resolved to act. Having spent ample time ingratiating herself with numerous individuals within the noble household, making it easy to poison Yun. Her original plan was to discreetly poison Yun over several months, allowing the effects to accumulate until no remedies could counteract them. Yet, after years of torment, Yun, sustained only by sheer will, succumbed swiftly to the poison, passing away mere days later. Despite enduring humiliation throughout her marriage, upon her death, only her father and brothers mourned her passing. Yunhua, upon learning of his daughter's death, aged overnight, waiting an entire day and night outside the noble estate before being permitted entry. The audacity of the noble family to exploit others while treating them with such disdain was shocking. The esteemed Rongyan Bo and the young master. Though Yunhua contemplated seeking justice for his daughter, he was powerless, the opposing side leveraging Zhao's life as a threat to compel him to vacate the capital. The Rongyan Bo estate wielded an overwhelming influence. Before the emperor, they cowered, yet before the Yun family, they acted as vicious hounds. In the upstairs room, Tao was drenched in sweat. Across the boat, Song Junyant's piercing gaze was fixed upon her. Zhao had collapsed onto the table, unable to restrain her sobs. Her daughter's accusations rang true. She had indeed been foolish, blind to the treachery surrounding her, perceiving those with hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs as kin. Her grandfather had worried for her until his death, while she merely sent letters assuring him of her well-being in the capital, where her parents cared for her. Chapter 84. Breathing near him was a mistake. Lu Xinran had never anticipated the depths of depravity one could reach. To force one's legitimate wife to her death, only to revel in debauchery with a concubine on the very day of her passing, and then to use one's own daughter as leverage to coerce a father-in-law into abandoning the inquiry into Yun's death. This was unconscionable. She closed her eyes, overwhelmed by waves of suffocating despair. In her past life, due to health constraints, she had never experienced love or marriage, living a life so naive that she could scarcely fathom the depths of human malice. Mechanically, she continued to peruse the aftermath of these events. Zhao Jingtian had never considered the suddenness of Yun's passing. Perhaps he sensed some foul play, but was disinterested in investigating, believing her death timely and convenient, freeing him from her presence. To him, Yun represented the sole blemish on his reputation and that of the Rong'enbo estate. With her demise, their stain was erased. Tao had not anticipated such ease in her machinations. A mere month after Yun's death, she bribed 2 fraudulent Taoist priests to orchestrate a chance encounter with Zhao Jingtian. Sharing information about Zhao Jingtian, the charlatans played their roles convincingly, leading him to believe they were enlightened beings. They proclaimed that his eldest son would be a star of prosperity for the family, destined to elevate their standing. They even claimed that good news would arrive soon, revealing that the woman beside him was indeed the mother of his future son, the rightful matriarch of the household. Zhao Jingtian accepted the words of the impostors wholeheartedly. As Tao set the stage, she relentlessly consumed fertility herbs, and within 6 months of Yun's passing, she found herself pregnant once more. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Zhao Jingtian brought the deceivers to see her, inquiring if the child within her was indeed the destined son. How absurd! Yun, a dignified young lady from a prestigious family, was discarded like refuse, while the lowly Tao was elevated to the heavens. For her, he forsook even the pleasures of the spring pavilion. In the heart of a man devoid of affection, even mere existence beside him is a misstep. As Lu Xinran absorbed the unfolding tragedy, her spirits plummeted. It felt as if she were an unwilling witness to a harrowing spectacle of human misery. And yet, such tragedies seemed poised to repeat themselves. Zhao's tears threatened to run dry. Suddenly, she rose, knocking over a stool, frantically attempting to escape, only to be restrained by others. Trembling with grief, Zhao's friends held her, gently patting her back, signaling her to wait until the turmoil subsided before confronting Tao. Unaware of the sudden stillness in the room, where somber expressions prevailed, Zhao found herself devoid of the spirit to engage in light-hearted banter. The plight of Yun engulfed her, reminiscent of drowning in despair. Struggling for breath, she delved once more into the unfolding narrative. After successfully marrying into the noble family, Tao leveraged her position and her unborn child to subdue Qi. The once venomous Qi, who tormented Yun, treated Tao as if she were her own daughter, always considering her welfare, even regarding Zhao Jijin as her kin.
Tao,
Cognizant of the stigma surrounding Zhao Jijin's identity, preferred to raise her as a daughter of the noble house rather than expose her origins. However, feeling indebted to her daughter in terms of status, she invested considerable effort into her education and upbringing. She sought out a governess from the palace and the best female tutor in the capital, vowing to cultivate Zhao Jijin into a paragon of noble virtue. Meanwhile, the daughter born of Zhao, the legitimate wife, was a target of countless murderous thoughts. Yet Tao recognized the necessity of maintaining a reputation of grace and generosity to solidify her standing among the elite. Unable to eliminate Zhao, she resolved to render her ineffectual. If Zhao showed no interest in learning, she would not attend school. After all, a woman lacking talent is deemed virtuous, and the eldest daughter of the noble house need not concern herself with such trivialities. If practicing the piano proved arduous, then she would abandon it. The eldest daughter of the noble house need not learn such skills to appease others. All the knowledge Tao had acquired in her youth, she imparted to Zhao, hoping to instill in her a demeanor of frivolity and charm. Yet, alas, Zhao was foolish and blind, incapable of grasping even the simplest lessons. After numerous attempts to ascertain her true nature, Tao finally concluded that her foolishness was genuine, allowing her to dedicate all her energy to caring for her children. Zhao's inner thoughts lingered for a considerable time, and just when everyone believed this heavy tale was at an end, her reflections resurfaced. Perhaps a fool's fortune benefits the foolish. Had she not been so utterly dim-witted, she might not have grown up safely to marry. Her engagement to Lu Xinran had been arranged by her mother before Yunhua left the capital, with the agreement made before her grandmother. Zhao had known from a young age that she would marry Lu Xinran, thus never worrying about her own marriage prospects. At that time, Lu Xinran was not yet the illustrious Minister of State, merely a common fourth-rank official, rendering the match unworthy in Tao's eyes. She had always believed that by properly nurturing Zhao Jijin, ensuring her demeanor matched that of a refined young lady, she could secure a good marriage for her daughter. However, when the time came for them to seek suitors for Zhao, she realized that no matter her efforts or her daughter's merits, society still placed an inordinate emphasis on lineage. Her precious daughter, merely the adopted daughter of a noble family, found herself unable to attract any of the talented young men she admired. It was only then that she recognized the excellent match Yunhua had orchestrated for the Zhao family. She endeavored in every possible way to imply to her grandmother that the engagement should be switched to Zhao Jijin, but her grandmother consistently ignored her. On the day the engagement was irrevocably settled, she shattered all the decorative items in her room in a fit of rage. Having long forgotten her own humble origins, Tao was overtaken by a desire to ruin the Zhao family. Yet, Yunhua, who had already uncovered the truth behind her daughter's death, arrived in the capital with her son. Bringing Zhao to the Yun household under the pretense of family reunion and confronting Tao with the maid who had once poisoned Yun. This ensured that Zhao's life, as well as her marriage prospects, were preserved. The noble family that had consumed all of Yun's dowry refused to provide even 30 pieces of dowry when Zhao married. It was Yunhua, gritting her teeth, who managed to gather 128 pieces of dowry for her, allowing her to marry splendidly and live in comfort as the esteemed matriarch of the Lu family for many years. The once cherished Yun family, now targeted by the Rong'en noble family, was destined for a dismal fate. However, this outcome was far more tragic than Yunhua had anticipated. The daughter she had nurtured with such care wilted away within the ravenous noble household. In the chaos that ensued, Zhao's pent-up grief exploded. After Lu Xinran's voice faded completely, Zhao, unable to restrain herself, rushed upstairs, flinging open the door to Tao's guest room, and began to strike her across the face, pulling her hair.
How dare you?
You wretched creature! How dare you harm my mother and consume her dowry? Zhao unleashed her anguish upon Tao. The graceful demeanor that Tao had cultivated over the years evaporated under Zhao's assault, leaving her desperate to evade the frenzied woman. Yet those attempting to mediate seemed to position themselves perfectly to block her escape. With no avenue for retreat, she could only absorb the full brunt of Zhao's wrath. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Jijin rushed in to intervene, but in Zhao's fury, she was like a vengeful deity, and no one could escape her wrath. Zhao seized Jijin by the hair and flung her towards Tao, delivering several blows. You're just as base and filthy as your mother. Do you think I don't know you once seduced Lu Xinran? If it weren't for Pei's intervention, this mother-daughter duo would have stolen the match my maternal grandfather painstakingly arranged for me. Though Lu Xinran may not be a commendable husband, Pei is a rare gem of a mother-in-law. From the age of 6, Zhao had known she would marry Lu Xinran, a realization that had settled in her heart for over a decade, transcending the innocent infatuation of youth. She felt she was meant to be his wife, without much regard for romantic feelings. Her heart was not devoted to him. She cared little for his concubines. She had children, a loving mother-in-law, and sensible sisters-in-law. It was nearly a travesty that this wretched woman almost succeeded in claiming such a fortunate family for herself. The thought of her nearly usurping her good mother-in-law intensified Zhao's fury. Zhao Jijin screamed in protest, "Zhao Yameng, let go of me. If you touch me or my mother again, I'll summon father to teach you a lesson." Father? That scoundrel is fit to be my father? Zhao struck her again. You consume my mother's resources, and yet dare to flaunt your authority over me? My mother's dowry maid is still in my courtyard, and I possess the dowry list. Just wait until I go to the authorities to demand my dowry back. As her daughter shielded her, Tao, who had contemplated feigning faintness, was suddenly jolted awake upon hearing the mention of demanding Yun's dowry. I know nothing of my mother's dowry. In recent years, Not a single copper coin has been spared from the treasure sent by my maternal grandfather's family to the capital. She would rather sacrifice her reputation than allow the executioners of her mother to have an easy time. Amidst the chaos upstairs, the matriarch sighed as she listened to the uproar, glancing at Pei. Under Tao's malicious upbringing, Zhao had already lost her reputation for grace and virtue, even while still in the boudoir. Pei recalled the handkerchief friendship of years past, her heart heavy with sorrow and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Years ago, I stayed in Yuzhou just next door to the Yun family. I was close friends with Yun. The Yun family had been in dire straits and never once sought my aid. After we both married, we lost contact. The Rong'an noble family forbade her from leaving the house due to her lowly status. My early years of marriage were fraught with challenges, and the last news I heard of her was her passing. When Yun Ting's mother came to me, asking for my assistance in caring for her only child, how could I refuse? That was the only blood of my dear friend, even if she had been spoiled by Tao. I had to bring her close and watch over her daily. The matriarch had not anticipated such a backstory and gently patted her hand. You are a person of deep emotion. For Zhao to have a mother-in-law like you is indeed her fortune. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lu Xinran, who had been lost in sorrow, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing the cries from above. She leaned out the window, peering upwards. What is happening up there? That voice sounds so familiar. She seemed to recognize Zhao's hoarse shouts. Just as she was about to rush out to investigate, Lu Xinran quickly restrained her. Let the servants check. There are ladies from various households upstairs. We shouldn't go up yet. What does it matter to them? Lu Xinran instinctively retorted, then nodded in realization. Oh, right, we must maintain our reputation. The uproar continued above, and curiosity piqued Lu Xinran, prompting her to open Zhao's small booklet.
Ah.
She intends to sue Zhao Jingtian and Tao for usurping her mother's dowry?
Sui.
Let this pair of scoundrels receive their due punishment. They not only encroached upon Yun's dowry, but over the years, they have also seized numerous estates from wealthy families in nearby villages. Zhao Kaiyan committed examination fraud, and Zhao Kailin trampled a person to death while writing. None of these scoundrels should be spared. The crowd gasped in shock. You didn't mention these earlier. The land encroachment can be addressed later. If they think carefully, they will surely uncover it. On the opposing boat, someone began to sweat profusely. Examination fraud could spiral into a massive scandal. It is imperative that this girl does not delve any further. Lu Xinran swiftly recognized the unusual circumstances and grasped Lu Xinran's arm, urging her not to look any longer. Across the boat, Song Junyan, Lu Jinchuan, and Tang Ziyan all turned their attention towards them. Such a significant case, once a hint had been revealed, could no longer be concealed. Chapter 86. She longed to see the pig's head. Lu Xinran was perusing the system when she felt a tug on her wrist, prompting her to glance up in confusion at the boat across from them. Why was everyone staring at them? She turned to her companion, puzzled, wondering if something had happened. Wasn't the commotion coming from upstairs? Shangshu looked at her with a complicated expression and said, It's nothing. The boat will dock soon. Let us relax in my courtyard once we're ashore. She had just received a hint from her grandfather to take them to a secluded spot to inquire about the examination fraud. She had always suspected there was something amiss with the Rong'an family. Therefore, when Lu Xinran sent her a letter asking for assistance, she devised a plan to use 2 boats to trap everyone on the lake, ensuring that neither Zhao Jingtian nor the Tao family could leave midway and disrupt their gossiping with Lu Xinran. Her worst-case scenario had been that the two might conspire against the Yun family. She never imagined that after the gossip, there would be something even more shocking. The crowd continued to await further developments, and moments later, they noticed that the boat, which had been anchored in the middle of the lake, was now approaching the shore. Old Master Zhao, I have prepared refreshments for you in the front courtyard. Shall we go there to rest? That would be much appreciated, Your Excellency. As the boat docked, the cries from upstairs had yet to cease. Lu Xinran was watching the live broadcast through the system. It was a pity that the system could only provide text. If only it could synchronize visuals, that would be splendid. She was eager to see how closely the descriptions of the Tao family and Zhao Jizhan's swollen heads resembled those of pigs. And what a face swollen like a bun would look like. Zhao Jingtian and his 2 sons had been taken away by her grandfather. They could not leave, and naturally, The Tao family could not depart either. Let the Zhao family vent their frustrations a little longer. After all, it was a matter of avenging a mother's death. A vendetta that could not be overlooked. Lu Xinran, easily led, followed Zhang Shuer towards the front courtyard. Where are we going? My elder brother has a prized orchid in his study. He treasures it dearly. I'll secretly take you to see it. His study is filled with treasures. And since he is busy entertaining guests now, we can sneak in. Zhang Shuer linked arms with her, while Lu Xinran walked alongside, still contemplating the impending revelation of the examination fraud case. It is safest for you to know nothing about what comes next. I will have someone guide you to your grandmother. It is best if you stay close to her from now on. However, the slightly discontented Lu Xingling muttered softly. Perhaps grandmother has gone to eavesdrop as well. What difference does it make whether we are by her side or yours? Lu Xinlan replied, no. Grandmother and the old lady want to be coming back. The matter may involve a significant case, and it is not merely domestic affairs. Grandmother and the old lady will exercise discretion. Reluctantly, the two were led by a servant towards the recently docked Pei family. Although it was unfortunate, the eldest sister was correct. Her refusal to let them listen was indeed an act of protection. Zhang Shuer, exasperated, extended her finger in a silent curse, vowing that if it weren't for the need to keep secrets from outsiders, she wouldn't need to go through such trouble. The courtyard was small, yet elegantly arranged. A pot of fragrant orchids sat by the study window. While not particularly rare, it was well cared for. Lu Xinran approached curiously and examined it for a while, but could make little sense of it, merely enjoying the spectacle. Lu Xinlan, catching on to her thoughts, remarked, if I recall correctly, the eldest son must have been a Jinsher in the last examination. After passing, he became a Shijishi and is now in the Hanlin Academy. Hearing them speak of the examination reminded Lu Xinran of the unfinished gossip she had been indulging in. She lamented its incompleteness and, upon probing the system, discovered that the records of the Zhao family were still quite thorough. The two are next door? Sensing her confusion, Lu Xinlan innocently inquired, is the study next to the eldest son's? Oh, that belongs to my grandfather. He enjoys hosting guests in his study. At this moment, the fourth prince and Lord Tang are likely there, as well as other dignitaries who have not yet departed. He is quite the hospitable host. We need not concern ourselves with him. Are there others present? That is splendid. Perhaps we might glean all the details of the examination fraud. Should I continue observing Zhao Kaiyan or keep an eye on Zhao Jingtian? Never mind, I shall simply follow the timeline and see what unfolds. The Tao family and the false Taoist painted such grandiose dreams for Zhao Jingtian, claiming that he had indeed fathered a son. The boast had already been made that the god of literature had descended. I am curious to see how she will raise her child. Chapter 87. 3 years later. Another 3 years ensuring that whenever Lu Xinran required it, the entire narrative could be seamlessly pieced together. Lu Xinran lifted her teacup, took a sip, and widened her eyes in mild surprise. This tea is exquisite. Truly, she is a wonderful sister. Lu Xinran feigned polite gratitude, noticing that the two had begun discussing matters that did not concern her, and hastily returned to poring over the little booklet. Since Zhao Kaiyan's birth, the Tao family has been scheming about how to cultivate him. She sought out a genuine Taoist to provide a destiny reading for Zhao Kaiyan, yet the Taoist merely shook his head and departed after a brief calculation. She consulted several Taoists, but none were willing to utter a word. With no other options, she abandoned the notion and had people read the 4 books and 5 classics beside him from a young age, attempting to give him a head start. Zhao Kaiyan did not disappoint her. He began learning at 4 and could recite poetry by 6, earning praise for his intelligence. Both Tao and Zhao Jingtian were immensely pleased, especially Tao. After repeating the lies 1,000 times, she began to truly believe her son was the incarnation of the god of literature. When Zhao Kaiyan turned 12, he sat for the Xiuzai examination, only to fail 3 consecutive attempts, which left both Tao and Zhao Jingtian in disbelief. Tao heard that entering the Guozijian would allow him to bypass the Xiuzai and directly participate in the provincial examination. She went to great lengths, sending a girl to Zhao Jingtian's chamber to train him, which ultimately led to Zhao Kaiyan being sent to the Guozijian. Once in the Guozijian, Zhao Kaiyan seemed to have unlocked some hidden potential, and the following year, He participated in the provincial examination, achieving 9th place. Zhao Jingtian's prior doubts dissipated, and he began to dream of rising from the Rong Enbo mansion to the marquisate and then to the Duke's estate. However, the next year, Zhao Kaiyan fell short by 3 places and the subsequent year by 4 and then 5. After 3 years, it had been yet another 3. Thus, he failed 3 more times, and by this time he was nearing 30. He was anxious. Tao was even more so. Although Zhao Jingtian had harbored doubts, he had been married to Tao for over 20 years, and their children had married and had offspring. How could he possibly dismiss his wife due to the lies of years past? Even if he suspected that Tao had orchestrated the scheme to marry him, he had no choice but to accept it, for he could not neglect his son's future. Upon reading this, Lu Xinran could not help but scoff in disdain. She held a deep aversion towards this family. In the neighboring courtyard, Zhao Jingtian appeared as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Meanwhile, Zhao Kaiyan, upon hearing her recount his misfortunes with 3 failed attempts at the Xiuzai examination and 3 failures at the Jinshi, felt a flicker of resentment grow within him. In literature, there is no first, in martial arts no second. As he simmered in discontent, Lu Xinran had already organized the subsequent events.
Wow.
The chief examiner for that year was actually the Minister of Rights, Du Liang. At that time, he was still the Deputy Minister of Rights, and the emperor intended to promote him, specifically appointing him as the chief examiner for that particular subject. After failing 3 times, Zhao Kaiyan feared that he would again falter on his 4th attempt, so he knelt before Zhao Jingtian, imploring him for assistance. As a father who harbored high hopes for his son, Zhao Jingtian could hardly bear to see him squander his potential. Yet helping him necessitated the bribery of the chief examiner. If one was to resort to bribery, why not scheme for something grander? Initially, he sought out Du Liang several times, promising numerous benefits and repeatedly assuring him that he would facilitate his ascension to the position of Minister of Rights. He then devised a plan to discreetly ascertain the examination questions and sell them under the table to several families in advantageous positions. The emperor, already inclined to promote Du Liang, had unwittingly predetermined the examination questions during his probing. Both Du Liang and Zhao Jingtian, being astute, understood that the questions could not be sold outright, but rather should be presented as favors. Thus they discreetly inquired about the young heirs from various families who were set to take the exam, whom they could then win over. Ultimately, as he had envisioned, Zhao Kaiyan achieved the 38th rank in the 2nd tier of that subject, out of a total of 92 candidates, a position so inconspicuous that it would not attract attention. It was a pity for those students who were edged out, having toiled for years only to fall victim to the blatant corruption of the powerful and influential. Shangshu had grown accustomed to her routine. Whenever she began to lament, it indicated her desire for a break. Noticing her wistful sigh, I raised my hand to pour her another cup of tea, pretending not to hear her. We had just begun discussing the newly opened bookstore in the city, run by a merchant from the southern regions, which boasted numerous travelogues and tales popular there, but yet unseen in the capital. Should we plan a visit one day? Absolutely. Lu Xinran's attention was instantly captivated by the mention of storybooks. The mundane days without gossip were dull, and she resolved to purchase several volumes. In the adjacent study, the group awaited her revelation regarding which families had obtained the examination questions from Zhao Jingtian and Du Liang, but the conversation shifted to the delightful topic of storybooks. Du Liang, feeling the cold sweat on his brow, reassured himself of his caution, leaving no traceable evidence. His dealings with Zhao Jingtian had always been conducted in secluded courtyards, with carriages entering from the back, leaving no one to discern who was inside. The benefits Zhao Jingtian had promised were accepted in the form of gold and silver, which he had deliberately spent over the years. Even if Zhao Jingtian turned against him, there would be no evidence to prove he had leaked the questions. Zhao Jingtian wished to say more, but the topic next door had unexpectedly shifted to equestrian offenses. He barely had time to wipe the sweat from his brow when he heard that voice, which filled him with dread. Once again ring out, let me see what heinous acts Zhao Kailai has committed. Those born with no moral compass are inherently wicked. Zhao Kailai is even more malicious than Zhao Jingtian and the Tao family, unworthy of existence in this world. The examination corruption case had morphed into a murder case, and Song Junyan and Tang Xiuyan exchanged glances, both sitting up straight. Chapter 88. He is far superior to a beast. If there were a pill for regret, Zhao Jingtian would certainly swallow one, vowing that regardless of the consequences, he would not have brought his wife and children to celebrate the old matriarch's birthday. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs or regret pills. One must take responsibility for their actions, regardless of their self-perceived righteousness. Zhao Jingtian could no longer endure and merely wished to bring this torment to a swift conclusion. Alas, it seemed that no one would easily let her go. Upon hearing of the murder case, Lu Xinran straightened her back, eagerly awaiting the inner voices to manifest. Lu Xinran did not keep them waiting long, organizing her thoughts before the voices naturally surfaced for all to hear. It seems that the Tao family has had too smooth a journey these past years, leading her to believe that no matter what she and her son did, Zhao Jingtian would surely resolve it. Her eldest son, whom she had high hopes for and had been nurtured by the Qi family since birth, had all her maternal affection poured into Zhao Kailai. Zhao Kailai, raised without restraint, believed that the Rong'enbo residents held as much power in the capital as the royal family, feeling entitled to act as he pleased. From the age of 15, he had been abducting maidens off the streets, showing no mercy even to married women. He commanded that they be taken to a courtyard outside the city, where they were forbidden from wearing clothing, left exposed year-round, awaiting his whims. Lu Xinran could hardly bear to watch any longer. She had initially wished to uncover how many lives he had claimed, yet she found herself confronted with these horrors. He is far superior to a beast. A beast only seeks to mate in spring, while he is consumed by lust throughout the year. Zhang Shuier stifled a laugh, quickly wiping her lips and the tabletop with a handkerchief, having momentarily lost her focus. In that courtyard outside the city, he has imprisoned countless maidens, some taken by force, others purchased from traffickers, and some deceived into compliance. Once inside that courtyard, those young women never had the chance to escape. There were not even half a garment to be found, with blankets shared among 2 or 3. Those maidens, even if they wished to flee, were unable to do so without clothing to cover themselves. Zhao Kailai cannot remember how many virtuous women he has abducted. I shall keep count for him. If he cannot be made to face justice, I will sacrifice Lu Conde's career. In the adjoining room, all eyes suddenly turned to Lu Jinchuan. After listening to the inner voices for so long, they could perceive a hint of emotion within. She addressed those she favored with proper titles. For instance, she called Lu Xinlan sister, Pei grandmother, and others she liked Lord Tang or Madame Tang. However, when it came to those she loathed, she referred to them by name. In moments of disdain, she employed various codenames, such as the Great Pervert or the Old Scoundrel. At this moment, her use of her biological father's name clearly indicated her lack of fondness for him. Lu Jinchuan felt his face flush, averting his gaze from the scrutiny of the crowd. Clearing his throat. Among those he forcibly abducted, there were 19 unmarried maidens, 7 married women, 11 purchased from traffickers, and 4 deceived into his grasp. He favored employing whips and ropes in his brutal treatment of the captives. 12 of those he abducted perished, 5 of those purchased died, and all of those deceived met their end. Originally, Lu Xinran had merely sought to uncover the extent of his violent acts. But as she followed the timeline of these events, she discovered that the equestrian offenses were merely the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, hell is empty, and all the devils are here on earth. To liken him to a beast is an insult to beasts. His malice is such that over the years he has forcibly taken more than 20 women. I cannot believe their families have not brought him to justice. Why is he still able to roam free? Is the Rong'enbo residence truly capable of wielding such power in the capital? Or do ordinary citizens not even merit recognition in the eyes of the officials of Shuntian Prefecture? If all the officials in the capital collude, a change in dynasty for the Great Chu cannot be far off.
Bang!
A teacup shattered on the floor in the next room. Lu Xinlan tightened her grip on Lu Xinran's wrist. The familiar pain returned, and Lu Xinran looked at her, bewildered and aggrieved. Sister, did we not agree not to pinch me? Lu Xinlan replied, they also promised not to say things they shouldn't or think thoughts they ought not. Yet, this girl continues to ramble on without restraint. Oh, patience is a virtue. Zhang Shuier quickly rose. exchanging a glance with Lu Xinran before sending a servant to inquire if their grandfather would like to conclude matters for the time being. Neither Tang Xiuyan nor Song Junyan had yet heard the inner voices regarding equestrian offenses, but the content they had just encountered was far more twisted and vile. Song Junyan had only recently entered Shuntian Prefecture, and he was keen to uncover how Zhao Jingtian had managed to suppress so many cases. However, before he could step out of the study, the voice of inquiry echoed in his mind once more. It was no wonder that Zhao Jingtian was so arrogant. The previous governor of Shuntian, Qi's second brother's third son, was Zhao's cousin. Being of the same bloodline, it was only natural for them to facilitate one another. Qi Chong had risen from Shuntian Prefecture to the Ministry of Personnel, achieving the rank of Right Vice Minister, and was now perhaps anticipating his ascension to minister when the current one retired next year. How could such a wretch, stained with blood, be worthy of such a position? The more he pondered, the more his chest tightened with anger. Indeed, like a trax-like, none of the families surrounding the Earl of Rong'en were of good repute. How could he convey this to Song Junyan? He possessed no evidence. Although the village, named Chunin Garden, lay 20 miles south of the city, he doubted he could even gain entry. As for Qi Chong, Zhao Jingtian had bestowed numerous benefits upon him and had even sent 2 lean horses to his residence through the Tao family. Did that not pose a problem? The voice in his mind brimmed with confusion and uncertainty. She wished for these scoundrels to face retribution. Yet how and in what form that punishment would come remained a mystery to her. Qi Chong was now firmly etched in his memory. Zhao Kailai, seated beside Zhao Jingtian, trembled since entering the room. Now surrounded by onlookers and reflecting on his own misdeeds over the years, he turned to Zhao Jingtian in a panic for assistance. Yet, he found Zhao Jingtian's face pale, as though all vitality had been drained from him. A chill swept through him, and unable to withstand the pressure, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Chapter 89. Each line of text strikes the eye. Zhao Jingtian gazed at his panicking second son and his eldest son, whose eyes were devoid of life. Thoughts of the Tao family's involvement in the death of the Yun family weighed heavily on him, and he realized that all these events were inextricably linked to him. Unable to bear it any longer, he rose and shouted, "Come here, Zhao Feng, Zhao He." 2 young servants outside the courtyard, hearing the commotion, rushed in and were startled to see Zhao Kailai sprawled on the floor. "My lord, the second young master, he would not remain in this duke's residence any longer. If Lu Xinran wanted to delve into their past, she would have to do so from a distance." He resolved to stay at least 10 paces away from her, determined to avoid being scrutinized. Who dared to obstruct him? He would use his last connections to eliminate them. Like a cornered wild dog, he prepared to disregard all caution. The ruckus they caused was so loud that the 3 individuals in the adjacent study heard his cries. Upon learning that they were leaving, Lu Xinran felt a pang of urgency. She had not yet finished examining Zhao Kailai's sordid past. This cold-hearted beast, even less humane than a mere animal, must have committed even more heinous acts than merely abducting innocent women. When he was 18, the Tao family sought a marriage for him, and he set his sights on a girl from a 5th-rank official's family. However, she was already betrothed, and the Tao family looked down upon her status. Unable to obtain her, he deceived her into Baiyun Temple, where he had her drugged, violated her purity, and coerced her into becoming his concubine. The girl, resolute, threw herself into a well at Baiyun Temple. Her family approached the Earl's residence, but the Tao family and Zhao Jingtian insulted them profusely, even conspiring with Qi Chong to ensure they lost their official positions. Not only did they commit murder, but they also seized the girl's family assets. When Zhao Kailai turned 20, he fought fiercely in a brothel, killing an envoy from a neighboring country. Zhao Jingtian cunningly shifted the blame onto an unremarkable son of the loyal and righteous marquis. As Lu Xinran perused the sordid records of the father and son, each line struck her with horror. In comparison, Zhao Kailai's incident of accidentally trampling an elderly man while riding through the streets seemed trivial. The more she read, the more dreadful it became. In the neighboring courtyard, Zhao Jingtian, who had just exhibited a final burst of defiance, seemed to have the last breath drawn from him. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. 2 of the 3 men from the Earl's residence had fainted. Zhao Kaiyan, facing the cold gazes of the crowd, mustered his strength and instructed the servants to help them onto a carriage. Zhang Xinjing had yet to be engaged. Although he should have been discussing marriage after his success in the examinations, his maternal grandparents had passed away in quick succession over the past 2 years. He only needed to observe a brief mourning period for his grandfather. Originally, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Xinran, was to be matched with a prince, while the second daughter was too young for consideration. Therefore, neither the Wu family nor the Qiu family had contemplated a match with the Lu family. However, following the mix-up regarding bloodlines, Lu Xinran was no longer recognized as part of the Lu family. Her identity rendered her unable to marry into the royal family, prompting the Wu and Qiu families to shift their attention. "Oh, dear sister, please give me a definitive answer. Can your Xinlan marry my Xinjing?" Pei Shi was both amused and exasperated by her friend's insistence. As long as His Majesty has not arranged a marriage for the fourth prince, Xinlan cannot be engaged. "Your pressing me will not help." Ultimately, the choice of her husband must align with her own wishes to ensure a harmonious future. When might that be? Wu Shi was unwilling to be put off and demanded an answer. Pei Shi smiled, employing a diplomatic response, saying they would consider Xinlan's feelings when the time was right. She wished for her granddaughters to marry into reputable families. Though she appeared to be a noble lady, she had endured considerable pressure and grievances due to Lu Jinchuan's favoritism towards his concubines. In the future, her granddaughters' marriages must be to respectable families. She could provide them with dowries to alleviate financial worries. As long as the family remained harmonious, life would improve. Wu Shi scoffed, realizing her friend was unwilling to entertain the match. "Very well, if you want Xinlan to consider it, I shall have Xuer introduce them." Her precious grandson was well regarded by all. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling, sitting beside Pei Shi, fought off boredom as they stifled yawns. They should have stubbornly gone to their second sister's side to eavesdrop on the discussions, the gossip they once relished, about who was marrying whom and which lady was interested in which young man, paled in comparison to the revelations from their second sister. Suddenly invigorated, the two turned in unison towards the door. Why had there not been any more whispers? What had transpired at the Earl of Rongen's residence? Their eyes eagerly followed Lu Xinran as she stepped inside, causing her to glance down at her legs in confusion. "Do you need to enter with a specific foot?" She mused, wondering if consuming the entire Duke's secrets would boost her vitality. But what of the Zhao family? Surely they are still in disarray? Moreover, it seems that the Tao family still has some untold secrets. They appear to possess a villa outside the city filled with beautiful maidens procured from unscrupulous hands. After ensuring they were thoroughly trained, Zhao Jingtian sent many of them to serve as concubines. How had such rampant behavior gone unnoticed for so many years? As Song Junyan and Tang Xiuyan approached the courtyard, they exchanged glances, both curious to uncover the answers to these questions. Female protagonist. At last, I have completed this family's chapter. For the next, I shall choose one filled with intrigue. Chapter 90. There will always be a way to win the case regrettably. Zhao Jingtian and the Tao family were absent, leaving Lu Xinran unable to extract answers from the situation. As Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyan prepared to take their leave, the matriarch having retired, they bowed respectfully before departing. Although Lu Xinran's revelations had proven accurate, whether they could serve as critical evidence in the case remained a topic of discussion among the officials. Hastily, they exited, while Lu Xinran quietly probed the system, inquiring about the day's outcomes. She relentlessly extracted every advantage from the Rongen Marquise, nearly depleting the Zhao family's resources, with her gains expected to be substantial. "The life value has not yet been calculated," a youthful voice filled with uncertainty remarked, betraying a lack of confidence. "Do not fret, I will verify once more. Our diligent efforts here must yield significant results," the system reassured her during its self-assessment. Lu Xinran, her large, glistening eyes turning, clearly held a different perspective than the system. Could it be that they have yet to face any repercussions, thus the life value remains unaccounted for? If the assessment were based solely on the gossip, she had thoroughly exhausted that family, which would yield at most a mere 10 days' worth of life value. However, if evaluated through the lens of justice, it began with the Tao family's transgressions against the Yun family, followed by Zhao Kaiyan's examination fraud, and Zhao Jingtian's efforts to cover up, culminating in Zhao Kailai's shocking revelation. If all these individuals were to receive their due punishment, particularly Zhao Kailai's explosive revelation, could it possibly allow her to amass an entire year's life value in one fell swoop? After all, he was responsible for numerous lives. The mere thought sent her heart racing. The entire afternoon was a feast of gossip. After indulging in the scandals of the Rong'an Marquise, the crowd witnessed the Zhao family mercilessly thrashing the Tao mother and daughter, leaving them unrecognizable. Satisfied, they finally took their leave. Meanwhile, after changing and grooming themselves, the Zhao family members still bore red-rimmed eyes. Even after dealing a severe blow to the Tao family and Zhao Jizhen, a fire of resentment still simmered within her, wishing only to engulf both them and the Rong'an Marquise. Pei Shi, noticing her arrival in the courtyard, gestured for her to sit beside her, allowing her to catch her breath before they departed. Zhao's chest heaved with emotion, her voice trembling with heartfelt gratitude towards Pei Shi as she had never felt before. Had she not been unwilling to accept this unworthy daughter-in-law all those years ago, she might still be living a wretched life. Mother, she grasped Pei Shi's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks again. Pei Shi sighed, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. At your age, crying like this is unbecoming. Do you not fear the laughter of the children? They would not dare, Zhao instinctively replied, only to catch a glimpse of Lu Xinran's disapproving glance. Realizing her slip of the tongue, the Tao family's negligence and indulgence had left her with countless uncontrollable flaws. Years had passed, and even if she wished to change, it would be challenging to rein in her myriad of faults overnight. Pei Shi merely patted the back of her hand, and upon seeing her calm down, took her leave with the women of the Lu family. As for Lu Jinchuan and Lu Kongda, she could hardly be bothered. Zhao felt a dull ache in her heart, eager to speak with someone, while Pei Shi, preoccupied with her own matters, led them to her room. Years ago, the Yun family had contributed half of their wealth to the Rong'an Marquise, while Zhao Jingtian and his father had effectively coerced them into marrying Yun Ting into the Zhao family. These past events resurfaced today, however. Time had rendered some matters difficult to define. After all, Yun Ting had long since passed, and Qi Shi was no longer present. If Zhao Jingtian were to assert that Yun Ting voluntarily returned her dowry to the Marquisite's treasury, they would find it hard to contest. Alas, my child, I understand your pain, but this matter ultimately rests upon the emperor's disposition. The Zhao family faced myriad issues. The appropriation of Yun Ting's dowry paled in comparison to the murder cases and examination fraud. Zhao's eyes reddened with fury, wishing to see Zhao Jingtian and the Tao family meet their demise, avenging her mother and grandmother. Grandmother, mother, there are solutions to this predicament. Suddenly, Lu Xinran, who had remained silent, spoke up, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. It cannot be allowed to stand. We must not let that despicable family benefit. Zhao cursed vehemently, only to realize she had again spoken too harshly. She quickly composed herself, anxiously inquiring of Lu Xinran. No need to worry, mother, let me finish. Lu Xinran gently consoled her before continuing. The dowry that grandmother brought into the Marquise, when converted to silver, must amount to several 100,000 taels, correct? Zhao nodded, affirming it was more than that. Her maternal grandfather had sent valuables to the capital every year, totaling tens of thousands of taels over the years. Can you confirm that every item your maternal grandfather sent to the capital was intended for you? Zhao nodded again. I possess letters. I meticulously saved all the correspondence received during my grandfather's lifetime. She had never understood why she kept those letters, feeling instinctively that they were a form of solace for her biological mother. Moreover, her wet nurse had always urged her to maintain a close relationship with her maternal family, so she had never discarded a single letter. Even during her marriage, she had kept those letters in a box containing her silver, bringing them to the Lu residence. That is excellent. Now, can you still contact your maternal family? Yes, I have your uncle's addresses. The mention of this filled her heart with regret and guilt. However, it has been many years since I last communicated with them. Since my grandfather Yunhua's passing, I have lost touch with several uncles. I used to dislike hearing them speak ill of Zhao Jingtian and the Tao family. If she had not been so foolish, perhaps she would not have survived the clutches of those two ruthless individuals. After all, falling ill and languishing in bed until her health deteriorated and she passed away prematurely, is the classic tale of a life extinguished. Had she been clever enough, they would not have dared to covet the wealth sent by the Yun family, and she would have lived peacefully until her marriage. Familiar sarcasm re-emerged, and Zhao was about to glare when a sudden realization struck her. She could not afford to be impulsive and furious like before, nor could she afford such foolishness. Chapter 91. Would you care to beat the drum for justice? Pei Shi discreetly observed the three of them, pleased to see Zhao suppress the anger that had threatened to rise to her face. Thankfully, this daughter-in-law had not descended into complete folly. Lu Xinran, pretending to have heard nothing, continued calmly, "Mother, please write to your uncles and inquire if they possess a list of the valuables sent to the capital in earlier years and whether they still have evidence of the elders' coercion. If they do, they must find a way to send it to the capital at the earliest opportunity." Being in proximity to the capital was indeed fortuitous, and Lu Xinran urged Zhao to write the letter before nightfall. If all went smoothly, they could receive a response from Yunqing the following day.
Zhao,
Still in a daze as she penned the letter, murmured, "Xinlan, why are we going to such lengths? What is our aim?" Naturally, it is to accuse the Rongyan Marquis of maliciously seizing the Yun family's wealth and plotting murder. However, if Mother is willing to donate grandmother's entire dowry to the court for disaster relief, the case will undoubtedly be accepted by the judicial office, and a swift conclusion will follow. Free silver at their disposal is something the emperor would not refuse, especially given the ongoing southern floods, which would require substantial funds.
Zhao,
Half understanding, nodded, while Pei Shi, having already surmised the plan, cast an approving glance at Lu Xinlan. This girl had become even more astute and composed than before. In the imperial palace, within the Wenhua Hall, the emperor absorbed all that had transpired during today's birthday banquet, alongside the various matters concerning the Rongyan Marquis as mentioned by Lu Xinran, particularly her final query, which drew a cold smile from his lips. He could easily surmise Zhao Jingtian's motivations and knew he must deal with this man, but before doing so, he needed to ascertain which of his sons had entangled himself with this individual. He was in robust health, still in the prime of his youth, and he was eager to discern which unseeing son was impatiently yearning for the throne. Such matters naturally required the discretion of his covert guards for investigation. He waved his hand and dismissed the individuals before him. By the time Tang Xuyen and Song Junyan exited the palace gates, evening had already descended. Song Junyan's shadows had awaited his emergence and promptly approached to report. "My lord, as you anticipated, upon leaving the Duke's residence, Lord Zhao arranged for individuals to head to Chunnan Garden outside the city. I have followed your orders and incapacitated them, while ensuring that Chunnan Garden remains under surveillance to prevent the House of Rongyan from preemptively addressing the matter." Song Junyan nodded in satisfaction, and Tang Xuyen beside him also offered a commendatory gesture. "Your Highness possesses a keen intellect. You flatter me, Tang Darren. I merely had an inkling that this matter would inevitably be referred to Shuntian Prefecture. Thus, I took the liberty of making prior arrangements to avoid losing the initiative and facing ridicule from that inner voice." Indeed, understood. The movements from the Lu family are predictable. They are likely attempting to connect with the Yun family. Zhao Kaiyan remained preoccupied with concerns for his career, and once Zhao Jingtian had vented his frustrations, he nervously approached. "Father, will His Majesty believe that inner voice? Will my examination paper be free of issues?" Zhao Jingtian glared fiercely at him. "Had you not been so inept, I would not have had to take the risk of bribing Du Liang. That fellow is exceedingly cautious. I could not seize any leverage against him in the past. And if he seeks self-preservation this time, he will surely throw us under the bus." How did a mere invitation to a birthday banquet turn into such a calamity? Zhao Jingtian became increasingly anxious. "Go, prepare a carriage at the back entrance. I must go to the Prince of Yu's residence." Hearing this, Zhao Kaiyan felt a surge of hope and hurriedly rushed out to make arrangements. "The Prince of Yu." The emperor smirked, recognizing the ambition within. The frail horses Zhao Jingtian had raised, Lu Xinran could not fathom their purpose, yet he understood. The thought of employing these trinkets to whisper sweet nothings and convey intelligence was indeed clever of his eldest son. Has life value not yet been assigned? No, not yet. The calculations have yet to conclude. It may be that we must wait until the Zhao family is dealt with before any assessment is made. If the case were to be judged, the life values assigned this time would certainly be substantial. The system, thrilled by the prospect of the lives in Zhao Qian's hands, was merely an unprincipled entity. More lives equated to greater life value, and upon accumulating a year's worth, it could level up. A letter was delivered directly into Lu Xinran's hands, prompting her to rush to the Pei residence. This was all her life value at stake. "Mother, have you prepared the list of dowries from grandmother?" "Yes, I have," Zhao replied, instructing the matron beside her to hand the completed list to Lu Xinran. She had spent the previous night without sleep, her mind consumed by the events surrounding the Yun family's demise. The thought of having mistaken a thief for her mother filled her with self-loathing. As Lu Xinran sorted through the evidence in her hands, the chain of proof was now complete. Yun Cheng had repeatedly assured her that should any need arise, she could correspond with him, and he would promptly arrive with his family to testify at Shuntian Prefecture. That was sufficient. "Mother, I am now drafting a petition for you. Are you willing to take this petition to Shuntian Prefecture to beat the drum for justice?" "I am willing." Chapter 92, Seeking the Great One to advocate for the official's wife. Zhao could hardly bear to wait another day. Her thoughts consumed by Zhao Jingtian and the Tao family flaunting their status at the Rong'an Duke's residence, living off the Yun family's dowries. Rage boiled within her, nearly causing her to vomit blood. "Good child, may I go to Shuntian Prefecture to beat the drum for justice?" She gazed out the window, noting that dusk was approaching. If she delayed any longer, the courthouse would soon close. As Lu Xinran hesitated, she suddenly heard the familiar inner voice. "Is there a specific time for beating the drum for justice? Do you not understand the principle of momentum, that with each strike it wanes and then exhausts? Moreover, did those scoundrels consider the families of their victims when committing murder? And as for the officials, if they only think about leaving as the clock strikes, how are they any different from worthless drifters?" Lu Xinran and Zhao. "Very well, let us proceed boldly. Indeed, matters of justice cannot be weighed with hesitation." Zhao clenched the petition tightly and, lifting her skirts, charged forth. Pei hurriedly waved to her sisters, signaling them to follow. Though Lu Xinran felt no maternal affection towards Zhao, the Zhao family could hardly be counted as people of substance. The tragic plight of the Yun family detailed in their little booklet stirred her compassion. If possible, she wished to advocate for justice on their behalf. She hoped that both Tao and Zhao Jingtian would receive their deserved punishment. As the two exited, Zhao's carriage sped directly towards Shuntian Prefecture. A blazing fire of vengeance ignited within her. She would not allow them to prosper, even if it meant their mutual destruction. She urged the coachman to hasten, and as the carriage came to a halt, she leaped out and rushed to the drum. Bong, bong, bong. The drum of justice resounded vigorously. Two teams of officials rushed out, and Zhao stood at the entrance with a petition in hand, ready to present her grievance. Song Junyan, who happened to be at Shuntian Prefecture that day, was organizing the conclusion documents for some earlier cases. Upon hearing the drum, a clerk dashed in. "My lord, Lady Zhao from the Ministry of Justice has come to beat the drum, claiming a grievance." Song Junyan narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing to ascend the hall. He had previously suspected they would not relent, but he had not anticipated Zhao's urgency. However, when the victim was one's own mother, it was difficult for any ordinary person to remain composed, let alone someone as impassioned as Zhao. He instructed his staff to prepare for the proceedings, changed into his official robes, and dispatched a messenger to the palace before striding into the hall. "Who approaches, and what business do you bring?" She presented the petition with both hands to the clerk, who then relayed it to Song Junyan. After unfolding it, and reading just a few lines, he immediately recognized that the petition was penned by Lu Xinran. Although their encounters had been few, the style of her writing was unmistakable. "Lady Zhao, do you have evidence to support your claims against the Duke of Rong'an?" Zhao handed over the letter from Yuncheng. These are the handwritten notes and promises left behind by the late Duke Zhao Huishan when he coerced Zhao Jingtian into demanding the family assets from the Yun family 42 years ago. Yun family had established a foothold in the capital, where officials and wealthy merchants congregated, and had built a fortune through meticulous planning. He had anticipated the worst, which is why under repeated duress from the Zhao family, he had them sign subtle documents indicative of their attempts to usurp the Yun family's wealth. Furthermore, after the passing of the Yun family matriarch, Zhao Huishan had verbally acknowledged that the Zhao family had wronged the Yun family and Yun court. All of this was supported by written evidence and eyewitness accounts. After submitting the evidence, she knelt and bowed her head, gritting her teeth. Her chest heaved for a moment before she spoke in a quivering voice. I, as a loyal wife, am willing to donate all of my mother's dowry, as well as the assets wrongfully seized by the Duke of Rongyan from the Yun family, to the court for disaster relief. I seek no other request, only to obtain justice for my mother and her family. The established norm dictates that a woman's dowry is for her own use, and there is no justification for the husband's family to seize it. Upon the woman's death, her dowry should be inherited by her children. Since the Yun family had no other offspring, Zhao was entitled to inherit her mother's dowry according to the law. Her demand for the dowry and the assets sent by the Yun family was entirely reasonable. Moreover, her declaration to relinquish all property for the purpose of disaster relief infused the case with a different flavor. Song Junyan glanced past Zhao to the sisters standing before the court doors. The Lu family had indeed produced two exceptionally competent descendants. He could ascertain that Zhao's remarks were likely coached by Lu Xinran. He beckoned to a servant and whispered a few words in his ear. The servant nodded in response and hurriedly left. At this moment, the sound of the drum calling for attention had drawn an ever-growing crowd outside the court. The events that transpired the previous day at the Duke's residence had only circulated among a select few, leaving the common folk in ignorance.
Now,
Witnessing Zhao's family beating the drum to accuse her own father, curiosity compelled them to gather and murmur among themselves. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Rongyan Duke's residence? How could she dare to sue her own father? Did you not hear her demand her mother's dowry? Surely, she must be in dire straits. But her mother took away half of the Yun family's wealth upon marrying, and her own wedding was lavish. How could she be short of funds? If she isn't short of funds, why would she accuse her own father? Such unfilial conduct. The air was thick with gossip. Lu Xinran, aware of the surrounding noise, discreetly tugged at Lu Xinlan's arm. Can we really do this? I feel that our evidence is too flimsy. Zhao Jingtian, that scoundrel, might well turn the tables on us. Lu Xinlan smiled at the servant in the court. Rest assured. As long as our plea is merely for our grandmother's dowry and the assets sent by the Yun family to the Duke's residence, we shall win. Zhao had donated these to the court, thus they belonged to the emperor. A sum of hundreds of thousands of taels, the emperor would certainly not turn a blind eye. With so many people around, she could not elaborate further, and Lu Xinran seemed to understand only partially. Yet, she had faith in her sister's capabilities. If she said they could win, then they surely could. As she scanned the crowd, her gaze collided with that of Song Junyan, causing her heart to skip a beat. He appears quite normal, yet his gaze is unnervingly intimidating. Or perhaps he has already ventured down a twisted path unbeknownst to himself or those around him. In the court, the two figures, one seated and the other kneeling, looked somewhat dazed and speechless. If she continued to voice her thoughts so casually, her rising anger and indignation would dissipate. Chapter 93. The perverse still hopes to endure. Within the Minghua Hall, the emperor listened intently as two messages were conveyed to him, his brows arching high. He had anticipated that the woman from the Lu family would not relent, but he had not expected her to act so swiftly. He had yet to determine how to deal with Zhao Jingtian and his eldest son, who was entangled with him. However, the dowry of the Yun family and the substantial gifts sent over the years were a different matter altogether. Even though he seldom ventured out of the palace, he was aware of the Yun family's extensive business in its prime. The past's hidden secrets were being unearthed, and while he could disregard the emotional entanglements involved, he could not afford to let go of this wealth. Whoever was behind Zhao's actions had struck a chord deep within him. The treasury was in dire need of silver, and with disasters still plaguing the south, this influx of funds was timely. Within a mere quarter of an hour from receiving the news, he summoned someone to deliver a decree to Shuntian Prefecture. Zhao Jingtian only learned of his foolish daughter's audacity to sue him at Shuntian Prefecture when the servant approached him. She sought justice. Yet she mentioned not a word of their conspiracy to harm and rob him, only insisting on the return of the Yun family's dowry. The dowry had been deposited into the Duke's inner treasury the day after she entered the residence, and for years, the household's expenses had been drawn from it. He was uncertain if the estate could muster enough silver to return it, let alone what would happen to the duke's household after such a sum was relinquished. Master, please follow me. The official is waiting for you. Zhao Jingtian inhaled deeply, feeling like a tiger brought low, bullied by a mere dog. Once he navigated this challenge, he would make sure to deal with Zhao Yuming and his 2 daughters without mercy. He glanced at the nearby servant, who immediately understood and produced a purse from his bosom, handing it to the servant. The servant weighed the purse in his hands and smiled satisfactorily, preemptively speaking without Zhao Jingtian needing to inquire further. Before I left, I heard the lady of the Lu household mention that her mother's dowry and the Yun family's gifts to the duke's residence would all be donated to the court for disaster relief.
What?
Zhao Jingtian, who had been contemplating how to shift the blame, suddenly lost his composure upon hearing this. A storm of turmoil surged within him. Who had given that foolish Zhao Yuming such an idea? This was clearly an attempt to drive the duke's residence to the brink. His hands clenched into fists behind his back, and after a moment, he followed the servant, his steps unsteady, directly towards Shuntian Prefecture. Zhao stood poised on one side of the court, awaiting Zhao Jingtian's arrival. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced, each breath igniting a searing pain. He has arrived. The duke has arrived. She noted his face, dark as a pot's bottom. He had not anticipated his own daughter would come to demand her mother's dowry from him. Laughter erupted from the crowd as Zhao Jingtian entered, the mockery echoing in his ears. Had it not been for Song Junyan's royal status, he would have been tempted to slap Zhao. Lord Rongyan, Zhao claims you have wrongfully seized her late mother Yun's dowry. Do you contest this? My lord, I have committed no such act. It was Yun who voluntarily mentioned placing the dowry into the public funds.
Pah!
How shameless. I knew you would say that. Where is the evidence? Is there a document from Yun to support your claim? In the court, Song Junyan pressed his lips together, echoing Lu Xinran's thoughts. Zhao Jingtian stiffened, wishing to assert that there was a document, but knowing Lu Xinran's uncanny abilities, he realized that any lie would be immediately exposed. He could only grit his teeth and say, "There is none." Yun held deep affection for me and was aware of the duke's residence's predicament. She was generous and noble, voluntarily offering her dowry for public use. Even the elderly servants in the household are aware of this. How shameless. She insulted her in front of the Zhao family during the tea ceremony, forcing her to place the dowry in public. What deep affection. With that toad-like appearance. Yun must have been repulsed by you, yet you dare speak of deep affection. Truly an attempt to embellish your own shame. In the court, Zhao exhaled, relieved. She would no longer criticize her daughter's coarse nature. If being coarse could spare her from loss and allow her to speak without repetition, then she would gladly emulate her. Song Junyan regarded Zhao Jingtian, and although he had already learned the truth from Lu Xinran, he had to state, bring forth those from the Rongyan Duke's residence who were aware of the truth back then.
Yes.
An official hurriedly departed, and upon hearing he intended to fetch witnesses from the Duke's residence, Zhao felt a pang of anxiety.
What could his evidence be?
The old nurse beside the Wu family is the real evidence. She witnessed all the grievances Yun faced in the Duke's residence and could be called to testify, thereby nullifying Zhao Jingtian's witness's testimony. A sense of relief washed over Zhao as she quickly bowed and said, "My lord, there are witnesses in my household as well. My mother's former nurse has always been by her side and knows everything that transpired in the Duke's residence." Song Junyan responded with a stoic directing the servant to summon her. Zhao Jingtian was aware of that old nurse. After Yun's passing, he had sought an opportunity to eliminate her. He had hidden her away, sending people to search for her several times without success, and eventually let the matter drop. Yet he had not anticipated that Yun Hua would be so bold as to place her beside Zhao after her marriage. Knowing that his adversary was well-prepared and aided by Lu Xinran's uncanny assistance, he realized that navigating today's proceedings would be exceedingly challenging. However, as long as he firmly maintained that the dowry and assets were voluntarily placed in public by Yun, even if he lost his reputation, he could safeguard the Duke's current wealth. At that moment, Lu Xinran felt as if she were being watched by a venomous serpent, instinctively shrinking behind Lu Xinran. The female protagonist muses, "How considerate of me to grant you a posthumous benefit, allowing you to choose the height and variety of the grass on your grave. I shall endeavor to ensure it flourishes as you desire." Chapter 94. The Unashamed and the Brazen. Outside the courtroom, the gathered populace eagerly engaged in spirited discussions, exchanging remarks about the contentious dialogue between the father and daughter. Whispers suggested that the lady was confined indoors, deemed unworthy due to her humble origins. Yet, could her background truly be more disreputable than that of his current wife? A voice from the crowd, seemingly well-informed, cleared their throat and spoke loudly enough for all to hear. Those emerging from brothels are deemed as lowly as dirt, forever beyond redemption.
Astonishingly,
The man appeared to be a sentimental figure, for within 7 months of marrying, he had welcomed a healthy son. It is worth noting that his new wife entered the household merely half a year after the death of the original matriarch. If he possessed any sense of propriety or honor, he ought not to have taken a new wife so soon, especially one already with child. The speaker, clearly knowledgeable about the intricacies of the situation, commanded nods of agreement from the crowd, their gazes directed at the courtroom with disdain. As the murmurs from outside infiltrated the courtroom, Zhao Jingtian felt a surge of anger at the audacity of common folk daring to discuss his family's affairs. Lu Xinran observed his clenched fists and found him rather amusing. He intends to seize another's inheritance while indulging in slander and disgrace, truly a master of shamelessness. She thought, is this a legacy of disgrace passed down from the Zhao family, or is he simply inherently cruel and malicious? Does he believe himself a victim, justified in unleashing his wrath upon the innocent? If he feels wronged, why not blame his father and grandfather? Had they not chosen the wrong side, the Zhao family would not face ruin. Perhaps he should also blame the emperor, who so readily eliminates dissent. If the emperor had no desire for their demise, they would not be in this predicament. Zhao Jingtian trembled with rage as he heard her sardonic remarks. Did he not wish to blame his grandfather and the emperor? Yet the damage was done. He sought remedies for a situation rife with errors. Furthermore, the Yun family had thrived on the Zhao family's influence, benefiting significantly from their association. Lu Xinran, feeling bored, scoffed at his inner musings. Truly, it is a case of tearing flesh from one cheek to affix it to the other, shamelessness coupled with audacity. Does the Yun family truly need the Zhao family's support to thrive? Yunhua was always discreet and dignified, never aiming to expand her family's wealth. Despite her modesty, she remains a target for those with no sense of propriety, coveting her fortune while concocting excuses. The eavesdropping crowd could hardly contain their laughter. Song Junyan struggled to maintain a serious demeanor, wishing to appear impartial. Meanwhile, the Zhao family relished the unfolding drama, eager for more of Lu Xinran's scathing remarks. Zhao Jingtian, overwhelmed by her relentless tirade, found himself unnaturally calm in his fury. Their conversations were devoid of mutual understanding, and he had no need for her approval regarding his actions. Observing the two servants brought in by the constable, Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. The events in question transpired over 40 years ago, yet these individuals appeared far younger than that. Zhao Jingtian, recognizing the newcomers, felt a jolt of anger. As they sensed desire, they quickly knelt before him. Sir, I am the son of the chief steward of the estate. My father, bedridden due to an old ailment, instructed me to relay the events of that time to you. The chief steward? Lu Xinran questioned. Didn't he pass away 2 years ago? The current steward is a confidant of the Tao family, and this man is his son. Indeed, the current steward is 46 years old. He was present when Yun Shi married. He knows nothing of the past, she declared with disdain. Zhao's family, hearing her words, urged the young man to speak. Sir, my mother married into the Zhao family when my father was the steward. This man knows nothing of the events from over a decade ago. His words are untrustworthy. Song Junyan nodded slightly before addressing Zhao Jingtian. Is there any truth to the claims made by the Zhao family? As Zhao Jingtian prepared to respond, the crowd parted abruptly, revealing an elderly woman who trembled as she approached the doorway. Sir, I was a maidservant to the late lady of the estate. I was present when the young lady was introduced to the family. The woman indeed had been a second-tier maidservant. Upon seeing Song Junyan's approving nod, she was allowed entry. Kneeling beside the other two, she stated, Sir, when the young lady married into the family, I was by the side of the late lady. and I distinctly heard her express her willingness to contribute her dowry for the household's daily expenses. Preposterous. A robust voice interrupted from outside the courtroom. The elderly woman, supported by Lu Xinran and her sister, struggled to cross the threshold. She attempted to kneel, but her frail legs hindered her. Shangshu bowed respectfully, striving to maintain composure and prevent any spittle from landing on Zhao Jingtian. The elderly woman, in her moment of desperation, could not bear to hear slander against the late young lady and inadvertently disrupted the proceedings, seeking forgiveness for her outburst. One stood tall, exuding authority, while the other knelt, trembling. The disparity was evident, and the onlookers began to form their own judgments. Chapter 95. Do you have any further evidence? Shangshu did not afford the kneeling elderly woman an opportunity to speak. Noticing Song Junyan's encouraging nods, she continued. The day after the engagement, the late lady was subjected to scorn, accused of being incapable of retaining her husband, lacking virtue. Before all present, she was coerced into surrendering her dowry, and the keys to the treasury were seized. Of course, she witnessed everything clearly alongside the master, she asserted. Sir, they all lie. I implore you to seek justice for my lady, who suffered tremendously during her years in the Zhao household. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled the past, her heart aching for the child she cradled, who resembled her own daughter. Sir, I beseech you, my lady endured unrest in life, let her not be tarnished in death, allowing her spirit no peace. Zhao Jingtian seethed at her words, wishing to curse. Who was truly preventing him from finding peace alongside the deceased? Had it not been for that wretched girl's meddling, he would not be standing here, a source of mockery for all to see. Song Junyan uttered a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over them with an air of authority. Both parties present conflicting accounts, and this official finds it impossible to ascertain the veracity of your statements. Do you possess any other evidence? The elderly woman responded affirmatively. Shen produced a small booklet from her bosom, wiping her tears away. Zhao Jingtian's eyes fell upon the booklet in Shen's hands, and his expression shifted momentarily. He had encountered this very booklet in Yun's quarters, where she had left it on her desk. At that time, he had been indifferent to her belongings, seldom visiting her room, and was unaware that this booklet contained records of past events. An impulse to seize the booklet surged within him. Yet Song Junyan's gaze remained firmly fixed upon him. He understood that Song Junyan, who could hear Lu Xinran's innermost thoughts, had already accepted her words as truth and had internally condemned him. He now sought only evidence. Lu Xinran gazed at the booklet with bright eyes. She could only piece together Yun's past from the memories of others, unaware that she had maintained the commendable habit of journaling. Lu Xinran nodded with a smile, thinking that even without this booklet, they were bound to win today. I must ponder this matter thoroughly. Who was responsible for poisoning Yun back then? Not a single scoundrel from the Bo mansion must escape justice. In the courtroom, Song Junyan swiftly perused the contents of the booklet with remarkable speed. He then commanded that the booklet be passed to Zhao Jingtian, ensuring he could not touch it, flipping through its pages for him to see. Lord Rongyan, do you have anything further to say? My lord, this. Zhao Jingtian, glancing at the contents of the booklet, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This is not written by Yun. My lord, this booklet is a forgery. Zhao, peering at the contents of the booklet, immediately raised her voice in protest. You speak nonsense. This is indeed my mother's handwriting. My lord, among the letters I submitted, there are correspondences written by my mother to her grandfather, which can be verified against her handwriting. The clerk nearby quickly retrieved several letters from a pile and presented them to Song Junyan. After examining the letters, Song Junyan commanded that they be shown to Zhao Jingtian once more. Lord Rongyan, do you have anything further to say? Zhao Jingtian, confronted repeatedly with the evidence laid before him, found his teeth chattering in disbelief.
No.
These are not Yun's writings. My lord, you are fabricating evidence. It is you who is fabricating evidence. Shen's cane struck the ground forcefully as she recalled Yun's tragic demise, her tears flowing uncontrollably. The entire mansion is filled with shameless individuals. How dare you treat my daughter so poorly? She was such a good person. Why do you have the audacity to belittle her because of her merchant background? If you look down upon her so much, why did you even consider marrying her? Our lord has repeatedly offered to lend silver to the Beau Mansion, which you need not repay in the future. If our lord has made such an offer, why will you not spare our daughter?" As Shun's sorrow deepened, she wept openly in the courtroom. Zhao Jingtian stared blankly at the booklet and letters before him. His eyes filled with self-deception. "No, my lord, these are not Yun's writings. I implore you to see clearly." "See clearly? You are merely posturing. The evidence is glaring before you, yet you refuse to concede. Do you not fear the hellish consequences of your actions, with Yun watching from the flames?" The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, and Song Junyan, unwilling to listen to her incessant lamentations, struck the bench. "Lord Rong'an, do you possess any other evidence?" Zhao Jingtian shook his head numbly. Zhao had come prepared, bringing all evidence with her, leaving no room for him to refute. Over 40 years had passed since those events, and the individuals involved had either died or departed. With time pressing upon him, how could he arrange evidence in his favor? In that case, this official shall render a verdict today. The governor stepped forward to receive the decree. Before Song Junyan could finish, a sharp voice interrupted him. The crowd parted to reveal the eunuch whom Lu Xinran had seen at the Empress's birthday celebration. Upon witnessing the imperial edict, everyone inside and outside the courtroom immediately knelt. By order of His Majesty, the governor of Shuntian is to conduct a thorough investigation into the maligning of Yun and the misappropriation of her dowry. Solving the case within 3 days, and all recovered assets must be surrendered to the treasury without delay. I accept the decree. After bowing towards the palace, Song Junyan rose first. Zhao Jingtian, kneeling on the ground, trembled like a candle flickering in the wind. The emperor was indeed concerned about Yun's dowry. His gaze turned venomous as he glared at Lu Xinran, vowing that if he could not find peace, neither would anyone else.
Lord Rong'an,
Shall I send someone to the Beau Mansion to retrieve Yun's dowry today, or grant you a day to prepare? My lord. Zhao Jingtian stepped forward anxiously, his flustered speech betraying his urgency. Yun's dowry has long been mostly used up. Whether it was for him and Tao's maintenance outside the city, or for household expenses, or to provide his 2 sons with personal assets, all of this requires silver. The dowry, worth tens of thousands of taels. How could I possibly gather such a sum in just a few days? Song Junyan stepped back, avoiding the frantic Zhao Jingtian, and positioned himself beside the eunuch. Zhao Jingtian, upon seeing the eunuch, froze momentarily. The emperor had granted only 3 days, a mere 3 days. Why had the emperor set his sights on their Beau Mansion's wealth? As resentment swelled within him, he was encircled by attendants, leaving the courtroom without forgetting to cast a venomous glance at Lu Xinran. Once he was far away, Lu Xinran spat in disdain. What a vile individual! Does he believe me to be an easy target? Is he hoping to drag someone down with him in his misfortune? What a pitiful creature! Indeed, I know. With a single slap, I could end him. He would be like a rabid dog locked in a cage, unable to escape. Upon hearing her thoughts, Lu Xinran felt a bit more reassured, determined to ensure that Zhao Jingtian would not be able to discreetly transfer a single coin. According to Lu Xinran's musings, settling the dowry was merely the beginning. Subsequent investigations into examination fraud, abduction, and violent crimes awaited. The entire Rong'an family would spend the remainder of their lives in prison. While he harbored suspicions regarding the lean horses they had nurtured and sent to various estates, he chose not to dwell on the implications of the emperor's silence on that matter. The crowd outside the courtroom had yet to disperse, and regardless of whether they were acquainted or not, they buzzed with talk about the events that had just transpired. The scandal involving a noble house and a prominent daughter-in-law had escalated to the point of a public trial, hinting at underlying intrigues. Uncertain if the matter would become common knowledge, they mused that if it did, they would have the fortune of indulging in gossip. Amidst the chatter, Lu Xinran pulled Lu Xinran forward, and together they supported Shun as they stepped back into the courtroom. Shun had not lived in the Lu residence as she had claimed. She had her own family and children. Zhao's foolishness in the past, along with her misguided loyalty, had deeply wounded Shun's heart. Knowing Zhao's nature, they were aware that she would rush to report the moment she obtained evidence. Zhao had not anticipated Shun's timely arrival. As she wiped her tears, she hesitated, longing to draw closer to Shun but held back by past grievances. Lu Xinran cast a disdainful glance at the Zhao family. Did she truly believe that after committing so many foolish acts, a mere moment of contrition would compel everyone to forgive her? Yet it was Shun who, unable to bear her discomfort, stepped forward, took her hand, and softly inquired about her well-being. Zhao, eager to assist, quickly supported Shun, and the two discreetly moved aside to converse. Lu Xinran released Shen, and as she focused her gaze, it fortuitously met Song Junyin's, whose expression remained inscrutable. Zhao Jingtian had left with an excessively malevolent glare that left no doubt of his vengeful intentions. However, there was no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, especially for Lu Xinran, who remained blissfully unaware of the danger. While she could temporarily dissuade her from venturing out, she could not confine her to the house indefinitely. What she sought to understand now was whether the Emperor, having discovered her secret, had chosen to release them from the palace without assigning anyone to protect them. Meeting her inquiring gaze, Song Junyin hesitated before shaking his head slightly. He was unaware of the Emperor's plans and had never been privy to any discussions concerning Lu Xinran. Their father, the Emperor, had granted them authority, yet feared they might become too powerful or form cliques for personal gain. Unable to fathom the Emperor's intentions, he focused solely on his assigned duties, remaining intentionally ignorant of everything else. "What troubles you?" Lu Xinran asked, observing her surroundings before turning to meet the unmasked concern in Shun's eyes. "Worrying about me?" She raised a hand to gesture towards the incessantly chattering Zhao not far off. "Fear not, she is a fool blessed with fortune, and shall come to no harm." Though the Duke of Rong'en's residence appeared prestigious, it paled in comparison to the authority wielded by the minister's residence. While Lu Kongda was no paragon of virtue, the Lu family's reputation was sufficient to safeguard her life. Lu Xinlan's feelings were complex. Zhao did not require her excessive concern. No matter how furious Zhao Jingtian was, he would never harm his own daughter, especially one as esteemed as the lady of the Lu family. Yet Lu Xinran's situation was different. To outsiders, she was merely an uncherished true daughter, unloved by her father and mother alike. In the event of a mishap, no one would likely care. The venomous glances Zhao Jingtian cast her way were rooted in such sentiments. Lu Xinlan sighed wistfully. She contemplated daring to enter the palace to seek the Emperor's protection for her, but this girl had insulted the Emperor more fiercely than anyone else. The Emperor's tolerance in allowing her to create trouble outside the palace already marked him as a wise ruler. Chapter 97. An unexpected turn of events. The courtroom was no place for idle chatter. Within mere moments of Zhao Jingtian being taken away, Song Junyin hastily ushered them out. Zhao clung to Shun's hand, reluctant to part ways, her late-blooming filial piety and regret compelling her to bring Shin to the Lu residence, where she could properly honor her. "Where were you all this time? You once despised her, but have now come to appreciate her goodness. She has family and descendants of her own. She does not need your external gratitude. If you truly cared, you would find a way to avenge Yun's family, ensuring that Tao's family could confess and face justice, so that Yun's family might find peace in the afterlife. As for you, unfilial daughter, she has likely long since lost all hope, as if you were never born." All she could do was support Zhao, entrusting her to her family before watching them depart. "Xinlan, have I truly changed?" "Indeed," Lu Xinlan replied with a smile, nodding. "Did not His Majesty issue a decree allowing the Duke of Rong'en only 3 days to settle matters? He intends to collect your grandmother's dowry, whether you wish to part with it or not. This sum of money, if one chose to relinquish it under the guise of a noble donation to the court, would undoubtedly be welcomed by the Emperor. However, one must strategize for subsequent matters, lest the Emperor lose interest if there were no benefits to be gained." Zhao appeared somewhat uncomfortable, her head bowed as she incessantly twisted the handkerchief in her grasp. In contrast, Lu Xinran remained composed, her thoughts drifting to ways of ensuring Zhao Jingtian's further misfortune. From Shuntian Prefecture to the Lu residence, the route was bustling and spacious, the cacophony of voices around them alleviating the awkwardness within the carriage. Zhao discreetly tugged at Lu Xinlan's sleeve, seeking her assistance in lightening the atmosphere. Reflecting on Zhao's earlier remarks in the palace, Lu Xinlan was uncertain how to counsel her. She had never anticipated that this incident would spark a sudden realization in Zhao, leading her to acknowledge Lu Xinran as her biological daughter and treat her with the care she had previously neglected. She merely felt that Lu Xinran had been of great assistance during this ordeal and believed she ought to reciprocate in some manner, not as a mother, but in some other capacity. The three fell into a silence, the only sound within the carriage being the creaking of wheels over gravel. Suddenly, a startled horse outside reared up, causing the carriage to tilt dangerously. The three occupants were violently thrown against the rear wall of the carriage. The two horses, their front hooves striking the ground, bolted forward, and the coachman, thrown from the carriage, fell unconscious. Lu Xinran clung desperately to the window, forcing herself to maintain her balance. As the curtain fluttered, she noticed there was no driver, and she quickly maneuvered to exit the carriage. Zhao reached out to restrain her. "No, don't go out. It's too perilous." Lu Xinran brushed her hand away. The urgency of the situation left her no time to comfort Zhao. With a calculated leap, she propelled herself out of the swaying carriage, gripping the side to stabilize herself on the carriage floor. Seeing this, Lu Xinran also wished to exit, but Lu Xinran firmly commanded her to stay put. "Do not come out. It is dangerous out there. You must remain inside the carriage, do you understand?" "But no buts," Lu Xinran interrupted, seizing the reins. Just moments ago, she had been concerned about whether Zhao Jingtian would retaliate, but she had not expected him to act so swiftly, nor that he would spare none of them. The carriage continued its reckless dash through the marketplace, barreling towards the city gates as Lu Xinlan shouted for people to make way. "The horse is spooked. Help us." The guards, hearing her cries, rushed to assist. But before they could gather, the horses thundered through the city gates. Outside the gates, the streets bustled with pedestrians, some carrying burdens, others with baskets, while vendors set up stalls. The scene as lively as within the city. The carriage raced on, heedless of the crowd, crashing forward regardless of who might be in the way. Lu Xinlan had little experience with horses and was uncertain how to bring the frightened steeds to a halt. Her gaze fell upon the horses' injuries, one on each side, indicating that someone had hurled daggers from a distance, wounding them simultaneously. This could not continue. If the horses did not stop, they would be led to who knows where. Although Lu Xinran remained oblivious to the unfolding events, she sensed that someone had deliberately set out to take their lives. She attempted to climb out of the carriage to assist, but Lu Xinlan's sharp reprimand silenced her. "Stay inside. We are likely to be injured today. I can only ensure that we survive." She had observed that no one was pursuing them from behind, neither Zhao Jingtian's men nor anyone else. This was a rare stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. Lu Xinran pressed her lips together, meeting Zhao's terrified gaze, and for once, refrained from rolling her eyes in disdain. How could Zhao Jingtian's men arrive so quickly? She pondered, filled with confusion, while Lu Xinlan shared the same concern. If it were not Zhao Jingtian's doing, then who could it be? Lu Xinran had offended many people. The carriage sped further away, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate. Amidst their panic, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed behind them. "Xinran, listen to me. Whatever happens, you must strive to protect yourself." "I know, so must you. Is there any way you can shield us?" The system hesitated before finally stammering out a response. "I can only try to protect you. I cannot do so for anyone else, and if I use my energy, the life force you've painstakingly accumulated will be depleted. Use up the light if necessary. Survival comes first before anything else. Can I protect only myself? What about Lu Xinlan? Can she be safeguarded as well? I will give it a try. I have never utilized this function before, so I am uncertain of its efficacy." The nervousness was palpable in her voice, while Lu Xinran appeared solemn, and Lu Xinlan, on the other hand, let out a slight sigh of relief. In her previous life, she had thrived, pursuing her passions and fulfilling her dreams. Dying now would not be a tragedy. However, Lu Xinran could not afford such a fate. She had endured immense suffering in her past life, and after finally attaining a new life with a healthy heart, she yearned to live joyfully and accomplish all the things she once dared not even dream of. The sound of galloping hooves drew nearer, and instead of tightening the reins in an attempt to control the horses, she focused on adjusting their direction, urging them to continue their wild sprint. "Who will come to our rescue? I would give my life for you. I could even marry you." Upon encountering a certain individual, the protagonist exclaimed, "Oh no, how unfortunate. I am not so keen on preserving my life. Health points. Chapter 98. He is not dead yet, but he is close. Song Junyan rode furiously alongside his men, chasing after the out-of-control carriage as it barreled out of the city. After traversing the bustling market outside the city, the carriage veered into a remote area. Originally intending to signal his subordinates to halt, he was taken aback to see the carriage accelerating instead. The horses, already unmanageable, surged forward with alarming speed. Their pursuit became increasingly strenuous, and as the carriage sped away, he could only spur his steed to hasten their pace. Suddenly, several figures appeared ahead. In a flurry of movement, they swiftly tied 2 ropes to the trees. Lu Xinran's expression shifted dramatically. If the horses charged directly, they could trip and tumble, sending the carriage flying. The 3 of them would undoubtedly be flung from the vehicle. If fortune favored them, they would land on the ground. If not, they might crash into a tree or fall into a trap set by those figures. As the obstruction loomed ahead, she deduced that the pursuers were likely there to rescue them. Sister, behind us is the 4th prince. Lu Xinran had learned through the system who was following. Perhaps the system was genuinely concerned that she might exhaust her health points, as it was more anxious than she was about the identity of the first person to appear. All right, I understand. As they neared the ropes, Lu Xinran had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. She gripped the reins tightly, attempting to steer the horses off the main road. As long as they could evade the figures ahead, the people accompanying Song Junyan would inevitably collide with them. Sister,
Can we turn right?
there's a steep slope on the right. If the horses exhaust their strength, they will stop.
I will try.
Song Junyan kept reminding himself to turn right, focusing on the steep slope, while the system monitored the situation and quickly alerted Lu Xinran. Without a second thought, she conveyed the information to Lu Xinran, who found it both tense and amusing. It seemed the system and her inner voice could be utilized in such a manner. The figures ahead grew closer, and even Lu Xinran could discern their dark silhouettes from within the carriage. Turn quickly. I do not wish to die. My Yuanheng has not yet married. If I perish, it will delay his marriage. Zhao's voice was a mix of sobbing and rambling. Lu Xinran, annoyed, snapped at her to be quiet. Zhao, though furious, had no choice but to comply. The sound of hooves drew ever closer. Lu Xinran strained against the reins with all her might, yet she could not divert the horses from their current trajectory. In a moment of urgency, Lu Xinran could no longer contain herself. She burst from the carriage, seizing the reins to force the horses towards the other side. If I don't come out, we will certainly die together. If I do, perhaps we can survive. Lu Xinran pulled on the reins with all her strength, and in the instant that the 2 parties drew near, it seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. I will shield you soon. Do not be reckless. I have a way to survive, but without you, I will not last long. So you must take care of yourself, do you understand? In this chaotic timeline, relying solely on herself, she feared she might not even endure 3 episodes. Turn. The horse, feeling pain, neighed and obediently veered towards the right. However, it was a moment too late. The 2 horses barely managed to avoid the ropes tied to the tree, brushing past the figures. As they sped by, Lu Xinran commanded the system to identify the individuals. Yet, none of them appeared in her known names, leaving the system devoid of information, prompting her to disdainfully remark, "What a shame. In times of crisis, you are utterly useless. I am an onlooker system, not a strong female system. Besides, if I were a strong female system, you wouldn't even qualify to be my host." The system protested vehemently, while Lu Xinran fixated on the term strong female system. You actually have such a thing? Of course. Our mainframe is quite impressive. We possess not only strong female systems but also farming systems, survival systems, counterattack systems, and even ruling systems. Listening to the exchange, Lu Xinran found herself admiring the duo. They could bicker without regard for the circumstances. With black-clad figures still pursuing them, they were but powerless women. After the carriage descended the official road, the terrain indeed became less even. The incline grew steeper, and the horses struggled more with each stride. The speed diminished, and the pursuing black-clad figures, along with Song Junyan's men, quickly closed the gap. Lu Xinran grasped Lu Xinran's arm in an attempt to pull her back into the carriage, but Lu Xinran countered by gripping her wrist and pushing her inside. "Do not worry, I have..." She intended to say she had the system and would be fine. But just then, the two exhausted horses were suddenly struck by a sharp pain, causing them to go wild once more. The incident occurred too abruptly. Lu Xinran was unable to tighten her grip on the reins or the door, and she was flung from the carriage. Song Junyan, closely trailing behind, urged his horse forward. He unfurled his whip, attempting to ensnare Lu Xinran, but she struck with such velocity that she collided with him like a cannonball, sending him tumbling from his steed, both landing in the nearby underbrush. Lu Xinran felt as though the world spun around her. She first crashed into a warm body before collapsing onto the ground. The force of being thrown was overwhelming, and it took her a while to open her eyes again. Realizing there was a cushion beneath her, she quickly sat up, only to find Song Junyan in a pitiful state. His handsome face bore scratches from the grass upon impact, and his hairpin lay shattered, his hair disheveled. He still wore the official robe from earlier, now wrinkled and stained with blood at the collar, indicating further injuries. Looking down at the disarray, she couldn't help but reflect on her unexpected fortune in surviving, though it had come at Song Junyan's expense. Is he all right? Surely. Such a blow hasn't rendered him incapacitated? He hasn't died, has he? She extended a finger, intending to check for his breath beneath his nose. In agony, Song Junyan mustered the last of his strength to tilt his head to the side. He was not dead yet, but he was close. Chapter 99. 8 ribs broken. Song Junyan was able to catch up, and those guards behind him pursued the black-clad figures as well. However, it seemed those individuals had received orders. Failing to land a blow, they scattered in all directions without a hint of reluctance to fight. The carriage overturned on the ground not far away. In the moment of its collapse, Zhao and Lu Xinran were both knocked unconscious by the violent impact. Only Lu Xinran, the primary target of those cloaked figures, stood unharmed, gazing somewhat dazedly at the fleeing black-clad figures and the guards attempting to help Song Junyan to his feet. "You, don't touch him. He might have broken his ribs," she exclaimed. The earlier collision had been too severe, and the adversaries had provided her a solid cushion, likely resulting in broken ribs across her chest. "Master, can your divination reveal their current status?" The system fell silent for a moment, then quietly presented her with 2 small booklets, which Lu Xinran promptly opened. "Sister has merely fainted. She will recover with a few days of rest." Zhao's situation is more dire. She struck her head, which may affect her intelligence. Does Zhao even possess intelligence? If she truly struck her head, the outcome should be akin to cosmetic surgery, only improving rather than worsening. The system remained speechless, harboring a grudge for her earlier disdain. However, the pressing issue was that dusk was gradually settling, the city gates had closed, and they could not return to the city. They would have to find a place to spend the night outside. Lu Yuanheng, accompanied by the servants and the physician, approached and was startled to see Zhao and Lu Xinran lying unconscious on the ground. First, let the physician examine the 4th prince. His injuries are severe. With so many broken ribs, just thinking about it is painful. Lu Xinran could no longer shy away from calling him a pervert in her mind. She could only lead the physician to Song Junyan under Lu Yuanheng's bewildered gaze. The guards had already prepared a makeshift litter, and under the physician's guidance, they lifted him onto it. The physician's fingers traced over his chest, and upon assessing the situation, his expression slightly changed. Lu Xinran was aware that Song Junyan was gravely injured, but had not anticipated the extent of his injuries. How excruciating must it be to have so many broken ribs? How could he endure such agony without uttering a sound? Was it possible that those with perverse inclinations possessed a constitution unlike others? A flurry of chaotic thoughts crossed her mind, entirely unaware of the veins bulging in the hands of a certain individual beside her. How could he not be in pain with 8 broken ribs? Could crying or whimpering alleviate the hurt? Since it could not, why could he not choose to save face? When the carriage was tossed, Lu Xinran's experience mirrored that of Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran had used Song Junyan as a cushion, while Lu Xinran had done the same with Zhao. Not only had she awakened, but she also relayed their experiences to Lu Yuanheng in a succinct manner. Approaching, Lu Xinran overheard this arrangement and, having learned through the system that Lu Xinran was unharmed, felt relieved to sit beside them. The sudden turn of events had kept her heart in a state of tension, but now, with a moment of calm, her perplexities, anxieties, and lingering fear surfaced. "Master, Who were those cloaked figures targeting?
You.
I couldn't discern the reason, but these individuals were after you. The system's tone was laced with confusion, as if struggling to comprehend why its host had encountered such misfortunes, particularly with someone seeking her life. Reflecting on how nearly its capable and dear host had been harmed, the system began to whimper. Lu Xinran rubbed her temples. If the system could not fathom it, neither could she. The strange feeling in her heart grew more pronounced. She sensed that those around her were concealing something from her, yet no one was willing to divulge. Amid her turmoil, the physician had completed his examination of Zhao and Lu Xinran and had prescribed a remedy for their recovery. Another group had arrived, sent by Pei, seemingly anticipating their potential disarray, and they brought along several changes of clothes and 2 carriages. One carriage was designated for Song Junyan, allowing the guards to transport him aboard. As they continued towards Zhoukou town, 5 miles away. Once they settled into the inn, another contingent of guards arrived, surrounding and safeguarding the entire establishment, which finally eased Lu Xinran's anxious heart. Inside Lu Xinran's room, the individual, at her insistence, lay obediently on the bed. Sister, don't you find anything amiss? We reported to the authorities today, and those individuals appeared almost instantly. How could they arrive so swiftly? She felt certain that there were hidden motives she was unaware of. Lu Xinran opened her mouth, realizing she still could not articulate the reasons, so she could only murmur, but we don't even know who orchestrated this attack. When there is a grievance, one must know whom to curse in their heart. Lu Xinran was filled with uncertainty, unsure if those individuals were dispatched by Zhao Jingtian. The sisters could not reach a conclusion, and once Lu Xinran fell asleep, Lu Xinran hurried out towards the courtyard where Song Junyan was located. She felt compelled to offer her condolences for the plight he had endured because of her. Outside the courtyard, a young eunuch was waiting. Upon seeing her approach, he hurriedly smiled and stepped forward to greet her. How is His Highness? He has just taken his medicine and is now resting. Lu Xinran hesitated at the entrance, torn between the desire to enter and check on him. Miss Second, His Highness will need to take another bowl of medicine soon. I must awaken him. Would you care to accompany me to visit His Highness? Lu Xinran nodded vigorously. The clever young eunuch from the palace understood unspoken cues, effortlessly guiding the conversation. Flipping through the original narrative, the protagonist mused. Broken leg, blocking a blade, imprisonment? Meanwhile, someone with 8 broken ribs pondered. In the 100th chapter, her master had made progress. Song Junyan was in excruciating pain, even though he had not uttered a single sound of weakness. The blood pooling in his palm revealed just how unbearable his suffering was. The physician, wary of allowing the prince to endure unbearable pain under his care, prescribed a bowl of anesthetic powder and used silver needles to stimulate acupoints for temporary relief. Finally, Song Junyan's rigid spine relaxed, and he slowly closed his eyes amidst the soothing scent of tranquilizing incense. Yet before he could drift into slumber, the sound of the door creaking open startled him awake. Before he could turn to see who had entered, he heard a familiar voice in his mind. Why does he look so pale? Is there internal bleeding? But isn't it said that once there's internal bleeding, it's a grave issue, and one will soon perish? Isn't it claimed that calamities extend over millennia? He hasn't even darkened yet. He shouldn't die so easily, right? He mustn't come to harm. If I inadvertently caused his demise, it would be a laughingstock for future generations, wouldn't it? The chaotic thoughts echoed with a familiar tone, prompting Song Junyan to furrow his brow and cast a cold glare at the young eunuch who had brought her in. If he had known that coming out of the city to rescue someone would cost him so dearly, well, he'd just have to accept his misfortune, as he could not bear to witness the 3 of them in peril. Lu Xinran cautiously approached the bedside, sensing the turbulent emotions radiating from him, and nervously chuckled. Your Highness, I thank you on behalf of my elder sister for coming out to rescue us. This favor cannot go unacknowledged. Without him, we surely would have perished today, perhaps even losing our lives. I hope that when the time comes to repay this kindness, it will not be too embarrassing. He looks so miserable. Almost tragically beautiful, like a character waiting to be abused in a kitsch novel. But he is a prince. Being beautiful and strong is not an issue. His suffering shouldn't be so severe. Well, then again, in the harem, a place that devours without leaving bones, he might have truly endured hardships. With these thoughts, she instinctively reached for the small booklet belonging to Song Junyan. The fragile beauty lying in bed stirred, hastily dismissing her. "It's merely a small matter. You needn't worry. Miss Second, I am unwell. You may proceed as you wish." He bluntly urged the guest to leave, and Lu Xinran, feeling it inappropriate to linger, cast one last glance at him. Noticing his face growing increasingly pale, she bowed respectfully and was heavily escorted out by the young eunuch. The flustered little eunuch complied, and, after exiting the room, remained obediently at the door, no longer daring to act on his own accord. With guards stationed outside, the night passed peacefully, without any attacks, enveloping the inn in tranquility. After consuming a calming tonic, Lu Xinran fell into a deep slumber. As for Zhao Shi, she had bowed her head, and, according to the physician, she needed time to recover. It was possible she would remain in a stupor for several days before regaining consciousness. Only Lu Yuanheng felt a twinge of sadness. Each time he sought out Lu Xinran, he was met with her polite and distant demeanor. In her heart, Lu Xinran sensed something amiss. After much deliberation with the system, neither of them could pinpoint where the issue lay. Unable to fathom it, she decided to let it go. As long as the problem was dismissed swiftly, it would cease to exist. System: Song Junyan has only suffered a broken rib, with no internal injuries, correct? Affirmative, absolutely certain. Lu Xinran noted her system's improvement, as it had begun to appreciate humor. Song Junyan's broken rib could not withstand the jostling of the carriage, and under the physician's guidance, the guards worked through the night to construct a stretcher that could be carried on their shoulders. To shield against the rising sun's heat, they also fashioned a canopy overhead. Observing Song Junyan being carried by the guards, Lu Xinran knew it was inappropriate, yet she could not help but indulge in idle thoughts. Song Junyan, who could hear her thoughts, realized that she had yet to express her grievances. He strained to shift his eyes and soon discovered that he was lying stiffly in a soft sedan chair that indeed resembled a coffin. Before they had traveled far, they encountered the palace guards who had come to assist. "Ladies Lu, the Empress Dowager and the Empress have been deeply concerned upon hearing of your predicament. I have come to escort you into the palace for a thorough examination by the imperial physician." Lu Xinran turned to look at Lu Xinlan, who gave her a slight nod. The sisters promptly bowed toward the direction of the imperial city, expressing their gratitude. With the palace guards accompanying them, their journey proceeded without incident. Lu Yuanheng led Zhao Shi back to the residence, while the sisters were guided by the eunuch into the palace alongside Song Junyan. The embarrassed fourth prince was hoisted into the carriage before entering the city, cushioned with thick padding. Nevertheless, the carriage's jolting caused him to break into a cold sweat. As he was lifted back onto the sedan chair at the palace gate, both sisters noticed his sweat-drenched attire. Lu Xinran was consumed by guilt and remorse. Had it not been for Song Junyan cushioning her, she would be the one with fractured bones now. Upon entering the palace, the group separated in the palace corridor. The guards hurried Song Junyan directly to the imperial physician's office, while the eunuch who had escorted them into the palace led the sisters straight to the Wenhuo Hall. Chapter 101. Can he hear this? In the Wenhuo Hall, the emperor scrutinized the kneeling Prince Yu, Song Juanhe, with piercing eyes. Had it not been for Zhao Shi's curiosity about the cause of Yuan Shi's death, the Rong'an mansion would not have captured his attention. He had always underestimated Zhao Jingtian, failing to notice that his eldest son possessed considerable ambition. He believed himself to be lenient with his sons, never allowing baseless suspicions to turn them into idle, wealthy nobility. Whether it was he, Song Junyan, or the other two adult princes, he had arranged positions for them within the 6 ministries. His failure to appoint an heir was driven by a desire to observe which son would meet his expectations for a successor. Moreover, he felt he was still in his prime, capable of ruling for at least another 20 years. He was robust and vigorous. Why rush to appoint an heir? He coldly regarded Song Juanhe, increasingly dissatisfied with his son. "Your Majesty, the 2 young ladies from the Lu family have been arranged in the side hall." Eunuch Fu entered the hall, swiftly approaching the emperor and whispering in his ear. The emperor responded with an "Inform them that Prince Yu and Rong'an are in the hall. I shall summon them later." Eunuch Fu, perplexed, wondered why the emperor felt the need to communicate with 2 young ladies. However, the emperor's actions required no questioning from him. He quickly relayed the emperor's message in the side hall. Having deduced the reason behind it, Lu Xinran understood the emperor's intentions, while Lu Xingran's heart raced with anxiety. What is the emperor doing, and why is he communicating with us? Does he have an interest in me, or my sister? Almost frightened by her own reckless words, Lu Xingran hastily grasped her wrist. I was in a stupor from the herbal tonic last night and didn't have time to speculate about those individuals who sent the attackers. She abruptly shifted the conversation to the cloaked figures, successfully diverting Lu Xingran's attention. Perhaps it was Rong'enbo, enraged and seeking revenge? As she spoke, she suddenly recalled that Zhao Jingtian was in the adjacent Grand Hall. She quickly moved aside to a distance where she could access the system and open the booklet. Oh, it's not Zhao Jingtian. For him, Zhao Shi's swift reporting to the authorities was entirely unexpected, leaving him no time to prepare. His two sons are utterly useless, merely fantasizing about grand schemes, while remaining too timid to act against Zhao Shi. I wonder if it was Tao Shi. She is ruthless, and if it were her, she might have had an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Shi. While Lu Xingran contemplated how to exploit the situation to eliminate Tao Shi, the system had already opened the booklet pertaining to Song Juanhe. Oh, how could it be him? We have no grievances with him. Why would he want us dead? No, I need to think this through. In the Wenhul Hall, cold sweat trickled down Song Juanhe's forehead. He knelt on the ground, struggling to control the trembling of his legs beneath his robe. Eldest son, I have given you a chance. Father, I was foolish. Please forgive me this once. Was sending thin horses to various officials' residences also a foolish act? From the moment he received the news, he had dispatched people to investigate outside the city. Zhao Jingtian's estate had been established for over a decade. They had been plotting since 10 years ago, when he was merely 15. Zhao Jingtian's two incompetent sons had caused so much trouble, and yet they had not yet faced any consequences, thanks to him being a good son. In the side hall, Lu Xingran was engrossed in her reading, her expressions shifting as she absorbed the content. So, Song Juanhe is actually the emperor's eldest son, born before he ascended to the throne. Sigh. What was the empress thinking? How could she allow her eldest son to be born before any engagement was arranged? It was as if she was openly challenging her authority. How could she still be willing to marry? To prevent her from entering through the main gate of the palace, he deliberately chose to marry before ascending the throne. This blatant maneuver should have awakened even the most love-struck. The more she read, the more she felt pity for the empress. Meanwhile, the emperor, waiting in the main hall for her to reveal more of his eldest son's thoughts, was visibly displeased. He could not fathom what kind of benefits the empress had promised this girl to earn her unwavering support. The empress is truly a pitiable figure. Her fate harsher than bitter herbs. At that moment, Song Juanhe felt as though he were bound and hanging over the edge of a cliff. With an abyss awaiting below, one misstep could lead to his utter ruin. He had expected to hear about his long-term plans and schemes. Yet he was met with the emperor's disdain. Can he truly hear this? Prince Yu's maternal grandfather was actually the Minister of War. No wonder he feels so entitled, believing the throne will inevitably be his. Xu Fei has been biding her time all these years, not competing for anything in the harem, always appearing as a virtuous mother in front of the emperor, wholly devoted to their father-son relationship. Lu Xinran pondered, questioning whether the persona crafted was truly effective, wondering if the emperor was genuinely swayed by such tactics. She recalled that the previous consort Chen had employed similar strategies. Silently, she noted this down, uncertain of its future utility, yet contemplating the possibility of its application. Despite her reservations, she understood the necessity of enhancing her favorability. Her discontent burgeoned upon realizing that the empress was unlikely to bear offspring, leading her to entertain thoughts of becoming the empress dowager instead. The throne rightfully belonged to Song Juanhe, a notion instilled in her since his early adolescence. She had even encouraged her father, Sun Linyuan, the Minister of War, to bolster Song Juanhe's stature, as his ascendance to the ministry was subtly influenced by her father's proximity to the emperor. Sun Linyuan had repeatedly advised that seizing control of the Ministry of War, along with the Ministries of Personnel and Revenue, would render other imperial contenders powerless. Yet, despite his assurances, Song Juanhe remained apprehensive. Through Sun Linyuan, he saw connections with Zhao Jingtian and, upon learning of the Tao family's background, He found himself not only unrepulsed but also inspired to introduce women into various officials' households. The courtiers were astute and cunning. Direct alliances were impractical. Thus he opted for a more circuitous approach, hoping these women could whisper into the ears of influential men. He fantasized that if some among them could ascend from courtesan to noblewoman, his grand ambitions would progress further. Lu Xinran found this notion utterly ludicrous. Did he truly believe everyone would lack dignity and integrity like Zhao Jingtian? Did he assume that the mistresses of various households could be so easily belittled due to their origins? The Yun family was singular, yet Zhao Jingtian's ilk seemed far from unique. Nonetheless, she acknowledged the merit in his aspirations. Audacity often begets great rewards, and dreams are worth nurturing. Who knows? They may even come to fruition. Chapter 102. Do you recognize your mistakes? She was determined to uncover why Song Juanhe had dispatched assassins against them. Hastily, she flipped through her notes, yet found no satisfactory explanation. It seemed the most plausible rationale had been crudely erased. How peculiar, she mused. His collusion with Zhao Jingtian is understandable, as Zhao seeks to gain merit, but to send assassins into the market against us is another matter entirely. Could it be that the Yun family's dowry holds such weight for them? As a prince, Song Juanhe must invest considerable resources to secure his ambitions and curry favor with court officials, yet it was preposterous to rely solely on a woman's dowry for such expenses. If that were indeed the case, these princes and nobles would be utterly inept, proclaiming grand designs while fixating solely on women's fortunes. This was a prime example of parasitism. A barrage of disparagement left Zhao Jingtian in a state of embarrassment in the adjacent hall. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Lu Xinran's critiques resonated with his innermost thoughts. The Rongyan Marquis had thrived on the Yun family's dowry over the years. His confidence in aligning with the crown prince stemmed from the substantial wealth the Yun family had brought with them. The dowry was not merely a stack of silver ingots. It encompassed numerous businesses that generated thousands of taels annually, ensuring the Marquis' continued prosperity. The emperor, recognizing this, had issued a decree to the court, acknowledging the value of the dowry. Yet, Lu Xinran's scorn inadvertently implicated the emperor, as he too had an interest in the wealth contained within a woman's dowry. Zhao Jingtian felt a cold sweat break out, realizing Lu Xinran's ruthless intent would compel the emperor to demand not just the dowry, but also the profits accrued over the years. He could hardly fathom her audacity in resurrecting the memory of the Rongyan Marquisite's past failures and allegiance, a matter intolerable to any emperor. Had he known the consequences, he would have abstained from attending the matriarch's birthday celebrations. The emperor's demeanor betrayed no displeasure, his gaze seemingly softened. Do you understand what is required of you? Yes. Your Majesty, I comprehend. Then go forth. I expect to see the entirety of the Yun family's dowry within 3 days. Trembling, Zhao Jingtian exited the Wenhua hall, feeling the chill of the wind against his back, his damp garments sending shivers coursing through him. Not only was he to surrender the Yun family's dowry, but he was also compelled to relinquish the profits accumulated over the years. The Marquis was scarcely able to meet such demands, and even if they possessed the funds, surrendering them would imperil their future. After decades of extravagance, he had long forgotten the embarrassment of having to donate all family assets to appease the late emperor's wrath. He had forgotten the struggles of not being able to afford new clothes for the new year, the scarcity of meat on their dining table, or the inability to procure ink and paper for his studies. His grandson would soon be of marrying age. This time, they would treat his future granddaughter-in-law with greater kindness, ensuring she would not tread the same path as the Yun family. Once Zhao Jingtian departed, only the emperor and Song Juanhe remained in the hall. The two sisters had been led by eunuch Fu to a spot a mere 20 paces from the main hall. Lu Xinran blinked, unsure of the emperor's intentions. Even without the system's real-time broadcast, she could still review recordings. With the system in place, proximity to Song Juanhe or the emperor would allow her to discern their discussions. Sensing her curiosity, Lu Xinran cast a sympathetic glance toward the hall's entrance, silently empathizing with the emperor for a fleeting moment. He was likely still acclimating to the extraordinary nature of his newfound abilities. When he called them into the hall, hearing their familiar thoughts, he would surely grasp the true essence of self-deception. Within the grand hall, the emperor observed his trembling eldest son through lowered lashes. Lacking a legitimate heir, every son born to his consorts held the potential for the throne. He bore no objection to their ambitions. Yet he could not abide their unscrupulous paths. Do you comprehend where you have erred? He had yet to ascend to the throne, and was unaware of how many steps remained before him. The bitterness of his defeat weighed heavily upon his heart. The emperor gazed at his kneeling son, who was both anxious and filled with indignation, and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Do you believe that such a meticulously crafted plan could simply be exposed due to your misfortune? Were you not meant to be the one who perseveres until the end? Song Juanhe, realizing he had been seen through, felt a surge of resentment. Indeed, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Over the years, he had been diligent and cautious in his duties at the Ministry of War, never daring to be lax in his responsibilities. Even in his attempts to cultivate alliances with court officials, he remained ever vigilant, careful not to overstep any boundaries. Father, I have merely acted as a prince ought to. I acknowledge my faults, yet I am truly discontent. Chapter 103. A debt of gratitude. Lu Xinran and her sister stood beneath the eaves for nearly half an hour before witnessing Song Juanhe leave the Wenhuo Hall, his face ashen. As he departed, he cast a glance in their direction. Had the emperor truly let him off so easily? She found it surprising but soon remembered that as the eldest son, he would naturally evoke a deeper affection from his father. Moreover, with the principle of primogeniture, as long as Song Juanhe did not act foolishly, the throne should rightfully belong to him. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Chief Eunuch Fu approached them, beckoning them to enter the hall for an audience. Lu Xinran intended to offer a word of caution to her sister, to remain observant and silent upon entry. However, her sister had her own ideas and was particularly fond of making quips. Thus, she decided against it. After all, the emperor would not dare to harm them nor imprison them, which was sufficient. Inside the grand hall, the emperor's mood was less than favorable. Although a sudden influx of silver had alleviated his immediate concerns, he was far more troubled by the ambitions that had surfaced among his sons as they matured. He pondered whether to test the several princes through Lu Xinran. The familiar cacophony of chaotic thoughts surged within him, prompting him to suppress his current musings and prepare to exude the authority befitting his station. The words he had exchanged with Song Juanhe echoed in his mind. But your error lies in the fact that I am neither old nor on the verge of death. What do you intend to achieve by colluding with court officials? Do you wish to challenge me and force me to abdicate the throne in your favor? The emperor, seeking to evade the implications of his thoughts, wondered if these inner voices were merely reminders of his recent folly. Foolishness? What foolishness? Does the emperor know of Song Juanhe's connection with Zhao Jingtian? He ought to know. As emperor, one must have their own channels of information, lest they become the subject of ridicule. Song Juanhe attempted to assassinate us yesterday, and the 2 wild horses in the marketplace were caused by him. It was Song Juanhe who pursued us, saving us from harm. The emperor may be indifferent to our plight, but he must care about Song Juanhe. Thus, if it can be discovered that Song Juanhe ordered the attack, the connections between him and Zhao Jingtian will inevitably be unearthed. Lu Xinran thoughtfully completed this loop in her mind, rationalizing the situation. The emperor believed the matter remained manageable. After all, it was entirely normal for a prince with ambitions for the throne to devise plans. He recalled his own youth, when he had strategized under his mother's guidance, deftly navigating through conflicts with his royal brothers until he ultimately claimed the throne. He cleared his throat, wishing to dismiss the jumbled thoughts, his lips moving as he struggled to find words. He instructed his attendants to bring the sisters into the palace, eager to confirm his eldest son's intentions. Now that his goal was achieved, he understood that the longer Lu Xinran lingered by his side, the more secrets she would uncover, prompting him to clear his throat once more. The Empress Dowager has been concerned for your well-being. Now that she knows you are safe, you should go and pay your respects to her. Lu Xinran thought to herself, was this the reason they had waited so long? Despite their grievances, neither sister wished to linger. After bowing respectfully, they both exited. Within the Yongshou Palace, the Empress awaited their arrival. She had learned from the palace staff about the recent events that transpired in the court, including the sisters' ordeal and how Song Juanhe had rescued them. Knowing they had escaped without serious injury and only sustained minor bruises, the Empress began to worry about her grandson. I heard that Junyan was injured while rescuing Xinran, suffering 8 broken ribs. The Empress recalled the news from the medical office, her heart aching. Yes, not only had he broken 8 ribs, but he also bore numerous bruises. When the physicians treated his fractures, the pain had caused him to sweat profusely, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth to endure. Hearing this filled her with sorrow. The boy had grown under her protection. Though she had not kept him by her side, she had given him ample care and affection, viewing him as her own child. Junyan had always been this way, bearing countless grievances without a word, fortunate that he possessed a gentle disposition. He had not hardened into a cold, unyielding character despite past tribulations. As they conversed, a palace maid entered to announce the arrival of the sisters. Upon seeing them approach, particularly Lu Xinran, unharmed, the Empress thought again of Song Junyan, who remained at the medical office. Bowing respectfully, Lu Xinran noticed the worry etched on the Empress's face and recalled that Song Junyan had been taken directly to the medical office upon their arrival. Guilt washed over her. In the chaos of the incident, she had not had time to reflect. As night fell, her thoughts turned to him, wondering if he had sustained further injuries beyond his broken ribs and how she could ever repay his kindness. The more she thought, the more troubled she became, especially as she overheard the Empress Dowager and the Empress expressing their concern. A debt of gratitude. How can I ever repay it? Perhaps I might discreetly inquire if he desires the throne? Then I could assist him in that endeavor. What can I possibly do to alleviate the Empress's worries? She is already the Empress. Chapter 104. Zhao's awakening. The expressions of the Empress and the Empress Dowager shifted slightly, yet they sighed inwardly, contemplating the complexities of the situation. They had both grown up. It was entirely natural for Song Juanhe to harbor ambitions of becoming the crown prince or emperor, just as Song Junyan had developed similar aspirations. Next year, upon reaching adulthood, he would be granted a title and would move out of the palace to establish his own residence in the city. They, residing within the depths of the palace, had little control over such matters. The Empress Dowager, in particular, being of advanced age, wished to avoid misunderstandings arising from excessive concern. She desired nothing more than to live out her remaining years in peace. Both women tacitly chose to feign ignorance upon hearing the inner thoughts, while Lu Xinran's heart settled into a calm indifference. The more outrageous declarations had crossed her mind before. What did it matter? Lu Xinran, I heard your mother was also injured. Is it serious? Speaking of Zhao, Lu Xinran felt a pang of guilt. Zhao had been injured on her behalf, sustaining a severe head wound. Though the bleeding had ceased and the physician assured her there were no grave concerns, she could not find peace of mind. What a predicament you both find yourselves in, the Empress Dowager lamented, uncertain of what else to say. Lu Xinran had this ability, yet it seemed she would continually encounter such perilous situations in the future. Lu Xinran sighed inwardly, hoping that once Lu Xinran accumulated enough life force over the course of a year, the system would upgrade and rectify its deficiencies. The Empress Dowager and the Empress bestowed upon the two sisters various nourishing and calming remedies before allowing them to leave the palace. As Lu Xinran prepared to depart, she hesitated several times, longing to inquire about Song Junyan's well-being. The Empress, perceiving her inner turmoil, smiled and mentioned Song Junyan's condition, which caused Lu Xinran to blush with embarrassment, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. Yet, even as she left, her thoughts remained tethered to Song Junyan. Lu Xinran gently patted her shoulder in comfort, intending to say something but ultimately exhaling a complex sigh. Within the Lu household, chaos reigned as Madame Pei fretted over her two granddaughters taken to the palace, while her eldest daughter-in-law was being carried inside. She hastily arranged for a physician to attend and dispatched someone to the palace gates for news. The unexpected events of the previous night had unfolded so suddenly, just before the curfew and closure of the city gates, leaving them no time to gather a rescue party. They could only send Lu Yuanheng out with a few men. Your mother has yet to awaken since her injury last night? Madame Pei gazed anxiously at the pale Zhao, fearing she might never regain consciousness or suffer further misfortune. Lu Yuanheng nodded despondently, having barely slept throughout the night. His previous life had been smooth and enviable, without a hint of adversity. Yet, at some point everything had changed. The family had undergone tumultuous transformations, and he found himself devoid of the confidence and certainty he once possessed, lost in a haze of confusion. Furthermore, Lu Xinran's indifference towards Zhao was palpable, as if she held no place for her in her heart. Shouldn't the bonds of life be deemed more significant than mere upbringing? The body and soul are gifts from one's parents. Without them, how could one even exist in this world? Madam, the injury may have caused internal bruising in her head. Several doses of herbal medicine combined with acupuncture should hasten her recovery. However, as to when she will awaken or if she will truly recover, the physician cannot guarantee. Having dealt with such matters her entire life, Madame Pei understood the implications of these words all too well. Have arrangements been made to safeguard them? Yet, despite this assurance, Madame Pei remained unconvinced. Yes, replied Granny Su, hurrying away. Grandmother, mother will be fine, won't she? Lu Yuanhing's voice was tinged with urgency. You are the eldest son of the Lu family. Do not panic in times of crisis, Madame Pei admonished him sternly. You have already been accepted into the Hamlin Academy. How can you be so flustered? Lu Yuanhing forced himself to steady his nerves, feeling a wave of shame as he stepped forward. Yes, grandmother, your admonition is well taken. Yuanheng will remember. You simply lack experience, sighed Madame Pei. Such incidents are bound to occur. That girl has a tendency to expose the vulnerabilities of others. Grandmother, he began, but his words were interrupted as a maid entered hurriedly with a bowl of medicine. Although Zhao remained unconscious, administering medicine was not particularly difficult. After the herbal concoction was given, the physician entered to administer acupuncture. Lu Yuanhing's words remained unvoiced until the physician concluded his treatment, at which point he realized he, as a man, had the duty to see the physician out of the house. Madame Pei sighed as she gazed at Zhao, still immobile, uncertain of when she would awaken. Very well, very well. Lu Xinran hurried away, reflecting on how kind Zhao had always been to her, both in her previous life and since arriving here. It was for the sake of protecting her that Zhao had been injured. Though she had long passed the age of easy sentimentality, her heart remained anxious and conflicted at this moment. Lu Xinran trailed behind, unusually silent. The sisters followed Granny Su swiftly to Zhao's courtyard, where they encountered Lu Yuanheng leaving with the physician. Upon seeing them, Lu Yuanheng's shoulders sagged with a visible weight. Chapter 105. Zhao, agitated with rage, trembled uncontrollably. Lu Yuanheng cast a hurried glance at them before promptly escorting the physician out. Lu Xinran felt that his glance had been laden with complexity. Madame Pei, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the inner quarters and waved at them from a distance. Grandmother, how is mother? Lu Xinran rushed to support Madame Pei's arm. Madame Pei sighed. She has not awakened yet. The physician says she will need several days of herbal treatment and daily acupuncture evaluations. Her words plunged Lu Xinran's heart into despair. If healing required such measures, would she ever awaken? Since we are merely bystanders, what of the one who lies unconscious? A sudden, absurd thought struck her, causing her to recoil momentarily before finally murmuring, I shall try. After a pause, a small voice echoed in her mind. She should be fine. There are no clots in her brain, just a severe concussion from the impact, and she has endured much shock these past few days, which may explain her reluctance to awaken. Awakening would mean confronting the truth of her past actions, having killed Yun family members and having a mother who is a beast. She would also have to face the reality of having misjudged her father and deliberately distanced herself from her maternal family, alongside the bewildering presence of her biological daughter and the discord among her siblings that stemmed from her instigation. Overwhelmed by these burdens, she could only contemplate escape. Madame Pei and Lu Xinran both exhaled in relief. Mental anguish could be addressed, but the fear of Zhao never waking again loomed large. Lu Xinran marveled at the system's remarkable capabilities, able to solve mysteries and now diagnose ailments. What could it not achieve? The system, pleased with itself, wagged its metaphorical tail. Now you see my value, don't you? Previously, she had dared to mock it. Madame Pei led the gradually reassured Lu Xinran into the inner chamber, where Zhao lay, eyes tightly shut and unmoving. Lu Xinran stood at the door, her heart a whirl of emotions as she observed the scene within. How willful she is. Trapped in her own world, never considering the feelings of others. Once, She was resolute in believing Zhao Jingtian and Tao to be virtuous, ignoring her maternal family's warnings. Now, she is uncertain how to face her maternal family or the court at large, unprepared to confront future ramifications. She leaves the mess for her family to clean up, burdening her mother and Lu Xinran with both her health concerns and the turmoil she has sown. When all is resolved, she will awaken to hear, "Have you finally come to?" In such times, her selfishness is glaring. Indeed, those who elicit pity often harbor faults that provoke disdain. She thought she had progressed, yet remained a helpless wretch. Who was the wretch? Zhao, who had been motionless, suddenly began to tremble violently. Madame Pei looked on in silence, recalling the physician's earlier suggestion to stimulate the patient to encourage awareness of her surroundings, aiding her potential recovery. Initially puzzled by what this stimulation entailed, she now understood, though it was difficult to define. Zhao's body shook with increasing intensity, yet ultimately succumbed to the dual constraints of medication and subconscious inertia, falling back into stillness. Lu Xinran gazed at the bed in confusion, then turned to the encouraging looks from Madame Pei and Lu Xinran, instinctively raising her hands in surrender. Heaven bear witness, I have said nothing and done nothing. Zhao's convulsions bore no relation to her. As if offended by her previous thoughts, Zhao's body began to tremble once more. Why should this foolish girl speak of her in such a way? She refused to acknowledge Zhao as her mother, nor did she wish to recognize her as her daughter. The more she thought, the angrier she became. All her self-imposed guilt and regret dissipated amidst the biting mockery. Madame Pei and Lu Xinran exchanged glances at the increasingly agitated Zhao and the seemingly innocent Lu Xinran, their eyes conveying encouragement. Speak a bit more if you can. The gaze shared between the two was so peculiar that Lu Xinran instinctively took a step back. As she spoke, she turned to leave, only to be blocked at the door by Su Momo, who insisted they must maintain appearances for at least an hour or so. Lu Xinran, feeling helpless, was adept at putting on a facade, as long as the whims of Zhao did not fall upon her. Zhao was naive and easily deceived, and the servants in the courtyard were utterly oblivious. Upon entering, they found Zhao trembling violently on the bed. Lu Yuanheng, alarmed, instinctively lunged forward, but was halted by Su Momo's outstretched arm. Dr. Su attempted to approach Zhao to take her pulse, but as he drew near, Zhao suddenly opened her eyes wide, startling him with her gaze that resembled two brass bells. Mother, you are awake. Lu Yuanheng pushed aside Su Momo's arm and hurried closer. Zhao slowly rotated her eyes, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the room before finally landing on Lu Xinran. This unfilial daughter. How dare she call me mud? No matter how foolish Zhao Yuma may be, she has never feared anything in this life. It was not merely the trouble stemming from her maternal family or the concerns of the Rong'en-Bo residents. Even if she could not resolve them, she could still cut through the chaos decisively. Her abrupt awakening was both startling and terrifying. Though Dr. Su's heart raced, he nonetheless proceeded to examine Zhao, prescribing medicine and offering instructions before taking his leave. Lu Yuanheng, bewildered by the unfolding events, could not shake the feeling that his mother's sudden revival was somehow linked to this half-sister of his. What are you looking at? Do you think I fear you? Zhao's thoughts were tumultuous. At least she realized the need to wake up early and avoid leaving the mess to grandmother. She still has some shame. Zhao wanted to retort, feeling indignant at the accusation of lacking shame. Was she not an ordinary person who was entitled to retreat in the face of adversity? Pei looked at the mother and daughter, who were like two roosters ready to fight, and inexplicably felt that this was somewhat favorable. Chapter 106. The heart of filial piety can be outsourced, truly a sight to behold. Zhao originally bore a heavy heart. As soon as she broke through the shackles within, her health would surely improve, especially since she had only been unconscious for less than a day and night. Her body had not suffered greatly. After consuming some herbal soup and light, soft foods, she would be able to rise and move about. However, whether taking medicine or consuming soup, or even with the assistance of a maid to help her dress, Zhao's gaze never left Lu Xinran, leaving Lu Xinran utterly perplexed. She certainly did not perceive Zhao's fierce glare as an attempt at reconciliation between mother and daughter. She instinctively shifted behind Lu Xinran, unwilling to engage in any argument while Zhao was in such a weakened state. Lu Xinran was at a loss for how to navigate the complex dynamics among the three of them. She was not the original host, and the matter of occupying another's place weighed heavily on her mind. From the very first day of her arrival, she had wished to leave. But the Lu family would not allow it. Having assumed the body of the original, she was obliged to fulfill her filial duties. Yet after recognizing her connection with Lu Xinran, her dependence on her only grew. Though she was uncertain how her presence could assist, it surely could not hurt to have her lend a hand. An inner turmoil persisted within her. She had initially stayed out of sheer audacity, but now, witnessing the fierce animosity between Zhao and Lu Xinran, she felt an overwhelming guilt for being an intruder. In a moment where silence reigned, an unsettling confusion lingered. Lu Yuanheng gazed at everyone in the room, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. He looked at Lu Xinran, who was hiding behind her elder sister, and thought she was being rather immature. Xinran, your mother is still unwell. You both should take care of her in the coming days. Lu Xinran turned her head, and before she could voice her thoughts, her inner commentary began to surface. This is merely a facade of filial piety, doing nothing but speaking empty words, shifting all burdens onto others while keeping the appearance of virtue for oneself. If one were truly filial, why not serve directly? Let us not invoke the gender differences. Filial duty knows no gender. If one truly cared, they would be at their mother's side, wholeheartedly dedicated, rather than imposing their views on others. To proclaim filial piety while shunning all responsibilities is, indeed, a remarkable sight. After years of studying the classics, it appears the wisdom has been lost on them. As daughters, was it not their rightful duty to attend to their mother during her illness? Zhao could not bear the thought of her son being unjustly criticized. Casting a fierce glare at Lu Xinran, I have Momo and my maids around me. There is no need for Xinlan to serve. I cannot bear to have her suffer alongside me. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes, initially believing that a gentle nudge might jolt Zhao into clarity. But it seemed that even a hard bump would not awaken her obstinacy. Has she forgotten that her mother-in-law is also in the house? Who is this for? Is she telling grandmother that caring for her is a burden, and that she has maids and servants to do it for her? No. I didn't mean that. Don't say such things. Pei stepped forward, rubbing her temples and separating the two feuding women. After yesterday's upheaval, you and the children have been frightened. Please take these days to rest and recuperate. As for care, let us not trouble the children further. There are enough servants.
Zhao,
concerned for Lu Xinlan, remembered that she too had been injured the previous day and now had to muster her spirits to accompany Lu Xinran to the palace. She quickly urged everyone to leave. Pei cast a glance at Lu Yuanheng, thinking that this eldest grandson was being led astray by the old ways. If he did not receive proper guidance, he would surely end up like Lu Kongda. Reflecting on her eldest son, who had been overly indulged by Lu Jinchuan, she let out a deep sigh. Lu Xinran watched Lu Yuanheng leave with Pei, and then turned to embrace Lu Xinlan's arm. Do you not feel that his temperament closely resembles Zhao's? Both seem to believe they are always right, never considering the feelings of others. Lu Xinlan pondered seriously for a moment before merely nodding slightly. Zhao was exceedingly self-centered, and it was not just Lu Yuanheng who was influenced by her. The more extreme traits of the original host's character were similarly affected. I know. Let us leave together. Zhao has her maids around. We need not worry too much. The system indicated that she would be fine once she awoke. She was just glaring at me with such vigor. So she should be recovering soon. Uncertain if the funds had been gathered at the Rongyenbo residence, she mused that the emperor had given them until the day after tomorrow evening. With guards stationed at his residence, he could not draw closer to the Prince of Yu. The days ahead would be challenging. The overly gleeful tone prompted Lu Xinlan to speculate further. This is merely the beginning. The ordeal at the Rongyenbo residence will likely be arduous. The roots of the troubles run deep, and while Lu Xinran could not discern the full picture, she had already gained clarity. The Rongyenbo residence had been forsaken by the emperor. The Zhao family would not meet a favorable end. On the second day of Zhao's recuperation at home, many in the capital noted that the properties belonging to the Rongyenbo residence were being sold off at low prices, many of which were originally part of the Yun family's holdings. By the third day of Zhao's recovery, the gates of the Rongyenbo residence swung wide open. with boxes of gold and silver, silks, and jewels being carried out. Curious onlookers joined the procession, following the bearers of the boxes until they reached the Ministry of Revenue. It was not a case of seizing property, but it was akin to it. Observing the scene at the Rong'en-Bo residence, it appeared they were indeed preparing to return the Yun family's dowry. Had it not all been donated to the court? The Yun family's wealth was substantial. How much silver could that amount to? Yet, it was not just that. The Yun family had taken away their most lucrative shops. And one could only imagine how much profit those shops had generated over the years. The streets buzzed with discussions. At that moment, Zhao Jingtian was too overwhelmed to care about the rumors swirling around him. He was in dire straits over the past 2 days. The Yun family's dowry was vast, and the records of the properties, fields, and lands brought along could fill a large box within just a year. The emperor issued a decree, instructing that all account records from the past 40 years must be sent to the Ministry of Revenue along with the dowry. He was oblivious to the vast income amassed over the years. The wealth of the Bo family seemed inexhaustible. Master, these cannot be taken away. These jewels have been collected over many years, destined for my daughter-in-law and granddaughter. They cannot be relinquished. Zhao Jingtian pushed people aside, knowing that in their current predicament, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. They needed a future to look forward to. Chapter 107, a series of revelations in the Wenhua Hall, every hour or so. News from the Ministry of Revenue reached the emperor, reporting yet another substantial sum of silver collected. With each report, he felt increasingly that Zhao Jingtian had unfairly benefited over the years, squandering the Yun family's dowry without any effort. It was outrageous that he had elevated a woman of questionable background to the status of a legitimate wife while disregarding the dignity and customs of noble families. The honor and titles bestowed upon them by their ancestors were not meant to be squandered in such a reckless manner. Once all the silver was returned to the national treasury, he would ensure that every other matter was meticulously sorted out. Contemplating this, the emperor furrowed his brow as he perused the memorials. He needed to orchestrate a plan to reveal the underlying power of this sentiment to a wider audience. Once everyone became accustomed to the prevailing sentiment, the evidence and information derived from it could be utilized directly. Currently, the need to gather evidence and the process of having the censors impeach was far too cumbersome. He yearned for ease and profit, hoping for more families like the Rong'en-Bo family to alleviate concerns over a depleted treasury. No need for bloodshed. Yet, the old guards would still protect each other. The emperor found the entire situation with the sentiment system quite ingenious. Had the Rong'en-Bo family truly emptied their coffers? Cui Zhu nodded, her eyes gleaming. I have heard that the Bo lady's private treasury has also been emptied, and she has been weeping in the residence these past few days. I also heard that both of the master's daughters-in-law have sent capable matrons to the Bo residence, fearing that the master and mistress would run out of silver and seize the daughters-in-law's dowries. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled with realization. She had almost forgotten about this. The Rong'en-Bo family had a history of skillfully seizing women's dowries. Who knew if they had committed similar misdeeds in the past? This revelation was delightful. Even if it wasn't obtained through the system, any gossip would surely increase her vitality. Her bright eyes twinkled, and her fair cheeks flushed with joy. Had all the silver been replenished? It seemed not enough, as the emperor had sent people to the Bo residence to confiscate some precious items, claiming they were to settle debts. Cui Zhu chuckled merrily as she recounted this. Having once served in the elder lady's courtyard, she knew that within noble families, one family's gain was often another's loss. Thus, the enemies of the main wife were also their enemies. The more tumultuous the situation became, the more delighted they were. Lu Xinran burst into laughter. With everything in the residence being taken away, it bore no difference to a house raid. Cui Zhu responded with a grin, happily turning to arrange matters. Cui Zhu watched them, shaking her head in resignation at the orders from Granny Su. With such excitement, one could not keep the joy to oneself. Lu Xinran, finally suppressing her smile, called for Cui Zhu to help her change and style her hair. For she intended to visit her grandmother's courtyard. The news she could hear, the Pei family had surely received long ago. Seeing her granddaughter's animated demeanor, Pei Shi joyfully listened to the tale once more. Grandmother, do you think the Rong'en-Bo family is doomed this time? Pei Shi replied with a knowing smile. I heard that someone in today's South morning court session accused the Rong'en of disregarding propriety and neglecting moral conduct, urging the emperor to strip him of his title. Stripped of his title? Lu Xinran's eyes widened further. Would the taking of the lady's dowry spark such severity? In this world, it was no easy feat for women to survive, and countless had their dowries seized by their husbands' families. Despite her anger, she had to concede that women's positions were too lowly. The censors would never speak up for a woman. Pei Shi pondered her sentiments, momentarily taken aback. It was the elevation of a concubine to a legitimate wife that could be viewed as a fundamental violation against noble families. The dignity of noble houses could not be so trampled upon. No woman of respectable lineage would ever wish to be on equal footing with someone of dubious origin. Even if both were women, those born in the dust should humbly accept their fate as ordinary individuals. This time, Lu Xinran stared blankly at Pei Shi, realizing that her innocent demeanor did not equate to ignorance of deeper truths. On the contrary, during her past life, she often contemplated profound matters in moments of boredom. While she understood many principles, when confronted with reality, she still felt an inexplicable suffocation. However, she wished to express that it was only natural for the Tao family to aspire for a higher status, to escape the mire. In this era, there were no villains, only circumstances that led others to Zhao Jingtian's heart. This tragedy extended beyond the Yun family. It was a lament of the times. Yet, these thoughts felt overwhelmingly complex, leaving her dizzy. Observing the bewilderment in the young girl's eyes, Pei Shi smiled with a sense of understanding. If something is too difficult to grasp, let it be. When you reach my age, everything will become clear. Lu Xinran nodded absent-mindedly. Some topics were too heavy to ponder, and even Pei Shi, from a noble background, preferred to avoid them. She took a deep breath, smiling as she shifted the conversation. Grandmother, if the Rong'en is stripped of his title, he and his family will be ruined. Naturally, when the walls come tumbling down, all his past misdeeds will be exposed. Really? Would that not implicate Zhao Qian's examination fraud and Zhao Kailan's heinous acts? She lamented that the focus had been solely on Zhao Jingtian and his son that day. She should have taken the opportunity to scrutinize the entire Zhao family. Listening to her alternating between joy and regret, Pei Shi chuckled lightly. Rest assured, all will be accounted for. The emperor has already profited. Thus, he shall act accordingly. Moreover, colluding with the princes should have crossed the emperor's line, perhaps leading him to view Zhao Jingtian as a corrupting influence on his eldest son. There were intricacies she could not yet explain to Lu Xinran, but as matters became clearer, she would unravel them for her understanding. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by Cui Zhu, who had also heard the latest news. Miss, news has come from the Bo residence again. The Bo lady has gone to the Ministry of Revenue, weeping and pleading with the officials and the emperor for leniency. Lu Xinran gasped. What should I do? I want to go out and see the commotion. Second-hand gossip is never as delightful as first-hand. Chapter 108. A single hair. Only you to inquire. Lu Xinran felt a tug of hesitation, desiring to venture out while fearing bizarre encounters. That eldest prince must have lost his senses. Torn between seeking permission from Pei Shi to go out and see, she was interrupted by the servants. Second miss, the eldest miss has arrived. Lu Xinran hurried to the door. Sister, what brings you here? I thought you might be curious about the outside world, so I came to take you to see. Really? Her eyes widened with excitement as she clung to Lu Xinran's arm. Lu Xinran wore a cheerful smile, yet internally felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety. The emperor had just ordered her to take Lu Xinran to the front of the Ministry of Revenue. She couldn't fathom the emperor's intentions and was concerned about the crowd at the ministry. If anyone meant her harm, she feared she would be unable to protect her sister. The entrance of the ministry was already thronged with people, and Tao Shi knelt on the ground, her shoulders trembling with sobs. With the help of servants from the Lu family, the two sisters managed to push through the crowd until they reached the front. The sky, has she truly forgotten her age? Or perhaps she neglected to glance in the mirror before stepping out. Does she remain oblivious to the silver strands that have begun to grace her temples? The pitiful display in the brothel is indeed a sight for sore eyes. As Lu Xinran emerged, she immediately activated her mode of critique upon witnessing Tao's antics. Zhao has already crossed the threshold of 40, and Tao, being a year older than Yun, has now reached the venerable age of 60. 60 years old. And yet she weeps so mournfully. Does she believe that the officials of the Ministry of Revenue are merely her patrons in the brothel? Tao's sobs faltered, her handkerchief suspended midair, as she belatedly recognized that her recent display of tears lacked the requisite decorum. She is a lady of the marquis, not merely a courtesan reliant on patrons for sustenance. Over the years, her life had been smooth sailing, and she had forgotten how to cope with unexpected misfortunes. Lu Xinran's gaze darkened as he observed his two daughters suddenly appear before the crowd. Their mother, for reasons unknown, had severed ties with their father, and his wife seemed to have lost her senses, clinging fiercely to her family of origin, as if to a life-or-death struggle. The once dignified eldest daughter now accompanied her mother, exposing herself in the bustling marketplace, utterly devoid of the grace expected of a lady of her standing. He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xinran before looking at Tao with a profound sigh of relief. The other officials summoned to deal with Tao were taken aback by her unexpected lament, yet her timely ridicule allowed them to ease their shoulders. The weeping of a middle-aged woman truly nauseated them. Moments ago, they had contemplated blinding themselves. Lady of Rongyan, one official, having waited a considerable time without hearing Lu Xinran speak, finally stepped forward to murmur. This perfectly ordinary address, however, struck Tao like a slap across the face. Was she being scorned for her earlier lack of propriety? Straightening her crooked posture, she signaled to her maid to assist her in rising. My lord, the Marquis's household can hardly spare any more wealth. I beseech you to plead with His Majesty for leniency. The tears that had lingered in her eyes could no longer be restrained and fell freely as she spoke. She had worked tirelessly to enter the Marquis's household, not to endure a life of hunger. Shall we send the officials of the Ministry of Revenue to convey this to the Emperor?
How amusing!
Does she believe Zhao Jingtian has died? He is quite capable of an audience with the Emperor. Why should others bear this misfortune? Is it merely her crooked demeanor and unseemly behavior that warrants such treatment? The onlookers, attuned to her thoughts, all coughed discreetly, stifling their laughter. Tao shot a furious glare at Lu Xinran, wishing that the runaway carriage had indeed struck her down. Such a calamity should not be allowed to live. Without her, how could the Marquis's household have faced such troubles? What audacity did the Zhao family possess to demand a dowry from the Yun family? Beside her, Lu Xinran subtly shifted to shield Lu Xinran from view. Her piercing gaze caused a shiver to run through Tao, compelling her to instinctively avert her eyes. We are but lowly clerks of the Ministry of Revenue. How could we freely enter the palace to seek an audience with the Emperor? Tao's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting Lu Xinran, her countenance oscillating between various shades. Just moments ago, she had called him mother, but now, with the Marquis's troubles, she could not even acknowledge that bond. Mother indeed. How shameless. With such a venomous heart, poisoning Yun's life, neglecting her daughter, usurping her position and dowry, does she truly believe herself akin to Yun, or that being a wicked stepmother warrants respect? Lu Xinran rolled her eyes from behind the servants and Lu Xinran. Though she disdained Lu Xinran's opportunistic nature, Tao's current behavior was undeniably more repugnant. Truly, it seems the members of the Marquis's household are eager for a swift demise. The Emperor's displeasure and disdain have been so overtly displayed. And yet she dares to cause a scene at the ministry. Is she concerned that the rumblings of Rongyan Marquis's household might go unnoticed? Or does she believe their lives are too lengthy? A modicum of sense would dictate that one should tread carefully at such a juncture. May the censors and political adversaries take heed, uncovering Zhao Qian's examination fraud and exposing Zhao Keiling's malevolent deeds of deceit and violence. Such despicable individuals. None deserve to walk this earth. Tao's legs grew weak. Without the support of her servants, she would have surely fallen. How could she have uttered such things again? Amidst the crowd, unbeknownst to her, a throng had gathered, and in their midst stood Song Juanhe, whose brow glistened with perspiration. That day in the Wenhua Hall, before his departure, the Emperor had thrown him a warning, considering it was your first offense, and you were incited by the Marquis of Rongyan. I shall not punish you this time. However, the matters you have engaged in cannot simply be overlooked. I demand you protect Lu Jinchuan's younger generation. Should a single hair be harmed, you shall answer to me. He left the Wenhua Hall in a haze, casting a lingering glance at the two sisters. He did not know if the emperor's directive was meant for one or both of them. Yet, given the sisters' propensity for self-destruction, he would prefer to face the emperor's wrath. Go, ensure their safety. Should they lose even a hair, bring their heads to me. The dark guards dispersed, subtly ushering the surrounding citizens away from the sisters. Chapter 109. Fear of death without a firepot to smash. Lu Xinran sensed the change in the air the moment the dark guards encircled them. The chilling aura was unlike anything ordinary, she discreetly observed, realizing the gathering crowd seemed intent on protecting them, which allowed her to breathe a silent sigh of relief. Lu Xinran tilted her head, surveying the area, feeling that something was amiss. However, as the surrounding people deliberately avoided her gaze, failing to detect the rumored intent to kill, she chose not to dwell on it further. Tao's face was once again streaked with tears, yet this time, the tears were devoid of pretense, filled instead with genuine fear. Had her decision to cause a ruckus at the ministry truly been a foolish move? Yet, when she left, her husband had not stopped her. The more she pondered, the more panic enveloped her, leaving her uncertain of what to do. He approached her, and without a word, slapped her face. What business do you have here? You who achieve little, but cause much trouble. Did you think you were coming to borrow money? Had he known she intended to create a scene at the ministry, he would have broken her legs. Tao covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks in a cascade of indignation. How could he strike her in front of so many people? This slap would render her unable to establish herself in the capital henceforth. Zhao Jingtian, with a face as dark as thunder, swiftly turned towards the palace gates, hoping his kneeling outside would grant the emperor leniency towards the marquis's household. Regrettably, the crowd comprised not only curious onlookers, but also numerous officials in the midst of the commotion. In less than half an hour, documents regarding the Rongyan Marquis and his household rained down upon the emperor's desk like snowflakes. Lu Xinran found the unfolding events unsatisfactory. Sensing that Tao's demeanor had shifted too rapidly, it was all too anticlimactic. Lu Xinran, amused, surveyed her surroundings. Let us depart. It seems this is as far as it goes for today. My ladies, this is Lord Yun, your maternal uncle, along with two of your uncles. It was Yun Cheng. The sisters were taken aback, but promptly bowed in acknowledgement of their kin. Yun Cheng gestured towards a nearby tea house. Shall we converse there? With servants having preemptively reserved a private room, once inside, Yun Cheng directly conveyed his purpose. I have meticulously documented all that the Rongyan Marquis's household has done over the years. This record contains specifics of their misdeeds, including the years and individuals involved. This should serve as substantial evidence to dismantle the Marquis's household. Seeing the sisters' astonished expressions as he presented the thick tome, Yun Cheng smiled grimly. Your great-grandfather's greatest wish in life was to avenge your grandmother. I once thought I would not live to see that day, but fortunately, the heavens have granted us this chance. He had long prepared this booklet, hoping to use it to utterly crush the Rongyan Duke's residence. Upon receiving the news today, I hastened to the capital, as your mother instructed me to find you. She mentioned that Xilan possesses the most resourceful mind, hence I brought this to you. As he spoke, he solemnly extended the booklet forward, pleading for their assistance. The sisters, not daring to receive such a gesture, sidestepped respectfully. Lu Xinran accepted the booklet with both hands, meeting Yun Cheng's expectant gaze, and nodded earnestly in agreement. Uncle, Xilan shall not disappoint your hopes. Wiping the corner of his eye, Yun Cheng steadied his emotions and took another booklet from his son's hands. This contained the lands, farms, shops, and rare items that the Duke's residence had recently put up for sale, all of which I discreetly acquired with the consent of your two uncles. We are willing to present these to the court, seeking only to restore a long-overdue justice for your grandmother. This burden has weighed heavily on his heart for many years. And, at last, it is time for the Zhao family to pay the price. Lu Xinran grasped the booklet, which, though thin, felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. In the return carriage, the sisters perused the vile deeds committed by the Zhao father and son over the years, feeling a shudder of horror. These are beasts clad in human skin. Sister, into whose hands shall we deliver this booklet? Lu Xinran inquired, a sudden image flashing through her mind. If that person had not been injured, it would be most fitting to entrust this booklet to them. After all, these events transpired in the capital, and it would be reasonable for the Shuntian prefecture to take over. Upon mentioning Song Junyan, Lu Xinran paused her examination of the booklet and nodded vigorously. Alas, the matter concerning the Duke's residence lacks sufficient weight to serve as a favor. At most, it can only be considered a gesture of goodwill. He looked at the two sisters with a complex expression, intending to inquire about the reason for the Yun family's visit to the capital, but was met with Lu Xingran's guarded thoughts. What does that old scoundrel want us for? His gaze suggests nothing good. Has he secretly aligned himself, seeking benefits for his master? No, I must see if he is up to no good. The inner dialogue did not unfold in the direction he hoped, prompting Lu Jinchuan to clear his throat. Today in the palace, I encountered physician Qian. The fourth prince's condition has stabilized, and he will be able to get out of bed in a few days. Do not worry. He awaited Lu Xingran's reaction. But silence reigned, and the familiar thoughts did not emerge. Frowning slightly, he felt an unusual sense of awkwardness. Did you see the Yun family today? Unable to glean information from their thoughts, he coughed lightly and gestured for the sisters to sit and discuss. Lu Xingran continued to peruse Lu Jinchuan's small booklet, quietly sinking into silence as she sat down. With her thoughts unobtrusive, Lu Xilin conveyed the Yun family's intentions with remarkable formality. The incident at the Duke's residence prompted Uncle to seek specific information, as they were not in the capital and the news had been somewhat vague. Is that all? Lu Jinchuan scrutinized the two sisters, sensing they were deliberately withholding something. So that's why they are suddenly so concerned. They intend to leverage the Yun family to curry favor with the emperor, hoping to secure a position for the second uncle? How laughable. It's only now that they remember they have a son, having known those two are not of their own blood. Having become scoundrels, why not be thorough? Previously, they treated the legitimate child as grass and the illegitimate as treasure. Now they care about blood ties? Afraid of dying with no one to hold your funeral pyre. Are you? Chapter 110. Any dog can sniff around. Lu Jinchuan's expression darkened almost instantly. At his age, the word death was the most intolerable. Of his 4 sons, the 2 he cherished most were not his biological children. The eldest, raised by his side, exhibited selfishness and coldness, caring only for himself. In contrast, the second legitimate son, whom he often overlooked, was the only one who was honorable, kind-hearted, and gentle. Upon learning that Lu Konghe and Lu Konglin were not his true blood, he felt an intense yearning for familial affection. However, his past actions had irrevocably wounded the second son's heart. Lu Kongping preferred to remain a common teacher at the National Academy rather than seek his father's help. He desired to mend their relationship, but found that every attempt was met with only superficial politeness from Lu Kongping, whose demeanor was estranged. This caused him sadness and was difficult to accept. If his son's career was hindered, he would find a way to assist. With the Duke's residence in turmoil, he saw an opportunity to help Lu Kongping regain a position. If only he could help him re-enter officialdom, he could gradually seek opportunities for advancement, and their father-son relationship could be restored. However, he never anticipated that before he could voice this intention, he would be so disdainfully dismissed by his ungrateful granddaughter. Lu Xilin tightly clenched her fingers, suppressing a laugh. With her thoughts overturned, all of Lu Jinchuan's previously poised inquiries became unutterable. Yet, even so, Lu Xingran, perusing the small booklet, was still determined not to let him off easily. Now you disdain Lu Kongde for being selfish and indifferent, focused solely on himself? Why doesn't he look in the mirror to see his own faults? Lu Kongde's behavior is not extraordinary. He has merely emulated his most esteemed father, learning it all by heart. Seeing his myriad flaws reflected in his son must be a bitter pill to swallow. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The second uncle is merely a bad bamboo sprouting good shoots. No, that's not quite right. The second uncle was raised by grandmother, and his kindness and integrity are entirely due to her teaching, with no credit to him. He desires familial affection but expects others to wholeheartedly reciprocate. He naively believes that by giving what they want, they should simply forgive and forget. How amusing! He truly lives in self-deception, more selfish and disgusting than Lu Kongde. Well, at least Lu Kongde can break things for you. The ancestral grave hasn't he exploded, and with some invigorating medicine, you might even father another son. Lu Jinchuan's face flushed red, suddenly realizing that summoning them to his study was a grave error. In their eyes, he was an irredeemably wicked being. The sisters promptly stood, offering a perfunctory bow before exiting the study. As soon as they stepped out the door, they heard genuine mockery. The Yun family is indeed a meat bun, attracting every stray dog. Unable to contain herself, Lu Xinran burst into laughter, her body slightly turned as she caught sight of Lu Xinran's pale, drawn face. Let us not speak recklessly. Grandmother is still waiting for us. We must hurry. She could sense Lu Xinran's intentions and was disinclined to engage further. If he truly wished to please Lu Kongping by facilitating his transfer from the National Academy, she would not obstruct him. She had long outgrown the age of impulsive sentiments and naturally welcomed anything beneficial for her brother. As for whether Lu Kongping would accept this belated paternal love, that was entirely up to him. The sisters entered without further mention of Lu Xinran, instead retrieving the 2 booklets presented to them by Yun Cheng. Grandmother. We initially thought these 2 booklets would be most suitable for the 4th prince, but as he is currently recuperating in the palace, we hesitate to disturb him. Whom do you think we should entrust these to instead? Pei looked at the thick book detailing the various crimes of the Rongyan Duke's residence, her mind stirring with thought. Let us send it to Lord Tang, the Minister of Justice. He is known for his integrity, and this booklet in his hands will surely not be overlooked. With this evidence of wrongdoing, the Rongyan Duke's residence will have no chance of redemption. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled as she gave Pei a thumbs up. I knew asking grandmother would yield a brilliant solution. Pi was so flattered by her praise that her eyes curved into a smile. As night descended, L.J. and Chu and learned of the existence of the ledger from a servant in Pi's chamber. Whether it was the ledger documenting the crimes of the Nb family or the property and shops intended for the emperor, should they fall into his hands, he was certain he could seize the opportunity to secure a position for LK and GP Ing within the Ministry of Personnel. He wrestled with his thoughts throughout the night, and the following morning, before attending the morning court, he specifically instructed the household servants to keep a close watch on the 2 sisters, LXNRN. No matter how they might express themselves, he could not allow this glaring opportunity to slip away. He arranged for personnel in Pi's quarters and naturally, Pi was aware of every move he made in the front courtyard. Upon learning of his intent to snatch the 2 ledgers from LXNLN, she scoffed in disdain. This household was no longer under his control. She summoned Su MM, and with a single sentence, Su immediately understood and began to arrange for the sisters' outing. As LJ and Chu En prepared for the morning court, Tian Qyn was similarly obliged to attend. However, the Tian family was traditionally led by Li, and upon stating their purpose, Li promptly dispatched someone to convey the message to Tian Qyn. The 2 ledgers, one thin and one thick, were exchanged amidst their conversation, and as they performed a courteous bow, Tian Qyn observed the ledger in his hand, his expression turning solemn. The emperor had already assigned the case involving the Zhao family to be investigated, with the examination fraud by Zhokin entrusted to the Ministry of Justice, while the shocking misconduct of Zhokil was referred to the Supreme Court. Over the past few days, he had been gathering evidence, and this ledger, filled with incriminating details, was a timely asset. He flipped through the pages, absorbing the information, and after a moment, closed the ledger. In 5 days, at most 5 days, I shall compile the evidence of Zhokil's misdeeds and Hojngdn's complicity to present it before His Majesty, regardless of who it may be. Those who err must face the consequences they deserve. Lord Tiang, should you encounter any obstinate or uncooperative individuals, I may be of assistance.